From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Hangman and the Book.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Good thing the gendarmes brought along torches. It's terribly dark.
This way, Watson. Follow the inspector.
There, Monsieur Holmes. Just before you. In the torchlight.
Aha. The dead body, hung from the limb of the tree and dancing grotesquely in the wind.
Not every man has the broad shoulders and slim, tapering waist of an athlete, but it's a fact that men who wear Clippercraft suits look like they do. That's the result of careful Clippercraft styling, of design that emphasizes good points and minimizes bad ones. You don't ordinarily find such styling in $45 suits, but a Clippercraft worsted suit at only $45 gives you styling plus expert workmanship and fine quality materials. It's the same with Clippercraft topcoats at from $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes actually look like they cost much more, and they would, except for the fact that over 1,200 established independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to get them for you at such low prices. Compare Clippercraft clothes yourself. Put on a Clippercraft suit and a Clippercraft topcoat and see how good you feel. Your friends will all say, "Gee, but you're looking swell." And you will be. Now, Dr. Watson, we await our rendezvous with the adventure of the hangman and the book.
It was at the turn of the century, Mr. Harris. The enormous pressure of work upon Holmes had become too much for him. He suggested we steal away to Paris for a week of relaxation. Holmes and I were in Paris at our hotel when this criminal began his operations. It was at the Bon Temps bookstore, a world-famous Parisian shop noted for its collection of rare works. In the cellar beneath the shop was a thin, drawn, nervous young chap, Albert the clerk. He was poking about the bookshelves with a candle in his hand. Then suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up, terribly frightened.
Who is it? Who's going down?
I am, Albert.
Oh, Monsieur Bontemps.
Didn't I forbid you to come into the cellar?
Yes, you did. I had to know the secret. I had to know what you kept down here.
I ought to thrash you, snooping about when I forbade it. I told you I did not want anyone in this cellar. I won't allow my own wife. I won't allow the lease down here. Let alone a miserable, sniveling clerk. How long have you been here?
Just a few minutes.
Long enough to look about, eh? To see what I keep here.
No, I'm terribly sorry. My curiosity got the best of me. I'll never do it again. You won't punish me, Monsieur Bontemps?
We shall see what I'll do about you, Albert. We shall see.
Is the shop closed, Marcel?
Yes, Alice, darling. Going out again for the evening?
I am.
You have left me here alone every night this week.
Oh, don't be tiresome. You know I'm bored to distraction when I'm home with you.
Then I'll go out with you. I'll take you wherever you wish.
Oh, Marcel, we've gone over this so many times. Help me find my jade earrings like a dear, won't you?
You're staying home tonight, Alice.
Oh, stop pawing me. Let me alone.
I am so loathsome to you.
Yes, you know you are. You never did attract me, you know that. I've told you before I married you for prestige and financial purposes. You accepted that. Now you insist upon being as romantic as a schoolboy.
Stop it. I don't want to hear that. I can't stand that.
You insist upon forgetting that you are more than 20 years older than I am, Marcel. You refuse to face that. You're old and withered and repulsive.
Albert, my clerk, is more appealing to you, isn't he?
Oh, nonsense. Where did you get that notion?
Don't lie to me. I've seen you together. After you thought I left the store, I saw you take him upstairs to the apartment.
Just to chat.
Oh, really?
Get out of my way, Marcel. I'm late. Go downstairs to the cellar. To whatever fantastic secret down there intrigues you so.
If you go out again tonight, Alice, I'll put an end to it. I won't be disgraced and thrown aside this way. I've some pride, although you've used every device on earth to destroy it.
Let's not quarrel, dearest. Here's a kiss for you. Now, help me find my earrings, won't you?
All right, Alice. Anything you say.
Alice, wait.
Yes, Albert.
I ran after you to ask if I'll see you tonight, Alice. I waited for you at the cafe last night, but you never came.
I shan't see you anymore, Albert. Except at the shop, of course. On business.
You what?
Marcel knows about us. We must stop.
But you can't just dismiss it.
Oh, yes, I can.
I risked my job because of you. I risked Marcel dragging me to court, possibly putting a knife into me.
We've had some rather pleasant times together, Albert. Now suppose we forget them. You're capable of that.
Oh, you're going out with another man, aren't you?
That does not concern you. Let go of my cape. Go back to the store. Marcel will be upset.
Do you think you'll ever come to the end of it, Alice? Do you think you can go on forever like this?
Albert, call me a carriage like an angel.
You wouldn't be very attractive to other men, Alice. Lying in the morgue with your neck broken.
Oh, Albert, that's impetuous. That's very, very foolish. Go on, sweet. Call me a carriage. Who is there? I saw you behind that tree. I know you've been following me through this park. If you don't stop, I shall call a gendarme. I said I know you are behind that tree. I can see your silhouette. Oh. So you will show me who you are. I might have known it would be you. What are you doing with that rope? You've made a hangman's noose of it. Let go of it. My throat. I can't breathe.
We of the Sûreté, the French police, we are delighted to have you with us in Paris, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you, Inspector.
Your accommodations here at the hotel are satisfactory?
Quite.
We were very comfortable, Inspector. Enjoying our visit immensely.
Superb, Dr. Watson. I am happy you have relaxed, Monsieur Holmes, because, 1,000 apologies, the relaxation is over.
Precisely what do you mean, Inspector?
Just a few moments ago, a gendarme discovered the body of a woman hanging in the Tuileries. She had been hung to a tree by a rope.
Routine police matter.
Ordinarily, Monsieur Holmes, yes. However, the case is most extraordinary. The woman was the wife of Marcel Beautin, the distinguished owner of the Beautin bookshop.
Really? I know Marcel. Remarkable shop, one of the best. Marcel and I correspond frequently.
Monsieur Holmes, the journalist will create a great crisis over the death of Madame Beautin. I must find the killer immediately. I need your help, monsieur.
Have you questioned Marcel, her husband?
Well, as best we could. He is grief-stricken.
Where's the body?
Well, I have closed the Tuileries, Dr. Watson. I have ordered that the body be left, hanging from the limb, exactly as it was found. It awaits your arrival, Monsieur Holmes.
Very wise, Inspector.
Oh, then you will help us move toward the solution?
I will arrive at the solution, my dear Inspector. Watson, a cab to the Tuileries.
Oh, it's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Glad the gendarmes brought torches, too. It's terribly dark.
Yes.
This way, Monsieur Holmes. You may see the guard we have stationed about that huge tree. Yes. And there, in the torchlight...
Aha. Swaying from the limb of the tree, the body of Alice Beautin.
Horrifying sight.
Let's have a closer look, shall we? Inspector, has Marcel, this dead woman's husband, any notion as to how this occurred?
Oh, he is too ill. He is prostrate. It will be a few days before we can question him thoroughly.
Uh-huh.
What is it, Holmes? What do you see?
I see, my dear Watson, that I must pay a visit to Monsieur Charles Guillaume, the eminent French publisher.
Yes, what on earth does he have to do with this grisly crime?
More than he would imagine. In the obscure records of that publisher, there's a forgotten entry which contains a clue as to who is responsible for this homicide. That entry speaks the name of the criminal just as if this dead body before us were whispering it too. Whispering the killer's name as it executes a macabre dance in the moonlight.
It's pleasant to shop in your local Clippercraft store, wherever you live, because your Clippercraft merchant is an established, substantial hometown businessman who is anxious to win and keep your friendship. To please you and give you more value for your money, he has joined with over 1,200 outstanding merchants in a vast pool of buying power to make Clippercraft values possible. Clippercraft genuine worsted suits for $45 and Clippercraft topcoats for $40 to $47.50 would not otherwise be possible. For Clippercraft quality is the traditional quality of New England, the same careful craftsmanship that built the famous Yankee Clippers, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. You can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, shall we return to the adventure of the hangman and the book?
Well, Mr. Harris, after Holmes examined the body of Elise Bontemps in the Tuileries, he noticed a small detail he would not disclose. Next morning, he dashed to the offices of Monsieur Guillaume, the publisher. He returned with a Cheshire cat's grin that indicated he was close to his prey. Then some time later, we visited Monsieur Bontemps at his bookshop. The shop was dismal, dilapidated, funereal. Indeed, a frightening place. Monsieur Bontemps came toward us.
Monsieur Holmes, I am honored.
I hardly expected to see you on this trip, Marcel. You know Dr. Watson?
You have mentioned him to me frequently. Delighted.
How do you do?
You have heard of my tragedy?
Yes, Marcel. Could you recount what occurred the evening of your wife's demise?
She left me here to visit someone. She seemed untroubled, so I allowed her to leave and did not escort her to where she was going. Evidently, on her way home late that night, she chose to walk through the park, the Tuileries, alone. I would say she was attacked by a night prowler. She resisted him, and he did away with her. I was awakened by a gendarme who brought the terrible news. You have a theory, perhaps, Monsieur Holmes?
Perhaps. I see you still have a magnificent collection of books.
Oui, certainement.
Is this your entire stock here in the shop?
Yes. Our apartment is upstairs. Our books here.
And below the shop?
The cellar is locked, Monsieur Holmes. We have not been to the cellar in many years.
Anyone work for you here, Monsieur Bontemps?
I employ a clerk, Albert.
Where is he?
That is a problem. He did not report for work these past 2 days.
Were your relations with Albert on a pleasant basis?
Not entirely.
How long has he been in your employ, sir?
Oh, approximately a month.
What trouble have you had?
I do not like to place the young boy in a bad light, but I have reason to believe he was more than fond of my wife, Alice.
I see. A chat with Albert, then, might be very enlightening.
Please, Monsieur Holmes, I am not accusing the poor clerk.
You have his address?
27 Rue Cerise. Albert Joliot.
Come, Watson.
To talk with the boy?
Yes. Perhaps this romantic young clerk, in his leisure moments, is a hangman.
Well, Holmes, what's our next step? His landlady said the clerk Albert hasn't been home for a few days.
We shall return to the Bontemps bookshop, Watson.
Yes, we've been there.
Oh, we shall return much later this evening. Midnight, I should say. When the owner has left, we shall again visit the mysterious bookshop.
But, Holmes, you looked at it.
There is one spot we did not see. By far the most interesting, too.
What spot is that?
When I inquired about it, Bontemps turned white. He trembled.
What spot, Holmes?
The cellar, Watson. We shall pay a midnight visit to the cellar.
There's the door to Bontemps' cellar, Holmes. It'll be locked, of course.
That is why I brought a few instruments with me, Watson, to force the lock. Too childishly simple for me. I've made an extensive study of continental locks.
Well, here we are. Now...
Quietly, Watson. I shall work at the cellar door. You keep an eye out.
Yes, right you are.
Shouldn't take but a moment. See anyone? Hear anyone?
No, all clear. Go on.
Simple lock. Just another moment.
I hear someone, Holmes. Coming down the street.
I must finish.
Hurry, Holmes, you'll be seen.
One more second. There we are.
Good.
Quickly, the door.
Yes.
Follow me. Careful. Rickety wooden steps.
Right.
Match, Watson. Light the candle we brought.
Yes, certainly. Holmes, what do you expect to find down here? Good Lord. Never seen so foul and musty a place. You see the rats?
The answer is here, Watson. The answer must be here.
Yes, but what sort of shocking secret lies in this cellar?
I'm looking for it. Looking for it.
What? Listen. Someone's down here.
That direction, Watson. Left. Bring the candle.
I am not afraid of the dark, Mama. But why is it dark at night? Tell me why it is so dark at night, Mama.
It's the clerk, Albert. I know him from his landlady's description. He's been tied up, Holmes. Look, he's bound to that pillar there.
Yes, so he has, and apparently he's gone insane.
Yes, by Jove, yes, look over his head. Isn't that a form of ancient torture?
It is the water method. Accomplished in this case with a large pitcher and a funnel, which is replenished now and then by his captor. Albert was bound to that pillar, but a steady drip of water strikes his head and he's gone mad. Tortured also by the darkness, by hunger and thirst, and the huge rats against which he's been defenseless. Untie him, Watson.
Yes, of course. Just 1 minute.
The water.
There we are.
The water doesn't stop, you see. Only your mind stops. Rats are cruel animals. Perhaps not as cruel as men. They enjoy human flesh.
He must be rushed to a hospital. Maybe years before his sanity is restored. Ever.
Water is a colorless compound of hydrogen and oxygen. It is very helpful to man. It is beautiful. In the form of mighty oceans, lakes, and rushing rivers. It has many uses. All of them essential to life.
Where are you going, Holmes? What are you looking for?
Ah, there we are, this shelf.
What is it?
A book, faded to illegibility in parts, very dusty.
A book?
The book, Watson. Though not outstanding in this surprising collection, I see.
You mean you originally stole into the cellar simply to find that book?
Yes. Now we must find Marcel Bontemps immediately.
I will spare you the effort, Monsieur Holmes.
Not very hospitable of you, Marcel, to greet us with a pistol.
I'm familiar with your reputation, Monsieur Holmes. I realized you would become suspicious, so I've been waiting for you with this pistol, which I shall use.
You have come to put more water in the pitcher of my head, Monsieur Bontemps. Please, no more water.
May I ask, Monsieur Holmes, what book intrigues you so?
This work in my hand is entitled Rare Techniques in Homicide. It includes an exact reproduction of a Persian manuscript written in the time of Darius I. The subject of it? Techniques of torture and murder used during the Peloponnesian Wars.
Holmes, why that book?
When I observed Marcel's wife hung to the limb of the tree, Watson, I noticed she'd been tied with a special knot. I recognized it immediately. It was the very peculiar knot for garroting, described in the Persian manuscript. There was just one place on earth where that knot is described. In this book. I knew there were just 2 copies of this work left in the world.
I see you have one at Baker Street, I dare say.
Of course. I therefore asked Guillaume, the publisher, an expert bibliophile, where the other copy was.
He told you I had it, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, he did. Therefore, I paid you a visit to look for it. I found it, Monsieur Bontemps.
That, unfortunately, does not prove that I am Alice.
Why not?
Because Albert, my clerk, gibbering there in the corner, could have read it too. He has been to the cellar before. I found him here prior to the night of the murder.
Yes, Marcel, when I saw the knot, I immediately realized the killer must either have been you or Albert, your clerk. But Albert could never have read this book and learned to tie the fatal knot.
Why not? He was here. He had access to it.
Observe the book, sir. It's faded to the point of being illegible.
He still might have read it before it faded.
Could he? Call upon your excellent knowledge of printing, sir. Has it not been at least a year since this type was legible? Look at the pile of dust accumulated upon this book. Has it not been at least a year since the book was touched at all? And did you not say to me yourself that you've employed Albert for only a month?
Remarkable, Holmes.
Marcel, you executed the contents of the book to the letter. The book relates that the ancient punishment for adultery was physical death for the wife. So you murdered Alice. And the punishment for the lover was more subtle. It was mental death, torture to the point of insanity. So you pounced upon Albert, tied him to that post in this cellar, and arranged your diabolical water pitcher. Yes, you've been deeply affected by this amazing collection of books.
You see before you, gentlemen, the great secret of my cellar, which I had concealed all these years. Every book on the subject of crime ever written.
I noticed you've the secret records of Caligula, of Torquemada during the Inquisition, the blood-stained memoirs of the Borgias.
This was my real world down here. The world upstairs, my shop, my wife. I was unhappy there. This began as a hobby, an intellectual pursuit, but then I grew to absorb it, to revel in it.
Yes, I'd say you've become intoxicated with crime.
Time and again I was tempted to try committing a crime. It was always in the back of my mind. Then, when I found Alice was making a puppet of me, when I found how she hated me, when I found out about her and Albert...
You satisfied your desire and accomplished what you believed was justice by enacting what you read in this strange book.
And now I've a wonderful opportunity to know the satisfaction of committing a great crime, Monsieur Holmes, of killing both of you, and then leaving Albert as I planned to rot away in that corner of my cellar in living death. My own memoirs will be a glorious new addition to my collection.
He'll do it, Holmes. He's going to pull that trigger.
My leg.
Are you all right, Monsieur Holmes? Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector?
I am coming down.
I have Bontemps' gun. Here, Inspector.
Oh, it was very foresighted, Monsieur Holmes, to tell me to come by. Should you meet Bontemps unexpectedly?
Unexpectedly? My dear Inspector, it's obvious my reputation here on the continent is not what it is throughout the British Empire. You may inform your associates that there is nothing unexpected to Monsieur Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very thrilling story indeed.
Well, I'm delighted that you found the adventure so exciting, Mr. Harris. And I do believe that next week's story is just as gripping. It is called The Adventure of the East End Strangler. It concerns a city in terror, a scream in the night, a bit of blue thread, and an old lover.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelton. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Money can help the fight against heart disease. Send a donation to your local Heart Association campaign or to the American Heart Association, Box 500, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the East End Strangler. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Sherry. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Mm-hmm. Some client of mine wants me to locate a missing girl. He doesn't care what it costs, so naturally I'm going to shoot the works.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the killer's key. It is early afternoon in New York, and in a shabby rooming house in Midtown Manhattan, a nervous young man named Larry Gordon gives himself a dose of artificial courage. Then, deciding further treatment is indicated, he starts pouring again.
Who is it?
Me, Larry. Open up.
Wait a minute, Claire. Did you get them?
Everything. You fly to Chicago. And there I made a reservation for you on the California Limited.
What name did you use?
Larry Holcomb.
Good. When's the plane leave?
8:25 tonight.
Couldn't you get me out sooner?
No. Listen, Larry, I still think you're making a mistake. Running away is no solution.
Are you crazy?
Maybe this isn't as bad as you think.
It's worse. If Hunt ever lays his hands on me, that's it.
I think you're wrong.
Look, I worked for the man for 8 years. I know how his mind operates. I never should have opened my yap to those Treasury boys in the first place.
You had to, darling.
Why? Was someone twisting my arm? They got enough on him to send him up for 10 years.
But without you, they've got no case.
And don't think that Mr. Hunt doesn't know it. Now, if you want to help me pack...
Larry.
Think you could have been followed?
No. No, I was very careful.
Who is it?
Kemper. Internal Revenue.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Kemper. Look, sweetie, they'll be awful sore if they know I told you where I was.
What do you want me to do?
Get in the kitchen and, for Pete's sake, be quiet.
All right, darling.
I'm coming, Mr. Kemper.
Hello, Larry.
Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
But I thought it was...
I hope you'll forgive the deception. I did it very well, don't you think? Kemper, Internal Revenue Department. You know, the stage may have lost a great talent.
Listen, Mr. Hunt.
I'm afraid I haven't time, Larry. I'm pretty busy these days combing Internal Revenue men out of my hair.
I wasn't going to testify against you.
You weren't?
No, I was beating it. See, I've got the tickets right here.
So you were bound for California, eh? In my humble opinion, you couldn't have chosen better. Where were you planning to stay?
Why?
Well, someone should cancel the reservation. Since you're going elsewhere.
No, don't.
Have a pleasant journey, my boy.
Yeah? I'd like to see Mr. Hunt, please.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
You don't look like a soldier to me.
You're right. I'm with the police. Where's Hunt?
Well, it's like this, Sergeant.
Bruce, did you say... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were entertaining.
He ain't so entertaining.
You Charles Hunt?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Corbett, homicide.
How morbid.
Well, somebody's got to do the job. You ever hear of a fellow named Larry Gordon?
Yes, of course. He works for me. Or should I say, he once did.
Why?
Well, I'm being investigated on an income tax matter, as you may have heard.
Yeah, I've heard.
And since Larry's going to testify against me, naturally, I don't consider him in my employ.
Well, he won't need the job anyhow.
Pardon?
He was knocked off at 3 this afternoon.
I can't believe it.
Well, take my word for it. I saw the body. And I have an idea you saw it even before I did.
You're not serious.
I certainly am. We got enough evidence.
Evidence?
Yes. You see, by an odd coincidence, Larry's girlfriend, Claire Marlowe, was in the kitchen when you gunned him.
Is that what Miss Marlowe claims?
Well...
Well, what?
Well, it's the way we figure it. We found her fingerprints.
You're evading the question. Has Miss Marlowe accused me?
Well, I haven't spoken to her yet.
Why not?
She disappeared.
She must have been scared to death.
The fact remains, until you discover Miss Marlowe, you have absolutely no case.
Don't worry, we'll find her. And when we do...
when you do, give me a call.
Okay, hon, I'll be seeing you shortly. And then we'll see how...
You're creating a draft, Sergeant. Well, Bruce, you heard.
How can I help it? I'm not deaf.
What do you think?
I think when they find Claire Marlowe, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
On the other hand, suppose I found her first. Who was that private detective Logan mentioned the other day?
You mean Mike Waring?
See the one they call the Falcon?
Yeah.
Well, be a good boy and look up his address. I think I've got a case for him. That's the situation, Mr. Waring. So you see my problem?
No, I'm afraid I don't, Mr. Hunt.
Isn't it obvious? I want you to locate this Claire Marlowe.
You said the police are looking for her.
Unfortunately, I haven't much confidence in them.
Mm-hmm. Well, the jails are loaded with people who thought that.
Nevertheless, I'd like to see you take the assignment.
I don't like it.
Why not?
It smells to me of tampering with a witness. Corbett claims this Claire Marlowe can prove you're guilty of Larry Gordon's murder.
But there's another side to the coin. If Miss Marlowe saw someone else, she can establish my innocence.
Yeah, I suppose that's true enough. What if the police find her first?
So much the better. I just want the additional insurance. In my position, I need it.
All right, Hunt. I'll do what I can.
That's all I ask. You do what you can. And from that point on, it's up to me.
Yeah? You the superintendent?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring. Wonder if you could give me some information about one of your tenants.
Who?
Claire Marlowe.
You a cop?
Why?
So I told the other fella everything I knew.
What other fella?
Oh, tall, thin fella, about your size.
Oh, you must mean Sergeant Corbett.
Yep, that's his name.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that you've told Corbett, why not tell me?
I don't know nothing. Came home yesterday like she was scared of something, went right to her room.
How long did she stay?
Oh, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did she have a grip with her when she left?
Nope. Just a pocketbook.
And she didn't say where she was going?
Nope, and I didn't ask. I believe a fella should mind his own... If it ain't one thing, it's another. Excuse me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Special delivery from Claire Marlowe.
Yeah, let me see that.
Hey, what you doing?
Just a minute. Dear Herman, please don't tell anyone you've heard from me, anyone at all. I wonder if you'd be good enough to do me a favor. I've made arrangements with North American Van Lines to move my stuff on Wednesday. They know where to deliver it. My bank book is in the upper right-hand drawer of my dresser. If you take it with the enclosed withdrawal slip, I'm sure you'll have no trouble getting the money. Will you please bring it over to me at the Kenton Hotel? I'm using the name Claire O'Brien.
Why does she want to use a name like that for?
Kenton Hotel, then.
Hey, where you going?
Have to report to my client. You've been a great help, Herman. Thanks a million.
Bruce?
Yeah?
I believe that's the phone.
I believe you're right.
Don't you think you should answer it?
What's the point, Mr. Hunt? It's probably for you.
You know something, Bruce? I'm beginning to dislike your attitude. Now, answer the phone.
I still say it's a waste of time. Yeah?
I'd like to talk to Gerald Hunt, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Hold it. But I tell you, it's for you.
Who is it?
The Falcon.
All right. Oh, I don't think I'll be needing you anymore today.
You mean you want me to leave?
That's what I want.
Well, far be it from me to hang around when I'm not wanted.
Hello?
I've got got good news for you, Hunt.
Really?
Really. I've located Claire Marlowe.
That is wonderful.
She's staying at the Kenton Hotel. She's registered under the name of Claire O'Brien.
I needn't tell you how happy I am with your services, Mr. Waring.
I was lucky.
Let's say we both were. You may have been fortunate to find Claire, but I was lucky to find you. I would have had a difficult time of it without you.
I'll think nothing of it. When are you planning to see Claire?
Immediately. You're familiar with the old proverb, he who hesitates is lost? Well, in my position, I can't afford to waste a second. Goodbye, Mr. Waring. Thanks ever so much.
Since Mike Waring reported to his client, Gerald Hunt, where Claire Marlowe could be found. And now in that young lady's hotel room.
All right, you guys. Come on, let's hurry it up. Get out of here. Oh, Davis, see if you can find any prints around, though I doubt it.
Can I move the body now, Sarge?
Oh, you better wait for Lewis. He may want some more pictures.
Right.
Hey, Levy, how you doing on that? Okay. Oh, you boys carry on. I'll get it.
I'd like to... Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I came to see Claire Marlowe.
Okay. Look.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Well, is this close enough, or would you like to hold her hand?
I don't think she'd get a kick out of it.
Neither do I. What'd you want with her?
That's a long story.
Well, I never knew you to tell any other kind, so let's get started.
Well, a client of mine wanted me to find her.
And you did.
I was lucky.
I wonder. Who's your client?
Well, I'd rather not say.
So you'd rather not say, huh? Look, lunkhead, an innocent girl has been murdered. Nobody knew where she was hiding out. And if you found her...
All right. You don't have to draw me a diagram. I was responsible.
Yes, indeed. You set her up for a clay pigeon. I've known stupid jerks in my time, but of all...
Look, never mind the name, Sergeant. I can think of 1,000,000 to call myself.
Well, who's your client? Or maybe I can guess.
Well, don't bother.
Look, Mike, don't try to hold out on me.
I'm not going to. I admit I was the patsy in this case.
You were the patsy? What about her?
Well, I know. Well, someone's going to pay for it.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a word with my client. After that, you can have him. Well, frankly, I doubt if there'll be much left. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant. Yeah? Is Hunt in?
Who are you?
Never mind. I'll announce myself.
Now, wait a
All
sec.
right, Bruce. Come on in, Mr. Waring.
Try and keep me out.
Bruce, get the gentleman a drink.
Sure. What do you have, Buster?
A little privacy. Suppose you leave me alone with your boss.
What orders I take from him.
You better give him his walking papers, Hunt.
Really, Mr. Waring, aren't you being a bit high-handed?
Tell him to blow.
All right, Bruce. You may go.
Well, as long as you put it that way.
All right, now what was the idea, Hunt?
What was what idea?
Don't give me any double talk. I'm in no mood for it.
How dare you?
It's easy. I'll show you.
No.
Look, you made a sucker out of me. You got me to find Claire Marlowe so you could kill her.
You mean Claire's dead?
As if you didn't know.
But I didn't.
I suppose you don't remember me phoning you at 1:30 this afternoon. I told you where you could find her. I could blow my brains out for not calling on her first, but you didn't make that mistake, did you?
Let me go.
Sure, I'll let you go. Now, confessions are in order. You killed her, didn't you?
No.
Come on, Hunt. I'm going to get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body. You murdered her just as you murdered Larry Gordon.
I swear I didn't.
Where's your coat?
I'm not going with you.
Yes, you are. I promised to deliver you to Sergeant Corbett down to headquarters, and that's one promise I intend to keep. Now, will you go quietly?
No.
Okay, suit yourself. Now, come on. Get up. You got a long, rough trip ahead of you.
Hey, Matty.
Yes, Sergeant.
Carlin report in yet?
Just about 2 minutes ago.
Well, where's Hunt?
He couldn't find him.
You mean he skipped?
Yeah, Colin said the place was a shambles.
Well, get a 47 out. I want every bus and train depot watched and cover the airfields. If Hunt gets away, we...
Don't worry, Sergeant. He won't.
Hey, never mind, Matty.
All right, you crumb. Inside.
No, let me go.
What's the idea, Mike?
What's the matter with you, Sergeant? Don't you recognize him?
Well, who would? He looks... Wait a minute. It's Hunt.
That's right.
Well, what happened?
Well, he had a little accident. Go on, Hunt. Sit down.
Did you slug him?
No, Sergeant, you know me.
Well, that's why I asked. Listen, Mike.
Look, why don't we both listen? All right, Hunt. Make like a birdie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, if I've got to bounce you around again...
Hey, what's going on here?
He admitted to me that he murdered Claire Marlowe.
I lied.
You what?
I couldn't help myself, Sergeant. He would have killed me.
Yes, and it's not too late now. Do you deny
I deny everything. I was forced to make that admission to protect myself. Under the circumstances, I felt I was justified.
Look, Sergeant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
Don't be a sap.
Well, it's all right for you to talk, but I feel responsible for that girl's death. If I hadn't found her, she would still have been alive. I phoned him at 1:30, and I told...
Hey, wait a minute. When did you phone him?
At 1:30.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
But do you realize what you've done? You've just given him an alibi.
Are you nuts?
Claire Marlowe was killed at 1:45.
What?
45 minutes before you called him.
Well, that means...
That means he couldn't have killed her.
Well, look, Hunt, if I've done you an injustice...
Indeed you have.
Will it do any good if I said I was sorry?
None at all. Good day, gentlemen. I trust I'll never see either of you again.
Well, welcome home, Mr. Hunt.
I see you've taken over, Bruce.
I didn't think you'd mind. You like some champagne?
No, thanks.
You don't know what you're missing. This is the bitter end. They tell me it's the only thing when you're celebrating.
Is that what you're doing?
Sure. Aren't you back?
I'm flattered. I didn't dream you cared.
Yeah, I was real worried. I had a feeling I was never going to see you again. Hey, you ought to do something about that eye. That Mike Waring can really dish it out, can't he?
All right, Bruce. The joke is over. What's the meaning of this?
I told you I was celebrating. Surely you don't begrudge your ex-employee a bottle of champagne.
My ex-employee?
Well, the way I see it, I've been working for you for 7 years.
So?
So I decided it was time I bettered myself. After all, this is the land of opportunity.
And you feel opportunity is knocking at your door?
Definitely. You sure you won't join me in a drink?
Enough of this nonsense. Get me my robe.
You don't seem to understand. I'm through taking orders. With what I got on...
And what have you got on me?
For one thing, you knocked off Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
This may come as a shock to you. But the police are satisfied I had no hand in either. You see, I have an unimpeachable alibi.
Is that a fact?
Yes. It now develops that Miss Marlowe was murdered 45 minutes before Mr. Waring reported her whereabouts to me.
Well, what do you know?
I know you've been taking too much for granted.
I don't think so. I happen to know how it was worked.
You do?
Yeah. I was going through your clothes.
What?
Well, I thought maybe you wanted me to send them out to the cleaners. Anyway, in your pocket, I found this card. Lawrence Regan, Private Investigations.
So?
So I wondered what you would want with 2 private detectives, and just like that, it came to me. You were going to use Waring as an alibi.
You're mistaken.
Well, there's an easy way to check.
Who are you calling?
The boy Sherlock, Lawrence Regan.
You're being ridiculous.
Am I?
Hello?
Let me talk to Mr. Regan, please.
Speaking.
This is Bruce Webster. I work for Mr. Hunt.
Well?
Well, the boss would like to know whether you had any luck finding Claire Marlowe.
What's the matter with the guy? Has he blown a fuse? I reported back to him at 11 o'clock this morning. She's at the Kenton Hotel, registered under the name of Claire O'Brien.
I guess it kind of slipped his mind.
What's going on here?
Nothing you should worry about. Thanks a lot anyway. Well?
You win.
I always do. I'm the patient type. I learned that from you.
What do you want?
$25,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, it ain't as though I was going to throw it away. I'm going to sock it into government bonds. That 3% they pay will come in mighty handy.
You're making a mistake.
I don't think so. I always say the least a fella can do is be patriotic. You better get it up fast, Mr. Hunt. We don't want to keep Uncle Sam waiting.
Sergeant, I don't get it at all.
Well, you would if I had my way. You ruined everything.
Look, are you sure Claire Marlowe died at 1:45?
Positive. The desk clerk at the hotel heard the shots.
Did she have any other enemies?
No. This thing's tied up with the Larry Gordon killing for sure.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh.
There was no way in the world for the... Hello.
That you wearing?
Yes, who's this?
Bruce Webster.
Who?
I work for Hunt, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I just thought you might be interested. I'm terminating my employment.
That's supposed to mean something to me?
It might mean a lot. If you could dig up some cash, I could let you know my reason.
What are you talking about?
Well, wouldn't you like to know how Hunt made a chump out of you?
I certainly would.
How much dough can you raise?
I'm not in Hunt's class.
No, but every little bit helps. Could you lay your hands on 10 grand?
Don't be ridiculous.
5?
I've got $720 in the bank.
Fine, I'll take it.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, Waring, make up your mind.
Where are you?
I got a little place at the Fortuna Apartments on West 93rd. Drop around when you're in the neighborhood.
Okay. Don't go away. I'll be in the neighborhood in 20 minutes.
That you wearing?
Yeah.
Just a second. Come on in. Mr. Hunt.
Surprised?
Yeah, I thought I saw the last of you.
You thought wrong.
What's the idea?
It's fairly simple. I'm a man who hates loose ends. Naturally, with you dangling about.
You wouldn't.
Oh, you recognize the gun. Yes, it's the same one I used on Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
You'll never get away with it. The cops will know for sure.
You're concerned for me. You needn't worry. You see, I've taken the liberty of preparing a note in which you confess to both murders.
You're nuts.
When the police break in, they'll find the note and the murder gun. Naturally, it'll be in the traditional position for suicide.
They'll never buy it. They had no motive to knock off Larry Gordon.
You have, the way I've explained it in this note. It seems you were madly in love with Claire. When she spurned you for Larry, you decided to rid yourself of the competition. As for Claire, she was a witness to the act. So regretfully, you had to dispose of her, too. Isn't that poetic?
Listen, Hunt.
I wish I could, my boy. But time is of the essence.
No, don't.
15 minutes have passed since Mike promised to call on Bruce Webster. Now we find Sergeant Corbett helping him keep that promise.
This must be it.
Yeah.
Suppose he won't talk.
Just leave everything to me.
I left Hunt to you, and what happened? Sure he said he'd meet you here?
Yes, positive. I told him I'd be over in 20... Look, get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Well, what does it look like?
Don't you know it isn't polite to peek through keyholes?
No, but it can be awfully interesting.
What do you see?
Give me a hand with this door.
Well, what was it?
Come on. Put your shoulder to it. 1, 2.
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
What did he want to do that for?
Don't ask me. I'm a stranger here myself. Hey, wait a minute. What do you make of this?
To whom it may concern, this was the only way. I killed Larry Gordon. It was all Claire Marlowe's fault. She led me on. I thought with Larry out of the way, we'd have a deal, but I was a chump. Don't bother looking for any relatives. I haven't... Hey, cut that out, Mike.
I was only going through his pockets.
Well, you know better.
I just wanted to see what he had on him.
Well,
someone was here before me. All he's got on him are these 2 keys. What do you make of it?
Well, one's obviously for his grip, the other for his car.
No, this doesn't add up.
What do you mean?
He didn't commit suicide.
But look at the gun.
You look at it. I tell you, this was engineered.
By whom?
By Hunt, of course.
Can you prove that?
What, to you? Where's my percentage? Let's find someone who'll give me better odds.
can't believe it. When I was up at Brewster's a few hours ago...
And you admit you were there.
Why should I deny it? He complained of not feeling well this evening. Naturally, the least I could do was chauffeur him home.
And when you left?
He seemed perfectly all right. I never dreamt he contemplated suicide. I still don't understand why.
Well, maybe this note will clear things up.
It may concern. Oh, so that explains it.
Yes, it would seem to.
I never realized he was involved with Claire.
Well, things are seldom what they seem. For instance, when we broke into Bruce's room, it looked as though he committed suicide.
But you don't believe it?
No.
You told me you found the gun in his hand.
Yes.
And it was the same weapon that was used on Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
And I should imagine that would take care of everything.
No, not quite. There was one thing missing. When Corbett and I got to Bruce's room, the door was locked.
Well?
Well, if he committed suicide, it had to be locked from the inside.
Obviously.
Well, then what happened to the key?
That's right. It wasn't in the lock because you were able to peek through the keyhole.
And it wasn't on him or in the room. That means the door must have been locked from the outside, and the killer absent-mindedly walked off with the key.
Look, Mr. Waring.
All right, Sergeant, go through his pockets.
No, you can't. Who can't?
Well, what do we got here?
It's all a mistake.
Yeah, you said it, friend. And the beautiful part of it is it only takes one to land you in the chair. All right, Sergeant, he's all yours.
Well, like my father used to say, another day, another dollar.
And believe me, you didn't earn this one. I did all the work.
Well, you schlump. You should talk. You gave Hunt that alibi.
You're out of your mind. If it hadn't been me, it would have been some other private dick.
Come again?
Look, it all comes down to one thing. Hunt had two of us trying to locate Claire. He probably waited until the other boy came through for him before he even hired me.
Oh, well, what was the point?
Give himself that alibi. After all, when I told you I reported to him after the girl was murdered, it didn't seem possible he could have been responsible.
Well, I still say...
Oh, wait a minute. Hold everything.
What? What's the matter?
I just thought of something. I never got paid.
Huh?
By Hunt for finding Claire.
Sue him.
Sue him? He's going to the chair.
So what? If I were you, kiddo, I'd really make trouble for him. Good night, Mike.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company.
Oh, hi, Harry. What's on your mind?
I have a case for you, a very important one.
Good. Tell me about it.
John, did you ever hear of Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE?
Lord, who... Say that slowly, will you?
Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE.
Sorry, I left my kilts and bagpipes on the other side of the drink.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, I'm feeling real sharp this morning. But what about this Laird Douglas something or other?
Can you come down here to Philadelphia and see me?
I hate to be so blunt about it, old boy, but what's in it for me?
A nice retainer fee in any event.
Well, good.
And, of course, expenses and your regular commission if anything happens to Laird Douglas.
Of HEATHERSCOTE.
Why, yes.
Okay, Harry, I'm on my way.
Oh, John.
Yeah?
Come down by plane, will you? The first one you can get.
Urgent, huh?
Yes, John. Very.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Harry Branson at the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE matter, whoever Laird Douglas is, and whether investigation is the proper term at this point, who knows. In any event, well... Expense account item 1, $22.50, air transportation and miscellaneous, Hartford to New York to Philadelphia. For a change, I decided to stay at the Benjamin Franklin, not only because it was convenient to Harry Branson's office on Walnut Street, that is the office of Philly Mutual Liability and Casualty, but because I'd heard it was a nice hotel. It was. And it was convenient to everything else in the center of town. Theaters, good restaurants, nice stores, even a nightclub. Well, Anyhow, when I got to my room, I found a half-dozen urgent messages that Harry had called. Pretty good indication that his lordship, Douglas or at least this case, was pretty important. So instead of bothering to unpack, I had the bellboy dump my luggage, tipped him, and was standing there debating whether I'd better forego a quick shower and change of clothes when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
John, didn't you get my messages? Why haven't you called? I've been waiting to hear from you. What's wrong?
Hey, take it easy, Harry. I just this minute got in.
Oh, well, I hope you're coming right on over here to my office.
What's the matter? Something happened to this client of yours?
No, not yet.
But being you're expecting the worst, huh? And look, you still haven't told me a thing about this emergency, or whatever you want to call it.
John, it is an emergency because of the time element. You see, why do we waste time on the phone?
Well, this was your call, not mine.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll be waiting for you.
And Harry, I'll be there. Still knowing nothing whatsoever about what was going on, I decided I'd better be prepared for anything. So I slipped a .38 Colt out of my bag and took it along. Expense account item 2, 65 cents, cab fare. I've said it before when I handled the Amerigo case for him. Harry Branson is a good insurance man, but a worrywart. So I kind of hoped he was making the usual mountain out of the usual molehill this time. However, when my cab pulled up in front of his office building, he was standing waiting on the sidewalk out front. Hey, I keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
John, what took you so long?
Huh?
Thank goodness you're here.
Harry, what are you doing out here? Lose your office or just forget the key?
I almost wish I had. John, we have a problem. A serious one.
Yeah, with Laird Douglas of,
Heatherscote. He's up in my office now.
Yeah, sounds like international intrigue. Has Scotland declared war on us or something?
This is no time for levity. He's up in the office now, and you must take over immediately. It's a very serious situation. Come.
Okay. Oh, now, what's it all about? Has Laird Douglas died and... Oh, no, you said he was up in your office. And I'm sure you don't mean just his body.
Yes, he's there, with Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten.
Kelly Van... Huh? Are you kidding?
I certainly am not. You see, she insists that you act as his bodyguard.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Harry.
Unfortunately, or rather fortunately for you, 13th floor, please.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, I said 13th floor, operator. Please, quickly.
Yes, sir.
So, Harry?
Young man, will you please start this elevator immediately?
Gotta wait for the signal, sir.
Signal? This is an emergency. Take off. Immediately.
Emergency?
Yes, it involves Laird Douglas of Heatherscote.
Oh, well, sure, if it's... Who?
Good man.
Okay. Now, you were saying, Harry...
Was I?
Unfortunately something.
Oh, yes, of course. Fortunately for you, she was quite cognizant of the fact...
Who was cognizant?
Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten. She knew about the excellent work you did for us in connection with the Ricardo Amerigo case not long ago. Excellent detective work, she called it.
13th floor.
You remember the case, Ricardo, the concert violinist who disappeared, presumably
Yeah,
murdered.
I remember.
And your almost intuitive deduction that he wasn't dead at all, but had merely staged the whole thing to make it look as the...
Harry...
oh, yes, of course.
13th floor.
You mean Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van...
Excuse me, mister, but I'm getting signals from the other floors.
Quite right, you should. As I started to say, John, she is one of our biggest personal policy holders.
Good. But hadn't we better get into your office and meet her?
Oh, yes. But I want you to know about the personal premiums. Alone, they run to something over $20,000 a year.
Mister, please.
Well, she is an important client.
Yes. And that's why I didn't
please?
hesitate to accede to her request that you be called in on this case. I called you, and here you are.
Mister, please.
Oh, well, get us up to the... Oh, we're here. Why didn't you tell us? Come, John.
Mister, if I was to tell you what I'd like to,
My office is right this way, John. Come, please.
Hey, look, you better calm down, Harry, and give me the dope on this case right from the beginning.
Yes, I'd better. All right. Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten is a very important client, has been for years.
So you said. But there are a lot of things you haven't said, like... what has she got to do with this Laird Douglas character, and why is he so important?
It's this way, John. The policy on him runs to $5,000. No double indemnity, which is good. As a matter of fact, the policy on him was purely a favor to Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten. You know, considering such short life expectancy and all.
No, I don't know. Is he in his dotage or something?
Well, hardly. Or are you being facetious again?
But you said... Hey, how old is he?
His birthday is next month, May 7th to be exact. He'll be 4 years old.
4?
That's right.
Short life expectancy?
Of course. You see, John...
Wait a minute. Some horrible disease or something, huh? What's the matter with him?
John, You wanted this from the beginning, so I'll give it to you from the beginning.
Okay, but Harry,
if it hadn't been for Mrs. Van Pyten's own policies totaling something in the neighborhood of $500,000, more in fact,
Harry.
why, we'd never have written the one on Lord Douglas Douglas of Heatherscote. So, now we've cleared that up.
Harry, we passed your office 3 or 4 doors ago.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But as I'm sure you understand, I wanted to give you some of the background before you talk with Mrs. Van Pyten. After all, you asked for it.
Yes, I guess I did. But what you've given me so far has landed me smack dab in the department of utter confusion. And I'm beginning to think maybe I have company.
Oh? Where? Who?
Right here. You, Harry. Now look. Why don't we quietly stroll into your office and let me get the whole thing from Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten herself? Or better still, from Laird Douglas Douglas.
But you couldn't. Of course not.
What?
At least not from him.
Why not?
John, will you please stop joking?
Who's joking?
This is serious business, very.
Look, Harry.
Yes?
There is one thing I'd like to talk over before we go in to see him. Them, somebody.
Yeah?
Well, apparently the life and or welfare of this Laird Douglas Douglas is in danger.
Oh, no doubt about it, no doubt about it. I thought I'd made that very clear to you.
Yeah, well, you said you've written only a $5,000 policy on him.
That's right, $5,000. And purely
Yeah, I know all about that. Now, look, I don't want to seem crass about it, Harry, but my commission, if anything were to happen to him, wouldn't amount to a hill of beans.
Which is precisely why I told you you will be paid a retainer while you're on the case. A most generous one.
A generous one? By you?
By Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten.
How much?
Well, John, now mind you, this may not require your services for more than a week or so. As bodyguard, that is.
How much?
And, of course, she has authorized an expense account.
Ah.
But, mind you, John, not the usual kind that you seem to have the knack of piling up beyond all reason. Clearly, a completely honest, legitimate accounting...
Harry, how much?
Well, as a matter of cold fact, I have assured her that it will total no more than the amount of the retainer she is prepared to pay you. Any more than that, and, well, you'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Harry, how much is this retainer to be, if I take the case?
I might even go so far... $750 per week, or a fraction thereof, and I am sure you will agree that... What's the matter, John?
$750 a week, plus expenses, when there's only a $5,000 policy involved?
That's right.
But if this 4-year-old Laird Douglas Douglas of
Heatherscote.
Yeah. If he's only worth a $5,000 policy... And what was that crack about short life expectancy?
John, I told you he is already 4 years old.
Oh, look, start all over again, will you, Harry?
Yes. No, on second thought, perhaps you were right. Perhaps you'd better get the details directly from Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten.
I know. Now, look, Harry, I think I'd better get it from somebody.
Incidentally, John, you understand, of course, that your services will be required only during the affair at Balakinwood. And not 1 minute thereafter.
No, I don't understand. What's Balakinwood?
Out around Westchester, outside the city, one of the suburbs. Very nice suburb, too. That is where Laird Douglas Douglas...
Of Heatherscote.
Yes, John, that is where he will appear.
And you or Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten, or both, if you think his life will be in danger.
Exactly. Oh, John, I knew you were just joking me all the time.
I wish I knew.
Here we are, and everything will be clear.
Yeah.
Oh, thank heavens, dear Mr. Branson. I was afraid something had happened to you. You were gone so long, you really had me quite worried.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I had hoped to tell Mr. Dollar something of this affair, and I'm afraid we loitered on the way up. Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten, this is Mr. John Dollar.
Oh, you wonderful, wonderful man. I'm so glad that you've agreed to take on this assignment. You see, Laird Douglas Douglas means everything to me, and I have the utmost confidence in you. I'm sure Laird Douglas will, too.
Well, thank you very much. But where is he?
Why, yes, Mrs. Van Pyten, what's happened to him?
Oh, don't worry, my dear. He's all right. But after all, he is so temperamental. I fear he got a bit impatient waiting for you, and I know you'll forgive him. You will, won't you?
Yes, of course, but where is he?
He's asleep, Mr. Branson, in your inner office. He sat down in your chair and fell fast asleep. Oh, if I could only relax that way. But you must meet him, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, I'd certainly like to.
Of course you would, and I know he'll want to meet you. Gently now. Oh, good, he's awake.
Oh, no. That's Laird?
Laird Douglas of Heatherscote. This is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Hey! Holy John! Hey!
Douglas, no!
Somebody!
Let go of Mr. Dollar's leg. Douglas, dear. Douglas!
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's, intriguing? Well, tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow? Well, I've handled some pretty doggy cases in my time, but never as a pooch's bodyguard. But suddenly this one begins to smell much too strongly of murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Ray Rowland, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Ray.
Just got your message. What are you doing in Philadelphia?
Oh, a case for Philly Mutual Liability and Casualty, and I may need your help. What do you know about Laird Douglas of Heatherscote?
Why, he's one of Scotland's finest. Wait a minute. That's your case?
Yep.
Insurance?
And bodyguard. How's about lunch?
Johnny, have you met his lairdship?
Yeah, and I nearly lost a leg doing it.
Oh, then you know.
Yeah, I know. Oh, shut up.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company in connection with my investigation, or rather my involvement in the Laird Douglas of Heatherscote matter. And I wish I'd had some idea of what I was getting into before I ever left Hartford. But it's too late now. Expense account item 3, $39.50. One pair of slacks. For within a few minutes of my arrival in Philadelphia, Harry Branson of Philly Mutual buttonholed me and dragged me up to his office to meet two important clients he had. First was Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyton.
Oh, you wonderful, wonderful man. I am so glad that you've agreed to take on this assignment. Laird Douglas means everything to me, and I have the utmost confidence in you. I'm sure Laird Douglas will, too.
And then came... Well, Mrs. Van Pyton made the introduction.
Laird Douglas of Heatherscote. This is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Huh? Oh, no. Holy jumping.
Douglas, oh, no, you mustn't do that.
Oh, my.
Douglas,
Oh, dear. Good heavens.
Get on your own chair,
Douglas,
Harry. This
no,
one's taken.
no.
Sorry, John. Sorry.
Down, Douglas, down. There, dear, that's the boy. That's a nice boy.
That
yes,
is
now.
Laird Douglas of Heatherscote?
Yes, isn't he adorable? He's so playful. He was really just playing, you know. There, dear, come now.
Harry.
Yes, John?
This is the client you called me all the way down from Hartford to see?
Yes, John, yes. $7.50 a week, practically unlimited expense account.
Oh, dear, just look at your trousers, Mr. Dollar.
I don't need to, thanks. I can feel the draft.
But you'll need new ones. Here. And I insist you let me pay for it. Down, Douglas, down. Here, Mr. Dollar. Will $100 be enough?
Gee.
No, here, 150. I can see those were very, very nice.
Well,
you see what I mean, John?
Here, please, now I insist you take it. And if it isn't enough...
No, thanks. That's plenty. But now, Harry, you listen to me.
John, I know what you're going to say, but as I explained to you on the way up
you
here to my office...
You explained plenty, but not nearly enough.
But I tried. I really tried.
I think you and I had better have a quiet little talk, Harry, and the sooner the better.
Oh, boys, please, can't you do that another time? Please come down from those chairs so Mr. Dollar can meet Douglas and we can make all the arrangements. Please?
Mrs. Van Pyton, that's precisely what I want to talk about.
You really look very funny up there. And see, Douglas does want so much to be friends with you.
Yeah, you sure it isn't a piece of my leg he wants?
Oh, no, of course not. Here, Mr. Dollar, just give him one of these biscuits. I have them specially baked for him. And he'll be your friend for life. Really?
Huh?
Here, now just come down and hand it to him.
Well...
He'll love you.
It's true, John, I know.
Yeah? Then what are you doing up on that chair?
I forgot, that's all. Nice, Douglas.
Huh?
Please, Mr. Dollar.
Well, all I hope is he doesn't forget.
That's right. Just hand it to him.
And that he knows which is biscuit and which is my hand. Here, boy. Here, boy. Now, take it easy.
Oh, there you see. Now he's your friend.
Well.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, sure is. Well, I'd better get back to my hotel and change, and Harry, I'll call you.
Oh, but we haven't made the definite arrangements yet, and I want you staying out at our place in Germantown, the Maples. It's a lovely little place, Mr. Dollar.
Well, much as I hate to say it, I'm not quite sure about taking this case.
I know. The money. Well, don't you worry about it. Not at all, not one bit. If you'd rather have $1,000 a week, that's what we'll make it. And I do wish
Mrs.
you'd let
Van
me
Pyton.
do more about these poor trousers. I know. Why don't you go straight over to Wanamaker's men's store and have them tailor you a whole suit? Wouldn't that be nice? You'd look lovely.
You've already given me more than enough to buy a suit.
That. Now just forget it. Now you have them make you anything you want and just charge it to me. Oh, and look! Douglas dear is licking your hand. I knew he'd like you.
Never underestimate the power of a woman, somebody once said. Or maybe they should have said never underestimate the power of a fast buck or $1,000. Anyhow, Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyton had set her heart on my handling this whole affair, and she simply wasn't to be denied. Couple that with a chance to pick up enough loot in a few days to, well, what would you do? And the darn mutt did take a liking to me. So, with Laird Douglas in my lap... Oh, he's a Scotty, by the way.
Scottish Terrier, Mr. Dollar. If you'll pardon my correcting you.
Sorry.
And it's all because of the show at Balakinwyd on Friday.
Balaware?
BALACYNWYD, John.
Yes, Balakinwyd. Laird Douglas simply must win. Not only best of class, but best of show. And he will... if somebody doesn't interfere.
Oh, you think somebody might do something to Douglas here?
I'm sure of it, because it's been tried before.
You mean poison him or something like that?
Worse.
Oh?
Dope. Poison would let him die a hero, a martyr. But drugs would keep him from winning the show.
Oh, well, what makes you suspect somebody might try it?
As I said, it's been tried before.
Huh?
Last year and again a few days ago. And if Harrison R. Kenworthy thinks he can do it again, he's mistaken.
Then you know who did it before.
I refuse to divulge any names.
But you just said...
Mr. Dollar, I will not tell you. All I ask is that you watch over Laird Douglas until he has won the show. Oh, and if he does win, as I'm sure he will, I'll insist that you accept a nice bonus so you can see I'm very, very serious.
And so it went on for another half hour or so. And finally she left, after I promised to pick up my bags at the hotel and move out to her joint in fashionable Germantown. I talked a few minutes longer with Harry Branson.
I'm so glad you've agreed to take this on, John. As I told you, Mrs. Van Pyten is the most important individual policyholder we have, and doing this favor for us...
Harry, it's not the Mutt Show at Bala Kinwood or Laird Douglas or Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten or you I'm doing this for. It's purely love of the green stuff. Whew. That old dame must be really loaded.
John, she has so much money. She doesn't know how much she has. Industrial empire, that sort of thing.
All right. But, Harry, if word ever gets around in the trade that I came down here to play bodyguard to a mutt, so help me, I'll have your head.
Yes. But now hadn't you better go on out to the Maples?
Well, first I want to know about this Harrison R. Kenworthy she mentioned.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. She accused him of doping up her Scotty.
Well, she really doesn't know, and it's really quite complicated.
How do you mean?
Kenworthy owns a beautiful Kerry Blue Terrier, Lady O'Diddy's Roll-em-on Maine.
Holy cats, and no pun. Why can't they give an honest dog an honest name? Look, we'll call her Mimi. Go ahead.
Hi, dog lovers.
Ray, just in time. Meet Harry Branson, Ray Rowland.
Oh, we know each other.
Hello, Harry boy.
Mr. Rowland.
Sure, Harry called me in last year when these two dogs were at each other's
Of course,
throats.
he doesn't mean that literally, John. You see, Mr. Rowland is quite an authority on show animals.
I've held it against him for years, ever since school.
Well, there's no need to hold it against him
And
particularly.
I don't mean that literally.
Oh.
Well, John boy, so you came down to help yourself to a handful of dear Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten's coin. More power to you. I knew Harry would call you in on the case, felt it in my bones. And, brother, you may be in deeper than you think.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean, Ray?
Has Harry told you about the villain of the piece, Harrison R. Kenworthy?
I was just starting to when you so rudely...
Yeah, well, Johnny, the whole setup is a riot, but just remember one thing.
Yeah?
A lot of people have been killed in riots.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
I'll tell you what he means.
Let me tell it, Harry. It would take you all day. Sorry, no offense.
All right.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Okay, Bala Kinwood is the biggest event of the year in the doggy set, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten owns Laird Douglas of Heatherscote. Real fine Scotty.
Yeah, good teeth, see?
Hey, those pants are really gone. Anyhow, Harrison Kenworthy owns Lady O'Diddy's Roll-em-R Meme. Kerry Blue.
Mimi.
Huh?
I'd get indigestion trying to say that other name.
Okay, Mimi. They're two pretty good dogs, especially Mimi. International championship blood and all that. But Mimi's the better dog. Douglas won't stand a chance. I've tried to tell her this, but...
Well, go on.
Okay. Harrison Kenworthy loves Kelly Van Pyten, see?
Oh, loves her money.
Him? He's loaded, too. No, I think the old coot really loves her, and I think she loves him. Right, Harry?
Yes, I think I'm inclined to agree.
Right, but now get this.
Yeah?
She won't marry him until her Laird Douglas beats his Lady O'Diddy, Mimi, far and square at the Bala Kinwood show. How do you like that?
Are you kidding?
Oh, no, John, it's an accepted fact.
Right, so what happens? For over a year
Wait a minute,
now...
Ray, wait a minute. If he really wants to marry her, why doesn't he just let her dog beat his?
And let her be one up on him right from the start? Never. No, boy, he'd never live it down. You don't know these people.
Well, this is about the craziest thing I ever heard of.
To you and me, sure, but to them it's deadly serious.
Are they in love with each other or with their dogs?
Well, it's not just love where the dogs are concerned, but pride, which is just about all a lot of these old lonely millionaires have to think about, to live for. Yea, sometimes even unto the 5th and 6th generations.
Yeah, okay, I'll take your word for it. But now she said something about her dog being doped at the show last year.
Oh, yes, John. You see, it was just a couple of days...
Right, just before the finals. It was an attempt to murder the dog with poison, but emergency care both times pulled Laird Douglas through.
She told me it was only some kind of a dope that was used.
Oh, sure. We kept the truth from her. You don't realize it, boy, but if that dog were to die, she would. Fact.
Oh, now, Ray.
Oh, yes, John, and the insurance company must keep that dog alive in order to obviate having to pay off...
Right.
After all, her policies amount to over half...
It may sound absurd to you, Johnny, but it's no joke. As I said, you don't know these people.
But look, it still doesn't make any sense.
You just have to take my word for it, and it's happened right here in Philadelphia.
Yes, John, and we held the policy. It was an old lady...
Right, so there you have it.
Okay, I'll believe you. And so the finger points at Harrison R. Kenworth.
Well, she might like to think that, especially since she doesn't know that poison was used both times, but I don't. What's more, the police feel the same.
Oh, now, if you say police dogs, I'll slug you.
John, there are times when the sense of humor of
Harry,
yours...
dead right, and I do mean dead. No, in all seriousness, Johnny, if I were you, I'd duck out of this assignment.
Now, don't say that, Ray, unless John...
No, go ahead and say it. Something ought to start to make sense around here.
All right, listen. The reason I'm sure Harrison R. Kenworthy had nothing to do with the attempted poisonings, the reason the police were called in, the reason I think you ought to get out
to
of
the
this...
point, Ray?
On each occasion, Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten had a bodyguard attending Laird Douglas, in addition to the dog's governess and medicos and so on.
Get to the point.
Each time, in order for the poisoner to get to that dog...
Ray, please.
Each time, the bodyguard was murdered. Still want this case, Johnny? Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, the joke's no longer a joke. Especially when a killer trains his sights on me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Steve Howard, homicide. I found word to call you there at your hotel.
Right. I'm an insurance investigator, Lieutenant, and...
Yeah, I've heard of you. Can I help you?
Well, I understand you're the man who handled a murder case at the Bala-Kinwood dog show last year.
That's right. We're still working on it.
Oh, fine. Like to look over the setup for an attempted murder?
Oh? Who?
Me.
Stay right there, Mr. Dollar.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE matter. And at this point, that name is no joke. Expense account item 3, 70 cents cab fare from the office of Harry Branson to my hotel. It was at Harry's office that I got the craziest assignment I'd ever taken. Bodyguard to Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE, who turned out to be a dog. And I mean that literally. A purebred Scottish terrier who rated high enough in dogdom for somebody to make a couple of attempts on his life. Right now, it looked like somebody wanted me to be next.
What's all this talk about an attempt on your life?
Here, Lieutenant. Take a look at this handbag of mine.
Huh?
Wait, don't touch it.
Huh?
I left it here on this little luggage stand about an hour ago, right after I checked in. Only before I left it, I opened it and took out my gun.
So?
So when I got back, just before I called you, I found the bag as you see it now, locked again.
Oh, now look here, Mr.
Yeah,
Dollar.
I know. But if a chambermaid had been in here, there would have been other signs. You know, bed turned down, fresh towels in the bath, things like that.
Boy, you're a suspicious man. You sure you didn't lock it yourself after taking your gun
I'm
out?
sure. Anyhow, instead of opening it, I started to pick it up to put it on the bed to unpack. Here now, you lift it.
Why?
Because it weighs close to 25 pounds, and that's too much for nothing but an extra suit, a few shirts and shorts, some handkerchiefs and the like.
You check with the desk?
No callers that they know about.
Well, let me see. Yeah, that is pretty heavy.
And it doesn't tick. Now, look here.
Yeah?
Do you see where somebody on the fire escape used a pry bar to shove this window open?
Well, yeah. And those marks are fresh. Very fresh. Operator, get me Central Police.
Expense account item 4. Check for $29.50 to the nearest Bond clothing store for one pair of trousers to replace those torn by Laird Douglas of what's his name when I'd first met him in Harry's office. Item 5, phone call to Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyton.
Well, don't you worry, Mr. Dollar. If you're delayed, you're delayed, and we'll just expect you here at the Maples when you get here. Your suite is all ready and waiting for you.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, I do hope you've had a suit made to replace those trousers little Laird Douglas tore. Why don't you have a couple of suits made and just charge them to me?
Thanks. Maybe I'll get around to that. Goodbye, Mrs. Van Pyton. First of all, I had to know what Lieutenant Howard found out about the suitcase he'd had his lab crew pick up. I took a taxi to headquarters. That's item 8, 65 cents.
Well, glad to see you, Dollar. Sit down.
Well, what'd you find out?
Dollar, that bag of yours had enough soup in it to blow out half the side of your hotel.
Oh, then I was right.
Yeah, professional job, too. Straight wire rig that would have gone off when you opened the bag.
Brother, I guess my lucky star is in the ascendant.
What made you suspect a booby trap, Dollar?
Last year and a few days ago, somebody tried to poison a dog.
Well do I know.
Laird Douglas of Heatherscote, Blue Ribbon Scotty, belonging to Mrs. Peter Malcolm
Kelly Van Pyton, yeah.
Right.
Apparently, the whole reason for it was to keep the pooch from winning the best of show at the annual dog festival, or whatever you want to call it, out at Ballykinwood.
So I've heard.
I think it was more than that.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, don't tell me you subscribe to the idea that if the dog were to die, Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton would probably kick off, too.
No question about it.
Okay.
Well, you don't know her yet, or you wouldn't be so skeptical. Her whole life revolves about that dog. And her money, of course.
Now, from what I've seen, she just throws that away.
Of course she does. At least in small quantities. You know, 1,000 or 2 here or there, even 100,000 to some school or library or something where it'll show. But even that's only a drop in the bucket to her.
Lieutenant, I don't quite see what you're driving at.
Well, she is one of the remnants of a class in this country, fast dying out, thank goodness, that for generations has been cultured and conditioned into thinking that money is everything, that their whole destiny is to control vast industries, lands, railroads, oil, shipping, and people. People, Dollar, by means of their sheer financial prowess.
But I thought our present tax situation...
Yeah, sure, their day is almost done, but the few who are still around, like Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton, are hanging on for dear life, trying to add to their power.
Hey, Steve, you make a sweet, gabby, eccentric old lady sound like an ogre.
She is, no question. I'm sure she doesn't realize it.
Simply because this whole attitude has been so thoroughly ingrained into her all her life?
That's right.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Yeah, you'll see.
Well, look, let's get to the point. Who do you think might be trying to get rid of the old lady?
I haven't the least idea.
Well, no family, relatives?
Only living relative is her nephew, Warren Staley.
Ah.
Nothing.
You sure?
Haven't been able to pin a thing on him.
Where can I find this Warren Staley?
At the Maples.
He lives there with her, huh?
Yep.
And you're sure he would be her only beneficiary?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Good luck, Dollar.
Lieutenant Howard seemed to know what he was talking about. Nonetheless, I decided that the nephew, Warren Staley, would at least be a start. And the sooner I could move in at the Maples, the better. Item 9, 780 cab fares back to my hotel and out to the Maples in the suburb of Germantown. When I first saw the place, I could hardly believe my eyes. It looked like a regular castle perched atop a small hill. Even the gatehouse, nearly half a mile from the mansion, was big enough to house several families. But the mansion itself, wow. A rather stuffy-looking butler, after practically climbing up my family tree, escorted me to the reading room. Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton, and guess who? Whoops! Oh, easy now, Doug.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I'm so glad you're here. And look, he remembers you.
Yeah.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, it is. Attaboy, Doug. Easy
Oh,
now.
and please call him Douglas.
Huh?
After all, the name Doug sounds so common, doesn't it?
Oh, you really think he cares, Mrs. Van Pyton?
Oh, you're joking, aren't you?
Yeah.
Mr. Branson said you had quite a sense of humor.
dumb boy.
Now, did Hastings show you to your suite?
The butler? No, but he took my things.
Then I'll show you. I'm sure you'll love it and be quite comfortable. This way, please.
Yes. You coming, Douglas? Yeah, attaboy.
Do you see how happy he is having you here? I am too, Mr. Dollar. Now we just... Oh, Warren, darling.
Huh?
Hello, Tanta.
Mr. Dollar, this is my little nevy, Warren Staley.
Warren was 25 or so, bright, good-looking, and well but comfortably dressed. And at Mrs. Van Pyten's orders, he took me up to my suite. Living room, study, breakfast room, bath, and bedroom. And it still occupied only a small part of the second floor.
Now, here next to you are Dougie's rooms. One
Wow.
for sleeping and one for eating. Can you tie that? The dining room for a dog. And through that door lives Mademoiselle Poirot, his governess. She feeds and bathes them.
And that's a full-time job?
Oh, sure. Most pampered dog in the country.
Brother, I'll go with you on that.
No doubt Tonto will ask you to keep this connecting door open at night.
Hey, sit down a minute, Warren. I'd like to talk to you.
Sure. I hope you're impressed by all this.
Are you kidding?
And Tonto will love you dearly. Say, would you like a drink? There's a cellarette here for your convenience.
Holy. Sure, scotch and soda.
Good. Rather foolish, though, isn't it? All of it?
What do you mean?
Oh, it's such nonsense to keep up an estate like this just to keep face, so to speak.
Well, she can afford it, can't she?
Are you kidding?
You sound as though you don't enjoy this life of luxury.
Yeah, here's your drink. Enforced luxury to keep up the honor of the family. And I resent it.
Oh?
Without ever having to lift a finger, do an honest day's work. When she's gone, I'll be one of the wealthiest men in the country.
That's bad, huh?
Do you think it's strange that a fellow would like to stand on his own feet for a change, make something of himself, by himself?
Well, why not just pack up and leave?
You don't know Tonto.
No, I guess I don't.
Oh, it's really more than that. I'm the only member of this family left, aside from Tonto.
So I understand.
I'm the only one left to carry on the Van Pyten empire. Drink up.
Wait a minute. Branson used that term, too.
Yes, empire. Not only enough security to sink a battleship, but controlling rights in steel, utilities, and most important of all, Eastmoreland oil.
I see.
And what's most important about that is that I'll survive to keep control of Eastmoreland from Kenworthy.
Harrison R. Kenworthy.
Yeah? There's been a battle over Eastmoreland oil for generations between the Van Pytens and the Kenworthys.
They tell me, does Kenworthy have any heirs?
One, his son, Ronald.
I see. What sort of a fellow was he?
Good friend of mine. We waste a lot of our time together. Oh, drink up, Mr. Dollar. I'm ready for another, and you haven't even touched yours.
Yeah, well, listen. I'm going to lay some cards on the table.
Shoot.
Somebody's been trying to get at Laird Douglas, the dog, presumably as a way of getting at your aunt.
It's true. If anything would have happened to little Dougie...
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Now, because of the intense rivalry between your aunt and Kenworthy, or rather between Laird Douglas and his pup, Lady O'Diddy's Mimi, or whatever her name is, anyway, Kenworthy should be number one suspect.
When you know him, you'll cross him off your list.
So Lieutenant Howard has told me.
But, go on.
All right. As sole beneficiary of the Van Pyten Empire, as you call it, you come in as fast number 2 on the list.
I can understand that.
But unless everything you've told me is a fancy fairy tale to throw me off, then...
Everything I've told you is true, Mr. Dollar.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Go on.
Okay. And mind you, Warren, I'm not forgetting for a minute that there's been a couple of murders involved in this whole screwy business, plus an attempt on my own life.
Attempt on your... Dollar?
Hey, what gives you... Are you plastered on a little over one drink?
No, listen to me. I know. Now I know, and I can tell you, Dollar.
Tell me what?
The answer, the whole thing. Dollar!
Warren, what's the matter with you?
I can't breathe.
Hey, Warren.
That drink meant for you. Don't touch...
He died without another sound. I carefully sniffed the drink that had been poured for me, gingerly tasted it. Nothing. Nothing that I could spot. Yeah, poor Warren had probably been right. Whatever it was had no doubt been meant for me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, things and people finally begin to line up on the case. Just well enough for it to blow sky high. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Howard, homicide.
Oh, hi, Steve.
Hi. As you know, I've given orders for you to be confined to your suite out there at the Maples until I can get some of the lap crew out there.
You don't think I murdered Warren Staley?
Apparently, you were the only one who was with him when he died.
Now, look here. I'm the one who's kept even the family out of here.
What's more important, you're the only one on the whole estate who might be trusted to keep things intact. Any possible evidence. So please don't leave your room.
Okay, diplomat. I'll sit tight.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account, or rather report, submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in connection with my investigation of the Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE matter. No need to itemize expenses at this point because there are none. The magnificent suite in which I'm parked out at the sumptuous mansion of Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten is fine, except for the body of young Warren Staley, Mrs. Van Pyten's nephew, draped over the arm of the easy chair in which he died a few minutes ago. I'd called Lieutenant Howard at Homicide on the phone in my room immediately, and within minutes the nearest patrolman was stationed outside my door, refusing admittance even to the lady of the house. After all, this was the third murder that tied up with the Scottish terrier who started all this, Laird Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE. While waiting for Lieutenant Howard and his crew, I shaved, showered, and changed my clothes. Then, about 10 minutes later...
Well, Dollar?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
See what you mean.
Yeah. He seemed like a nice kid, too.
He's all yours, Doctor. Go right ahead.
Very well, Lieutenant. Here, Paul, just sit like you do.
Okay, for pictures, Lieutenant?
Yeah, go right ahead, Sergeant.
Okay, excuse me, Doc. Hey, before you get started in here.
Okay, Dollar, let's have it. What happened?
Well, Warren brought me up here himself, and I sat him down to ask him some questions.
You suspected him, didn't you? In spite of what I told you.
Sure. As sole beneficiary of the Van Pyten estate, empire, as he called it.
Yeah, well, what do you think now?
But you were right. That he was clean. Anyhow.
My poor darling Warren, where is he? No, take your hands off me. My boy
Just a
is
minute,
dead.
Mrs. Van Pyten.
No, you can't keep me out. This is my own house, and this is my own nephew.
I'm
my
sorry,
boy.
but you'll have to wait until we can get everything clear.
This terrible
Mrs. Van
thing.
Pyten, if you'll just wait until we finish.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Hey, whoa, young fella. Hold on a minute.
Who are you?
Johnny Dollar, who are you?
Ronald Kenworthy, his best friend. What happened to him?
He was poisoned.
Poisoned? And where were you? How could a thing like this happen if you were doing what...
Ronnie, just calm down a minute. How long have you been here in the house?
Why, half, 3/4 of an hour, something like that. But I don't see...
Where were you?
Well, I was down in the reading room with Mrs. Van Pyten.
All the time?
Then out in the garden.
Alone?
Yes, except for a few minutes while I talked to Hastings, the butler, out there.
What were you doing in the garden?
I was on my way up here by the back way to see Warren. I've always used the back staircase from the garden ever since we were kids together. This suite of rooms used to be our playroom ever since I can remember.
All right. Go on with what you were saying.
Well, then about that time, or a few minutes later, I don't know exactly, I heard the police car come screaming up the driveway. That was the first that any of us, Mrs. Van Pyten or Hastings or I, that any of us knew that something was wrong, that something had happened to Warren. But now look here, Mr. Dollar, I don't...
Kenworthy, you two.
What?
You'll have to leave with Mrs. Van Pyten until we're through in here.
Oh, please, Ronald, help me. Help me.
But I...
Go ahead, Ronnie, go ahead.
All right. Oh, come on, you poor old dear.
Poor old dame. Sorry for her. You finding anything, Doc?
Yes, I think so. I certainly think so. Be with you in a minute.
All right. You better go on with what you were saying, Dollar.
Well, not much more to say, Lieutenant. Warren felt the same way you do, that Branson at the insurance company does. If anything happened to the dog, Laird Douglas, it'd be the end of Mrs. Van Pyten. That the murders of the dog's handlers, caretakers, were purely incidental to attempts on the dog's life. But
what?
Well, he apparently was as concerned over this whole thing as we've been. Said he had a very strong theory about who might be back of all this.
Who, did he tell you?
He was about to when this, whatever it was, hit him.
Well, I'll tell you what it was, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc? Oh, this is Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
Doc.
Dollar. Norfolk acid. Same thing that killed the two dog handlers and was used on the dog itself. I can tell without further examination.
Wait a minute, Doc. Wait a minute. If the dog got the same thing that killed a couple of grown men...
A dog with a much more sensitive stomach, unused to all the strong food and drinks the human stomach is constantly abused with, a dog would immediately regurgitate and retain only a minute amount of the panorphic acid.
I see.
In the case of Warren Staley here, it was added to the Scotch whiskey he drank. Traces of it in his glass and in a full glass beside your chair.
Well, Doc, have you checked those bottles in the cellarette?
Just about to.
Which bottle did he pour that out of, Dollar?
The one right next to that bottle of VO there. Wait a minute. This isn't the same bottle.
What?
Well, the one he poured from was half empty. This is nearly full.
Hey, now, what's the matter with you boys?
What's up?
You let somebody switch bottles a minute ago.
Oh, nobody's such a thing.
Now, wait a minute. Nobody else came in here besides Mrs. Van Pyten and young Kenworthy?
Hastings, the butler, but he just stood in the doorway.
Sure, that's right, Lieutenant.
Yet somehow, between the time Warren Staley poured those drinks and now, somebody switched bottles. Unless you're wrong about this, Dollar.
No sign of the poison in this one, Lieutenant. It's the only Scotch bottle.
You been here in the room all this time, Dollar?
Yeah, sure. And in the bath, I shaved and showered and dressed while waiting for you to get here. But only after one of your men came and parked outside the door.
Well, where does this door lead to?
Well, it's the dog's quarters, 2 rooms.
Oh, I see. Come on, Dollar. You might wait for us.
Yeah, right. I'll be here.
What about that door beyond?
Oh, that. Mademoiselle Poirot, the dog's governess.
Well, where was she?
How should I know? I didn't even meet her.
Wait!
Ah, the Folies Bergère.
Yeah, I guess I should have knocked.
Who are you? Why you come in this way when I'm dressed myself?
Sorry, mademoiselle. We're the police.
Police? What have I done that you should see me this way?
Well, nothing, ma'am, nothing. But how long have you been there in your room?
Only 2 minutes. I came in the back way to change my clothes.
Yeah, that was obvious.
It's my day off. I have big date.
Not now, you haven't. Get dressed, and I'll send an officer in to escort you downstairs. Come on, Dollar.
No, you cannot do this to me. I've done nothing wrong. You cannot make me stay here.
Say, Pete, send somebody around the back way to cover the governess and take her downstairs for questioning.
Yes, sir. Hey, Ransom, you.
And Johnny, looks like you goofed.
Hmm?
While you were showering, somebody came in through her room, through the dog's quarters, and did the bottle switch on it.
Oh, well, then we're even.
Yeah, we're... What?
You have very carefully mussed up any fingerprints that might have been on those doorknobs.
Oh. Jerry, see if you can get any prints off those doorknobs back there.
Right.
If I haven't wrecked them. But, Johnny, if I didn't know about you and your reputation, I'd peg this on you so fast you'd... You haven't been holding out on me, have you?
I assured him that I hadn't, then went downstairs to the monstrous living room and sat in while we went through a routine questioning of everyone in the household. I even went through the motions of bodyguarding the dog that had started all this and tried to console Mrs. Van Pyten. Results of the questioning?
Nothing, Dollar, nothing. No leads.
Yeah, so I noticed. The two previous murders of the dog's caretakers or bodyguards, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, well, same poison was used then. In their food as well as the dogs.
But why? Why, Steve? Why? Why they? To keep them from helping Laird Douglas when it hit him?
Well, more likely because those handlers had got wind of the attempt to poison the dog and suspected who was trying to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So there's one thing you're overlooking, Dollar.
What's that?
The intended victim of this last poisoning was not Warren Staley, but you.
Oh, brother, I'm not overlooking that for 1 second.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you if you were holding out anything on me. Because it would indicate that you have a lead. Or at least suspicion about someone.
Sure. I got a lot of suspicions. Ronald Kenworthy, his old man, the butler, heaven help us, even Mrs. Van Pyton. Maybe even you, Steve. But when it comes to evidence...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I've got work to do.
Looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack was nothing compared to hunting for the poisoned bottle of scotch that was no doubt stashed away somewhere. Far, far into the night, a regular army of policemen probed and dug and poked around. They opened drawers and closets and cabinets, pounded on walls, looking for sliding panels and secret compartments, went through the trash, sifted a trash heap, dug up any freshly turned earth they could find on the grounds, even climbed trees. Yeah, they prowled through attics and basements, looked everywhere. Result? Nothing. Meanwhile, I stayed close to Mrs. Van Pyton. And I'll say this for her. In spite of her almost silly infatuation with that dog, she showed real strength of character. We sat alone together in the reading room.
I know, Mr. Dollar, there's nothing I can do to bring Warren back. Therefore, there's no point in simply sitting here weeping over him.
Yeah, that's true.
But it isn't easy because it meant more. I'm sorry.
I want to ask you some things, Mrs. Van Pyton. I suppose this is the wrong time, but
No, ask me, Mr. Dollar. I think I know what you want to ask, and now that this last terrible thing has happened, I pray that I can help you.
Well, I had quite a talk with Warren before he died.
Oh, I'm glad.
Warren would have been the sole heir to the Van Pyton estate.
Yes, he alone would have carried the honor, the prestige of the family after my passing. Oh, no. Surely you didn't think that he could have been behind those other terrible murders.
Quite frankly, at first I did. But he told me something else, and it's bothered me. About Mr. Kenworthy and his son.
Ronald? Oh, no, Mr. Dollar. He was supposed to be Warren's best friend.
You said supposed to be.
Well,
Warren made it very clear that if the Kenworthys could somehow acquire the Van Pyton holdings, either by Mr. Kenworthy marrying you...
I have told Harrison R. Kenworthy...
Yes, I know. If Laird Douglas wins the show from his Kerry Blue Terrier, you'll marry him.
Yes.
And I still think it's a screwy idea. But the fact remains it's fairly true.
It's quite true.
Neither you nor Mr. Kenworthy has too many years ahead, if you'll forgive me.
Mr. Dollar, what...
So there's now only one person left to benefit by the death of Laird Douglas, of Warren, of you, and ultimately of Mr. Kenworthy.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
That's right. Ronald Kenworthy. Well?
I know. I know it.
I think you've said enough, Mr. Dollar.
Ronald.
Yes, I heard it all. Mr. Dollar, I think you've said too much for... shall we say, your health?
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, all cards are laid on the table. And believe me, the deck proves to have been stacked right from the beginning. Tomorrow, the wind-up. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ronald Kenworthy, Mr. Dollar.
Good. I want to talk to you. Are you at your home?
I am. And after the way
Okay, then stay right there and I'll be over to see you.
Why don't you send the police instead?
What's that supposed to mean?
A few minutes ago in Mrs. Van Pyten's library, before you kicked me out, you practically accused me of the murder of her nephew.
Did I?
Well, didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, Ronnie. Just calm down and stay put until I can get over there.
You mean you aren't afraid I might try to take a powder, as you high-handed detectives like to put it? You mean you aren't worried that...
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is the final report in my investigation of the LAIRD Douglas of HEATHERSCOTE matter. The whole case started out almost as a lark when I discovered that I'd come to Philadelphia to act as bodyguard to LAIRD Douglas, and for a fat fee and virtually unlimited expense accounts. Me, bodyguard to a dog. But it ceased to be funny when I learned that the dog's two previous caretakers had been murdered. And when, only a few hours ago, an attempt was made on my life that ended with the death of young Warren Staley.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I see. I guess I was so upset by the death of my nephew that I didn't realize the attempt was really made on your life.
The second attempt, Mrs. Van Pyten.
What?
Shortly after I arrived in Philadelphia, somebody planted a booby trap in my suitcase in my hotel room.
Good heavens, no. And you think that Ronald Kenworthy did that, too?
Well, what do you think?
Well, yes. Now that poor dear Warren is gone, there's nothing to prevent the Kenworthy estate from achieving control of the Van Pyten holdings. That is, if I were to die.
Go on.
Upon the death of Harrison Kenworthy, the whole financial empire would be inherited by his son, Ronald.
So I understand.
Ronald. And he would be the wealthiest, the most powerful man financially in the United States. Ronald, who pretended to be Warren's best friend. Who pretended to love me. It's a terrible thought, isn't it?
Apparently adds up, though, doesn't it?
There is no question of it. But what evidence have you?
None yet.
Well, then I'll help you get it. And I can do it, Mr. Dollar. I may appear to be only a wealthy, foolish old woman who dotes on her pet, Laird Douglas. But I'm not. I'm astute, shrewd, and clever. Since Peter, my husband, died, I alone have managed this estate, this financial empire. I use the word again. With my money, with my... Oh, yes, I can do it, Mr. Dollar, and Ronald will be made to pay for these terrible things that he has done.
I admire your confidence.
Nothing. No one can stand in my way. You'll see. I'm only sorry that a few minutes ago you didn't keep him here, make him face it.
I'm going to see him now.
Oh, where?
At his home. I understand the estate adjoins this one.
Yes. But please, look out for him. Shoot first, Mr. Dollar.
What?
Because now he may act like the cornered rat that he is.
I decided to walk across to the Kenworthy estate in the hope the fresh air would help clear my thoughts. Logical as it all seemed, I didn't like what I just heard. Then luck, pure, unadulterated luck. As I walked across the broad lawn between the main house and the gatehouse, I passed the garage building with its Rolls-Royce, 2 Cadillacs, and a station wagon. And then I saw him. Andy LaForte, alias Henry Fortune, alias Andrew Ford, one of the cleverest second-story men in the country, with a record on the West Coast as long as your arm. A man who would do anything for money. He was idly going through the motion of dusting off a car. I walked past quickly, not sure whether he'd noticed me or not. I hope not. For it was one of his ilk who'd had to plant the booby trap in my hotel room, who could have slipped the poison into the liquor that killed Warren Staley. I turned in at the gatekeeper's house.
Mr. Dollar, I saw you at the question.
I want a
about that
telephone,
young-
quick.
Right here, sir. Is something
Thanks.
wrong?
Operator, get me Central Police, emergency.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar. Something
The man
else
there in the
happened?
garage, polishing cars.
Andy?
How long has he been here?
Oh, a year more. Ever since the dog show at Valley Kid.
Well, what does he do?
last year. Oh, the driving for Mrs. Van Payton, but has something gone
Hello?
on?
Give me Lieutenant Howard, homicide. After warning the old gatekeeper that I'd have his head if he said anything to anyone about my phone call, I left by the back door and went over to the Kenworthy mansion where young Ronald was waiting for me.
I must say, before we go any further, that I resent the way you ordered me out of the Van Payton house a few minutes ago.
Yeah? Well, I'm sorry.
Whether you suspect me or expect me to help you in this case, it was
Lonnie, you knew Warren Staley.
Very well. We were the closest of friends, confidants.
All right. Just how much did he really care about the Van Payton estate? Fortune, whatever you want to call it.
To put it bluntly, he wanted none of it. And I'm afraid his aunt rather resented it.
Well, why do you say that?
Because her whole life she's been obsessed by an almost overwhelming lust for power. When Warren finally rebelled against this, she tried not to show it, but she hated him for it. Unlike my father.
Oh?
I feel as Warren felt. And my father and I together have been laying the groundwork for dissipating the Kenworthy estate into corporate setups that will benefit many instead of just us. Does that sound strange to you?
It sounds like true philanthropy, if you mean it.
You must believe me, it is, and I do mean it. Oh, I won't suffer, of course. I'll still retain some control here and there, but I'll have to work at it instead of just carrying on the tradition of the idle rich. I'll be a man.
I hope you're telling me the truth, Ronnie. I believe you are, and I'd like to meet your father.
You will. Needless to say, it was much harder for him to break from this tradition of financial power than for me. So perhaps you can see why I admire him above all other men. Anything else?
I'll see you later.
I was worried about you, Mr. Dollar, going over there to see Ronald Kenworthy alone after all that has happened.
Yes, you should have been, Mrs. Van Payton. Especially if you noticed that I passed by the garage on the way.
What?
I happened to notice someone there, and I think it answered a lot of questions for me. It was Andy LaForte.
Andrew? My private chauffeur?
Is that all he is?
Oh, do you know him, Mr. Dollar?
Look, I took on this case, Mrs. Van Payton, because you offered me a fee too good to be turned down and an almost unlimited expense account.
You haven't answered my...
I should have got wise then and there. But I thought your great passion for your dog was just an amusing foible of an immensely wealthy, kind of foolish old lady.
Oh, Laird Douglas is a dear one, isn't he? Why, Mr. Dollar...
Let me add things up. A few minutes ago, you told me that thanks to your wealth and a very sharp, clever mind, you'd let nothing stand in the way of anything you chose to do.
Please, Mr. Dollar, I don't think I understand.
All right. You made a contract with Harrison Kenworthy that you'd marry him when and if Laird Douglas beat that pup of his at the dog show. An apparently silly sort of thing, yet everybody believed it. But the real reason for marriage to him was solely to acquire control of his holdings, increase this financial empire of yours. Very subtle. Kept you looking like a cute, whimsical old lady.
Why, this is the most absurd thing I ever heard of.
So I thought at first, but let me go on.
Oh, please do.
When you realized that Laird Douglas wasn't ready to beat that dog of his, rather than admit defeat, rather than lose the chance to make this marriage, you ordered the murder of the dog's handlers. Then the contract was still in force, just delayed.
I won't listen to such terrible things.
You'll listen whether you like it or not. You learned that Kenworthy and his son were planning to dissipate their fortune and thereby put it beyond your reach.
Mr.
On top of
Dollar.
this, your own nephew, Warren, wanted to do the same with your estate. This was too much.
What you have said is too much.
Then, by the time I arrived, you learned from an expert, Ray Rowland, that your dog would never stand a chance against Kenworthy's. So you wouldn't dare let him compete, at least until you'd hooked Kenworthy some other way. And part of your whole scheme was to build up evidence of attempts against you, through the dog, of course, though I'll bet you actually hate the mutt.
No, that's not true.
Anyhow, from the moment I talked to Ray Rowland, I was only in the way. So you tried to get rid of me. Had somebody booby-trap my luggage.
Oh, you have no proof.
Andy LaForte, this so-called chauffeur of yours, would do anything for money. And I fully intend to break him down and make him admit you hired him as a killer.
Listen to me.
On the second try, the poison liquor, your nephew Warren got it instead of me. Fine. Another obstacle out of your way. After all, he had opposed you.
Mr. Dollar, how much do you want? I can make you financially independent.
Then you set your sights on Ronald Kenworthy, who was trying to break up the other empire you wanted to get your hands on. You even hoped that somehow I might help you. Shoot first, you said.
You don't understand. I was
Just
only...
what plans you had for his old man and that warped, twisted brain of yours, I don't know. But I'm sure you had plans. Well, lady, now it's too late.
No, Mr. Dollar. No, it isn't too late.
Stay away from that drawer. You'd even shoot somebody down with your own hand if you thought it necessary, wouldn't you?
But it isn't necessary, Mr. Dollar.
Huh?
Are you sure it wouldn't be easier if I were just to give you, say, $100,000 and $200,000? All right, Andrew.
Right here, Mrs. Van Pyton.
Well. Hello, Andy. Got a license for that thing?
Shut up. Want me to do it now, Mrs. Van?
Yes, Andrew.
What if the servants hit a shot? Hold it, Donna.
Don't worry, Andrew. I'll take care of things. Haven't I always for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. She'll take care of things. While you're pulling that trigger, she'll blast you down so fast you won't know what hit you. Make it look like we killed each other and leave her in the clear.
Quiet.
She's got a gun in that drawer beside her, and she'll use it. You hear me, Andy?
I said quiet. What you don't know is that she can't do without me. But we can do without you.
All right, Andy, wait now. Listen, will you?
Now, Mrs. Van.
All right, Andrew. Now.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, Lieutenant. Then you saw. He was going to shoot down Mr. Dollar.
Yes, I heard, too, Mrs. Van Pyton. Plenty.
Oh, no, you don't understand. Mr. Dollar had come up here to talk to me. I wanted to offer him a great deal more money for his work for me.
I guess I almost didn't make it. Glad you keep talking to him so long.
Got a cough drop?
Is this body the Andy LaForge you mentioned? Oh, shut up.
What was that?
You heard him.
I beg your pardon.
Clever, shrewd, astute. You're just off your rocker. You'd have to be, I guess, to start a thing like this in the first place. Well, I guess by the time the estate and inheritance laws get properly applied, the Van Pyton empire will be spread around the way Warren wanted it. Expense account item 10, $28.90, fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Total, including fees, $1,113.40. Remarks? I'm glad I'm poor. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, an insurance swindle that really backfired. The only trouble was it caught me right in the line of fire. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in our cast were Jeanette Nolan, Harry Bartell, Byron Kane, Jack Crucian, Bill James, James McCallion, Ken Christie, Dick Ryan, Bert Holland, Jack Edwards, and Hy Averback. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
extra big town. Hero about it. Slayer gets deadly summons. Extra big town. Extra.
Goodbye, Craig. I'll be back in an hour. And I don't want to find you in the...
Miss Kilburn of the Illustrated Press?
Yes, who's calling?
I want you and your editor, Steve Wilson, to witness a summons.
What kind of summons?
Thou hast all seasons for thine own, O death.
Yes, listen to this strange and exciting big-town story of a nearly perfect crime, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of Life Boy Health Soap. Another headline story of fighting editor Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town and Steve Wilson's strange and gripping story of the deadly summons. So live that when thy summons comes. Such is the poetic admonition behind tonight's headline story of murder that began as young Whit Blake returned home from the funeral of his mother to confront his stepfather, Gregory Kane, with the terrible suspicions of murder.
So you're still here in my mother's house, are you, Kane? How could I leave? Confined to this chair for the rest of my life. I wonder if you really are. Now, my boy. I know your mother's death has been a terrible shock, Whit. Come here, son. Don't call me son. I'm no son of yours. All right. But I am now your guardian. We are bound together by the terms of your mother's will. And we might as well make the best of it. Couldn't you have waited a few days to go into that? Life must go on. The play must go on. We are but actors. Shut up, you hammy Hamlet. I was your mother's leading man. That was the one horrible mistake in her life. The mistake that cost her life. Poetic fancy, my boy. I am not your boy. No flesh of your blood, no part of your warped and twisted mind. No, but a boy, nevertheless. A boy trying to live up to your namesakes, Whittier and Blake. Ha! A boy living in an unreal world of poetry, fancy, and music. Yes. And suspicion. Suspicion. Keep away from that electric organ. Why? Are you afraid the sweet, gentle ghost of my mother will come back from her chamber in the silent halls of death? Can't you speak without stealing, plagiarizing the words of your infernal poets? They wrote to be quoted, not to yellow in uncut pages or gathered dust. Not to die as we must die. Stop talking about death. Stop playing that organ or I'll smash it with this cane. Oh, yes, that loaded cane. It's heavy enough to kill a man or a woman. Why do you keep it near you always when you say you can't get out of that chair? Even to go to pay your last respects to my mother, who gave you everything in life and half of all she had in death. You're crazy. I was afraid the shock would be too much for your milk and water poetic mind. Now stop it or I'll have you put away. Where? Where, my dear stepfather? Committed to an asylum. You're insane. Perhaps. Who knows? Is it better to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune? Rot. Or by opposing end them? To sleep, to die, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come. Stop it, Whit, stop it, I tell you. Tell me, as an actor, how did you play Hamlet, my dear stepfather? Feigning madness or really mad? Shut up. Get out of this house and stay out or I'll have you committed tomorrow. No, because I have a strange feeling there isn't going to be any tomorrow for one or perhaps both of us. Don't you threaten me. Get out or I'll ring for the servants and have you thrown out. Go ahead and ring. There are no servants in the house. What's that? You heard me. I gave them the night off. I wanted to be alone with you, my dear stepfather. Stop that playing. Get out of here or I'll brain you with this cane. Be careful. Don't get out of that chair or you'll betray your guilt. You know I can't get out of this chair. The doctors cleared me of any suspicion in your mother's death. Oh, yes. But there are more things on earth than are dreamed of
in doctor's testimony, to paraphrase Mr. Shakespeare, or Bacon, if you wish.
Stop that. Stop quoting stock playing, or so help me.
Yes, so help you. For now the stage is set. And we must have an audience, an impartial observer, to measure the madness that crouches in the shadows of this room like a hungry beast. What do you think you're going to do? I'm going to phone a newspaper woman I met at Mother's funeral to come and witness a deadly summons from the grave for one of us.
Hi, Steve. You got a minute?
Always for you, my lovely. Come in.
Thanks.
Where have you been?
I've been to a funeral and digging in our morgue file on the deceased.
Whose funeral, and what did you find?
The rather surprising death of one of our first ladies of the theater.
Oh, Elizabeth Blake. Oh, yes. Fell down a flight of stairs in her townhouse.
Uh-huh. And that strikes me as rather odd.
How so, Lorelei? Lots of people are killed by accidental falls.
But Elizabeth Blake was an actress, trained, if necessary, to fall down flights of stairs without hurting herself.
Well, acting and actuality aren't always the same, Lorelei. What else has aroused your repertorial suspicion?
What her son, Whittier Blake, said as he knelt beside his mother's grave.
What did he say?
He quoted from one of Shakespeare's plays, Hamlet, I think. Said, "Murder will out, though it hath no tongue to speak."
Murder?
Yes.
But there was no suspicion of foul play, Lorelei. Not even a coroner's inquest.
I know, Steve, and the boy looked rather wild and haggard and acted a little crazy when I tried to question him
What
later.
did he say?
Well, he just flung quotations at me about retribution and a summons from the grave.
Well, what did you get out of the morgue file?
Plenty of stuff about his mother's stage career, but not much about her private life since her second marriage to an ex-actor named Gregory Kane.
Gregory Kane, was he at the funeral?
No, Steve, he's paralyzed. He stayed at the family townhouse. Young Blake hates him, and I think there's going to be more to this now that Kane will be his guardian.
Well, it might be worth looking into, following up.
Young Blake said I might have a chance soon.
Yeah, just a minute. This is Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson. I'm told by your operator that a certain young lady, a reporter by the name of Lorelei Kilburn, is at present in your office.
Yes, she is. Who's calling, please?
Simply say, we met at my mother's grave.
Oh. Just a moment. Lorelei.
Who is it, Steve?
It's Whittier's Blake.
Oh?
You may have a chance to follow up that murder lead sooner than you thought.
Golly, yes.
Here, take the phone.
Thanks. Hello?
Are you still curious about my strange behavior at my mother's funeral, Miss Kilburn?
More than just curious, Mr. Blake.
Good. Could you come to my mother's house immediately, tonight?
Yes, I could be there in 10 minutes. Why?
I want you and your editor, Steve Wilson, to be witnesses.
Witnesses to what?
A summons, Miss Kilburn.
What kind of summons?
Leaves have their time to fall, and flowers to wither at the north wind's breath, and stars to set. But thou hast all seasons for thine own, O death.
Steve, he hung up.
What did you get?
Well, an invitation in poetic double talk to witness a summons to be served by death.
Good grief. That kind of summons calls for 2 witnesses. Get your so-called hat, Lorelei. Let's go.
Thus, Steve and Lorelei are drawn into a strange and deadly saga of hatred and revenge. And for the exciting developments, we'll return to Big Town in a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and tonight's dramatic story of the deadly summons. Accepting a strange invitation to witness a summons of death, Steve and Lorelei arrive at the townhouse of a well-known actress who has died after a mysterious fall. And the door is opened by her son, an intense young man whose mind is tormented by the conviction that his mother was murdered.
Good evening, Miss Kilburn. I see you've brought your friend.
Yes, Mr. Blake. My boss, Steve Wilson, editor of the press.
Come in, Mr. Wilson. I've read of you in connection with the smashing of some rackets.
Yes, I've been able to help the police break up a few.
Good. You'll feel quite at home in this house of hate. And the hounds of jealousy strain at the leash.
Mr. Blake, could you give us the facts in plain English?
Yes, where is your stepfather?
Upstairs, in my mother's music room. Chained in his chair by his own folly. Dreaming of tomorrow when he'll have me put away in a place of the living dead. As surely as my mother died upon those stairs and awaits retribution to strike her slayer down.
Now, wait a minute, Blake. Don't let your poetic fancy run away with your common sense. How could your stepfather be responsible for your mother's fall down those stairs if he's paralyzed and can't move out of his chair?
I do not know. But I know he did. And I shall prove it.
Surely you're not suggesting the doctors are wrong, that he isn't paralyzed.
No. He cannot walk. He cannot move out of that chair without help. Nor can he move the chair. But by some devil's device, he made my mother die.
Why should he want your mother to die?
Jealousy of her fame. Envy of her fortune. Bitterness over his failure as an actor and a man.
Why didn't you mention these things to the police before your mother's funeral?
There is no proof of actual guilt. They would have doubted my sanity as you are doubting it. I would have been put away, as I will be committed tomorrow, if I cannot serve the summons of death tonight.
Now, hold on a minute, Blake. Whether you're right or wrong, sane or temporarily unbalanced by the shock of your mother's death, you can't take the law into your own hands.
And we haven't come here to act as witnesses to a murder.
It will not be murder, Miss Kilburn. The sword of vengeance is not in my hands. It is in his. Go see Gregory Kane. Question him. I will join you in a few minutes.
Well, where are you going?
To prepare a surprise. As young Hamlet did for his stepfather's undoing. To set the stage. And let the play be the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of this king of evil. You'll find him in the music room at the head of the stairs.
Steve, what sort of ghastly joke is this?
It may not be a joke at all, Laura. I think we better go upstairs and talk to Gregory Kane. Come on.
Oh, fantastic. Even these stairs are like a stage setting.
Yes, except for the fact that an actress actually died on them only 3 days ago.
Well, it could have been accidental. They're polished marble. Elizabeth Blake could have plunged head first. The medical examiner's report said her head was crushed and her neck broken.
Yes, it could have been quite a fall from here. And this top step is worn, uneven, but...
But I'm beginning not to believe it.
Well, be careful of the power of suggestion, Lorelei. Let's try to keep an open mind. That must be the door to the music room over there.
Her back would have been to that doorway as she started down the stairs, Steve.
Yes, but I think we can discount the conventional notion that Kane fooled the doctors, was actually able to walk, followed her, and pushed her downstairs. But he might have rolled his wheelchair.
Well, according to the police report, he wasn't in his wheelchair, Steve. And even young Blake said he couldn't get in and out of his armchair without help.
All right, then there's no use speculating on that angle at the moment. Let's go in and talk to Kane before young Blake starts something we can't stop.
Yes, come in.
After you, Lorelei.
Good evening, Mr. Kane. I'm Lorelei Kilburn, a reporter on the Illustrated Press.
Yes, I know. And your companion is Steve Wilson. Please come in and close the door.
Thanks, but how did you know my name and the fact that we were coming here?
This extension phone beside my chair keeps me well acquainted with the unbalanced activities of my unloving stepson.
And I suppose you know he suspects you of murdering his mother.
Oh, yes. And I would strongly advise you not to echo that suspicion in the columns of your newspaper, or I shall sue you for irresponsible slander, as great as the irresponsibility of poor Whittier.
Do you believe he's insane?
My dear young woman, consider the facts and judge for yourself.
What is your version of the facts, Mr. Kane?
My dear wife, Elizabeth, Whittier's mother, suffered fainting spells. 3 nights ago, she left this room, walked out that door to the head of the stairs. I saw her sway, and fall to her death.
She left the door open?
Yes, and I could not move from this chair to help her. The servants were off for the evening, as they are tonight. I phoned her doctor. He came and pronounced her dead, and her death an accident.
And the medical examiner agreed?
Yes, and examined me and confirmed my doctor's statement that I could not have moved from this chair to help or to harm her.
I see.
Good. So nothing more need be said, and I bid you good night.
But, Mr. Kane, you know your stepson hates you. He believes that in some way you killed his mother and knows that you plan to have him committed to an asylum tomorrow.
Yes, Miss Gilbourne.
Aren't you afraid of staying here alone in this house with him tonight?
No. I'm quite safe. I ask no help, no sympathy, no quarter. And I will give none.
You seem to be a very bitter man, Mr. Kane.
Yes, Mr. Wilson, I am a bitter and a vengeful man.
Would you mind telling me what put an end to your theatrical career? Put you in that chair? Helpless?
I am not helpless. Any fool can walk. An ape can walk.
It is the cold steel of the mind sharpened to razor's edge by adversity that is the measure of a man's power over other men and women.
So you want power?
I have power and wealth. And from this chair I can pull the strings that makes fools dance like puppets.
No. No more. No more.
Good heavens, what's that?
That is Whittier, the young Hamlet, playing games.
Whose voice was that, Mr. Kane?
The voice of my late dear wife, Elizabeth, Whittier's mother.
But how?
Undoubtedly a recording of excerpts from some of her repertoire of plays. She did several on the radio.
Are you quite sure?
Yes. Or would your newsman's fancy have it her ghost out of her grave and then...
Oh, infirm of purpose.
Wait a minute, Kane.
Give me the daggers. The sleeping and the dead are but as pictures. 'Tis the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil.
What's so funny,
The
Mr. Kane?
stupidity of that idiotic boy. Wasting your valuable time. Bringing you here to watch me turn pale at the sound of my dead wife's voice. Perhaps even arise from my chair in horror and betray the fact that I can walk. Confess my crime. Don't you agree, Wilson? What do you think of this?
Since you ask me, and while we're quoting, I could say, methinks you doth protest too much, Mr. Kane.
Surely you don't think
now
that...
the very witching time of night.
Wait a minute, Kane.
When churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such business as the bitter day would quake to look on. Soft now, my mother.
The fool. He even distorts Hamlet to suit his own purpose.
What purpose, Mr. Kane?
To prove I knocked his mother down those stairs out there in the hall.
Did you say knock down the stairs?
First shove, knock. What's the difference?
It might make a great deal of difference, but that's beside the point right now.
What's the point if you're staying here any longer?
To keep that boy from doing something he'll regret for the rest of his life.
Murder me?
Perhaps.
Nonsense.
Why is it nonsense? The two of you are alone in this house.
So what?
The servants are away for the night. You know the boy hates you. Believes you murdered his mother, and by your own admission you consider him unbalanced enough to be committed to an asylum.
And I shall. Tomorrow. And I will probably subpoena you and Miss Kilbert to testify as to his crazy actions tonight.
If you live that long.
I have nothing to fear from that poetic young fool. I don't propose to be frightened to death by his spooky recitation of a lot of ancient literary hogwash.
I was thinking of more modern, practical means of getting even with you, Mr. Kane.
Such as?
A club, a knife, or a gun.
Let him try.
Now hear this. Now hear
Listen to
this.
him now. He has a tape recorder in
Now
his
hear
room,
this.
probably attached to this radio.
Yes. And now hear
In the
this.
Navy?
Yes,
Hear
volunteered.
this.
It's a pity they didn't make a man of him.
Hear this. Hear this.
Craig, listen to me.
What the...
Listen to me, Craig. I found out the truth.
The truth about what, my dear?
How you were really injured and confined to that chair.
How?
Not defending me against slander, but in a drunken brawl over another woman, in which you tried to kill another man with that heavy cane you always carry.
It's a lie, Elizabeth. It's a lie.
No, it's the truth. And I'm going to divorce you, Greg. I'll make a settlement that will keep you comfortably. But I want you. I want you to get out of this house.
Listen, Wilson, Miss Kilburn, this whole thing is a fake. There never was such a quarrel. It never happened.
Steve, stop him. He's smashing the radio.
It doesn't matter, Lorelei. Let him smash.
I'll smash his... I'll smash
him. I'll show him. I'll show him.
Yes, Kane. A remarkable demonstration of blind, senseless fury. And it has shown us a great deal.
Such as what, Wilson?
That recording of your quarrel with your wife provides an excellent motive for murder.
It never happened. It was faked.
Was your voice faked, impersonated?
No, taken from some scene I played.
What play?
What about that cane Elizabeth Blake mentioned? The one you used so effectively to smash that radio.
Let me have a look at that cane.
Keep away from me. Keep away, or I'll show you what I can do with it.
There's a great deal, I imagine. It looks as if the head were loaded with lead.
It is. More ways than one. Keep away from me.
Yes, keep away from me, Mr. Wilson, Miss Kilburn. He's really dangerous.
What, no quotations now, you crazy young fool?
No. I think they've served their purpose. And this tape recording of your last quarrel with my mother will provide the motive for the murder. Will you take it to the police, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, gladly.
Wait. Hand that herewith. Give it to me. Hand it here.
What's to make me give it to you?
Keep out of reach of that loaded cane, Blake.
Don't move, any of you. I told you this cane is loaded in more ways than one. It's a one-shot gun. And the first to move gets that one shot.
Steve, the tip of that cane is the hollow muzzle of a gun.
Yes. So I see.
So don't move, Wilson. And you wait. Toss that spool of tape recording on my lap. Toss it gently. Don't show it, or I'll use the one shot in this cane on you.
Thus, Steve and Lorelei and young Blake are faced with a strange dilemma. And for the surprising and exciting payoff, we'll return to Big Town in just a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap. That brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to the music room of the townhouse of a murdered actress for the payoff in Steve Wilson's strange story of the deadly summons.
Don't move, Miss Kilburn, Wilson. I've only one shot in this cane gun, but I promise it to the first one who moves toward my chair. Now toss that spool of tape recording on my lap, Wit.
You better give it to him, Blake. It's obvious he's quite desperate. Can't risk the police having proof of his motive for murdering your mother.
Even with a motive, you have no proof I murdered Elizabeth.
Stop calling my mother by that name. She's dead. You murdered her. You're trying to have me put away so you can have her money, this house, the power over other people you're always talking about.
Yes. Now give me that tape recording.
Give it to him, Blake.
All right. But I'm not finished. Here.
I think you are, Wit. Now back up. Step back while I destroy this faked evidence.
Why bother to destroy it, if it's faked?
I'll not have the finger of suspicion turned on me by that moronic young upstart.
You created more suspicion by your actions, Mr. Kane.
I've done nothing but protect myself. And when I've destroyed this tape...
Wait, my dear stepfather. Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand?
Stop that bolting, you crazy fool.
You better listen, Kane. I think your stepson is trying to tell you it's no use tearing up that tape recording.
Why not?
Because that isn't the tape recording I played through your radio a few minutes ago.
So it's no use destroying it or using that cane gun on any of us.
Why not? It's killed once.
Killed once? How did it kill once? You didn't fire it at Elizabeth Blake?
You know I didn't. There was no bullet wound.
But you did use it. The cane. Your tongue slipped and you just admitted that much.
You'll never prove it.
Perhaps not. But shall I tell you how you did it with that cane?
Prove it.
Circumstantial evidence will prove it to the satisfaction of any judge and jury.
How? I wasn't within 15 feet of her when she fell.
Oh, but look at that radio you smashed with that murderous cane.
What about it?
The built-in aerial was torn out. It was used for some other purpose before you smashed the radio just now.
You lie.
Well, look at the loop at the end of the wire. It will fit that cane in your hand. The cane you hurled through that open door. Struck Elizabeth Blake and knocked her down the stairs to her death.
You lie.
No, you murdered Elizabeth Blake with that cane. You pulled it back to your chair with that aerial wire. Put the wire back in the radio and called the doctor.
So that's how he did it. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Keep away from him, Blake. That's all. You meddling fool. Give me that deadly weapon, okay? Let go of it. Did he hit you, Blake?
No, he just missed me, thanks to your grabbing his arm. Do you want me to help hold him?
No, I don't think that will be necessary under the circumstances. Just take this cane while I see that he hasn't another gun on him or in that chair.
Don't bother, Wilson. I underestimated you, or I would have had another gun ready.
No, Kane. You overestimated your own ability to commit the perfect crime. Lorelei.
Yes, Steve. You want me to phone Inspector Callahan of Homicide?
Yes, then flash on city desk and byline yourself a story of a deadly summons. Signed, sealed, and delivered to one Gregory Kane. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you've heard the dramatization of an unusual crime from the front pages of the Big Town Illustrated Press. It was but one of the hundreds of so-called perfect crimes which failed. Not so much because of the brilliance of the police or of private investigators, but because all criminals are their own worst enemies and usually betray themselves.
And that's especially true next week, when you'll hear the headline story of the chill of death.
Yes, Lorelei, but right now I see that Mickey, one of my cub reporters, is here with something on his mind.
Pardon me, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Mickey.
Mr. Wilson, have you actually seen that report about Lifebuoy Health Soap?
Indeed I have, Mickey. It's a remarkable document. It explains why the doctors know that a daily Lifebuoy bath does get skin cleaner. Does keep you fresh and attractive. Protects you when other soaps fail. And, Mickey...
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Here's the proof of the pudding. Lifebuoy is used in the homes of 40 million Americans.
In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Collin as Lorelei Kilburn, and is written and produced by Jerry McGill. Friends, you can help make this Easter season a time of hope for crippled children by buying Easter seals. For Easter seals provide the special services these children need to learn to walk again, talk again, lead useful, active lives. Be generous when you buy your Easter seals this year.
Lever Brothers Company has amazing news. New 1950 Rinso with sodium. It's here a year ahead of time. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. The sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets white clothes whiter than new, washable colors brighter than new, and keeps them whiter, brighter than any other soap. Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Weiss, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum. Here, in a grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, there's a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a simple glass, a piece of rope, a woman's handkerchief, all are touched by murder. You take this iron bar. It's a familiar object. The handle of a jack. If you own a car, you have a jack handle. Maybe you've used it, but never, I trust, like this.
Gracie, quick, give me the jack handle.
Here, let me go. What do you want? No, don't hit me. Don't.
Today, you'll find that jack handle in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Well, here we are, the Black Museum. A few yards from here, the Thames laps at the riverside of Scotland Yard. But you never know it in here. Not in this long, dim, stone-arched room. It's a kind of mecca, a goal to be reached by students of crime and criminology the whole world over. Yes, here in this room lies death and the mementos and souvenirs of death on these shelves, in these cabinets, under this well-dusted glass. The weapons, the key clues of every homicide in which Scotland Yard has taken part for almost 100 years. Now here, in this case, the small white box. It's from Edinburgh. This death was in this box. Death by poison. The death of a too importunate lover. Now, this tiny pistol, it's oiled. It's in working order. A Derringer, it's called. The killer wore it up his sleeve. And one morning at 8 o'clock, in the British tradition, the trap was sprung. The killer walked on thin air. The executioner received the customary £10. Now, here's something more familiar, a jack handle. It's intriguing. Once, according to the case book, yes, that's the story, a tale which begins innocently enough when London lived in the blackout, and many American men found their after-dark amusement in tiny, hole-in-the-wall
Think
cafes.
of me always, though we're far apart. Keep a tender memory within.
Well, look around. Small tables crowded together, not much light. Pretty stuffy, and the blackout curtains, the double blackout door don't help the ventilation much. The girl singing is pretty in a tawdry sort of way, provocative in the manner of a cheap pin-up, but the two young men in the American uniforms don't seem to mind.
How's about it, Tom? Not bad for a dive?
Not too bad. Five will get you 10. It's out of bounds.
Yeah, not yet, son. Just opened. The MPs haven't cased the joint yet.
Oh, good deal.
Well, nothing to worry about, kid.
Well, who's worried? What can they do? 6 months in the stockade, maybe? That's okay with me.
Apparently, at least one of these gentlemen is over the hill. Now, their interest has shifted, and quite naturally, of course.
You think she has to sing for a living?
It can't be much of a living.
She's not too bad. Maybe she dates.
You wouldn't know what to do about it if she does.
Says who?
That says me. What were you stateside, anyway? A parson's son or a school teacher?
I worked in a bank. So what? I got along. I did all right.
Hiding in the army?
Hiding in the... Oh, maybe. Could be.
I get it. Still water runs deep and all that stuff.
Now, look, Teddy. What you don't know won't hurt you, see?
That apply to Gracie?
Gracie? You mean the babe?
Well, who else? Grace Harwell, the London thrush, who don't sing half as good as she looks.
You know her?
Well, I met her a couple of times. You want to knock down?
Well, why not? Now?
Well, sure. Gracie, let's see your speed, son.
You got a ringside seat.
Well, pity. The Yank who thought he'd take Soho single-handed.
Sit down, Gracie. What'll you have?
My regular. Who's your friend?
Oh, meet Private Tom Bennett, Gracie Harwell.
Hi.
Hello, soldier.
Let me get your drink, Gracie. Faster that way.
Hey, what about your ringside seat?
I'll be back in time. That fast you can't work.
Grace,
Yes?
how would you like to help me win a bet?
Well, this is a new approach.
Good. Now, look, all I need to win is a date with you, see, for tomorrow night. Well, how about it? After the show?
You want furlough?
Maybe. Maybe not. I'll be in town tomorrow night.
Got a car with petrol?
No, but I will have.
You say that like you meant it.
I will have a car and gas. When and where?
Well, I'm not saying for sure, but be outside at 1 o'clock in the morning. You may win your bet.
So, they met. That was the beginning. Next morning, Tom was at the appointed place, complete with jeep and fuel.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, soldier.
Come on, climb aboard.
Where'd you get it?
Let's say I borrowed it. Shall we go?
Why not?
A boy, a girl, a jeep. In the London blackout without benefit of cherry planes and bombs. A time to relax, to make an impression on the girl. The former bank clerk made his play to the girl who sang club dates on the seamy side of London.
It's too bad. No moon tonight.
The moon means bombers.
At this point, that's not too bad.
Well, that's silly.
Oh, look, bombers mean there's a war on. No war, I wouldn't be here.
Well, what's good about that, being here?
I could itemize. One, I met you. Let's leave it at that.
You start early.
That's the stage. Don't waste time.
You didn't waste time borrowing the Jeep.
What's one Jeep, more or less? I worked in the carpool. I know my way around.
You must. You went back to get the car.
What are you getting at, sister?
The car is out without a pass. So are you.
Smart girl.
I know my way around. Want to sell the Jeep? I know a fellow will give you a good price.
No, I need it.
What for?
Business.
What kind of... Look out! That bike!
Gee, thanks.
Oh.
That's no place for a bike this time of night. Nor the girl on it.
What kind of business?
I have a small problem. Being out without a pass, I don't get paid.
Oh.
Money's necessary even in wartime. I had my ways back in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Los Angeles to you. But I need a car. You get it, Gracie? Now, if you'd like a small demonstration, we can begin.
You know, a man boasts to a girl and decides to make good the boast. This very modern variation on that theme consisted of stopping the Jeep, the side of the road, cutting the engine, waiting. Half amused, half interested, the girl sat quietly as the soldier climbed out of the car and stationed himself in the shadows. Along the road came the bicycle. The girl on it pedaling swiftly, her thoughts 1,000 miles away. She drew alongside the parked, half-hidden Jeep.
Okay, sister, I'll take that bike.
Hey, what's the idea? I've got to get home.
I want that bike, do you hear?
Oh, I won't give it.
Shut up. You want one across the mouth?
Oh, no. You leave me alone. You leave me alone. You leave me alone.
How was that, Gracie? And she left her bag. There ought to be enough left in it for a couple of beers.
So that's the way you do it in L.A.
Yeah.
You're all right, Tommy. Only next time, let's crack it for more than the price of a couple of beers.
Next time was the next evening, but early, before the bars closed. Gracie, the pin-up, said,
I won't go to work tomorrow night, and I know a spot off by itself. With a Jeep, we can get away fast, like you did it in L.A.
And they drove up to the spot, a small pub on a side road, and Gracie said,
Let's get to it, Tommy. They've got customers. That means money in the till.
But Tommy hesitated, and he said,
Too many.
Scared?
Now, why take chances? There might even be a cop in there. Maybe later.
You promised. You said I'd be the lookout while you went in and collected.
Maybe later, not now.
Well, let's do something, Tom.
We'll find something. You want a thrill? We'll find something.
They drove away. A well-lighted, well-populated pub was not to Tom's liking. He preferred the dark roads, the byways, the lone victims. But Gracie wanted her thrill. Tom found it for her.
Hop in, miss.
Oh, this is really awfully nice of you.
But, Tom...
You wanted a thrill, baby. Well, you'll get it. Where are you headed, miss?
Well, out to Kingston if it's on your way.
Yeah, it's on our way. You all set? Let's go.
2 girls and a boy racing along the unlighted road toward Kingston. Not much conversation. There never is with a hitchhiker in the car. Tom drove, Gracie waited. River flowed close to the highway, black glass, silent in the starlight.
What's wrong?
I think I have a flat.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I said I think I have a flat.
Oh, yes, it does feel off a bit. The Jeep, I mean.
Felt like the left rear.
Can I help?
If you'd get out, miss. You can leave your suitcase. The tools are under your seat.
Oh, of course.
What can I do?
I'll need the jack. The handle is on the floor, Gracie.
Yeah, I've got it.
You, miss. I want your handbag.
What? Oh, no. No, you keep away
Give me that
from
bag.
Oh, help, somebody. Help. Oh, no, get away from me. Get away. Let go of my dress.
Go on, Tubby. Grab her. Rough her up.
No, I won't.
Gracie, quick, give me the jack handle.
Here.
Let me go. What do you want? No, don't hit me. No.
Fight back, will you?
Hit her again, Tommy. Hit her.
What for? She's done. We got her stuff.
I think she's breathing.
So what? Give me a hand.
What do we do with her?
Into the river. What do you suppose I picked this place for? Get her feet.
Stop them.
Now, into the drink she goes.
Oh, Tom.
Well, did you get a thrill out of that, baby? That's the way we do it in L.A. Knock them over and dump them someplace where they won't be found. Okay, let's get going, Gracie. We got places to go and things to do tonight.
Nice, clean fun. The end of that night's work was a jack handle. A jack handle. It lies today in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
It was to be some time before the jack handle came to rest in the Black Museum. A trail of blood and misadventure was yet to be blazed through wartime London. Tom and Grace were amateurs at crime like this, but they knew enough to cover their tracks. They ditched the Jeep, parking it in a rubbed street. They took cover during daylight, but night and the blackout were their cloak as they prowled for further victims.
I'm sick of walking.
Does my lady want her limousine?
I want a ride. Do you hear, Tommy boy?
I hear. Come on, we'll duck into this vestibule. Something will be along. Give me a kiss.
Oh, you never have enough.
Haven't kissed a babe in a doorway since L.A. Good.
What's that in your pocket?
This? You like it? Shell in the chamber, full clip.
Where'd you get it?
Army stores, Natch. Pretty?
Throw it away.
Are you kidding?
Do you know what they give you for carrying a pistol in this country?
Well, what's the difference? We killed that dame, didn't we? They take us, it's the chair anyway.
Well, over here, it's the rope. At 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm cold, Tommy. I'm cold.
You cold? Maybe you're the warmest thing in London. What's that, a car?
Must be.
Come on.
Throw the pistol away.
You want to ride, don't you? Hey, driver, give us a lift.
He's stopping for us.
Obliging fellow, isn't he? Where to, Yank? Your way, towards Shepherd's Bush. My girl's got kind of tired of walking.
This is awfully nice of you.
I'm a taxi, you know. Private car with hack license. I'll have to charge you for the ride.
Well, we don't mind, do we, honey? We got plenty of money. Hop in. In the back.
Private car with hack license. Driver James Carter. Direction east. through the blackout, the blue, shaded headlights barely glowing in the gloom. After a little distance...
Driver, we changed our minds. How much would it cost me to go a little way further? Out as far as Shepherd's Bush.
Driver Carter obliged. It was his job. Pick up passengers, deliver them through the blackout wherever they wanted to go for a price. A living of sorts. Driver Carter thought of it as a living.
It's plenty deserted out here.
The Jerry's did a thorough job out this way.
It's near the docks, isn't it?
I suppose so.
That's a good place.
Perfect. You think he's got any money?
All right, driver, stop here.
Yes, sir. Nothing here but the rubble.
You heard me. Stop. You know what this is?
Service pistol.
You hold it, Gracie.
Got it.
Now, don't move, driver. She's got an itchy finger.
You can have my wallet.
Keep him covered, Gracie, while I open the front door. Give me back the gun.
Hurry, Tom.
All right, you, driver, get out. On this side.
You can have a car, too. Just leave me alone.
Gracie, did you ever see the hole a 45 makes in a man?
No, Tommy. Never.
No, don't!
Big enough to put your fist through at the back where it came out. Let's toss him in the rubble. That'll do it. Now we can ride anywhere you want to go.
It doesn't take much to kill a man. You pull the trigger. The firing pin strikes the cartridge. The powder explodes. And the bit of lead tears into the man. That's all. Nothing left but a few chemicals, which once were living flesh. A few rags of clothing. Toss it into the rubble. Dust to dust. Dawn comes to the warring city. The sun touches the rubble. The sun moves warmly over the cold rubble, over the dead. The night watchers start home. The fire wardens, weary but relieved after a quiet night, take a shortcut toward their breakfasts and a few hours' sleep.
Margie. Hey, what's that?
Body, seems like.
This area was cleared out months ago.
He's fresh, that one. Let's have a look, shall we?
They had their look. It wasn't pleasant.
Shot through the chest.
Stay here. I'll find a call box.
The fire warden placed his call. He rang straight through to Scotland Yard. A short while later, a man picked up the telephone on his desk. Inside the Greystone building on the Thames.
Inspector Mason here.
Sergeant Davis, sir.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
The body found in the East End, sir, shot to death. Large caliber from the size of the wound. Probably a service pistol.
Identified as yet?
The identity papers are still on him, sir. James Carter, taxi driver, private car registration, tag number RD7445.
The car?
No sign of it, sir. Tire marks in the road. It's a thoroughly bombed area, sir. Very little traffic.
Another one. Very well. Send out the usual teletype. Description of the car. You know, check for relations, friends of the deceased. Well, that's all we can do for now.
Routine. The teletype to all police stations. The constables memorize the details while they go on patrol. London is a big, sprawling city. The blackout isn't any help. That's all for now. But the wheels have begun to turn. Routine, inexorable, never-ending. And so, another telephone call.
Constable Gray, Inspector.
Yes?
Ladbroke Station. I believe I have the car that was posted this morning. RD7445. Black sedan. It's parked in Bush Mews.
Yeah?
That's a dead end, sir. It's facing out.
Oh, very good, Gray. Stand by. We'll be along shortly.
A sharp-eyed constable on the blackout, the parked car. Routine. Inexorable. Inevitable.
Cut your engine, Sergeant. This'll do it.
Yes, sir.
Usual routine. If there's an attempt to drive out, turn on your headlights. The driver will be blinded.
Very good, sir.
Gray. Constable Gray.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Mason, CID. Anything yet?
No, sir, not yet. There's a pinhole in the blackout curtain, second-story window of the house behind the car. There was a light up there.
Mm-hmm. Nothing now.
It went out a moment ago, sir.
Take post behind the car, Gray. Accost anyone who approaches it. The area's covered. There'll be no escape.
Yes, sir.
The constable's footsteps fade and stop. Silence. Darkness. The trap is set. They wait. No movement, no sound. Not even the glow of a cigarette. Just darker shadows in the darkness. In the depths of the little mews, a door opens and closes. Footsteps briefly. 2 pairs of footsteps. The car door opens. And Constable Gray calls out,
Don't start the engine there. You're under arrest. Sergeant, your lights.
Tommy, the coppers.
They got us boxed. Gray, you won't take me. Hold him, Gray. Got him, sir. You got nothing on me.
Never mind that. It's my duty to inform you that you're under arrest. You'll be charged with murder. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
You can't prove anything.
Run the rule on it, Constable.
Yes, sir. This, sir. Service pistol.
Oh, good enough. Take them along.
All right, you two.
Don't touch me. I'll go along. He made me go with him. He threatened me with a pistol. He made me go along.
That was her cry. All through the trial, which followed swiftly. That was the plea of the tawdry little pin-up from the seamy side of London.
He made me do it. He hit me, showed me his pistol. He made me do it.
What of the robberies, the cheap, shilling-sized robberies?
Yes, I took that girl's purse. I went through the driver's wallet before we left his body, but he made me do it. You've got to believe me. He made me do it.
There were other far less hysterical witnesses, men who spoke with a calm certainty of truth. There was the ballistics expert.
There is absolutely no doubt. The bullet which killed James Carter, the driver of that hired car, was found in the flooring of the car. We have compared it with test bullets fired from the pistol found on the accused. The rifling marks are identical. The death bullet was fired from that pistol.
Tom Bennett, accused of murder, wanted for desertion by the United States Army, former bank clerk. He played his role defiantly.
I tell you, she's framing me. This whole deal was her idea. You should have seen the bang she got when she watched what was going on. Now she's trying to pass the buck to me.
And with customary thoroughness, Scotland Yard turned up a surprise witness.
Yes, those are the two. She gave him the jack handle and he hit me with it. They threw me in the river. The lorry driver found me. I know them anywhere.
He made me go along. He made me. I'll prove it. I'll show you where we left the Jeep. The jack handle's still in it.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, my lord.
Let the prisoners face the jury. What is your verdict?
We find both defendants guilty of murder and add a recommendation of mercy for the female prisoner.
Oh, yes, juries behave somewhat strangely at times. This one was impressed with a plea of compulsion, but not quite enough, it seems, to acquit Grace Harwell. Thus, it came about in due course that the judge pronounced the sentence.
Thomas Bennett, you have been found guilty of murder. The sentence of the court is that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And then may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
On Grace Harwell, the judge pronounced the same terrible sentence. But the jury's recommendation for mercy led the Home Secretary to commute this to penal servitude for life. A lifetime for Grace Harwell to remember.
He made me go along. He made me go along.
No jack handle. It lies today in the Black Museum. So much for the story of Grace and Tom. Tom's life ended on the scaffold. The life of Grace Harwell continues in the drab monotony of Holloway Prison. The service pistol, of course, and the jack handle remain in their places, their special places of honor, on a shelf in that curious room which is known in Scotland Yard as the Black Museum.
And now, until next time, till we meet again in the same place, and I tell you another story of the Black Museum, I remain as always, obediently yours.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Taylor, come here a minute.
How close can I get? I've been sitting on the arm of your chair. You've been using my hip pocket for an ashtray.
Well, look at this. Here in the newspaper.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. He's a doll. Out of a field of 50 contestants, Herman Hackenschmidt was today crowned Mr. Teaneck, New Jersey. Gee, what pretty teeth.
No, not the pin-up boy, this item. The one about the guy who inherited $100,000 from his Uncle Jerome.
100,000. What would you do if you had all that money, Slate?
Oh, I got it all planned. I'd take it to a bank, change it into small bills, then run through it barefooted.
I'd do a nice barefoot polka on $5 bills, Slate. Am I invited?
On the $1 bill, Sailor. I wouldn't want you to.
Hold that pose, you two. It belongs in the winner's circle.
Well, look, Slate. It's the tiny man with a king-size baritone. How's the jockey dodge, Mickey?
Can't complain, Philly. At Oriental Park, they're betting me and not the quadrupeds. I own Havana.
That's a big package for a little man like you, Mickey.
Can you hear me okay, you two? My voice has got so far to go from down here for me to up there to you.
Well, we'll listen close. What's on your mind?
I want you to... I said do me a favor, huh? About the key.
Why didn't I think of it myself? About the key. What key, Mickey?
Maybe I ain't talking loud enough, huh? The key for the locker at the Havana bus terminal.
Now we know, Sailor, the key for that locker. Huh?
I got a parcel check there. I ain't got time to run down for it now.
Oh, it begins to dawn, Slate.
So if I ain't back in a couple of days, you take care of it for me. You take it, Slate, and don't lose it.
I'll put it on my key ring. By the way, what's in the parcel?
Just some frayed riding silk, Slate. I'm so fond of them. If someone tried to take them away from me, I'd kill them. Kill them where it hurt.
Yeah. When's a man going to get frayed riding silks these days?
A happy day to you both. You don't know how much you did for me.
Hiya, Millie.
How's old Red?
Come on in. You gonna stay long enough to sit down?
Can't do it, honey.
What about that jockey, Mickey?
Oh, look, Red, I've been chasing him all over town. He
throws a look over his shoulder and runs.
How fast can he run with $100 grand on him?
Big kid, are you?
You've got to get that money, baby.
Jockey went into a place called Shannon's. He talked with a man for a long time, buddy kind of talk, and then caging.
Did you get close enough to hear? And?
So I paraded so this man the jockey was talking to could see me. Got so I owned a corner of his eye. He'll remember me when he sees me again. He'll like me.
Be gentle with him, Millie.
Depends upon his mood.
Gentle. This guy knows anything about the 100,000, he might just wind up where the cats can look at him. So be nice. Pity him.
I'll see when I get there. Look, Slade, why don't we just pick up Mickey's package and bring it home? Paying rental on it wasn't part of the agreement.
You heard what the little fellow said. Kill anyone who'd take his silk pants away from him. We'll leave him at the bus terminal. That way we can frolic without a care.
Sure. What's 20 centavos a day to a big man like you?
Oh, for 4 nickels a day, I stay alive. At the current rate, that's cheap. Besides, walking the Havana
like
streets...
this, it makes me hate myself. Hi, Shannon.
Huh? Oh, hi. I remember you from somewhere, stranger. Let's see. You were straightening a seam in front of my place yesterday. Yeah, same seam. You finally got it straight, huh?
That's not why I hate myself. It's just that I'm such an honest girl. I don't have the price of a dream, and I'm honest. Here, you dropped this.
What?
This $100 bill, you dropped it. All you have to do, Shannon boy, is believe you dropped that money and listen. You see how easy it is? $100 and no pain.
For $100, you can throw in a little pain. Who does he have to listen to?
It's written on the bill. Red wants to see you, Shannon.
Red, huh? You got a sister?
There's only one of me, Shannon. Red says it's easier for him to talk to people who have money. He says they listen better that way.
I'm a sucker for psychology, Millie. Let's go and let Red whisper in my ear.
No, without me you don't.
Without you, sailor.
And without me, Shannon. You earn your dough in a lonesome way. That's how it is.
Yeah. Bye, girls. You made me a happy fellow, the both of you.
Hello. If your name's Shannon, you come right in.
Thanks. Who's he?
Can't miss him, can you? He's that big. Tell him your name, cabby.
Juan de Casco Cabrio, my name.
He wouldn't tell you, only I told him to. That right, cabby?
What do you say, senor?
You gonna give me some more money, Redhead?
Say, you noticed it, huh? My hair, red. But look right here, I'm losing it. It worries me.
What are you buying, Red?
Talk. I'm buying words like an editor.
Editor. I know what it is, that. Buys words.
Oh, he's a clever one.
Just chock full of IQs. Only not so smart as a jockey named Mickey Brennan. Shannon, baby, Mickey talked to you. What'd he say?
Let's see if I can remember. Oh, yeah, it was about horses, withers and quarters, hind and fore, teeth, age of, you know. You gonna give me another 100 for that?
You go to the movies, Shannon?
Not another 100, huh? Oh, I'm real disappointed, Red.
In the movies, they point guns. Like this. Think I did that good, cabby?
Bueno, good. Like in movies, just like fine.
I got time. Time, patience. Let's do it all over, Shannon. What'd the jock tell you? I gotta find out for a fella.
Mickey said Rover Boy in the 5th was a dog.
Cabby?
Si. Senor, do not struggle with Cabrio. Please, do not.
You know the language better than that, Shannon. What did Mickey say? No. Show him the second reel.
Put down that gun and I'd...
No more movies, Senor Red.
Yeah, not much fun either. The hero had a glass jaw.
King, if a girl walked up to you and gave you a $100 bill she said you dropped, what would you do?
What would I do? I'd say, King Moses, boy, don't cry, don't frown. Miss Santa Claus, she come to town.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What is it with men, King?
As it has always been, the money whispers.
In my day, a girl could catch a fellow's eye by dropping her handkerchief. But a C-note under his nose. Oh, it's a tired world.
Mr. Slate will come back to you, Lady Saylord. He has been gone often longer than this. He will come, touch the hurt from your mouth and...
Hurt? Did I hear somebody say hurt? Pretty word.
Yeah, you did. People hear words like that when they don't knock.
She's a cutie, ain't she, Cabby?
As you say, Senor Red, a cutie, an hermosa.
Red, you must be the redhead Slate went calling on. You boys have fun?
It was crummy. A crummy time was had by all.
Where's Slate?
Me first, cutie. I asked things first. You had a caller the other day, Mickey Brennan. What pearls drip from Mickey Brennan's mouth?
We talked about horses. Let's see. Forelocks, fetlocks.
You and Shannon ought to be invaudable, cutie. You got the same routines. Now I ask you with my hand on your tender arm. No answer breaks it.
Leave her alone, you. Take your hand from her.
Get his hands off me, Cabby. They're rough to the touch.
See, Senor Red? Come away, little boy. This is for grown-ups.
Let go. Let go.
Don't choke him to death, Cabby. Leave him some breath to live on. Well, cutie?
That's what you did to Slate, huh? Paid him $100 so you could sick Cabby on him and watch.
What's the matter, cutie? You jealous? Don't be jealous. I might tell Cabby to let it happen to you.
Cut it out, Head. Come on, come on. Stop it. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. That's nice.
Senor, you are awake, senor?
What? Huh?
I did not mean to disturb your sleep, senor, but Cabby likes to practice on the drum in his room.
Oh, then it wasn't my head.
Oh, no, senor. Was Cabby on the bongo. One day in regular orchestra play. You see, maybe even 4 pieces.
Help me up.
Oh, see, come on. Do you see him in the corner, senor?
Mickey Brennan.
He's dead, senor. Killed dead.
Bullet holes where there used to be polka dots. Okay, Cabby, where am I? Where is this place?
Cabby's room, as I have explained. In Hotel Cavallo.
Cavallo? Where the bookies meet the jockeys by the sea. Red told you to keep me here, huh?
If you would try to walk through that door, I would beat you very bad.
Only this time no one's holding a gun on me.
No matter, I would beat you. Oh, Senor Cabby, almost forget. Senor Red said to give you that which is yours. A wallet, key ring, little black book.
So if I'm found as a corpse, the police will know who should grieve for me. Thanks.
And there's $100 bill that is yours. $100? Senor Red said it was yours.
You said $100 like it hurt you.
Oh, mucho dinero, a lot of money. Nice things, silk things to buy.
Here, you can hold it a little while longer. Now, go ahead, Cabby. Touch it, feel it. Go ahead.
Senor, see.
Yeah, feel this, too.
Beat you.
Try this one on your bongo. Get up, Cabby. I got a real tricky rhythm I can show you.
See, I cannot. See, I try. I cannot. My head.
Oh, what a shame about your head. See you later, Cabby.
But you cannot go. Senor Red said to keep you here. He'll be angry. Kill you.
Back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
I tell you, I'm not hurt, Slate. King Moses was the one who had the bad time.
They hurt you, King?
It feel like I have long, thin neck where once I had short, broad one.
You'd better go gargle again, King.
In a little while. I wish now to look at you and enjoy the fact that you have not been harmed.
You don't know how lucky you are, sailor. That big guy could have broken you in half.
You know, it's a funny thing. The way Cabby looked at me, gently, like he was sorry for me. I almost had the feeling that if Red had told him to hurt me, he wouldn't have done it.
Oh, you're just a big dimple on the cheek of Havana, sailor. Children stop at play when they hear your name.
From age 16 on up, Miss Sailor.
Oh, fellas.
And you convinced him you didn't know anything about Mickey, huh? Well, look who's coming, the police.
They must have found Mickey dead. What are you going to tell them?
King will tell him. He'll gargle it at him. Let's hit the back alley, sailor.
I think you're out of your mind, Slade, coming here to the bus depot. It's the first place the police would look for you.
Sure, it's the first place they'd look for a common criminal, but I've taken great pains to build up a reputation in Havana. The way I figure it...
Give me a nickel.
What?
5 cents. I want to buy a paper to see if they spelled your name right. Thanks. Hey, look at this, Slade.
How do you like that? They picked up Cabrillo when they found Mickey, and Cabrillo implicated me. I guess I was right not waiting for cop talk.
But you're right in wanting to get Mickey's riding silks out of the locker, huh? A jockey's uniform in a locker. That's the greatest clue of all time.
Sherlock would drool at them out. I've got the key. Come on. Let's see. Here it is. Number 68. Now, let's see what's so important. Are they peeping at you too, sailor?
Holy, all that money. 10s, 20s, 50s.
Stop sniffing them, sailor. You'll tear them. Hey, let's get these beauties out of sight.
Any great ideas now, Slade?
Yeah. Listen to me. You told me Cabby looked at you like he liked you, didn't he?
I've seen the look before.
Get into that jail and talk to him. Find out what this is all about. Give the look back to him. Do something. Make him tell you now what he knows.
All right. What are you going to do?
Something that's just got to be done. I'll pick you up in front of the main monument. Well, don't just stand there, sailor. Your date's waiting for you in jail.
It was downright sweet of you, God, to let me see my little old Cabrio in his little old cell. I'll cherish the memory always. Don't bang a jail door on me, Chico. I'm a taxpayer.
Prison doors do not close with polite, senorita.
Hi, Cabby.
Buenos dias, senorita.
You don't even sound surprised to see me.
Oh, I am, senorita. But I do not know the words to express it. I am very ignorant.
On you, it's attractive.
Oh, you say that because I sit in the shadow. You cannot see my face. The hands that almost did hurt you.
Forget it, Cabby. The fellow has to make his way in the world somehow.
That is exactly how Senor Red talked to me.
Where is your buddy, pal? Why isn't he here holding your hand like a chum?
Oh, he could not do that, senorita. He took a powder. He and Senorita Millie. Or they take a nice powder together, those two.
And left you holding a great big bag with a dead jockey in it.
See, but they gave me company, Senor Shannon. So I would not be lonely with the bag all to myself.
Slate and I could be your friends, Cabby. All you'd have to do is tell us what this is all about. That way you could go free.
I tell you nothing. Senor Red say to tell nobody nothing, Cabby.
You could practice your bongo. Maybe even play with a 4-piece outfit. Slate told me how talented you were.
Aye, talented. 4 pieces. No, Senor Red say no, I say no.
You know how I got in to see you, Cabby? I told them I was your girl.
To see me? You say such a thing?
I'll be your girl, Cabrio. I'll come every night and listen to you on the bongo.
You say you my girl? Much money has been stolen by the jockey, and Senor Red wanted for a man.
What man?
I don't know what man. Go ask Joe Nevada, shooting gallery at Avenida Marquis. Ask him what man. Now go, senorita, before I beat you till you forget what I tell you.
Cops, murders, stolen money. A girl really lives the full, rich life with you, doesn't she, Slate?
Girls live how they want to live because they're made of sugar and spice. Girl told me that once.
You never told me about that one. You...
Quiet, sailor. Can't you see Mr. Nevada is concentrating? 3 bullseyes. Nice shooting, Nevada.
Glad it excited you. Lay down a quarter and you can pop off, too.
Still making book in the back of Havana's grocery slips, Nevada? That's your answer? That means yes, huh?
That means if you ain't got the price of admission, go away, kid.
Mickey Brennan stole things from people. Maybe you can tell me who, Nevada.
That one excite you, Shannon?
It sent quivers up his spine.
Sure did. Know a fellow named Red, Nevada? Wears a fellow named Cabby on his sleeve?
Look, kid, I could turn this 22 away from the ducks and make you ring a bell that'll call people to prayer.
Yeah. Let's go, sailor.
Where to now, Slate?
There's only one place left. The Hotel Cavallo. For a guy shot a jockey dead and then beat his funeral march on my head.
Don't hit me, senor. I am trying to explain.
All you've said so far is that you were the new clerk here at the Cavallo. You're not doing real good on your job, Chico.
Ask him again about the safe, Slate. Why such a big new one for such a small flea bag?
You heard it, Chico. I was here a while ago, and there was a small safe over there. What happened to it?
Yesterday, the tenants of the Cavallo opened the old one, and it gave back only a cold stare.
What tenant?
Those who live here, the bookies. Such a safe is much safer than a bank.
Don't you see, Slate? Bookies. They keep their money in this hotel safe. Think we've got enough, Slate?
Sure. Come on. Now, the way it looks, our jockey is a thief. Little Mickey heisted...
He sure did, Shannon. Now just keep walking, or the redhead's gonna blast you all over the pavement.
How does it feel to kill a jockey, Red?
A good feeling. I like it. Open the door. There's somebody here I want you to meet again. Millie, look what I brought you.
Wow. Slate Shannon. Mind if I blush with joy?
You can still think of a reason to blush, Millie?
Such nasty words for a girl who's almost dead.
You two have got one more chance. The $100,000, where is it?
I want to tell you something that'll worry you, Red. You had that money and you didn't know it.
What's he saying, Red?
Tell us, Shannon.
When you had me worked over, you should have taken a look at my key ring. One of the keys was for a locker. Locker, money.
Red, how does a man get as stupid as you? $100,000 like that. You had it in your fingers and you let it dribble through them.
Millie, you crazy? You're gone out of your mind? Millie, put away that gun!
Millie, don't you dare do what he says.
Turn around, Red. I said turn around. This is for now.
You see, sailor, why I never turn my back on a girl?
As pistol whippers go, I think Millie did that quite well.
Give me the key, Slate.
All right, take it easy.
Give it to me. Mickey Brennan's dead because he stole that money. It's got to get back to me.
What about the guy it belongs to?
Forget about that. Give.
You gonna forget about me, Millie?
Hi, Nevada. Who's taking care of the shooting gallery?
Ducks are tired of being shot at. I put them to pond. Millie, are you gonna forget about me?
Look, Shannon's got the key. He knows where the money is.
Why's Red lying on the floor? Is he tired?
Millie made him tired with the butt end of a .45.
Ooh, what a tattletale.
You wanted that dough for yourself, Millie.
No, you've got to listen to me.
Sure, I will. Throw your gun away, Millie. On the floor. Throw it away. The dead girl said you had a key, Shannon. Let's go use it to find $100,000. You know, I'm glad it's late. Not many people in the bus station. That's good. People ought to go to bed early. Keeps them out of trouble.
Mind if I ask you something?
My pleasure.
Why didn't you just kill us and take the key?
Why do you trouble the man with such stupid questions? The man has to make sure the money is where we say it is.
Shrewd. You sparkle, Shannon. Locker 68. Ain't that what you said?
That's right. Here's the key.
Open it. Open it, Shannon, or this gun in my pocket will go off. Ruin my suit and you.
It's all yours.
$100,000. Let me look it. Simji, duck sailor. You ruined your suit coat, kid. Kid, where's that money?
You may never know.
I hate to interrupt your moment of glory, Slate, but now may I ask you a question?
Sure. What?
Where is that money?
Oh, did I forget to tell you? I took it back to the hotel. It's on my office floor, spread out.
Oh, you didn't wait for me.
Still there until the cops call for it. Let's go home and take off our shoes, sailor.
Slate.
Uh-huh.
Did you see this? The front page of tonight's paper.
Well, Slate Shannon's picture on the front page. I don't like that picture, though.
That's the one I gave to the papers. I like it. What's the matter with it?
I got better pictures than that. This one's in a turtleneck sweater you knitted for me. You can hardly see my face.
Of course you can see your face. See? That's your face.
Why didn't you give him the one of me on the surfboard with the two girls on my shoulder?
Then who'd look at your face?
Come here, sailor. I don't know what I'd do with that. Why didn't you send that portrait of me in the yachting cap and the pipe and the far-away look in my eyes?
Oh, you mean the one you sent to the Lonely Hearts Club?
I didn't. Did you send him that picture?
Yeah. I came back with a rejection slip. Come here, reject.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. Your advertisement in the paper has intrigued me. Naturally, I wonder whether you are serious or insane. Either way, I think I should like to meet you and perhaps offer a proposition which may intrigue you. Incidentally, there is $100,000 concerned. Does that get your interest? If it does, I shall expect you at dinner tomorrow night.
I shall expect you at dinner tomorrow night at 8. It will be informal, so don't bother to dress. Yours for adventure, Charles Winthrop. Does $100,000 interest me, yes? Brother, that much money would put new life in a mummy.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Better Man.
Charles Winthrop. Charles Winthrop. You know, Mr. Holliday, that name sounds awfully familiar.
Well, it should, Susie. Mr. Winthrop is one of the richest men in the country.
Oh, sure, I remember now. He's a regular Crisis.
A what?
Don't you know, Mr. Holliday? Crisis was a rich king.
Oh, don't you know, Susie? Croesus, not Crisis, was a rich king.
Oh, someday I'll pronounce something right.
You do, and you'll lose your job.
Okay, Susie, it's dinner tonight with Charles Winthrop to see what's on that mind of his.
Cigar, Mr. Holliday?
No, thanks.
More coffee, perhaps.
I don't think so, thanks.
Curious, Holliday?
Very.
All right, my boy. We'll take care of that shortly. Oh, excuse me. I want to tell my butler he needn't stay around. William, come here a moment, will you?
Whatever Mr. Charles Winthrop had on his mind, it was hugely funny to him. All through dinner, he'd stop eating, slap his thigh, and laugh. And I wasn't saying anything funny either.
Oh, will you?
I watched him as he told the butler what he wanted.
I think you have the night off.
I got a kick out of him. Short, thin little man with wisps of gray hair that kept floating over his spectacles. And when he talked, he craned his neck forward like an inquisitive bird, his little eyes twinkling. Oh, he was enjoying a great joke, and I wondered what it was.
All right, Holiday. We'll be alone and we can chin a little. Think I'm crazy, huh?
Mr. Winthrop, any man who can collect about 20 millions is crazy like a fox.
Oh, money isn't everything.
No, some people die young.
Touché. Now, let's get right to the point. As I understand it, you advertise for adventure to get plots for your fiction, right?
Right.
So I'd say you'd like my little proposition.
Well, that all depends.
Surely. Well, someplace in this city, I have hidden a packet containing 100 $1,000 bills. You hear me?
I'm afraid I did.
No one knows what it is but me. But you can find out.
I know a lot of people who would like to find 100,000.
Oh, I know. That's why I've thought of this wonderful thing. Wonderful, wonderful.
What wonderful thing?
Ever been to Tibet, Holiday?
Not recently.
China, India, Japan, Africa, Malaya.
What are you getting at?
At me. I've been to all those places, Holiday. I went before they stank up the streets with gasoline, commercialized the pyramids, lighted up the tombs with floodlights, and made the world just one long, big bore.
And?
Well, I'm tired of being bored. I want excitement.
So you hid $100,000 where you can find it. What's exciting about that?
You're going to hunt for it.
I am, huh?
So are 3 other persons whom you don't know, whom you've never seen. And these 3 other persons have never seen you.
Ooh, we'll be a cozy little crowd.
Oh, think so. Never mind that for a minute. Now, I take it you've got a good income, huh?
Not like yours. But then I never eat caviar.
But you're comfortably fixed, eh?
All right, yes.
Oh, magnificent. That makes it perfect. I'll have a grand time.
Oh. Well, drop me a postcard. I'll keep in touch.
Now, wait. If you find the money, I will match it with another 100,000 and give it to any charity or cause you name. Cancer Research, Infantile Paralysis Fund, or any of a dozen. Or split the entire amount any way you want. Now, how's that?
Sounds good. Now, what's the rest of this?
At midnight tonight, after you leave, I will drop 4 letters in the mailbox. These 4 letters will be identical. Each will contain the first clue to the whereabouts of the money. The first clue will lead to the next, and to the next.
And so on until the money is found. Is that it?
Exactly. Each of the 4 persons concerned will receive one of those letters at the same time. And the hunt will be on.
I take it you had one of these cozy little dinners for each of the other 3.
Yes, that's right. Each one agreed.
Each one agreed to turn the money over to charity? Maybe I'm bringing back vaudeville. I'm killing you.
No. No, this is what makes the plan so perfect. One of the persons is a man who would kill to get that much money. Oh, I chose him well. Oh, no, he'll not turn the money over to charity.
I see. And the others in this little game?
Well, I'm not so sure. But $100,000 is a lot of money. I've watched people grab and cut each other's throats for much less, Holiday.
In other words, you'd send 4 people against each other to amuse yourself. No thanks, Winthrop. I'll take my hat and some clean, fresh air.
Well, after all, Mr. Holiday, you advertised adventure wanted.
That's right. And that's not an entry blank into a cutthroat game to amuse a cynical old man who's down to his last 20 million. So long.
Wait. What for? Now, listen. Those other three who are going after the money. Now, one is a man to whom the money would mean cheap nightclubs, gambling, and everything else his stupid mind thinks is life and living. The other two would keep the money, I'm sure.
Unless you keep them from getting it.
Oh, but I won't. I'll watch them play my game and let the one who wins take the stakes. But you, Holiday...
What makes you think 100,000 wouldn't tempt me?
Oh, I got my money by knowing people.
So?
You got the chance to get $200,000 for a worthy cause if you play.
And if I don't?
The money will still go to one of the other three. And I'm inclined to think the killer will win, unless he's playing against a smarter man. Well?
What if someone gets killed? How will you feel?
No better, no worse than now.
Did you ever stop to think it would be the same as murder?
What law could touch me, Holiday? I hid the money, I give out the clues. If someone gets killed, the money is the murderer, not me.
I see.
Of course, if you refuse, you can always think of how much good the money could have done.
Why, you...
I'll send out the letters at midnight, Holiday, 4 of them. You'll get yours in the morning. So you have all night to make up your mind whether the money is squandered by a cheap, stupid fool or helps some of humanity.
I went home. I went to bed. I didn't sleep much. I had dreams. Dreams that featured the grinning, weazened face of old man Winthrop, $1,000 bills, sick kids in hospitals. They changed places with each other all night. Then in the morning... All right, who is it?
Special delivery, Mr. Holliday.
Okay, thanks. Shove it under the door.
Yes, sir.
It was from Winthrop. At first, I wanted to burn and forget the whole thing. Because the thought of people running around the city fighting over that money made me a little sick. Then, well, I guess I was mad at Winthrop at his cynical attitude that the killers would always win. I opened the letter and later in my office listened to Susie read it.
High swings the hunter, his dog's eye bright. Where science is king, the clue will be right. What's it mean, Mr. Holliday?
I don't know. High swings the hunter, his dog's eye bright. Hunter? Hunter? Me?
And his dog's eye bright. I never saw a dog with only one eye, or a hunter with a dog's eye.
His dog. And why, where science is king?
Gee, I never saw a puzzle like this one before.
Well, old man Winthrop is certainly having his fun.
I worked out a puzzle once about movie stars. The names were all jumbled, see? And
Susie.
And...
Susie, say that again.
Say what?
What kind of a puzzle did you work out?
One about movie stars. Why?
Stars. Susie, you're wonderful.
Am I?
Absolutely magnificent. Here.
Mr. Holliday, you kissed me.
All that and a raise, too.
But what did I say?
The dog star, Susie, the dog star.
What dog star?
Hand me that encyclopedia quickly.
Gee. Here.
Now. Dog star. Here, listen. The dog star, or Sirius, brightest star in the sky, in constellation Canis Major, the great dog.
Oh, but what about the hunter?
Listen, Sirius may be seen below and to the left of the constellation Orion, the hunter. That's it, Susie. High swings the hunter, his dog's eye bright.
But what about the next line? Where science is king, the clue will be right.
I don't know, but it's got to have something to do with Orion the hunter. Listen, Susie, I'm going to find out a few things. I'll be at the Star Times for the next half hour. Okay, I'll say one thing for Winthrop. He made the game fun to play. That is, if keeping one step ahead of a killer was any fun. Anyway, at the Star Times, I talked to the science editor.
Say, what the devil are you up to, Dan?
Hey, look, Lou, give me some help, will you?
If I can, sure. What's your problem?
Read this.
What is all this?
Never mind now. I'll explain later. But Orion is the hunter.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you want to know?
What about Orion? Does it swing high?
Sure. It rises roughly in the east, swings upward in an arc, and then sets.
When is it at its highest?
Oh, I should say around midnight.
Midnight. Okay, now what about that where science is king line? Make anything out of that?
Well, I should say science is king at an astronomical observatory. At least that would tie in with the rest of this doggerel.
Lou, you're wonderful. Oh, by the way, Lou, there's an observatory in town, isn't there?
Sure, the Winthrop Observatory.
The Winthrop?
Mm-hmm. Somebody managed to squeeze a few shekels out of the old boy to build the thing. He insisted it carry his name.
So it all fits. Okay, Lou, tonight I'm going to be a stargazer. It was hard to wait through the rest of the day, but I made it. Then that night I drove up the long, winding road that led to the Winthrop Observatory. Again, the old man picked his spot nicely. It was dark, and a creeping, damp fog settled down in curling waves. There wasn't a light within 10 miles. Then I broke out of the fog, and the mountain leveled off. In the sky, the stars were big and bright. And I came to the end of the road. From here on, it was shoe leather instead of horsepower. I looked up in the sky. Swinging up in front of me was Orion. Below and to the left of him, a white star shimmered in the night sky. Sirius, the dog star. I looked at my watch. The luminous hands were almost straight up. Okay, midnight, Orion, Sirius. Then what? Who's that?
Well. Mr. Holliday.
Winthrop.
Yes, indeed. Didn't think I missed the fun, did you? Well, come on, Holliday. Straight ahead. Hey, on the bar. Good evening, Holliday.
What now, little rich man?
So you figured it out, eh?
Why else would I be here?
Very clever. All right. Here's an envelope.
What do I do with it?
Oh, there's another clue in it. The second.
Oh. How long does this go on?
I'm having such a wonderful time, I'd like it to go on forever. But I'll play the game fairly. One more after this, and that's all.
I see. You're really making this great for yourself, aren't you? You'll be at each stop, I suppose.
Oh, yes. And I wonder how many clues I'll have to give out.
What do you mean?
Well, only you and one other person showed up here tonight.
What? One other?
Yes. And guess who it was?
Do I have to guess?
Oh, I'll tell you. The only person besides yourself was the gentleman who would play rough. Very rough. I'm afraid, Holliday, that from now on, you'd better watch yourself.
And now back to The Better Man, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
It was like playing tag with a ghost while fighting a mist. I don't know why I kept at it, except by this time I would have crawled across the Sahara Desert in an overcoat to get that money from Winthrop. When I left him at the observatory, I went to my apartment. There I opened the envelope. Oh, this one was better than the first. It said, "He's king, yet a slave, and free, yet a captive. And we, who are weaker, are yet stronger. Those whom he ruled are close to his might, yet fear him not by day or by night." This made a lot of sense, and it was after 3 a.m. when I finally gave up on it and went to sleep.
I don't know, Mr. Holliday. It just doesn't make sense.
Come on, Susie, think. Say anything.
Anything what?
He's king, yet a captive.
How can he be king and yet be a captive?
That's the point. If we figure that out, we've got the rest.
I never was good at riddles.
Come in.
You, Dan Holliday?
Yeah, that's right.
I want to talk to you.
Who are you?
Makes no difference. Can you get rid of the dame?
I'm not a dame. I'm a secretary.
Blow, will you?
Hey, wait a minute, Bud. Didn't you get in the wrong act?
Sit down, Holiday.
I'm not tired.
Okay, stand then. Get rid of the dame.
Susie, run down to the Star-Times and pick up the mail, will you, please?
All right, Mr. Holliday. But tell him I'm not a dame.
Okay. Maybe you know why I come here, huh?
I can make a good guess.
Well, that's swell. Now we don't have to beat each other's brains out.
I didn't know we were booked for it.
You could use 50 grand, couldn't you?
Keep talking.
All right, look. What's the sense in both of us running around in this rat race?
You the rat?
Don't talk like that, Holiday.
Why don't you get to the point?
Okay. You and me got the only clues. We team up. We'll reach 50 grand to the good.
Which means you can't figure out this second clue from Winthrop.
Maybe.
If you had it figured, you wouldn't be here now.
So that makes sense.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
What do you say?
What if I won't make it a duet?
What makes you think you'll get to that money?
Nothing, right now.
I asked a question. What do you say?
The answer is no.
That final?
You can close the books, lover boy.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
How did you know who I was and where to find me? I didn't know you or where to find you.
You figure it, Holiday. You got the brains. But get this. I'll be right on your trail from now on out. If you change your mind about that split, put an ad in the agony column of the papers. I'll see it. So long.
Well, that flat-eyed character knew me. But Winthrop said none of us would know each other. So I looked up Winthrop's number in the phone book, dialed it, and...
Hello?
Winthrop?
Yes? Oh, is this Holiday?
Look, I just had company.
No.
Yes, thanks for sending him, Winthrop.
How did you know I did?
Don't give me that. How else would he know who I was?
That's right. I had to put a little zip into the game, Holiday. He's such a charming fellow, isn't he?
Okay, you've had your belly laugh. But that's it.
Oh, you're not quitting.
I don't like to be thrown to the lions.
What did you say?
I said I...
Well, go on.
He's king. Yet a captive. King of the beasts. The lion.
Wonderful. Now all you have to do is follow it up.
Nothing doing.
Oh, you're so close, Holiday, and all you have to do is be careful.
I'm beginning to like you less and less.
I'm not a likable person. However, whether you go on or not is your affair, but I should be very disappointed in you if you didn't.
Hello. 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 Well, I had the choice, and I was itching to get even with Winthrop. Somehow I was beginning to suspect he had no intention of letting go of $100,000, and that made up my mind for me. I figured out the rest of his little note, and the only place I could see a lion free, yet captive, was at a zoo. So it was to the zoo I went. The park was crowded. Kids, grown-ups, all milling around. Then I came to the lion pits, those semi-natural habitats without bars. I drifted close with the rest of the crowd, leaned over the iron railing that ran along the edge of the moat, and then...
Hang on, give me your hand, quick.
Oh, hold me up, will you?
Hang on. Hey, mister, what was you trying to do?
I didn't try it. Thanks for helping.
Brother, they almost had real fresh meat. What'd you do, lean over too far?
Yeah, much too far. And I had help.
Lucky you thought to grab that rail.
It was a good thought. Thanks again.
That's okay, mister. Boy, oh boy, that was better than Frank Buck.
Well. Did you have a little trouble, Holiday?
You guess, Winthrop.
Yeah, what some people will do for money.
Winthrop, you're not very big. A nice, easy shove, and you'd be where I almost went.
Oh, but you won't, Holiday. You won't because you're not the type that kills. Now, your anxious friend is different from you.
I don't know what keeps me from seeing how tightly your head's on your neck.
Oh, you don't like me. All right, Holiday. You've reached the end of the trail. Be at my home at 8 tonight.
It was 8 o'clock when I walked up the steps in front of the Winthrop home. There were little chills chasing each other on bicycles up and down my spine. But I rang the bell.
Oh, good evening, Holiday. Come in.
What have you got lined up for tonight?
Come this way. In here. There. Sit down, Holiday.
Thanks.
I suppose you'd call all this quite fantastic, wouldn't you?
You're insane.
Oh, aren't we all? I'm just able to indulge my whims. Most people aren't. Well, I suppose you want the money, huh?
You're not kidding anybody, Winthrop. There isn't a penny hidden anywhere.
Oh, yes, there is. But the game is not quite over.
What do you mean?
You may come in now. I believe you two know each other?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for almost making me Daniel in the lion's den.
Think nothing of it.
What is this, Winthrop?
Patience, Holiday. I have a proposition. The best part of the game. Here is $100,000 in cash. Now, you two can decide what to do about it. You can divide it equally, or may the better man take it all.
I looked at Winthrop. He was grinning. I looked at the other man. He wasn't grinning. He was eyeing that package of money. Then he looked at me, and it was easy to see what was on his mind. And Winthrop saw it, too, because he leaned forward.
100,000 is much better than 50, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
As you see, I am armed. You two are not.
Suppose we decide to split.
That decision will have to be unanimous with both of you.
I ain't splitting it.
Good! I thought I'd chosen well in you. Well, Holiday?
What if I just decide to leave?
You won't, because I won't let you. I want my fun, Holiday. Don't spoil it.
He looked at me with his little black eyes, and he kept that gun pointed out at me, too.
I can shoot you now, and your friend here will be a witness that you attacked me. $100,000 witness. Well?
Let's get it over with.
Exactly. There are no windows in this room, no servants in the house, and only one door. The money's on the desk. It will be merely a fight over money if the police come into it. When you've had your little argument, the one who's left can knock on this door, and I'll come and unlock it. Good hunting, gentlemen.
This was it. The man left with me got up off his chair, walked slowly toward me. I thought maybe I could reason with him. But what argument can you use on a killer?
Holiday.
Surprised, Winthrop?
Right. Congratulations, Holiday. Brains and brawn. Rare combination. All right. There's the money. Take it, and I'll match it with another 100,000.
You'll match it with $500,000.
What?
You heard me. Your pal there is out right now, but in a minute he'll come to. And I'll leave him alone with you with that money still on the desk.
But you can't. My God.
No, Winthrop.
Listen, Holiday. Now, you're not a killer. You wouldn't leave me alone with him.
No. Watch. And I'll take your gun with me and lock the door behind me after he wakes up.
Wait.
And I could be a witness. $100,000 witness that he killed you in self-defense.
You wouldn't. You're not that kind.
You wanted to play dog-eat-dog, now play it.
All right. What do you want?
Sit down at your desk, make out a check for $500,000. We'll decide where it goes later. And we'll both go to the bank tomorrow and cash it. Something funny?
It's just that I couldn't refuse to have it honored at the bank.
Yes. Yes, you could. But you won't.
All right, Holiday. You've almost restored my faith in people. Give me that pen.
$500,000 to charity and medical research. Look, he gets his picture in the paper.
Uh-huh.
But you did all the work.
I'll tell you something, Susie.
What, Mr. Holliday?
I got even with the man who called you a dame. Satisfied now?
Well, I don't know. He was kind of cute at that.
Oh, no. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Pickard. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The still brilliant light of a new January drifts down over Broadway, and the pattern it reveals is unchanged. The scalpeled edges of piled concrete are still defined against winter sky. Glints are struck off chrome and steel. And the faces of the mob are already molded back into the old year's anguish. Because still, the vision of beauty stands in a doorway at the end of night. And you walk toward it. You're stopped by the hawker who has another plan for you. You push him aside. Keep walking. He stops you again, lays odds you'll never make it, and you never do. And the light filters a corridor. You walk with a man who has just been acquitted of the murder of his wife. A man you arrested, testified against, watched as he was given the verdict of freedom. And in his face, no sign of release, of joy, only a newer pallor. Sudden, intense.
You tried, Danny. You didn't make it.
The court found you innocent, Mr. Welch.
Yeah, didn't they, though? You know something, Danny?
What?
They say I'm innocent. You say it. Me, I still don't know. I was out of the world at the time. I was drunk.
That girl, Ida Gray.
Yeah. Spunky kid to sit up there and tell it into the teeth of the world that I was with her at the time Fay was... My wife was being killed. I wonder if I had fun. I wonder if Ida and me had fun while Fay was dying.
She broke our case, saved your life.
You want it? I give it to you. For whatever my life's worth now, take it. Deal it out among your friends.
Look, Mr. Welch, you're a free man.
What's with this free? A man pronounces a word and that makes me free? You look. Fay's dead. The girl I loved is dead. A girl... You know something, Danny?
What?
It's now the law of the land that I didn't kill my wife. That means someone else did.
That's right.
I make you a promise out of the goodness of my heart. I'll get to the killer before you do. Hope to die if I don't.
We'll handle it, Mr. Welch. You leave it all to us.
Hold it a minute, will you, Danny? You too, Johnny. I want a picture. You and Ida here. Here, stand close to him, Ida. Come on. Get close. Touch his face or something.
Get out of here before...
Oh, Johnny, Ida saved your life.
You don't have to, Johnny, if you don't want to.
Stay out of it, huh, Ida, baby? You just stay posed where... Now, come on, Johnny. Ida here, this pretty girl here, handed you back your life on a silver platter.
That's
now,
what Ida did, all right. Okay, take your picture.
And step aside so a picture could be made. A picture of a man, Johnny Welch, his eyes dull, unfocused. The corner of his lips twitching somewhere between pain and hate. The girl looking up at him, unsmiling. And the man with the camera.
All right, now try to look glad about it, will you?
Forced smiles, then. Posed happiness for all the world to see.
Okay, got it.
Then turn the whole thing over to your memory. Go away. Spend the next 2 days for routine. Fill in spaces on report sheets. Catch up on the paperwork. Shake a finger at a school teacher from the Midwest who was clapping her blackboard erasers on the runway at Times Square. Speak at a boys' club. Lose 3 boxes of matches at the poker game in the squad room. Catch up on your reading at home. And then the call comes. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, guy named Larry Moore just got some lumps.
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
Fella named Larry Moore just got slugged. Good.
All right. Well, why did you call me, Gino?
Guy that did it to him was named Johnny Welch.
Oh. Did you pick up Johnny?
Nah, we're looking.
Where do I find this Larry Moore?
Same hotel where Johnny lives, room 305.
I don't see why you waste your time, Mr. Clover. I'm not going to bring charges against Johnny.
Looks like he went over you pretty good, Mr. Moore. Can you see out of that left eye?
What difference does it make? I'm not going to press charges.
Why'd he beat you up?
Between you and me, that's all.
Okay.
He tried to make me confess.
To what?
That I'd killed his wife.
I see.
I guess you want to know why Johnny would think a thing like that, huh?
Yeah, I would.
I knew Fay Welch.
Know her well?
A lot of fellas did. You know, the boys who hung around the bar where the Welches lived.
Then Mrs. Welch used to hang around at the bar pretty much.
It came out at the trial.
Your name didn't.
For what reason? I just played piano for cocktail hour. I did her requests for her, played them.
I just can't understand it, Mr. Moore. A man comes into your room, accuses you of murder, beats you up.
And I don't get mad about it. Why should I? A guy like Johnny, well, a guy like him, he's upset. He needs to be understood, Mr. Clover, not arrested. What kind of a guy do you think I am, anyhow?
And for a moment, consider him. Consider the man whose reaction to the violence done him was compassion, understanding. To have come out of a beating from an embittered man, a man on the prowl, dedicated to the killing of his wife's murderer, and still Larry Moore makes no charge against him. Wonder about it. And note your own shock that you've stained Larry Moore's compassion with suspicion. And leave with no answer to Larry Moore's question as to what kind of a man he was, anyhow. At headquarters, issue an all-points bulletin for the pickup of Johnny Welch, acquitted of the murder of his wife, because where he walked violence and death. And strip off the hours of waiting with routine, with talk to Detective Muggham.
It isn't safe for the citizens with that guy loose, Danny.
We'll find him.
He's a sick man. Right now, you could go so far as to call him crazy.
Maybe.
Who knows who he's going to choose out of the crowd to call his wife's murderer. This time, he just beats up on a man. Next time, maybe he'll be more thorough. And a sick man turns into a killer.
We'll find him.
Sure we will. Mind if I open the window a little, Danny? It's stuffy.
Go ahead.
Lucky fella. Lucky fella.
What do you say?
Johnny Welch, lucky boy. He just didn't know how lucky.
No?
Sure no. You find him passed out on the floor, dead drunk, with a bottle in one hand, a gun in the other, and his wife, Fay, with a look on her face that comes from being shot to death.
The real killer could...
The real killer?
Yeah, the real killer could have killed Fay Welch, planted the gun on Johnny because Johnny was too gone to know anything? It has to be like that.
Because a jury of his peers said so?
Well...
Because a girl, a Miss Ida Gray, hops a boat from England, arrives just in time to tell a court Johnny was seeing her off to Europe from the hours of 11 to 2 the night his wife was killed?
It's established Mrs. Welch was killed around 1 o'clock that night.
Look, I'm not fighting it then. Sure it was established. Goes back to what I was saying. Johnny Welch is a lucky boy. Comes home from a party, drunk. Staggers down a hotel hall, meets an old girlfriend, Ida Gray. She takes him with her to bid her a bon voyage. This takes till 2 in the morning, she says. Alibi. Freedom. And Johnny Welch walks the streets to...
Just came in, Danny. Good day to you, Detective Muggerman.
What came in, Gino?
They found Johnny Welch. They're keeping him there for you.
Where?
Blossom's Bar and Grill on 3rd Avenue. One of them 3rd Avenue joints at the Spence Mockery with... Danny, button up your overcoat. You shouldn't catch cold.
Johnny? Hi, Johnny. Mind if I sit down? How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Let's get out of here, Johnny. Come on, I want to talk to you.
I live here.
Come on, you've a nice place back at the hotel.
I live here. My home.
Look, Johnny, you...
How do I feel, the man asked. Simple question that begs a simple answer. I could say, all right, I feel good. I could say, not so good. Stop me when I get the answer you want.
What have you been doing for the last...
What's the matter, don't you drink? Grab the bottle by the throat, friend. Pour it. Admire my home. Drink, drink.
I'm working, Johnny.
So am I. This is the way it's done. You finish a bottle and hold it to the naked eye. Like this. Now, wait. The empty bottle. The things inside I can see. Dancers, the friends, the people who smile want you to come along. I got no more friends.
What's happened, Johnny?
No more friends.
Look, it'll take them a little while to get used to it. I've seen it happen before. A man acquitted of murder, his friends are
They think maybe I did it after all. They look at me. They just look at me with, you killed your wife.
They don't think that. You were acquitted.
And Faye's dead. Where she was once is nothing. You never heard her laugh. Or talk. You saw her when...
Johnny.
What do you want?
I saw Larry Moore a little while ago.
I got it on the list. I'm going to see him.
Leave him alone.
Just to apologize. That's the only reason why I want to see Larry Moore. Apologize because I slugged him. Apologize because Faye is dead. It's a tremendous loss to all of us.
Want me to take you back to the hotel now?
You don't know what I've been saying at all, do you? Get your ear out of the mud, friend. I'll say something plain. I'm here because Faye is dead. The 12 good men and true say I didn't kill her, and that's good. If I'd killed her, I wouldn't want to live anymore. If I didn't kill her, someone else did. I told you...
The police will take care of it, Johnny.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Get out of here, friend. Leave me alone. Go on, get out.
And leave him alone. Leave him to the life he wanted because you had no reason to intrude. Out on the street again and uptown. Stop off for a sandwich. Then back to work again, back to headquarters. Park the car on the lot across from emergency.
Over here, Danny.
And the voice that stops you belongs to Detective Muggerman, standing beside an ambulance. What's up, Muggerman?
Where have you been?
What's the difference? Where have I been? What's the matter?
The call came as soon as you left. You didn't leave word where you'd be. I took it.
Took what?
Hold it a minute, fellas. Take a look.
Oh, no.
Larry Moore, Danny. In the morning, he's beat up. In the evening, he's dead. You see it, Danny?
Yeah, I see it, Muggavan.
Stabbed to death, Danny. Murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Instead of going down, the annual rate of polio cases in this country is going up. Instead of growing panicky with fear in the face of such an unwelcome fact, there is a way in which we all can join the Army which is fighting to check this trend and ultimately defeat infantile paralysis. We can contribute to the March of Dimes. Give today so that the 1952 March of Dimes will be the biggest ever and a really potent fighting force against polio.
When it's January on Broadway, the darkness drains through the scarlet of neon before it's called night. And the dreams that are dreamed where a street corner touches the edge of evening drift away on the black wind. The whirlpool of color flung skyward by the spectaculars dips, becomes a riot of shadows when it touches the street. It's the once-upon-a-time land wrapped in winter's mist, gray and cold. The laughter's always at the other end of the block. It's nighttime, crowd time, the lonely time. And consider this night the slaying of a man. Consider facts. Dead man Larry Moore. Suspect Johnny Welch. Nighttime, work time. Go back to the bar that Johnny called home. He's not there. Check his hotel. Not there. So issue an all-points bulletin again on Johnny. He's not to be found. So next morning, go to a friend of his, Ida Gray, the young woman who once helped him.
I can't understand why they didn't announce you down at the desk, Mr. Clover.
So I told them I was a policeman. I told them not to announce me.
You were afraid I'd fly the coop? Am I that important?
What do you do for a living, Miss Gray?
I could have told you that over the house phone.
Tell me now.
May I be technical?
Go right ahead.
I'm a technician, Mr. Clover. I assist in the preparation of antibiotic cultures. Do I scare you?
May I ask you why you went to Europe? Vacation?
Not at all. Work. I went over to observe techniques in the manufacture of antibiotics in England. To observe, to report. Free exchange of scientific methods. That was my job.
And you left for England the night of Mrs. Welch's murder and came home during the trial. Fortunate for Johnny, Miss Gray.
Had I known of the murder, I would have returned much sooner. Honor bright. Poor Johnny.
You feel sorry for him, huh?
Bring him to me. Just bring him to me. Just let me get my hands on him.
And what?
I'd never take them away. Not very scientific talk for a technician like me, is it?
He killed a man last night.
What?
Stabbed him to death, a man named Larry Moore. First, Johnny threatened him, then he killed him.
Larry Moore?
You've probably seen him, Larry Moore. Played piano downstairs in the lounge.
And Larry killed Johnny's wife, is that it? Then who killed Larry?
Do you know where Johnny is?
If you find out where, take me to him, will you?
He'll be here, Miss Gray.
As a matter of fact, no. I have a date with a scientific fella. We're going to discuss variable hydrogen ion concentrations in oreomycin culture. Do I bore you? Then you might as well go.
Good morning, Danny. And something else. Danny?
Do you want something, Chino?
It is not a question, do I want something? Let us say, rather, it is a question, do the gentle lady waiting outside your office want something?
Hmm?
They wish to see you, and that the late deceased Larry Moore.
Oh, bring them in, Chino.
They told me... who cares what people tell me? This way to see Danny Clover. If I am needed, Danny, you know where to reach me.
The sergeant said you wanted to see me about Larry Moore.
Yeah, I'm Chet Duggar from Trenton.
Hmm?
Her, Miss Hempstead of... Where are you from, honey? We never did get around to geography. Where you from? Tell us, honey. Oh, the kid's scared, Mr. Clover. That's why she's clammed up. If you knew what I went through to get her to come down here with... Oh, don't be scared, honey.
Why did you come here, Mr. Duggar?
Larry and Miss Hempstead and me, Chet Duggar, we were a happy threesome until comes a knock on Larry's hotel room. Larry gets up from the piano to answer it, so he says to someone, "Oh, what a pleasant surprise." Then he grunts, walks back into the room, can't play the piano anymore. The knife in his chest makes him all thumbs.
And you want to tell me you saw who it was?
All Miss Hempstead and me want to tell you is we were there in Larry's hotel room because it got gay in the cocktail lounge, didn't it, honey? And Larry invited us up to his cell for more of his piano. And we were getting around to the oldies.
Why didn't you come here before?
Oh, didn't I tell you? We're from out of town. The etiquette of what to do when a piano player dies is, well, unknown to us, isn't it, honey? Then comes the dawn, and the etiquette is... Oh, pardon me, your phone.
Danny Clover speaking.
Dr. Simsky, Danny. Downstairs in the infirmary. They just brought in Ida Gray.
You were worried about etiquette, Mr. Duggar. Stick around. We'll try to clear it up for you.
Miss Gray's going to recover, Danny, so you don't have to worry about that. Probably concussion, bruises.
Where was she found, Dr. Simsky?
In an alley, Danny, off West 16th. Here's the officer's report.
No one tried to look at her assailant.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I was just reading the report.
That's her room, Danny. You want to see her?
Is she conscious?
No. She keeps saying something, though, over and over.
Let's go in. What's she saying?
Get close to her, Danny. Put your ear close. You'll hear.
No. Oh, you. After all.
You understand her?
Uh-huh. She said it wasn't any use. Did they bring this in here with her?
That first? Yeah. Danny, what are you...
Must be a doctor, huh, Doctor? This is the way a policeman works. Lipstick, shoes, keys, comb, wallet, bank book.
I don't envy you one bit, Danny. To have to pick the little things. To have to pry like that.
Sometimes little things, Doctor. Would you say this was a little thing?
What?
This entry in Miss Gray's bank book?
So she made a withdrawal and closed her account. Maybe she needed the money. I found myself face to face with needing money.
But you never had the reason Miss Gray did, Doctor. Take care of her. Don't let her out of your sight. Markovan, Tartaglia, come in.
Yeah, sure, Danny. We're coming.
You need something, Danny?
Yeah, shut the door. Where you been, Markovan?
Out and around.
That's an answer?
Yeah, I consider it an answer. What do you want?
Now, boys, please. Before our lips get pulled any tighter, let's consider that we have all been chums together for a long time now.
Johnny Welch has been hammering his way through alleys. Give him a little more time, we'll have more dead on our hands. When are you going to get around to finding him, Muggavan?
When I do, you'll be the first to know. Yeah. I say it in the presence of a witness.
Now, look, fellas, we are all at nerve's edge here. Our patience exhausted to the raw quick. Our courtesy...
What about you, Tartaglia? How does a police sergeant pass his time?
Before you say something for which we will all be ashamed in the morning, Danny, let me tell you what a police sergeant has been doing. He has been heltering and skeltering up the nooks and down the crannies of police...
Doing what?
What his good lieutenant has ordered him to do. Checking the bank account of the late deceased Larry Moore against the aforementioned same of Miss Ida Gray, who was lately assailed by person or persons...
And you found?
What I found is what I hope will make us all friendly once more. In these two bank books is what I found. Here, put your heads together over it, then clasp hands.
Argument?
Yeah, Danny?
Take a look. Do anything to you?
Yeah. Yesterday, Larry Moore deposited in his bank the exact amount Ida Gray withdrew from hers. That is what it does to me, Danny. Blackmail.
Yeah. Dr. Sinsky's with a girl named Ida Gray at the emergency hospital. I want that girl booked.
Roger. Wilco.
Hey, what do you want to book? Hey, look, what's the idea? Hey, tell them who I am, Danny. They shouldn't start roughing me for entering without a pass.
Marty Udenfreud, Margovan Gino, friend of mine.
Yeah, and in case you ever afford a cab, I hack on 43rd and Broadway. Pleased to meet you, fella.
What's in your mind, Marty?
Hey, remember the blintzes my wife said he made for your last holidays? Remember how you enjoyed them? You told me.
I did enjoy them, Marty.
Well, I got now something you will enjoy even more, and without sour cream. The whereabouts of a fugitive named Johnny Welch.
Where?
I spotted him sneaking into a flea bag hotel down to the Bowery. Saw the light go on, second floor front. Broke a few traffic manifestos getting it to you, Danny. However...
Take me there, Marty.
Danny?
Yeah, what do you want?
That girl with Dr. Sinsky. What do we book her for?
For murder. Come on, Marty, take me to Johnny Welch. So go now to a familiar place. Familiar because it's called the Bowery. Because it's the place where dreams are lost and violence is born.
That one, Danny. That one right there.
The air is chill with many things. The figure huddled against the night wind. Cold chalk scratched on a brick wall. Dampness on lips as a woman watches you walk by. And into the derelict hotel and up the steps. And think briefly this is the sound of a winter's grave.
Danny?
That's right, Johnny.
Come on in.
And the face of Johnny Welch is the face of a grave. Without meaning, without expression. Lifeless.
I've been waiting for you, Danny.
Oh? I thought you were hiding.
Hiding?
That's what you did, Johnny.
No, you got it all wrong.
Tell me about it.
The reason why I'm here.
That's right.
I don't know any other place, Danny. There's no other place left for me. Even the people in the bottom of the bottle danced away.
Larry Moore, Ida Gray, they're not in your life anymore?
Larry?
He's dead.
I didn't know. How'd he make it?
Ida?
Ida. Always Ida. I saw her a while ago. She rubbed her cheek against me and said things you'd never believe. To me. She said she loved me. Did you find her?
Uh-huh.
She killed Larry, huh? She didn't tell me.
Maybe you didn't give her a chance.
I gave her all the time she needed. She talked and talked. The things she told me...
Did she tell you how she perjured herself for you? How you were never with her the night of your wife's murder?
She told me.
And you almost killed Ida for it.
I told you something once, Danny. I told you if I killed my wife, I didn't want to live anymore. I meant it.
Now you know you killed her, don't you?
That. You can't touch me for it because I was acquitted. Double jeopardy. State can't try a man twice for the same crime.
That's right, Johnny. But we can't hold you for assault with intent to kill for a long time.
Intent? Didn't I make it?
No.
What's going to happen to Ida?
You know. Should be tried for murder.
Why'd she kill him?
Larry Moore must have known she was lying on the stand at your trial. He worked at the hotel. He saw Ida leave for the boat by herself, not with you. So he was blackmailing her.
Twist, huh?
Yeah. And all she wanted was you. That's why she perjured herself, got you off. I asked you before, Johnny, why'd you beat her up?
Saving my life. I told you I don't want to live now that I know what I did.
You'll live. Prison, Johnny.
Sure. You can stall it for a while, Danny. And then I'll come back here. Look at this place. Then go over to the window and look outside. Gutter from top to bottom, all of it. Hold me as long as you want. Then I'm coming back to it.
Why?
Why? What's being dead got that this hasn't got?
It's a panic in neon, this Broadway, where pleasure is a packaged commodity, like pain. where bargain prices prevail for numbness and a half-hour smile, sometimes on installments. It's the place that dares you, and one way or another it'll rock you to sleep. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Harry Bartell was heard as Johnny Welch. Featured in the cast were Mary Shipp, Shepard Menken, Steve Roberts, and Jerry Hausner. Our Miss Brooks is your Miss Brooks every Sunday evening over most of these same CBS radio stations. CBS comedy fans know she's really the sparkling comedian Eve Arden. Folks who haven't met Mr. Boynton, education-slinging Eve's bashful boyfriend, and the rest of our Miss Brooks laugh mates shouldn't let another Sunday pass without enjoying this refreshing CBS laugh spreader. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, those lovable rascals Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the East End Strangler.
Holmes, what do you expect to find here at this house?
A killer, Watson. A fiendish and diabolical killer seeking another victim. A prince of crime. As shrewd and as vicious as Jack the Ripper.
Good Lord, Holmes, what's that?
Quick, Watson, into that house. That scream came from a victim of the East End Strangler.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. And what memoir are you compiling tonight, sir?
Tonight, Mr. Harris, I am hard at work on an adventure that for sheer terror is unparalleled in my memoirs. If you can imagine a lurking shadow in the dark, the agonized scream of a stricken woman, all London held in a grip of dark horror. I'm afraid I'm a bit ahead of my story here, Mr. Harris.
Well, you've got me on the edge of my chair now, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
My old friend Holmes always refers to it as the adventure of the East End Strangler. And after you give our audience a few hints on Clipper Craft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with our story.
Regardless of what the weatherman says, the calendar tells us that now's the time for a new spring suit. A good-looking spring suit that lifts your spirits and makes you feel the way you look. Like a new man. In short, a Clipper Craft suit, styled to make you look your best. Broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the tapered-down look of a well-dressed man. Now, don't say that you can't afford that kind of suit, because you can. Yes, a genuine Clipper Craft suit of pure worsted costs only $45. And that beautiful Clipper Craft topcoat in all-wool gabardine or covert costs from $40 to $47.50.
But Clippercraft clothes look like much more, feel like much more, actually make you look like the best-dressed man in any company. So tomorrow, visit your Clippercraft dealer and treat yourself to a spring suit you'll be proud to wear. A Clippercraft suit. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the East End Strangler?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in September of 1898. Exactly 10 years after Jack the Ripper had left his blood-drenched trail through the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. The memory of Jack the Ripper was growing dim when a new nocturnal prowler, a shadowy terror, began to haunt the dark streets of London. A woman was throttled to death in Shadwell, another in Wapping, and soon the name of the East End Strangler was enough to strike terror in every heart. The official police were helpless against this cruel, pitiless, and devilishly shrewd marauder. And then one foggy night in Ratcliffe, near the Thames, a lady came running through the fog when...
Constable! Constable!
Here now, lady, what's up?
The Strangler. He just accosted me on Ratcliffe Highway.
Steady now, ma'am. Easy does it. You're sure it was the Strangler?
Oh, yes, Constable, I'm sure. He ran after me in the fog. I lost him just a moment ago.
Ma'am, listen. You see that lane there?
That dark little street.
Right. You just go down it till you come to Commercial Road East. You'll be able to get a cab there.
Oh, Constable, no. Don't leave me.
Nothing to worry about now, ma'am. You just follow my instructions. I'm going back and look for this East End Strangler. There isn't a man on the force who hasn't been itching to get him.
Who's that? Who's standing there in the fog? Who are you? What?
Good evening, my dear.
You.
That's a lovely throat you have, my dear. So graceful and white like a swan's. Yes, my dear, the Strangler. The East End Strangler. And your throat. Ah, yes, your throat is smooth. So smooth, like silk. And graceful. So graceful.
No.
It's a pity. Such a pity to mar the whiteness of that throat. But what can I do? What else can I do?
Oh, please. Oh, no. Oh, don't.
How soft to the touch. How it yields to the caress of my hands.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't.
Don't cry out, my dear. Don't fight and struggle. The others have tried to cry out, too, but it was useless. In a moment, you will feel no pain. Now it is all over, my dear. And it's such a pity. Such a pity. But then, my dear, what else could I do?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this affair of the East End Strangler, I'm forced to admit, has got out of hand.
So we have observed in the newspapers, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. I must say, Inspector Lestrade, it's rather late in the game to summon my colleague and myself. The official police have bungled this affair badly.
I should say. Lady Wyndham last night was his third victim. I've no doubt he's plotting the fourth.
Dr. Watson, the man's uncanny, a genius, I might say. He moves about like a shadow, strikes and vanishes.
Yes. You've doubled the constables, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But the beggar seems to be on to the police every step of the way. He's eluded every trap we've set for him so far.
Then we must bait the hook with a more subtle lure, my dear Lestrade. Now, suppose we examine the facts.
Yes?
First, the Strangler chooses only women as victims. We know that these women are of high breeding and good circumstance.
Yes, but what are they doing in the slums of the East End, Holmes?
That's an excellent question, my dear Watson, and a curious circumstance which will bear investigation. But now, let us examine the exact geographical area of the Strangler's operations. You have a map of London, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Right here on my desk.
Capital. Now then, gentlemen, observe. The first victim was found in Shadwell, here. Yeah. The second in Wapping, here. Yeah. And the third and latest, Lady Wyndham, here, in Ratcliffe. Yes. Now, let us draw a circle around these points.
By Jove, Holmes.
They're all in the borough of Stepney.
Precisely, Lestrade. The Strangler, for some pertinent reason, has limited his activities to Stepney in the East End. A whim, perhaps.
but I'm more inclined to believe it's either design or circumstance. Now then, let us proceed with our investigation.
What now, Holmes?
Now, Watson, we shall examine Lady Wyndham's body in the mortuary. It's extraordinary, Watson. This East End strangler is not only wanton and cruel, but infernally clever. He struck and left no clue on the body.
Yes.
Inspector Lestrade, a question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I note Lady Wyndham's purse is torn open and empty. Was this true in the case of the previous victims?
Yes.
Yes, ostensibly the motive is simple robbery, but I have an idea there's much more to this than meets the eye. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
I'm afraid we're in for some rather routine investigation for a day or two. We must investigate the personal lives of the Strangler's 3 well-to-do victims and ascertain why they went to Stepney in the dead of night.
Any suggestion for myself, Mr. Holmes?
I have indeed, Lestrade. I suggest that you place a curfew upon all of Stepney Borough. Order all residents to be indoors by 9 o'clock.
Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret, ma'am.
Oh, it's you, Mary.
What? You're all dressed, milady. Surely you're not going out at this time of night alone?
Yes, I must. It's urgent.
But it's dangerous, Mum. What with the Strangler walking the streets and all?
I've got to take the chance, Mary. It's a foggy night outside, and I don't think anyone will see me.
Lord love us, Mum, but it's all too much for a poor girl like me. Why should you be going out on a night like this and all alone?
Mary, you remember my confiding in you about George?
You mean...
Yes, the man I almost married 20 years ago. I just got a letter from him this morning.
Lady Margaret, then he's alive. He's come back to London.
Yes, but he's in desperate straits, Mary. Oh, you understand. Hiding in the slums of Stepney. The police are pursuing him for something he didn't do, and he needs money. Money to get away. I must bring it to him tonight. Alone. And Mary...
Yes, Lady Margaret?
You're not to breathe a single word of this to anyone. Everything I've told you now and before is in the strictest confidence. You understand?
Yes, Mum.
Very well. I'll go back to the servants' quarters and go to bed. I won't be back until early this morning. George! George, open the door. It's Margaret. George! Oh, this house seems dark, deserted. Who?
I'm afraid you won't find anyone home, my dear.
Who are you?
Don't you know Lady Margaret?
No.
Yes, my dear.
Don't.
Such a lovely throat, such a pretty white throat, such a soft, warm throat. What can I do? Now then, my lady, first the letter from George and then the money and we'll be off.
All! Stand where you are!
The police!
All!
Well, Dr. Watson, this is one adventure I'm going to remember for a long time.
Yes, Mr. Harris. What you've heard is only the beginning. In a few moments, after you give our audience some facts to remember on Clippercraft clothes, I shall relate to you what happened.
You don't have to pay a lot of money to get real styling in a suit. The kind that makes a man look his best. A Clippercraft worsted suit at $45 or a Clippercraft topcoat from $40 to $47.50 have styling you usually associate with clothes costing much more. You see, Clippercraft can afford the country's foremost designers because of the tremendous volume of Clippercraft clothes Americans buy. Over 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast have joined in a gigantic buying pool to make possible the amazing values Clippercraft offers today in styling, in fabrics, in fine tailoring. And speaking of fine tailoring, of workmanship, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Yankee Clipper ships, also New England built to superb standards of craftsmanship. Yes, when your Clippercraft merchant invites you to compare Clippercraft with clothes costing many dollars more, he really means it. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were telling us of the adventure of the East End Strangler.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. Holmes and I were at Baker Street late that night, going over the results of our routine investigation, when we received an urgent message from Inspector Lestrade. The East End Strangler had been abroad on the dark streets of Stepney again. He'd struck again, and he'd vanished like a ghost in the fog, leaving his dead and mangled victim behind him. This time, Lady Margaret Blencroft. Naturally, Holmes and I lost no time in getting to the scene. Then Holmes asked,
"Who discovered the body, Inspector Lestrade?"
Why, one of my men heard a scream, Mr. Holmes. Constable Wilson. He ran up, but the strangler took to his heels and made off in the fog. Constable Higgins joined Wilson a moment later, and the two of them searched the area.
And found nothing, eh, Lestrade?
Oh, nothing, Dr. Watson. The strangler vanished like a phantom. I still don't see how he got through my police guard, what with curfew and all.
A remarkably clever fellow, the Strangler, Lestrade. I do not admire his calling, but I must confess a certain grudging respect for his ingenuity.
Jove, yes, the fellow is almost fiendishly clever. What next, Holmes?
A careful examination of the body, Watson. The same wanton attack, as you see. And one moment.
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
I note that the contents of Lady Margaret's purse are untouched. It contains £200 and a letter.
Well, the strangler must have been surprised before he could make away with the money, eh, Holmes?
Quite, Watson, quite, but it's this letter that interests me at the moment. The request for funds from someone named George. An old admirer, according to the text.
Holmes, you think that letter
is bogus, Inspector, and so is George. Obviously a pretext to lure the victim into this area. Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, you too, Lestrade. Observe. There are some small blue threads clutched in the fist of the victim.
Blue threads?
Yes. Do you consider them significant, Holmes?
I do indeed, very. But come, Watson, it's late. Let us find a cab and return to Baker Street. There'll be time enough tomorrow to track our men down.
Holmes, I must confess I'm completely baffled by this strangler fellow.
Are you, Watson? I cannot say the same for myself. Consider the results of our investigation today.
What about them?
We found that each victim, on the day of her murder, had withdrawn a large sum of money from the bank.
Yes, Holmes, I know.
We know that the killer lured his victims to the slums of the East End, and specifically to Stepney, through the use of bogus letters purporting to be from old friends or lovers.
Well, what about it, Holmes?
Obviously, this fellow who's taken the mantle of Jack the Ripper must have had access to intimate and personal information concerning his intended victims.
Yes, that seems reasonable, Holmes.
Quite. And therefore, our next step is to pay a visit to the home of the latest victim, Lady Margaret Blencroft, and question her personal maid.
Well, Holmes, all the maid could tell us was that she was asleep. Didn't hear Lady Margaret go out. I'm afraid we didn't get very far here.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
Eh? What do you mean?
The contents of her sewing basket. They were significant. Very. But come, let's be off to Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? Why?
I wish to talk to Inspector Lestrade, and then to inspect the police who will be on the lookout for the Strangler tonight. So these are the lists of the Metropolitan Police assignments, eh, Lestrade?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. As you see, London is divided into police areas, and the names of the constables assigned to each area are listed.
Yes, quite. I cannot say that I'm impressed by your techniques of criminal investigation, my dear Lestrade, but I must say these police records are in excellent order.
Holmes, what the devil does all this mean? Why are you taking such an extraordinary interest in the affairs of the police here?
Because, Watson, it's only by way of the official police that we can hope to arrest the East End Strangler.
Oh, now, Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to know you're going to require our close cooperation. For once.
Quite. Now then, Lestrade, I understand you've requested a special inspection of the police constables before they venture into Stepney tonight.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Come, Watson, let's view this inspection. You may find it most interesting.
Well, here we are, gentlemen. As you see, the men are waiting for inspection. Attention!
Oh, fine-looking squad of men, Inspector.
Finest on the force, Dr. Watson.
Suppose we review the constables now, Lestrade.
As you wish, Mr. Holmes. After you.
Yeah, I must say, Holmes, this reminds me of the old days with the Army. I recall one day the General reviewed my brigade at Bombay.
One moment, Watson. You there. What is your name, Constable?
You mean me, sir?
I do indeed. What is your name?
Higgins, sir. Edward Higgins.
Oh, yes. I read your report, Higgins, on what happened last night. Very neat. Very concise.
Thank you, sir.
I cannot say the same for your personal appearance, however.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Your tunic, man, your tunic. It's been torn in the collar and re-sewn with new thread. Perhaps you can explain the reason for this.
Oh, no, you don't?
Holmes, Constable Higgins is running away.
Higgins! What's the meaning of this? Come back!
Stop that man, stop him.
He's running straight for that big window. There he goes! Holmes, he's made good his escape.
He has indeed, but only for the moment. We must anticipate his moments from now on. Yes. Come, Watson. There's no time to lose.
Right.
Edward Higgins.
Shut the door, Mary, quick.
Edward, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be on duty.
It's Holmes, Mary. He's found me out. The game's up, and I've got to get out, get away to the hideaway on the continent.
Edward, well, I'll go with you like we arranged. We'll go together. Wait till I pack my bag.
Don't bother, Mary.
What? What do you mean?
The East End Strangler still has another job to do. Another neck to twist.
Edward, what do you mean? Whose neck?
Yours, my dear.
Edward, no!
Yes, Mary. You know too much about me and our little game. You know where I'm going to hide out from here. This Detective Holmes will be sure to worm it from you.
Edward, for the love of heaven!
Besides, why should I share all the money I took from those fine ladies with you? I got plans of my own, dearie.
Oh, Edward, no, please, don't.
Such a lovely throat, my dear, so graceful, so smooth. A pity, Mary, but what can I do? What can I do?
Take your hands from her, Higgins.
Holmes! Look out, Holmes, he's going to rush you.
I'll teach you to interfere. Suppose I teach you a little jiu-jitsu, Higgins. Away you go.
Jove, Holmes, you flung him right over your shoulder. Well, he's unconscious.
Yes, quite, Watson. He made the mistake of being off balance on the attack. Now, while this constable lies here, Watson, suppose you go out and find another constable to arrest him. And this woman as his accessory.
I see. So Mary the maid, through the gossip of other servants, learned of those women with past love affairs, and then told the Strangler, eh, Holmes?
Precisely.
But how did you know that he was a member of the official police, Mr. Holmes?
Obvious, Lestrade. Remember, Constable Higgins had an intimate knowledge of police strategy, and therefore was able to elude the patrols. Furthermore, Lady Margaret Glencroft was strangled during a curfew, when only police constables were allowed on the streets. Recall, too, that Higgins, by a curious coincidence, was close to Lady Margaret when she was murdered.
And Higgins' patrol area had always been the Stepney district.
Quite.
But the blue threads in Lady Margaret's clenched hand, what about them, Holmes?
Oh, yes, the blue threads, Watson. They were the same color as the tunics worn by the London bobbies. She tore Higgins's collar in the struggle, and he hurried to his accomplice Mary to have it repaired. I had only to inspect the police line and pick out a man with a ripped collar, newly resewn.
Holmes, I must say you've conducted a rather sound investigation here. Very professional.
Thank you, Lestrade. I appreciate the compliment. And I hope you will not hesitate to call on me in the future. It's always a pleasure to rescue the official police from their own mistakes. Hey, Watson?
Dr. Watson, that was some adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And I'm happy to say that while the person who made Mary received a life sentence for her part, the East End Strangler was hoisted by his own petard, so to speak, on a rope in Newgate Prison.
I see. Now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you relate to us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall tell you of an adventure which I have entitled Murder on a Wager. It concerns 2 dead bodies floating in the Mediterranean and an unbelievably odd wager that made history at Monte Carlo.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in Murder on a Wager. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra Big Town. Editor gets murder threat. Gang goes strike on Big Town. Extra Big Town.
All right, pack your things, Lorelei. I'm sending you out of Big Town until I find out what's back of these racket threats.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Steve. You're the one who's been threatened, not me.
Now, listen, Wilson. Lay off my rackets, and I'll tip you on who's trying to get you. Is it a deal?
I'll make no deal with you, Lawler. And call off your gun goons, or they'll get you the chair.
Such are the highlights of the deadly gimmick of the Squeaking Rat on Big Town, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap. Another exciting adventure of fighting editor Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now to Big Town and tonight's headline story of the deadly gimmick of the Squeaking Rat. This is the strange story of a 2- and 4-legged rat. One, a vicious little criminal with a warped sense of humor. The other, a toy mouse with a squeaker in its rubber hide. Such is the background of this story that began as Lorelei Kilburn ushered an unexpected visitor into Steve Wilson's office at the Illustrated Press.
Steve, could you spare a moment?
Always for you, Lorelei, my lovely. Come in.
Not for me this time, Steve. You have a visitor. Come in, Mr. Lawler.
Thanks, Kilburn. Hello, Wilson.
Well, hello, Lawler. We're honored.
Save the wisecracks for an editorial, Wilson. I want to talk to you.
Fine, sit down.
Thanks.
May we quote you, or is this off the record? Like most of your financial activities.
Well, that depends. But I'm not talking in front of witnesses. Send your girl Friday reporter out to buy a hat.
All right, go buy a hat, Lorelei.
On the Illustrated Press expense account,
That
Steve?
depends on Mr. Lawler.
Okay. Make it good, Mr. Lawler.
I will.
All right, Lawler, what's on your mind?
Just a sec. What about that speakerphone on your desk?
It's switched off. But a hidden microphone would have been a good idea. Especially if I'd known you were coming.
Mm-hmm. That's why I made it a surprise.
All right, what's on your mind?
Plenty.
How do you like our editorials and feature articles on your mysterious financial activities in Big Town?
I don't.
Good.
You're causing me plenty of trouble.
Fine. The white heat of publicity sometimes fumigates the rat holes of the rackets.
Now, look here, Wilson. I simply loan money. If it is used to finance rackets, I'm not criminally responsible.
Oh, yes, we made that quite plain in Miss Kilburn's series of articles. You have no cause for a lawsuit on the grounds of libel or slander.
If I had, you'd have heard from my lawyer, not from me.
Yes, I know. So why this personal visit? What's on your mind?
I want you and your newspaper to lay off me and my activities. Quit writing me up. Forget me.
Well, most legitimate businessmen would pay plenty to get the amount of publicity we've been giving you.
Sure, but I'll pay plenty if you lay off.
What's the matter, Lawler? Is your filthy finance getting too hot for your shady clients? The bookies, slot machine operators, and numbers bankers? Are they afraid to do business with you because it puts them in the same spotlight of publicity you're in?
Yes. And I'm here to make you a proposition.
Go ahead, make it.
Now, I know there's no use offering you dough.
Thanks for the compliment.
You're welcome. But, lay off me and my activities, and, I'll feed you enough tips on the rackets to fill your front page with a scoop every day of the week.
Why, you squealing rat. In your rackets, you wouldn't last a week.
Nobody need ever know where you got your information except you and me.
Don't kid yourself, Lawler. The sewer circuit of the underworld has a grapevine information service that would make a Hooper survey look like something out of a cup of tea leaves.
That'd be my worry.
Your funeral?
So you won't trade.
Listen, Lawler, I wouldn't deal with you if you gave me the inside dope on every unsolved murder in Big Town.
Why not?
Because men like you are behind and responsible for half the gang killings in this town.
Prove that, Wilson.
I'm trying. And I must be close to proving it, or you wouldn't be here.
Well, you won't be anywhere very long if you don't lay off.
Is that a threat?
Not from me, no, but I got a lot of friends.
Friends? Why, you haven't a friend in the world, Lawler. No one you can trust, and no one that trusts you.
So you won't play ball.
No, Lawler, and you better tell your so-called friends that if anything happens to any of my staff, they'll be putting a rope around your neck after the deal you've offered me in this office.
Oh, yeah? That'll be your word against mine, Wilson.
Not quite. Just a minute. Lorelei.
Yes, Steve.
Did you get that choice bit of dialogue?
Yes, Steve. You want to hear a playback of your conversation with Mr. Lawler?
No, but I think Lawler would like to hear how his voice sounds.
Why, you double-crossing newspaper slug. You had a microphone hidden somewhere. You sent Kilburn out to turn it on.
Yes, in the statue of justice here on my desk, Lawler. Appropriate, isn't it?
You slug.
That won't help you, Lawler. Justice, crushed to earth, will rise and weigh you on her scales. To quote and unquote a paraphrase.
Lay off me and my business, or you won't live to see it happen.
Go on, Lawler. Is that microphone still working, Lorelei?
Yes, Steve. The tape recorder is getting it all.
You better lay off, Wilson. You've started something even I can't stop.
Get out, Lawler. Get out of this newspaper office and stop whatever you started. Because if anything happens to any of my staff, the recording of our conversation will be enough to send you up the river for the rest of your natural life.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson and Lorelei. As they face a showdown with a big-time racket operator, they have goaded into threats of retaliation in tonight's headline story, of the deadly gimmick of the squeaking rat.
Hey, Gimmick, what's the big idea driving out in this old coal dock? I ain't in no mood for no necking party, even if you was my type.
Don't buddy yourself on both sides, Ruby. You ain't my type either.
So what's the idea? One of your gags?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a yuck on a guy.
Ain't it kind of late for April Fool jokes?
This ain't gonna be no joke. I fixed me up a gimmick for a guy that's getting in the hair of a hotshot pal of mine.
You and your gimmicks. No wonder you got that nickname. Oh, what's it this time? A stink bomb or an exploding cigar?
You're hot, baby. Red hot. It's in this box.
What's in the box, mystery man?
A toy mouse, baby. One of them rubber rats with a squeaker in it.
Yeah, you squeeze it and it squeaks. So what?
So when this guy gets this package and opens it up, he's going to find the mouse and see the squeaker. And he's going to be curious enough to try and see if the squeaker works.
So what's the yuck in that?
The rat's primed with high explosive. It'll blow his top. Hey, how's that for a gag?
Some gag. Hey, now, wait a sec, Gimmick. That's liable to be murder, and I don't want to get mixed up in it.
You don't want to go back to the hen pen, do you?
No, but listen, Gimmick,
Now, you listen. Do like you're told. There's an old moocher named Willie the Weep that lives in that shanty boat over there.
Is it him you're after?
Nah, but he's a tipster for the guy I want to get.
Who?
A newspaper slug named Steve Wilson of the Press.
So, what's the pitch?
Get out of the car. Go over there and leave this box in front of Willie's door.
Hey, now, wait a minute. What if the moocher comes out and spots me? There's a light in the shanty boat. He must be home.
Quit worrying. Just put it in front of his door and beat it. I'll turn the jalopy around and be ready to haul out of here. Go on. Take the box, but don't drop it.
All right, but what if the thing goes off?
Don't worry. It won't go till somebody gets curious enough to squeak that rat.
That recording is all ready to play, Steve.
Good. I phoned Callahan of Homicide, and I want him to hear it, Lorelei. Come in. I have an assignment.
Why homicide, Steve? And what's my assignment?
I want you to go to Washington for a few days until we find out what's behind Lawler's threats.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Steve. Even if I did write those feature articles on Lawler's mysterious financial activities, surely you don't think he's going to do anything about it.
I'm not taking any chances, Lorelei. The notion that reporters aren't killed for racket exposés has been disproven several times, and I don't want it confirmed by your obituary.
Well, then you better come along to Washington. Lawler threatened you, not me.
Sorry, you're taking the night plane. Just a minute. Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Mr. Wilson, it's me, Willie the Weep.
Hello, Willie. What's up along the waterfront?
I don't know, Mr. Wilson, but somebody left a package in front of the door of my shanty boat and beat it in a car before I could see who it was.
What kind of package, Willie?
Just a little old box wrapped in paper, and it's addressed to you, Mr. Wilson.
Addressed to me?
Yeah, it says, for Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, and the letters is cut out of newspaper and pasted on the package like crooks use on ransom notes.
Where are you, Willie?
In a payphone near the dock.
Where's the package?
I got it with me. What'll I do with it, Mr. Wilson?
Willie, listen carefully.
I'm listening.
Be very careful of that package, Willie. Don't drop it, and don't open it.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Mr. Wilson. I never open anybody else's packages, Mr. Wilson. But why do you suppose it was left in front of my shanty door?
Because someone must know you give me tips about events along the waterfront, Willie. I want you to come to the press office right away. Watch yourself now, Willie, and be careful how you handle that package.
Yeah, hello?
You, Mr. Lawler?
Who wants to know?
It's me. Gimmick Martin.
Louse the laughs. What's the idea of calling me on my private wire, and what's the gag?
The gag to get a certain wise guy that's been getting in your hair lately.
Don't do me any favors, Gimmick. Your tricks and gags are about as funny as a crutch.
Don't worry. This one will pay off with a great big yacht. And already it's in the works.
What's in the works, comic?
You know that racket-busting newspaper slug, Wilson?
Wilson of the Press?
Yeah.
You dope, what have you pulled?
Relax. Just send him a little April Fool present. A little late, but he'll get the gag of the gimmick.
What kind of a present? What have you sent him, you dope?
Hey, is that gratitude? I figured I was doing you a favor.
Your kind of favor can tie me to you and your other punk pals I'm backing. What have you sent Wilson?
A gimmick that'll blow his head off if he's curious. And newspaper guys are curious about everything.
What kind of a gimmick, you laughing hyena?
Just a toy mouse with a squeaker in it, and he'll figure it's somebody's way of calling him a rat.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, that ain't all. That's just the come on. Listen, the payoff comes when Wilson gets curious and squeezes the mouse's squeaker to see if it works.
And then what happens?
Comes then the big yuck. The mouse blows up and blows Wilson right out of your hair.
Oh, gimmick, you dope. I left Wilson not half an hour ago. I warned him to lay off. I threatened him. They had a microphone planted on me, and if anything happens, they'll nail me for it.
Creeps. How was I to know that?
Never mind. How did you send that booby trap?
I planted it with a moocher named Willie the Weep, one of Wilson's waterfront tipsters.
Well, get it back, you crazy fool. Get it away from that mooch.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know as I can. I've been watching him. Willie phoned Wilson as soon as he found the package. He's on his way to Wilson's office right now.
Go after him. Wait for him outside the press office. Get that package away from him before you get me a reserved seat in a chair.
Okay, Ruby. Wait here, right behind the wheel.
Hey, what's the matter with you, gimmick? What's the idea of racing across town and parking right in front of the Illustrated Press?
Shut up, Ruby. Stay under the wheel and be ready to roll out of here, but quick.
Okay, but what's the big idea? What you watching for? That mooch and dope Willie the Weep?
Yeah, I gotta get that package back.
Ha! Now I've heard everything. A while ago, that was going to be the Yak of the Year. Now you gotta call it off. What gives?
Button up and get ready to roll. I see the moocher coming down the block carrying the box.
You're gonna grab it?
Yeah, get set to start the motor and leave this car door open so I can jump in quick.
Okay, but you better watch that hacky leaning against his cab there in front of the press entrance.
I'll sap him if he butts in on this. Get set.
Okay, hurry it up.
Hiya, Willie. What you doing up in this section of town?
Oh, hello, Harry. I got to deliver a very important package to Mr. Wilson.
You walk all the way from the waterfront?
Yeah, Harry. I didn't have a nickel for bus fare.
I'll hack you back when you come on.
Thanks, Harry, but I'll mooch my way back.
Wait a minute, Willie. Maybe you won't have to mooch your way back to the docks.
Who are you, mister? Let go my arm.
Hold still, punk. You got something I want. Give me that package.
No, I won't. This package is for Mr. Wilson of the Illustrated Press. You let go. Harry! Harry the hack, help!
Shut up. Give me that package, you dope.
Won't you let go? Harry!
Come in, Willie. Let go of my pal, Willie, or I'll crack your cranium with this knocker.
Oh, yeah!
Run, Willie, in a press building, quick. I'll hold this monkey.
Hold him. I'll get help, Harry. I'll get help.
What's a big idea, you slug?
This is the big idea, you meddling hacky dope. Ruby, get the motor going. Roll this heap. Let's get out of here.
Steve, here's Willie with the package, and Harry, look at
Come
him.
in, Willie. Good grief. What's happened to you two?
A fella tried to get this package from me right in front of the press entrance, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, he jumped Willie and I jumped him, but he was plenty handy with a blackjack, boss.
Harry tried to hold him, but he got away in a car that had a girl driver.
Did either one of you spot the license number?
Not me. I was seeing stars. Sorry, boss.
And I was too busy holding on to this package you said to be careful of, Mr. Wilson.
Now, let's see that package, Willie. Put it on the desk. Very carefully.
What is it, Mr. Wilson? How come I gotta be so careful with it?
I don't know, Willie. But there's something queer about this whole affair, and we're not going to take any chances.
Well, maybe it's a delayed April Fool's joke, Steve.
Perhaps, Lorelei, but the fact it was left in front of Willie's shanty could mean it comes from someone who knows Willie works for us from time to time.
Steve, maybe it's another one of those symbolic threats you get from cranks every once in a while. Knives, silver bullets, musical coffins, skulls with bullet holes in them.
Yeah, have you still got the desk drawer full of them, boss?
Yes, Harry?
And Steve still calls it his no-hope chest.
Yes, but this package is different.
How so, Steve?
Because someone tried to recover it, Lorelei. Something must have happened between the time it was left outside Willie's shanty boat and the time he reached here.
That wasn't more than half an hour, Mr. Wilson.
And in that half hour, someone changed their mind about wanting me to receive this package.
Steve, Mark Lawler said someone might get you, shut you up if you didn't lay off.
Yes, and Lawler knows we have a recording of his threats.
Holy moly, boss. Maybe that box is a bomb, a time bomb. It's about the size of an alarm clock.
No, Harry, I'm sure there's no time clock mechanism. I listened very carefully, and it isn't heavy enough for a battery type.
Now, Steve, be careful. Don't open it.
Don't worry. Inspector Callahan has a couple of specialists who know how to handle such things. Take that call, Lorelei. Tell whoever it is that I'll call them back.
Okay, Steve. Steve Wilson's office, Illustrated Press.
Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Callahan of Homicide, please. Steve Wilson calling.
Oh.
Who's calling me, Lorelei?
Steve, I think you better take this incoming call now.
Well, who is it, Lorelei?
Mark Lawler, and he sounds worried.
Well, he may have good reason here. Take this other call to Callahan. Ask him to come up here and bring one of his bomb specialists on the double.
Okay, you talk to Lawler. He sounds like a cat on a hot stove.
He may be just that and a lot more. All right, Lawler. What's on your mind?
I suppose you've got that wire recorder hooked up with this phone, Wilson.
You'll have to risk that, Lawler. What's on your mind since you last talked?
I got a hot tip for you, Wilson.
I told you I'm not buying any tips from you, Lawler.
I don't want anything for this tip.
And I don't want any favors.
You better listen, Wilson.
Why should I listen to you?
You're marked to get it, and how?
All right. How?
Well, just for the benefit of your tape recorder, I don't know. But you're primed to get it, but good.
Stop lying, Lawler. If you know anything, you know all about it. And you probably know your stooge wasn't able to get the package back from Willie the Weep.
Hey, it wasn't my idea. I had nothing to do with it.
Well, you'll have a tough time proving it. After the threats you made in this office tonight?
Well, I didn't know about it then. I was just bluffing, trying to scare you off.
Yes, I thought as much. What have you heard since then? Who sent that package? Talk. All right, Lawler. Talk if you want to get out of this.
Wait a minute. What's the deal for me?
I'm making no bargains with you, Lawler. Who left the package with Willie the Weep and beat him up with a blackjack trying to get it back? What's his name? What's his name, Lawler?
All right. A punk numbers banker called Gimmick Mott.
Gimmick Mott?
Yeah.
Where's he hang out?
I don't know. But he's going to call me again in a few minutes, and I could tell him to be someplace, and you could pick him up.
Tell him to be at your office in half an hour.
My office?
Yes, your office.
But he'll know I crossed him up if you show with the cops.
He'll know it sooner or later. Take it or leave it, Lawler.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right. Have him at your office in half an hour, or the gimmick's gimmick may blast you into prison for a lot of years.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson and Lorelei as they approach the office of Mark Lawler, a racket backer, in tonight's story headlined The Deadly Gimmick of the Squeaking Rat.
Well, there's Lawler's office, Steve, at the end of the corridor.
Wait here, Lorelei. This is where you get off.
But, Steve, you're not walking in there alone, unarmed.
Oh, yes. But I'm not exactly unarmed, Lorelei. I have this little toy mouse the gimmick sent me with his murderous compliments.
But what's the good of that toy mouse?
I think it'll frighten a confession out of the gimmick. And Lawler, out of the business of financing rackets, wait here for Callahan at Homicide, Lorelei. He'll be here in a couple of minutes. Then come in and get the facts for Fletch on the city desk.
All right. But you be careful. I don't have to phone in your obituary for the final.
I'll try to avoid that. Oh, hello?
Wilson. A racket-busting newsie.
Sit down, Gimmick. Come in, Wilson. Close the door.
Thanks, Lawler. I see you got him here.
Hey, what's the idea, Lawler? Is this the way you pay off guys that try to do you a favor?
I don't go for favors that tie me into murder and maybe the chair.
I'll get you for this, Lawler. I'll get you for this cross-up if it's the last thing I ever do.
You'll have to wait quite a few years before you have a chance to try, Gimmick.
Oh, yeah? You ain't got a thing on me, Wilson.
Not a thing, but this little present you sent me, care of Willie the Weep.
Hey, what's that? I never seen it before.
I'll refresh your memory, Gimmick. Let's see what's inside this box.
Hey, take it easy, Wilson. Take it easy.
Why back away, Gimmick? Aren't you curious? Let's see what's so carefully wrapped in this tissue paper.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, if it isn't a little toy mouse, look at it, Gimmick.
Hey, cut it out. Take it easy.
Stop backing away, Gimmick. It's only a toy mouse.
Listen, Wilson. Yeah, it was only a gag. For a yuck. Yeah, for a laugh.
So you admit you sent it to me as a favor to Lawler?
Yeah, a guy, give me it. I'm always picking up things for gags. That's why everybody calls me Gimmick.
Oh, so that's just your way of calling me a rat?
Yeah. There ain't no law against that, Wilson. I can't be pinched for pulling a gag. Give me it, huh? Give me it back.
Why do you want it back? It's nothing but a little toy mouse, Gimmick. With a squeaker in it. A little whistle that squeaks. If you press it like...
Wait a minute. Don't squeeze that rat, Wilson.
Why not? Here, you take it.
No.
You press it, Gimmick. Suppose you see if it squeaks.
No, keep it away. Keep it away from me. It's loaded.
Loaded with what?
High explosive. It'll tear us to pieces.
So it is a deadly booby trap, a murderous little hand grenade in the body of a rubber mouse.
Yeah, take it away. Put it down,
And you load it
Wilson.
and send it to me.
Yeah, put it down. I fixed it. It'll blow if you drop it. Put it down.
All right, you can stop backing away. Okay, Callahan.
Nice going, Steve. We've got all we need. But put that mouse down on the desk. Easy. And for heaven's sake, don't squeak that rat.
Well, why not, Callahan? It's served its purpose. It's nothing but a harmless substitute copy of the one your bomb squad boys took to headquarters.
Wilson, you tricky slug. You pulled a yak on me.
Yes, Gimmick. Would you like to hear this one squeak now?
Steve, don't.
Yes, Steve. Put that thing down, slow and easy.
Well, why should I put it down, Callahan?
Because my bomb squad boys made a mistake. They got them rubber rats mixed up when they repacked the box for you.
They did what?
Yeah. The one they took to headquarters was the Dut.
And this one is the McCoy, still loaded with high explosives that would have gone off if I had squeaked it?
Yeah, Steve.
To quote and unquote, lay that squeaker down, Steve. Just lay that deadly squeaker down.
Well, friends, we all make mistakes. I almost made a fatal one with that squeaking rat. As far as the vicious Gimmick, he received a stiff sentence for attempted murder, and by treacherously turning state's evidence, sent Lawler to prison for criminal conspiracy.
How about next week's story, Steve?
Well, next Tuesday, there'll be quite a different kind of story from the front pages of the Illustrated Press, and headlined, The Lonely Heart. But here's Lorelei with another up-to-the-date news item.
Friends, you've heard tonight how Lifebuoy Get Skin Cleaner in your daily bath keeps you fresh and attractive 24 hours a day. Now, I'd like to suggest that you try Lifebuoy Health Soap in the big new bath size. Bath size Lifebuoy is generous and luxurious. And that lather, it's so mild and refreshing. I love it. And I know you'll love it, too. Just ask for the new bath size Lifebuoy. Thank you, and good night.
Friends, if you'd like to see what the cast of Big Town and their real counterparts look like, see the exciting story in the April 12th issue of Look magazine, now on the newsstands. The current issue of Look is complete with pictures of Big Town's leading characters and their real-life doubles. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Collin as Lorelei Kilburn, and is written and produced by Jerry McGill.
Lever Brothers Company has amazing news. New 1950 Rinso with sodium. It's here a year ahead of time. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. The sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets white clothes whiter than new, washable colors brighter than new, and keeps them whiter, brighter than any other soap. Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Weist, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you're up against something you can't handle and it has to be kept strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the day after tomorrow, a boy 16 is getting out of a work camp after a year. Instead of trying to get a new start, he swears he's going to do something that'll take him right back there again, or even worse. You've got to help him. You've got to save him from himself. I don't have much money. I'm only 16, too.
Only 16, too. But I'll work the rest of my life paying you if you'll do everything you can to help Eddie. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning at 7 in front of the Lincoln statue in Chelsea Square Park. And it's just signed Emily, George.
Yeah. Chelsea Square Park, huh? Brooksy, that's right in the middle of that slum jungle where those so-called wolf packs have been running wild.
Yes, and kids just about this age.
Always good for an editorial. Young hoodlums, a challenge to society. Well, that's where it usually ends. Brooksy, looks like we're going to be on the job early tomorrow morning.
George, wait a minute.
What is it, Brooksy?
Over there, sitting under the statue of Lincoln. There, feeding the pigeons.
Oh, yeah. Looks like our girl, all right. Come on, Angel. Let's see how unlike an editorial we can be when we talk to her.
Now, that's all the crumbs I have. No use hanging around. Go on, scoop, go on.
Emily?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, that's right.
Gosh, I didn't really believe you'd come, and I...
Hello,
well,
Emily.
This is Miss Brooks. We work together.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Brooks. If things weren't so terrible for Eddie, I'd feel pretty silly. I don't have anything in the world, and there's no reason for you to help me.
Well, let's just say you write a darn good letter.
Now, what about Eddie, Emily?
He's a boy I know. He gets out tomorrow.
Why was he sent away?
The police found him in a stolen car.
I see.
But he didn't steal it. He thought he was delivering the car to a second-hand dealer for somebody, just to make a little extra money.
Well, didn't he tell that to the police?
No. He just kept insisting over and over that he didn't steal it. He wouldn't even tell me who got him into that trouble. But he says that since everybody is so sure he's no good, he's going to prove they're right. You know what that means.
Oh, now, Emily.
Well, I know Eddie. He's lost his temper a lot of times, and he got into scrapes, but, well, he's not bad, not really.
Emily, you're pretty sure of that, aren't you?
I suppose when you believe in somebody, just do, that's all.
All right. Now let's see what we can do.
He has no place to go, Mr. Valentine.
What do you mean?
He only has his father, and Eddie was supporting Mr. Prokosh, selling papers.
Yes?
Well, when Eddie was arrested, Mr. Prokosh told him he never wanted to see him again. And Eddie's very proud. He'd never go back home now.
Well, people change a lot in a year.
Do they? My mother and father haven't. They still think Eddie's no good. And even now, when I went to help him, I have to meet you in the park before I go to school.
All right, Emily, suppose you leave Eddie to me.
I'm going to secretarial school now, and in another year I'll start working. And if you don't mind waiting, I could...
suppose you leave that to Mr. Valentine, too.
Then you mean you'll do everything you can?
That and a little more, Emily. Now, suppose we go and have some breakfast so you can tell me all about Eddie. Then I'm going to have a talk with his father.
I don't care who you are. I want to hear nothing about my son. I got no son. Now get out of my house.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Prokosh.
Look at me, mister. You see this crippled leg? I got that making honest living. Honest living.
I know. That's dreadful, Mr. Prokosh. But there's still Eddie to think about.
I get few pennies from the company every month. I even bite my tongue and take charity from the Morrissey Association. But better I should hate myself than take one dirty penny my son steals. I don't need it.
But maybe your son needs you.
I told you, lady, I got no son.
Okay, let's just call him another boy, age 16, a boy in trouble and headed for more. But not everybody's sold off in the way you are, his own father.
You know, Mr. Prokosh, you can worry so much about being right that you can be wrong.
Right? Such fancy talk I don't understand.
Hey, Prokosh, I want... Oh. So you got company, huh?
What you want in my house?
Tell these characters a blow. There's something I want you to tell me.
Just who is this imitation Bogart?
His name is Dan Lucas. He's the worst hoodlum of them all.
Look, Pop, Eddie's time's about up. When's he getting out? I gotta know.
I tell you nothing.
You heard me. I gotta know. And you're gonna tell me.
You what? Let go. That flashy tie you're wearing. You don't knot it half tight enough, so I'm gonna help you. And it's not good manners for a tough guy like you to be pushing helpless people around.
Stop it, will you?
Now, you see what I mean, Stanley?
George, look out!
I'll take that.
See the kind knife he carries?
Yeah. Not the kind you peel potatoes with. Why, I ought to...
George, let go of him.
I just got one thing to say to you, mister. Stay out of this neighborhood after dark if you want to live.
Which way do you want to go downstairs, on your head or on your feet?
I ain't through with you. You need a Prokosh.
Beat it. Take that collapsible stiletto with you. Let's hope the cops find it on you. Still have nothing to say to us about Eddie, Mr. Prokosh?
Nothing. You see the kind friends he has? I would rather die than...
know.
All right, let's go, Brooksy. There's one more place I'd like to stop before we meet Eddie tomorrow.
What do I know about Eddie Prokosh? Just about everything, Mr. Valentine.
Good. That's why we dropped in to see you, Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Prokosh says you and the Chelsea Square Association have been helping him out every month.
Well, Miss Brooks, we're sort of a political club, as you know. But we believe in really taking care of our own down here.
So I understand.
Naturally, we hope to win votes. But in a tough neighborhood like Chelsea Square, there are other things that are more important.
Giving out turkeys come Thanksgiving and arranging a boat ride in the summer just aren't enough.
Oh, we do much more than that. We cooperate with the police. Even get to the judge when one of our boys gets into trouble. We've been talking about putting up a playground, too.
Well, I could get the bare facts of what happened in juvenile court. But I thought a man like you, whose business it is to know what's going on, could tell us more than that.
We understand Eddie didn't even try to defend himself on that stolen car charge.
Yeah, I know. But I'm afraid there was very little he could say. He was caught red-handed. Very unfortunate case. But I'm afraid not at all unusual.
Say, tell me, Morrissey, why would a young hooligan like Stan Lucas be interested in knowing when Eddie gets out from the work camp?
Lucas? Oh, that one. There's really a neighborhood problem.
I can imagine.
But Stan's almost a man now. I don't see what he could have had to do with Eddie Prokosh.
Apparently he had a lot to do with him, Morrissey. But it looks as though we won't get the real picture of Eddie till we talk to the boy himself.
about a lift, mister, huh? Hey, you going into town? How about a...
Why knock yourself out, kid? I'm going back to town. I'll give you a lift.
What? Oh, I didn't see you parked under that tree.
Hop in, Eddie.
Okay, thanks. What? How did you know my name?
I've been waiting for you, kid. But we'll go into all that later.
I don't listen to Emily. She's just a crazy kid.
And I suppose you're a brainy old man.
Yeah, well, I know what I'm doing. And you can let me off at the next cross and I can get a bus, you know.
No, just keep your shirt on, Eddie.
That kid gets crazy ideas. I know what I'm doing. I don't need anybody's help.
Okay, so you're on your own. Well, let's set it up this way. Look, I live by myself. What do you say we go home and have some chow? You might decide to bunk over with me until you know what you want to do.
I know what I want to do. Hey, mister, you sure you're not a cop?
Well, some of them are my best friends, Eddie, but I don't happen to be one. No, it's just like I said. I had a little talk with Emily while she was feeding the pigeons in the park.
You mean Emily still sits by that statue and... Well, okay, I guess there's no reason why I shouldn't eat your food.
Thanks, Eddie.
There's only one thing a woman likes better than to see a man clean up that last drop of gravy on his plate.
Oh, what's that, Brooksy?
Two men doing the same thing.
Yeah, I sure packed away a lot, didn't I?
That's why I was here, Eddie. Go on, rave some more about my cooking to Mr. Valentine. It may help. See you in the office in the morning, George. Glad to met you, Eddie.
Yeah, me too, Miss Brooks.
Well, thanks, Angel, for being chief cook and bottle washer.
I do see those dirty dishes in the sink. Good night, George.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Eddie?
Thanks a lot for the meal, but I gotta get going now.
No, Eddie, no. You're going to stay right here tonight.
Now, look, I said it.
You're stewing about something. You can't wait to get it out of your system without thinking of the trouble it's going to cause everybody, including yourself.
Will you stop preaching at me? You got no right just because you give me a meal. I'm getting out of here.
Not tonight, you're not. Now, look, kid, give yourself a chance to sleep on it. You may feel differently in the morning.
I'm leaving by that door, so get out of my way. Now, I don't want to have to get tough with you, but...
Yes?
Okay, you asked for it. Sorry, Eddie. No!
Asked for it, too.
Oh, what happened?
Just a little judo trick I had to learn once.
Oh.
Yeah, it came in pretty handy at Salerno.
Hey, you mean you were in that fight in Salerno?
That's right. And the guy coming at you wasn't supposed to land on a nice, soft couch like you just did.
Oh.
Well, Eddie, there's no reason why we shouldn't settle down and listen to the fights now. Oh, yes.
What?
When you do go to bed, just remember, I'm a very light sleeper.
So?
So, don't get any fancy ideas about running out on me. Okay, Eddie, time to get up. Hey, Eddie, did you hear me? Rise and shine. Oh, that kid. Say, Eddie, if you want to try my new electric razor, you can... Why, that little... Now, where... Oh, great. Well, he did leave me a note. That's something. I wasn't asleep like you thought when you went in to take your shower. I even washed the dishes to pay for my room and board. Now, you and Miss Brooks and Emily better stay away from me. You were so anxious to know what I was going to do. Now I can tell you. I'm going to take care of Stan Lucas.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about wear and tear. Most motorists believe, and quite naturally, that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running. But that's not true. Your car faces its biggest danger when it's standing cold. For that's when rust, caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders, starts to work. And that's where RPM motor oil can help you avoid a repair bill. RPM's special compounds keep a rust-proof oil film on all engine parts all the time, Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points. And consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. While you're there, ask for a free copy of Batter Up. It's a wonderful handbook on baseball, a gift to you from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and to Chelsea Square, a jungle of tenements in the middle of the city and a wolf pack of boys stalking the streets. That's the background for George's present job, the specific challenge to keep 16-year-old Eddie Prokosh from committing a serious crime as he promised.
Good morning, George. Hey, you only shaved on one side of your face this morning.
Okay, so that's the side you can kiss me on. But look, we're in trouble, Angel.
What?
Yeah, playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
All right, darling, take it easy.
He left this little note. He's out on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I've got to stop him somehow, Brooksy. If I only knew where to find him down there in that Chelsea district. What pool hall, what dark alley, what hallway.
And Stan with that knife. What can we do, George?
Well, I'm going to have another talk with Eddie's father. Look, you find Emily.
But where?
Well, she gave us the name of the secretarial school. Call her. Get her to meet you in the park. Maybe she can give us a clue on how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
But Eddie can't do that. He mustn't.
Emily, stop crying.
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Emily, I'm not going to talk to you like a child. If you're old enough to fall in love with a boy, this is no time to let him down.
I know. I know.
You came to us for help. Now we need yours. Can you tell us some of the places where Eddie might be looking for Stan Lucas?
It could be anywhere, but
Yes, dear?
I should have told you this before, but I couldn't. I mean about Stan.
Stan? Did he have anything to do with that stolen car business?
I'm not sure, but that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Miss Brooks, you said you weren't going to talk to me like a child. Well, I'm not going to talk to you like I was one either. All this year Eddie was up in that work camp. I've been going around with Stan.
Oh.
But I had to. Everybody does what Stan tells them to. I wasn't afraid just for myself, but what he said he'd do to Eddie when he came out.
Does Eddie know that?
No, you know how men are. And I wouldn't want him to know.
Oh, you poor kid.
Well, what could I do, Miss Brooks? Stan said he could even stop the few dollars Mr. Prokosh gets from the association. And he needs that money to live on.
Stan was just talking. But you don't have to worry about him anymore. Mr. Valentine knows how to take care of him.
I'm only thinking of Eddie. If I could only talk to him. I've got to find him.
Wait, Emily, I'll go with you. We'll both look for him.
All I want to know, Mr. Prokosh, is whether Eddie's been here or not.
He knows better than to come here.
Oh, yeah. And I suppose that makes you a great father. Hey, look, Eddie's wandering around. A few words well chosen might save his whole life. And all he gets is a door slammed in his face.
I got nothing more to say, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I have one more thing to say. Your son's out to kill somebody. Kill. That's the kind of thing you get the big rap for, even a kid of 16.
My Eddie, he would not... First a thief, then a murderer.
Okay, Prokosh, I can't waste any more time on you. A 16-year-old girl had more faith in your son than you have. And I've got to keep faith with her. That stubborn old...
Remember me, big shot?
Well, at least I didn't have to look for you, Stan.
No, you didn't. Because I was looking for you.
Jump, boys, jump. Hold against that wall.
Okay, Stan.
Hold him.
Twist his arms back, Slim.
Yeah.
I want to do this right.
Hey. No. Oh.
I owe this mug something. Imitation Bogart, huh? You had something to say about my knife, didn't you?
No.
How do you like it now? I ought to carve my initials all over that face of yours.
Hey, don't do it, Stan.
No, I won't do it. It's really going to be a pleasure to work him over so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
I know my diction isn't very good, Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, what's the matter with you? Where are you?
Just about got to the hall phone. Look, you got to do me a favor.
Yeah, sure, but what's wrong with you?
I thought I could keep the police out of a boy's life, but it's way over my head now. I need your help, Lieutenant.
Okay, shoot.
Look, pick up 2 boys down on Chelsea Square fast. Eddie Prokosh, about 5'8", freckles on his nose, wears a leather jacket. And Stan Lucas, get it?
Stan Lucas, yeah?
He's a dirty, vicious little... Oh.
Valentine, you stay where you are.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. I can't help myself. Hello, Angel.
George,
I know.
George.
I know what you mean. Guy doesn't look his best in these hospitals.
Oh, darling, your face.
Look, what about Eddie? Did they pick him up?
Yes.
Before he got to Stan?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good.
Not quite so good.
What happened, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley has Eddie in jail.
Huh?
They found a gun on him.
But if he didn't get to Stan,
The
then...
gun was taken from a watchman in a holdup this morning.
Eddie?
No question about that gun.
But, Brooksy, when that guy's wrecking and now this...
I know. But, George, what do you think you're doing? Where are you...
Oh, I'm getting out of here and have a talk with Eddie in jail. Eddie, you gotta talk. What about you and that watchman?
What difference does it make what I say? Nobody will believe me.
Come on, Eddie, come on.
Oh, I bought that gun from Swenson, the pawnbroker, just a couple hours ago.
What?
Yeah, I was going to use it on Stan.
Well, didn't Lieutenant Riley check with the pawnbroker to see if your story was right?
Yeah, sure, but Swenson told him he hadn't seen me since I was sent away.
Huh?
Shouldn't be any surprise to me. I should be used to getting framed.
Now, look, you told me the truth, huh, Eddie?
I tell you, I was nowhere near that factory this morning. I was out looking for Stan.
And it was Stan who framed you on that hot car deal.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you say so when you were arrested?
Well, what proof did I have? He would have lied his way out of it. And he wanted to get rid of me so he could have Emily for himself. Yeah, I know all about her going on with him while I was away. One of the kids up at camp told me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Eddie. You got Emily all wrong.
Yeah,
You know why Emily was going out with Stan? She explained all that to Miss Brooks.
I'm not interested.
She was afraid of what Stan would do to you when you got out. And he said he could stop the allowance your father was getting every month.
What? What's that?
You heard me, Eddie. If Emily were giving you a runaround, she wouldn't come to me to keep you from making a darn fool of yourself.
Yeah, but... nobody does anything for anybody unless there's a payoff in it somewhere. Nobody gives a good hoot about me anyway.
Look at me, tough guy. My face, I mean.
Stan and the gang did give you a good going over, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Very artistic job. You think I'd look like this if I didn't give a good hoot about you?
Well,
And I suppose the payoff in this for me is going to be $1 million.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Eddie, we understand each other. Now, I'll show you how much I believe in you. Here, take this.
A knife?
Yeah, that's right. Wolfpack style. A la Lucas.
I don't get it.
I'm going to talk to Lieutenant Riley. And you're going to have a chance to talk to Stan alone in his cell when they bring him in.
You mean you're going to let me loose with him? With this?
That's right, Eddie.
Oh, that'll be just dandy with me.
Now, look. We've got to get Stan to talk, and he's not giving out for the police or for me. You're the only one who can make him talk. Now, you listen closely.
All right, I don't mind playing ball with you, Valentine. I'm all for helping the kid.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
But you realize the spot I'm putting myself in, letting Eddie have a knife when he talks to Stan?
We'll be right next to the cell door.
Go right in, Mr. Morrissey. The lieutenant's waiting for you.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to see you, Morrissey.
How are you, Lieutenant? Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Morrissey.
I see they're keeping you stepping down there at Chelsea Square.
I'm afraid so, but we do our best.
Well, Valentine thought you ought to be in on this Prokosh case. Eddie's one of your boys, you know.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to hear Eddie's side of the story.
And if it sounds convincing, we know you'd want to help.
I'm glad you thought of me.
Okay, let's get going. Sergeant, bring the Prokosh boy to cell 9. We'll be right there.
Okay, Eddie. The lieutenant says you can talk to this guy. 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Well. How did you get out, Prokosh? You didn't stay out very long, did you?
No, you saw to that, Stan.
Come on, you're talking through your hat.
Am I?
You want me to give you regards to anybody when I get bailed out? Emily, for instance?
You're not getting out of here.
What are you doing?
You ought to know this trick. How to hide a knife in your shoe so they don't find it when they search you.
Hey, Eddie, put that thing away.
I've been waiting to catch up with you, Stan.
Look, stay away from me.
You framed me running those stolen cars. Well, now you're going to pay for
now,
it.
Look, kid, take it easy, will you?
Didn't you?
Look, I didn't mean to frame you, Eddie. It was all a mistake. Help! Somebody help! He's going to... Stop him!
Well, I was looking around for a gun, and sooner or later I'd wind up at Swenson's, so you planted that hot gun there.
Yeah, that's right. But look, kid, help get this guy out of here. You hear me? Get him out of here!
Well, get him out of here, all right.
They was trying to murder me. Hey, what are you doing here?
You got a good memory for faces, Stan, especially ones you've been working on.
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, it worked. You heard him, didn't you?
Yes, Eddie, we heard everything.
Look what's going on here. You got no...
Shut up.
Mr. Morrissey, get me out of here. I didn't do nothing.
Well, the less you say, the better, Stan.
Look, you can't let him railroad me like that.
I'll do everything I can, same as I would for everyone else from our district.
I guess you're going to stay put, Lucas. And the rest of your gang will be sent to a place where they can learn to do something useful with their lives. Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Isn't it going to be kind of crowded in here for Stan and Mr. Morrissey?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
What do you mean, George?
That was some nice double talk between you and Stan a second ago. The less he says, the better. The better for you meant, didn't you, Morrissey?
Now, look, Lieutenant,
and you, Stan, you said, you can't let them railroad me or I'll...
Well,
or you'd give away the whole works, wouldn't you? Morrissey was the real guy behind the stolen car racket and a lot of other rackets down in Chelsea Square. Morrissey, you were using Stan to bully the other kids into line.
That's why Stan boasted he could cut off the little money Mr. Prokosh was getting from the association.
Well, you don't seem to have much to say, Morrissey.
Everybody knows my reputation.
Oh, yeah, the big power of the neighborhood. Big enough to make Swenson, the pawnbroker, perjure himself so you could be rid of Eddie. I think you can get Swenson to talk now, Lieutenant.
I told you he sold me that gun.
You got this all wrong, Valentine. This Lucas boy here has caused all kinds of trouble. If he tries to implicate me, surely no one is going to believe him.
Morrissey, you're not going to walk out and leave me holding the bag. Valentine is right. I got lots of proof.
Keep quiet, you little rat.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? On second thought, it wouldn't be safe to leave them both in the same cell.
Mr. Valentine, what's that saying about an old fool?
Well, I don't know about that saying, Mr. Prokosh. Why not settle for another one? Better late than never.
Except for you, I would have made a terrible mistake. Thank you.
George, come here.
Oh, what is it, Brooksy?
Look down there out of the window.
Huh?
There's Emily and Eddie sitting on the stoop.
Oh, yeah. Offhand, I'd call that romance, Angel.
And offhand, I remember a saying, too.
Hmm?
Speak for yourself, John, if you know what I mean.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. The merry month of May means a merry vacation for a lot of folks. And if you're one of them, here's the way to start out safe as well as happy. Just make sure your car gets a vacation check at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Do this a day or two before you start out. When the men at these service stations inspect your tires, battery, crankcase oil, spark plugs, all the vital parts, they give your car the same thoroughgoing care they'd give their own. While you're getting this important vacation check, get a new keyless gas cap, too. It has a simple combination lock, no key to lose. And it guarantees your gasoline is safe from theft during your vacation trip and whenever you park your car. Keyless, self-locking gas caps are another better motoring item available at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Oh, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock at the tunnel, George.
Oh, what happened?
Well, you were down here this morning, and you must have come up too quickly, and you got the bend.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Then coming up, and then everything went blank.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
What? Oh, hey, I'm beginning to remember a few things now. And I'm pretty sure I know what causes these accidents. Brooksy, quick, help me over to that phone.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Mary Lou Harrington as Emily, Jay Novello as Dr. Prokosh, Tommy Cook as Eddie, Tony Barrett as Stan, and Herbert Butterfield as Morrissey. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. The Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Jane.
Yes, Peter?
Now?
Now what, Peter?
Will you marry me now? Tonight?
Oh, Peter, I'm so sorry. I can't tonight. Tonight I have to solve the case of Wilmer and the widow.
Oh.
Well, it's about time to meet Miss Sherlock. As smart a little gal as ever stumbled across a real live clue.
No. Please, don't, no!
Hello, that you, Peter?
Yes?
This is Jane, Peter.
Well, hello, darling.
Peter, darling, let's have lunch together today.
Well, certainly, Jane. Where?
I'd like to go to Pierre's. There's so many Frenchmen there.
Frenchmen, Jane? I didn't know you preferred Frenchmen.
Oh, no, Peter, I don't, but Beth Ellis does.
Beth Ellis. Is that little screwball coming, too?
Well, certainly, Peter. She's my friend, and besides, she speaks very good French, she says.
Okay, Jane. Pierre's at noon.
Pierre's at noon, and Peter,
Yes, Jane.
will you wear a beret?
Me? Wear a beret? What on earth for, Jane?
Well, Peter, Beth's never been to a French restaurant, and I'd like to show her a real good time, sort of a French atmosphere all the way. You know what I mean, Peter.
But, Jane,
Oh, you are sweet, Peter, very sweet. See you at noon.
Does Monsieur wear the beret often?
No, Monsieur does not wear the beret often. Monsieur would like a table where no one can see him.
I understand, Monsieur, if you will follow me. Mademoiselle Sherlock is going to join you?
Yes.
Here, I think you will find it comfortable. Perhaps an aperitif before lunch?
A tall, cold, impetuous drink of something, Pierre. Double bourbon and soda. It should be cold and impetuous enough.
Right away. Your ring? And telephone, Monsieur.
Telephone? I didn't order any telephone.
A young lady is calling. Your Mademoiselle Sherlock, eh?
Hey, yourself. And bring me another double.
Oui, Monsieur. Un moment.
Hello?
Peter, this is Jane. I'm terribly sorry, darling, but you'll just have to wait a little while for me.
Well, what's keeping you?
I'm tied up for the moment, Peter. You see, I'm shopping for blossoms on Broadway, only I'm not really.
That makes sense. Go on.
Well, you see, I'm really shopping for Wilmer. He came in yesterday. He wants to buy an engagement ring.
Wilmer?
Yes, Wilmer.
Of course.
It's really for the widow, Wilmer's widow.
Oh, Wilmer's widow.
Uh-huh. You see, I'm doing it for you, Peter.
For me? Oh, why, Jane?
Why, you're a client, silly, don't you see? Wilmer's widow.
No, I don't see. And who the heck is Wilmer?
Wilmer's your client, and that's why I'm late.
Look, Jane, I don't know any Wilmers. And if I did, I'd kill him for having a name like that.
How could you know him, Peter? Wilmer's widow is really going to be your client. And you just wait at Pierre's. I'll be there right away, and then you can meet Wilmer, and I'll explain then. Peter.
I think I'm still here.
Did you wear it?
Hmm?
Did you wear the beret?
Yes.
Oh, you're so Peter, I'll be there soon. Goodbye.
Oh, nuts.
Monsieur, I believe this is my table.
Oh. Oh. Huh?
I believe this is my table.
Oh, well, no, I don't think so. Pierre reserved it for me and my friends.
Your friend?
Yes, I'm going to meet my fiancée and her friend here soon. I was just talking to her on the phone.
And your fiancé will be late.
Yes, how did you know?
It is always the way with lovers. I too am waiting for a friend.
No. Won't you sit down? We can wait together.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. You forgive me, but do you wear the beret always?
Oh, that. No, not always. You see, Jane asked me to wear it today to make this girlfriend of hers feel at home.
Oh?
Kind of give her a little atmosphere.
Monsieur, you haven't yet told me your name.
Well, my name's Peter Blossom. I'm an attorney. What's yours?
I am Yvonne.
Yvonne?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a pretty name. Very pretty name.
Thank you. Life in your country is very disconcerting at times. I am not yet used to it.
Oh, you'll get used to it, I'm certain.
Oh, but you, monsieur, do not seem accustomed to it. You were rather upset when I intruded.
Oh, I was talking to Jane on the telephone. She gets a little confusing at times. She's with someone named Wilmer now. She says he's my client, and I don't know what to think.
Wilmer?
Yes, I don't know. Oh, there she is now. Jane! Stay right here. I think you'll like Jane. I'll go meet her.
Peter!
Right here, Jane.
Wait a minute, Peter. Wilmer's out in front paying the cab.
Come on, Jane. Wilmer can find the table himself.
Peter, I hate to leave
Come
him.
on, Jane. There's someone over at my table I'd like to have you meet. Might help you to be on time the next time we have a date for lunch.
Peter, you did.
Did what?
The beret. I think you look so cute, but that Alice isn't coming. She doesn't know what she's missing.
We won't talk about that. Oh, here we are. Jane, I'd like to have you meet Yvonne.
You mean the potted palm? Or is it you that's potted? I don't see anyone but a potted palm. Peter, have you been...
It's funny. She was here a minute ago. She was sitting right
here. Here comes Wilmer.
Wilmer.
Oh, Peter, don't be cross. I brought you a nice new client. Wilmer's widow is wanted for murder.
Wilmer doesn't look quite dead enough to... Murder? Who? How?
Well, it's Wilmer's friend, really. She's wanted for murdering her husband. That's Wilmer's widow.
Now, Jane, listen to me. I'm a civil lawyer, not a criminal, and I...
Well, Peter, I never said you were a criminal, but you certainly must be civil to Wilmer.
Oh, Jane.
You, Wilmer, over here. Wilmer, right here. Well, it's this way, Peter. I met Wilmer this morning right after I telephoned you.
Perhaps I'd better explain, Miss Sherlock. I don't think Mr. Blossom quite understands what our connection is.
Please do, Wilmer.
Well, you see, Mr. Blossom, I was... pardon me, but do you wear it all the time?
No.
Peter, Wilmer's only trying to tell you about his widow.
Go on, Wilmer.
Yes. The widow of T.P. Randolph is a special friend of mine, and I'm afraid she's wanted for murder.
Murdered?
Yes.
Who's murdered?
Mr. Randolph's murder. You see, Peter, they found Mr. Randolph in a car this morning, parked in front of a bar called the Manhole. Someone had shot him, and now they find Mrs. Randolph anywhere.
Well, now, isn't that nice?
Oh, no, it's not nice at all. They've been looking everywhere for Mrs. Randolph, and I'm frightened.
Where is she?
Well, I don't really know. You see, the police found her fingerprints all over the steering wheel of the car.
Whose?
Wilmer's widow, Mrs. Randolph. You see, Peter, Mr. Randolph was a very rich man, and Mrs. Randolph would get all his money if he were dead.
Oh, yes, but she really couldn't have anything to do with it. Not for money.
Money, Wilmer, is a very good motive for murder.
Then you think Wilmer's widow is guilty?
Mm-hmm. Very guilty.
But oh, dear, she couldn't be. She's not that kind of a girl. Not Yvonne.
Who?
Why, Yvonne. Yvonne Randolph.
Will you take the case, Peter?
Yvonne. Just a minute, Jane. Wilmer, what does Yvonne look like?
Oh, she's beautiful. I remember the first time I saw her in a flame-red dress that seemed to set the sparkles in her hair.
French accent?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Never mind. Wilmer, I'll take the case.
That's wonderful of you, Peter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Blossom.
And when can I meet your widow, Mrs. Randolph?
Oh, I know she'll get in touch with me pretty soon. I handled all of Mr. Randolph's money. Yvonne loves money.
I'm sure she does.
Peter, do you think you can help Wilmer's widow?
Maybe. But Wilmer, I'll have to surrender her to the district attorney's office as a matter of form after I've talked to her.
Oh, I understand perfectly. I'll let you know as soon as she shows up.
You can trust Peter, Wilmer.
Oh, I hope so.
Did you say Mr. Randolph was killed in front of the manhole?
It's a bar or something over on the Bowery, Peter.
I must get back to my office now. You'll excuse me.
Of course, Wilmer.
Yes. By the way, Miss Sherlock, when you find that ring we were looking for, will you have this engraved on the inside? Here.
Oh, yes, Wilmer. I'll take care of it. Goodbye.
So long.
Goodbye.
Funny little guy. Yeah, I wonder.
Peter, come on. We've got to get busy.
But I can't do anything until Wilmer finds Mrs. Randolph, Jane.
Oh, yes, we can. We can find a murderer. The manhole. Isn't that a nice name, Peter?
Oh, sometimes, Jane, I wonder why I let you get...
It's awfully dark for the afternoon in here, Peter.
Yes, isn't it? Might as well go to the bar. Bartenders usually know everything.
A charming afternoon, folks. What'll it be?
Oh, 2 bourbons, Peter?
No, that'll be fine.
A very exemplary choice. I'll fetch him forthwith.
Forthwith?
Forthwith.
Oh.
An advice I love.
Peter, we'll have to ask him what happened this morning.
I took the liberty of bringing you an afterthought of ginger ale.
Oh, that's very sweet of you.
Be anything else?
No.
Pardon me, sir. Is the beret a standard part of your costume?
Oh.
The beret.
Oh, the beret. No, I wore it for a friend.
I see. Greater love hath no man.
Now, see here, you...
Peter, Peter's sensitive about the beret.
Understandable.
We are wondering if you were here this morning when they found the body of Mr. Randolph in front.
I not only was here, I found it. I know nothing of the affair, and it's not my fault someone was crass enough to park a corpse in front of my shop. And furthermore, my business is not talking, but selling booze. Another brother?
Oh. Ever hear of a girl named Yvonne?
I repeat, I know nothing. Perhaps I better attend to my wake in the back. Call me if you need.
We didn't get very much information from him, did we, Peter?
Not much.
He just refused to talk. I'll bet he knows something.
I know something.
Who are you?
That is unimportant. You know Yvonne?
Yvonne? I don't know her. Do you know Yvonne?
What is this?
What I do know is this. You want to keep your health, you forget about Yvonne.
Why, Captain Dingle.
Jane Sherlock, what are you doing
Well,
here?
Peter and I just dropped in for a drink, didn't we, Peter?
Yes, that's all.
Hello, Miss Sherlock, Mr. Blossom. What's new? You solving any murders today?
They haven't got any to solve. They're all solved.
What do you mean, Captain Dingle?
Just what I said.
You mean you've already solved the Randolph killing? The one that happened this morning?
All taken care of, Kitty. It's not a thing for you to do.
But that can't be, Dingy.
Jane, please don't call me Dingy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who murdered Randolph?
Yvonne Randolph, his wife. She killed him, drove him here, parked the car, and left him.
But are you sure?
Very certain. Her fingerprints were all over the steering wheel. You know, Jane, I had a feeling you and Peter be snooping around here. For once, you're too late to butt in. It's all sewed up.
Yep, all sewed up. Bust it showing.
Even Tolleson knows.
Right, Chief.
Well, where are you holding Mrs. Randolph?
Well, we haven't had time to find her yet.
Oh, I see.
Well, Captain Dingle, Peter and I were just dropping by. You see, we wanted to get a little information.
Information? What kind of information?
Peter's taken a new case. He's Mrs. Randolph's lawyer.
He's what?
I'm her lawyer.
Oh, you are you?
Gee, Chief, what's going to happen now?
Well, you picked a swell case to switch to criminal law on. You'll never get her off. We got her dead to rights.
The manhole's a very interesting place.
Any place is interesting that has a dead body parked in front of it in the morning.
You know, the most frightening man spoke to Peter and me while we were in there.
Oh, if you mean the bartender, Miss Sherlock, he is a little screwy, isn't he?
Strange is a better
I
word.
don't mean the bartender. There was another man. He was wearing a beret, just like Peter's.
Oh, yes. I meant to ask you about that, Peter. Is it comfortable?
Dingle, I dislike
It
scenes,
wasn't
but
as cute as Peter's. This man was tall and kind of skinny with a scar on his face.
Hey, Chief, that's
Shut up, Tollison. Did you say he had a scar on his face?
Yes, the poor fellow must have run into a plate glass window or something in his time.
That was Andre Petitjean.
Who's Andre Petitjean?
Oh, just one of our prize suspects, that's all. Which way did he go?
I don't know. He was in the bar a minute ago.
Get in there, Tollison.
Right, Chief.
What's he got to do with this?
Nothing, only he was a great friend of Mrs. Randolph's and tried to swindle her husband with some phony invention. We think he was in on it.
Well, what makes you think that?
Mrs. Randolph was seen with him 3 or 4 times in the Markham Grill. We found that out. They used to meet there. She only married Randolph for his money.
The Markham Grill?
Yeah. You two might have let our prize suspect get away. We'll find Mrs. Randolph sooner or later, but Andre's clever enough to slip out of town. Why didn't you...
Dingy, we didn't know he was important.
He was important, and don't call me Dingy.
Nowhere in sight, Chief. Barkeep doesn't speak very good English. Chief, what's a fortwit?
Well, he's got away. Come on, Tollison, let's get back in there. I'll make this bartender talk if it's the last thing I do.
Come on, Peter, we'll go through it.
No, Jane. Let Dingle take care of that.
But, Peter, they're going to try to find out about Andre Petitjean.
So are we, Jane.
Well, then come on, Peter. Let's go in the manhole.
No. We're going over to Markham's. I've got to protect my client.
Peter, you're going about this case the wrong way. Why did we go to all the trouble of questioning the head waiter at the Markham Grill?
We kept our health, didn't we?
Well, yes.
And we don't know where Andre would...
Wilmer's back.
Yeah, we've not.
I wonder if he found Mrs. Randolph yet.
Mrs. Randolph is the kind of woman you don't just find, Jane.
What? What do you mean, Peter?
Blondes like Mrs. Randolph are a rare vintage.
Oh. Wilmer Waldo, public accountant and business affairs. Wonder what that means, Peter.
A high-priced business agent. People like Randolph often use him to handle their money.
Oh?
And this is probably what he did for him. And, Jane, if you need someone to help you handle your money, you have to have a lot of it.
I suppose so, but...
Wilmer's the type.
Yes, isn't he? The type for what, Peter?
Oh.
You think maybe Wilmer's hiding Yvonne under his desk?
Wilmer's probably hiding plenty.
Doesn't look like anyone's here, Peter. I wonder what could have happened to Wilmer. He was such a nice little man. He wouldn't...
Oh, it's you two.
Yes, Peter and I want to see you, Wilmer.
Hi, Wilmer. What took you so long?
I came as fast as I could. I was in the file.
Right in the drawer?
Jane.
Come in.
You have a nice office, Wilmer. A little bit unlike you.
Oh, do you think so?
Oh, red plush leather chairs and chromium lace.
I like nice things.
Of course you do, Wilmer. Where's Yvonne?
I don't know, Mr. Blossom. I haven't seen her yet.
Wilmer, Peter and I haven't got
Let
quite...
me handle this.
Now, Peter, you...
Look, Wilmer, I don't think you've been telling me all you know.
Oh, Peter, that isn't nice. You shouldn't talk to Wilmer that way.
And why?
Well, can't you see you've upset him? And besides, you're bigger than he is, Peter.
But I have told you all I know. Yvonne Randolph is wanted for her husband's murder.
Look, Wilmer, do you know Andre Petitjean?
Andre Petitjean. No, I don't think so.
He's a Frenchman from France.
Oh.
Yes. He talked to Peter and me today. He seemed to know Mrs. Randolph very well.
He did. He did?
Very well. In fact, so well that when Jane and I went to the manhole to try and get a little information from the bartender, he walked over and told us to forget all about Yvonne.
Oh, dear. That's terrible. Terrible. I wonder what connection he has with all this.
We're wondering the same thing, Wilmer. Are you sure you don't know Andre Petitjean?
No, I don't think I do.
You said that once before.
Peter.
This has all been very trying.
It's going to be more trying any minute now.
What do you mean?
Wilmer, Peter and I went over to the Markham Grill before we came here.
The Markham, on West 45th Street?
The same.
Oh, I've been there. They serve awful steak.
Yes, Wilmer.
You were eating dinner rather early, weren't you?
We weren't eating dinner.
Well, my goodness.
We were talking to the head waiter, as a matter of fact.
Alonzo, yes. Oh, he's an awfully nice fellow. I know his mother, too. She's very nice.
Everybody's just fine.
Do you know what Alonzo told us, Wilmer?
No. What?
That he saw you and Andre Petitjean having dinner together there the night before Mr. Randolph was murdered.
Well, so I did.
So you did. Didn't you just tell us you never heard of Andre Petitjean?
Well, I hadn't really. Oh, dear, you're confusing me again.
Peter, be quiet.
Oh, nuts. Petitjean is wanted by the police. Wilmer isn't wanted. Mrs. Randolph is wanted. Wilmer remembers. He doesn't remember. No one knows anything. Who am I?
Well, you're Peter Blossom, and I'm going to marry you.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Oh.
Wilmer, How did you get to know Andre?
I met him at Mr. Randolph's laboratory on 39th Street. He was a very nice chap.
I knew he would be.
Yes. He was a friend of Mr. Randolph's, come to think of it.
He was a friend of Mr. Randolph?
Uh-huh. He had an invention he was trying to interest Mr. Randolph in. It was something for reclaiming wool.
Did Randolph buy it?
Oh, dear, no. I advised against it.
I see.
Did Randolph usually go by what you said, Wilmer?
Always.
Your memory isn't any good, Wilmer, but I want to know how Andre knew Mr. Randolph.
Well, Andre knew Mrs. Randolph in Europe before she met Mr. Randolph. In Paris, I believe.
And Mr. Randolph married her, and they came to the United States, and then Andre showed up with his invention.
And I told Mr. Randolph not to buy it.
Oh.
I haven't seen Andre since. He was pretty angry.
Naturally.
Well, you see, he and Mrs. Randolph were good friends once, and then Andre came here and looked them up.
And tried to sell Mr. Randolph an invention.
Yes. Mr. Randolph didn't like him. He thought that...
What do you think, Wilmer?
That maybe Mrs. Randolph and Andre were beginning to like each other again. Mrs. Randolph was like that.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder the police are looking for Andre. They think he and Mrs. Randolph...
Oh, they'll never find him. Miss Sherlock, did you find a ring yet? Want it to be just right.
Ring? Oh, the ring you gave me to buy for you yesterday.
Yes. And don't forget the inscription.
No, I won't. You gave it to me earlier.
Getting married, Wilmer?
Yes, as soon as I can.
Who to? What is it, Jane?
I feel faint, Peter. I feel faint.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear me.
Get out of the way, Wilmer. I'll take her out in the air. All right, Jane. You weren't a very good actress.
Why, Peter, we found out everything we wanted to know. There wasn't any more.
Oh, Jane. I was just beginning to get some information.
We found out the important thing.
We did? I mean, did we? What?
Where Yvonne is hiding.
Huh? Oh, wait a minute, Jane. How did...
Right here, driver. Wait for us, driver.
Hey, what is this? Where are we?
Come on, Peter.
Now, look, Jane, I don't mind wearing a beret for you. I don't even mind meeting Wilmer and getting a client I don't want. But why the alleyway?
Don't
What
you see, Peter? This is that laboratory of Mr. Randolph.
That's just dandy. So what?
Remember, Wilmer said he had the laboratory on 39th Street. This is it.
And what has this to do with Yvonne?
She's hiding here.
Huh?
Yvonne Randolph is hiding here. I just know it.
Oh, Jane, for God's sakes.
Good. The door's not locked.
Jane, will you please tell me what makes you think Yvonne Randolph might be hiding here?
Where else could she hide, Peter? Shh. Don't want to let anyone know we're here.
Jane, where are you?
Right here, Peter.
Oh, I can't see a blasted thing.
Can you find a light switch or something?
No, I can't even find myself. For heaven's sake, Jane. We don't wind up in jail for housebreaking or something before this day's up.
Did you hear something?
No, not a thing.
Have you a match?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, there.
There's a light switch, Peter.
Oh, good.
I'll turn the lights on and...
Jane, what is it?
It's Andre Petitjean.
Oh, and full of bullet holes. He had enough to pass coroner's inspection.
Oh, Peter, it's so horrible.
You had a good hunch, darling, but it looks like we found the wrong person.
Poor Andre.
Well, guess there's nothing to do but phone homicide and let them know about this. Maybe there's a telephone in the other room.
Peter, what is it? Have you found Yvonne?
Yes. You found Yvonne.
You killed Peter?
No, little one. He is not dead yet.
What do you mean?
It's not quite obvious. A life for a life. That saying is known in every country.
But Peter didn't kill anyone.
What about my Andre? What about him? He is dead, and you and this man killed him.
No, you're wrong. We found him dead. We didn't kill Andre. Really, we didn't.
I loved Andre, and now he is dead. Nothing else matters.
Don't shoot, please. We came here to help you. We really did.
Help me? Why?
Well, Peter's your lawyer.
My lawyer? What could a lawyer do for me? I'm wanted for murder. The police are looking for me even now. I never loved my husband, but I did not kill him.
You and Andre tried to swindle him?
Yes.
Who killed him? Wilmer.
Please drop your gun, Yvonne.
You?
Yes, it's me. Drop your gun, Yvonne.
Be careful, Wilmer.
You murderer, you.
Wilmer, a murderer?
Yes, he killed my husband.
I had to, Miss Sherlock. He was in the way.
Oh, Wilmer.
Oh, I'm going to have to kill you two. Oh, and Mr. Blossom. Too bad. He was so nice.
But why?
I went to all the trouble of killing Mr. Randolph, and then this Andre Pettijohn came along. I might have known.
Known what? I could never love anyone but Andre.
I made the mistake of loving you, Yvonne. And now I'm going to
You
kill...
killed my Andre.
But, Yvonne, I had to.
You beat.
Oh, Yvonne, don't cry. I'm awfully sorry. See, I'll kill you now, and then you won't feel badly anymore.
Don't do that.
They want more to fix it. Not bad, Jane. I learned that in law school.
Oh, Peter, I didn't know you were so muscular.
You are wonderful, monsieur.
Oh, you. Look what you did to my head.
I am very sorry. I apologize.
Oh, that's all right. It was nothing. Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Peter's fainted. Feel better, darling?
Oh, I think so.
Well, it's lucky you came, too. Wilmer was going to start shooting everyone.
Well, all right, Peter. Jane, you've scooped me again. Mrs. Randolph's in the clear, and we're booking Wilmer for both murders.
Chief, I don't quite know how all this happened. We were looking for Mrs. Randolph, and then...
Tollison, will you please stick to nothing but holding them once we get them? Let me handle the catching.
Okay, Chief, but I...
Tollison.
Right, Chief.
We were pretty good, huh, Dingle?
You were great. How did you get mixed up with those two, anyway?
You see, Jane and I were going to have lunch together at Pierre's. It's a French restaurant.
Oh, of course.
Only I had to do some errands, and I was late because of Wilmer. I was buying him an engagement
Because
ring.
of Wilmer.
Mm-hmm.
Jane, how did you meet Wilmer?
Well, it was him I was doing the errands for. And then I hired Peter to be Mrs. Randolph's lawyer.
Chief,
Tollison, please. Go on, Jane.
And I phoned Beth Ellis, and she told me she couldn't make luncheon after all.
Chief, tell me frankly, are you with Miss Sherlock?
Always. Go on, Jane.
So I phoned Peter, and Captain Dingle, are you sure you're with me?
Jane, I've gone through this so many times, it always comes out sooner or later.
Uh-huh. Well, Peter and I called on Wilmer at his office, and Wilmer told us about the laboratory. And then I remembered what Wilmer wanted inscribed on his engagement ring.
Go on.
And I told Peter I had a headache.
Go on, Jane.
And then we found Yvonne.
Oh, that does it. Please now, Jane, please, will you try to make some sense? Please, just this once.
Yvonne thought we'd killed Andre, but we didn't. Wilmer killed him. Right after we saw Andre this morning at the manhole, and then...
Jane, just a minute. How did we actually get tangled up in all this?
A $64 question.
Don't you see?
See what?
Yeah, Miss Sherlock, I don't think...
You never did.
Right, Chief.
Well, Dingy,
And don't call me Dingy.
I thought I told you. The ring was going to be inscribed from W to Y.
So what, Jane?
Well, Wilmer wanted to marry Yvonne. He ordered an engagement ring for her yesterday before Mrs. Randolph was a widow.
Oh, Jane, it's so good to sit down.
Does your head still hurt, Peter?
Not when you rub it that way, Jane.
I feel kind of sorry for Wilmer.
You have the oddest sense of sympathy,
He
Jane.
killed everybody to marry Yvonne, and then...
And it didn't work.
Peter!
Yes, darling.
Come on, we've got to get started.
It started. For where, Jane?
Pierre's. We're meeting Beth Ellis for a midnight dinner.
Oh, no, Jane,
Well,
not
we
that.
are, Peter. She's expecting us.
Oh.
And Peter,
Yes, Jane.
wear your beret. Beth will love it, please.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, it's that way all the time with Jane and Peter, especially Peter. How would you like to wear a beret? Well, next week, Jane doesn't make Peter wear a beret, but they do get involved with a big game hunter who says he's being hunted, in the case of the pink elephant. So be with us next week at this same time when you meet Miss Sherlock. Meet Miss Sherlock, produced by Dave Vale, written by Don Thompson and E. Jack Newman, with original music composed and played by Milton Charles, is presented from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Murray Wagner speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. We all know that our detective friend Mike Shayne is the hardest working member of his profession in San Francisco. We all know that he's a dynamo of energy in his tireless pursuit of the criminal. But at the moment, it seems the criminal is in pursuit of Mike. His assistant, Phyllis Knight, ushers into the office two rather odd characters.
Mr. Shayne, my name is Belsey, George Belsey, Jr. My friend here, Richard Stowe.
How do you do, Mr. Shayne?
I'm glad to know both of you. Gentlemen, my associate, Miss Knight.
Hello.
How do you do?
A pleasure. Mr. Shayne, this is a very peculiar business call. I might say it took considerable persuasion on my part to get Mr. Stowe to come here this afternoon.
Oh, well, it's so embarrassing.
We handle many embarrassing problems, Mr. Stowe.
Dick's problem is more than embarrassing. It's almost driving him crazy. You see, Dick is afraid he's going to murder me.
Murder? Could we have that last chorus again?
Well, I don't blame you, sir. Dick thinks he is going to murder me.
Mr. Stowe is going to murder you.
At least I'm afraid I might.
This is not a practical joke, Mr. Shayne. Nor I'll be crazy.
I'm not sure just when it started. I've been very upset in recent months. I guess I brooded too much.
I'll say he did. Dick got so bad, I finally dragged him down to a psychiatrist friend of mine, Dr. Neiman.
Mm-hmm. Neiman, yes, I've heard of him.
Well, the doctor seemed to help me for a while. My health improved. But then I began having this dream. It's always the same dream. It never varies in any detail. It's the perfect crime. I kill Mr. Belsey in such a way that the police are completely baffled.
Which could happen only in a dream, but go on.
Well, George Belsey's office is up in the Commerce Building. On the ground floor is a cocktail lounge. Well, I dream that about 8 o'clock at night I go into the bar. I order a drink. I drink half of it. I tell the bartender I'm out of cigarettes. I go out to the lobby, but I don't buy cigarettes. I slip through the door on the left and hurry down a hall. I get into the freight elevator. Room 707 is right in front of the elevator. I open the door. I walk through two offices. George Belsey's room is the third. I see the light shining through his glass door. George is working tonight. I take out my revolver. I open his door gently, quietly, just a crack. George is behind his desk. It takes just one bullet. I close the door, wipe off the doorknob, and run back to the elevator. In a minute, I step up to the bar again. I ask the bartender to light my cigarette. I finish my drink. The dream is over.
Well, that's really something for the scrapbook.
Well, the dream is so horribly vivid that sometimes I don't know whether I've dreamed it or actually done it.
I see. And you want me to set your mind at rest, Mr. Stowe? All right, I think I can show you why you couldn't commit a perfect crime. First, Mr. Belsey, are the bar, the freight elevator, and your office situated as in the dream?
Yes, they are. Dick has been up to my office often enough to have the details straight.
Mr. Stowe, would you have any motive to kill Mr. Belsey?
Oh, no, not the slightest.
Are you in any business deals together?
No, my line is mining. Dick's is wholesale hardware.
Mr. Belsey, do you work at your office every night?
Oh, no, very seldom.
No matter how carefully a murder is planned, there's always the danger of something unforeseen. Mr. Stowe would have to know which night you're working. Then somebody might notice him sneak out of the lobby. An operator might be working after hours on the freight elevator.
And then there's the scrub woman upstairs to avoid, and the gun to dispose of afterwards.
Yes. No matter what gun you use, the police would trace the bullet. You'd have to prepare yourself against all these slip-ups and a dozen others. Well, now, does that take a load off your mind?
Yes, it does.
And if you dream it again, Dick, just laugh at it, roll over, and go back to sleep.
Really, I do feel better already. George, we'd better not take up any more Mr. Shane's time.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, we want to pay you.
No, forget it. I don't charge for just talking.
Oh, you've done more than that, Mr. Shane. You've pointed out my mistakes. You've told me how to commit the perfect crime.
Well, it's been a pleasure to meet you, sir. And Miss Knight.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Goodbye.
Yes, good afternoon.
Well, this is just fine. Mike Shane, consultant on murder.
Hand me that phone book.
Who are you going to call?
Who do you think? That psychiatrist.
Of
course I understand, Mr. Shane. Mr. Stowe has been my patient for months, but there is no cause to be alarmed.
Well, the way he talked, Dr. Neiman, I just wondered if he had all his buttons.
Oh, there is nothing wrong with Mr. Stowe. He has had a series of especially vivid nightmares, and it has become a habit with him. There is nothing to worry about.
I see. Nothing to worry about.
I hope you enjoyed your drink, sir.
Yeah, very much, thank you. Here you are.
Much obliged. Good night, sir.
Good night. All right, honey. Let's head for the lobby.
Okay. Now, let's see. Mr. Stowe said the lobby, then the door to the left.
Must be this one. And there's the freight elevator.
Well, we've done everything in the right order. We had a drink in the cocktail lounge, we went through the lobby, we found the freight elevator.
All checks with Stowe's dreams so far.
Yeah.
Room 707 right in front of us.
Mike, the lights are on inside.
Belsie working tonight? Through 2 rooms, and then his office.
Mike, it's this next office. There's a man's shadow against the door. And it isn't Belsie's.
No. Those shoulders look awfully familiar. And the angle of that hat. It's the inspector.
Who's out there? Hey, Mike and Phil. What in the name
Inspector, you're here on a murder?
Why, yes.
It's a man shot to death?
That's right, but how did...
One more question, Inspector. In that next room is a desk, and behind that desk is the body of George Belsie, Jr.?
How in the name of everything did you know?
I hate to tell you, Inspector. I really hate to tell you.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, nearly everyone knows about carbon and the trouble it causes in automobile engines. But what most people don't know is that the kind of motor oil they buy directly influences the amount of carbon in their engines. That's because many drivers still believe that carbon comes from the gasoline, when actually nearly all carbon formed in gasoline engines comes from the lubricating oil. But, and this is the payoff, some motor oils form a great deal more carbon than others. That's why we say your carbon troubles may be due to the kind of oil you buy. Now, and this is a proved laboratory fact, Triton motor oil forms less carbon than any other of the 7 leading premium oils sold in the West. Yes, that's right. Triton cuts down carbon. The secret of Triton's superiority lies in Union Oil Company's exclusive propane solvent refining process. That means harmful asphalts, waxes, and sulfur have been removed, leaving a pure 100% paraffin-based motor oil, an oil that will furnish hundreds of miles of safe, dependable lubrication. You can buy Triton motor oil at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. A man's dream of murder has turned into a nightmare of reality for Mike Shane. In the office of the dead man, Mike and Phyllis have explained to the inspector how they knew George Belsie had been shot to death.
So you and Phil were tracing Mr. Stowe's dream footsteps.
That's right, Inspector. Phil and I came up here just to see if Stowe could commit the crime the way he dreamed it.
And when we saw you here, the inspector of homicide, we knew what had happened.
Uh-huh. It happened all right. Bullet right through Belsey's heart. Well, we'll have Stowe picked up right away.
I know where he was 40 minutes ago.
Who's this?
Frank Mann. I was in business with Belsey.
Yeah, Mike. He found the body and phoned us.
I saw Stowe down in the cocktail lounge about 40 minutes ago.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Go down to the cocktail lounge and have Mr. Stowe paged for a phone call. If he answers, bring him up here. If he doesn't, send a couple of men to pick him up.
Right away, sir.
Mr. Mann, you say you were in business with George Belsey. The mining business?
Yes. I'm a mining engineer. Well, maybe you'd call me a prospector. George and I were just about to hit it rich. Now it's hopeless.
Oh, why's that?
Why? Well, you don't find gold mines with every blow of a pickaxe. I've rawhided over every mile of the Sierras looking for a good digging for George and me. George grub-staked me. I found him a couple of little mines, but now I need some real cash.
That's what you came here tonight to talk over with Belsey?
Yes, I just got in from Nevada. Hadn't seen George for, 5 or 6 weeks. He was back east a while. I walk in the door tonight and, well, you know the rest.
And, this is the way you found him, slumped over in his chair?
That's right.
You can see the bullet embedded in the back of the chair. Went clean through him.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a .45 caliber.
This is Mr. Stowe, Inspector.
Yeah?
Found him in the bar, like you said.
Where's George? Where's...
Oh! Uh-huh. All right, Mr. Stowe, suppose we have your story. You were in the cocktail lounge, you went out for some cigarettes.
Yes. It's just like my dream. But I didn't kill him.
Inspector, I checked with the bartender. Mr. Stowe came in about an hour ago.
Yes, I went out in the lobby. I even went to the freight elevator. I was just curious about my dream. But I went right back to the bar. I didn't know George was working tonight. I didn't kill him. I know I didn't.
Sergeant, was he carrying a gun?
No, sir.
Well, if Mr. Stowe doesn't believe he did the killing, we've got to go ahead and solve the case ourselves. Now, let's see. The usual stuff on the desk here.
Is a bottle of whiskey the usual?
Bonded.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been opened recently. The label's still wet.
But this one drinking glass is clean and dry.
Mm-hmm. Appointment pad shows Belsey's last caller was at 5 p.m.
Mike, there's a phone number jotted down. Fairfield 62041. Hey, that number.
Mean anything to you, Mike?
You bet it does, Inspector. I called that number this afternoon. It's Dr. Neiman.
Well, maybe we better check up on it.
Yes, and speaking of checkups, how about the angle of the bullet? Was it fired from the doorway?
Looks like it, though we haven't traced it yet.
Well, let's do it now. Must be a good 20 feet from the desk to this door.
Listen, I think I hear somebody coming.
Probably the coroner. He's late.
That's a woman's footsteps.
Yes, it is.
All right, miss, in this way.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps you'd better tell us. What are you doing here?
I came back for something I forgot.
She was Belsey's secretary, Marie Farrell. Hello, Marie.
Mr. Mann, why are these people here?
In case you really don't know, look behind Mr. Belsey's desk.
Oh, then it happened. Mr. Stowe's dream.
No, Marie, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
Miss Farrell, do you know anybody else who might want to kill Mr. Belsey?
Why, no. Mr. Stowe kept dreaming about it, but nobody would have a reason.
Well, we don't think anybody killed him for the pure sport of it.
You say, Miss Farrell, you came back to the office because you forgot something? What was it?
I can't remember.
You've forgotten what you forgot in the first place?
Oh, I remember. I was so mixed up. The theater tickets. I was on my way to the theater with some friends. They must be wondering what happened to me.
Well, I guess there's no point now keeping you. We can always find you.
Yes, then I'll get the tickets. They're in my desk.
We may want to talk to you tomorrow, Miss Farrell. So if you'll give the sergeant your address and phone number.
Oh, of course. Marie Farrell, Calistoga Apartments, Dawson 90351. I guess that's all. Good night.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Checking the angle of the bullet.
Sergeant, you might take Mr. Stowe and Mr. Mann into the next room and let them dictate their stories.
Yes, sir. This way, please, gentlemen.
Mike, look at this. I found Belsey's account books in this desk drawer.
Let's see, Phil. Partnership, Belsey and Mann. Gold shipment. Mike, from these figures, I'd say they were doing all right for themselves.
Mike.
What?
How's this little item for the third finger left hand?
An engagement ring. Where did you find it?
In this middle drawer. Look at this newspaper with it.
photograph with a blue penciling around it. Miss Carly Schaefer announces her engagement to Mr. George Belsey, Jr. of San Francisco. Right good-looking gal.
It's a Pittsburgh paper 3 days ago.
Must have been mailed to Belsey.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Hey, kids, look at this picture again. Miss Carly's showing her engagement ring to some girlfriends.
But now the ring is here in San Francisco.
It's not the same ring. It's smaller, a different cut.
Oh, how can you tell? It's only a newspaper photo.
All right, look at it through this magnifying glass.
Phil's right, Inspector. The Pittsburgh gala is wearing Belsey's engagement ring, yet he's got another piece of Cupid's ice in his desk drawer. For whom?
Marie Farrell. Maybe she was after this ring.
Could be. I think we better have a real heart-to-heart talk with that young lady, and right now.
Mike, you forgot. She's gone to the theater.
All the better, my dear. Meanwhile, we can have a look around her apartment. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
We're going to see Miss Farrell, the Calistoga Apartments.
Well, looks like our little canary is about to fly her cage.
Suitcase all packed.
Looks like she's traveling light. Unless she has other bags. Dresses, blouses.
Stockings, slips.
Perhaps I'd better take the inventory.
Yeah. Hey, hold it. Here's a letter. Return address, George Belsey, Jr., State Hotel, Pittsburgh.
Okay. Read the letter.
Written last week. Dearest Marie, I'll be back in San Francisco by Saturday, but there's something I want you to know before that. You remember a girl I used to know here in Pittsburgh? Her name is Coralie Schaefer.
The good old-fashioned jilt.
Yeah. It seems Coralie is the one and only for him.
Then Phil was right. The engagement ring in Belsey's desk did belong to Marie.
Do you think the jilted young lady might soothe her feelings with a well-placed bullet in her ex-boyfriend?
Marie told us there was no reason why anyone should want to kill Belsey, yet she's got the only motive for murder we've found so far.
Yeah, but you can pile motives up to the ceiling, and Richard Stowe will still look like the murderer.
That's true, Inspector. He had the dream, and the killing was exactly as he told it to us.
I'm not saying he didn't do it. In fact, there's one angle which may pin it right on him without motive or intent to kill.
Meaning what, Mike?
Meaning that we've all forgotten Dr. Neiman.
The psychiatrist?
Yes. And I think we should swap complexes and phobias with that gentleman.
Well, you kids go ahead. I'm waiting right here for Marie. She's got to come home sometime tonight.
Well, we're not going to leave you here alone.
Listen, Grandma. I'm not helpless. I was with Homicide while you were still playing in the sandbox.
Okay, Inspector. Okay. Come on, honey.
Do you know where Dr. Neiman lives, Mike?
Well, we'll get it from the phone book, but first we're stopping by my apartment. There's something I want to have when we visit Dr. Neiman.
Of course I remember you, Mr. Shayne. You telephoned this afternoon about Mr. Stowe.
May I ask, Dr. Neiman, if Mr. Stowe has talked to you this evening?
No? What do you ask?
Oh, curiosity. I'm interested in that nightmare which has been troubling Stowe. The details of the dream to kill Mr. Belsey was so complete.
Yes, Doctor, when Stowe was talking to us, he seemed to think it was the perfect crime.
So? The perfect crime?
In fact, Doctor, it looks like the dream was too much of a temptation for Mr. Stowe. Belsey has been murdered.
Tonight?
Yes.
In the same manner?
In the same manner.
Will you have a cigarette, Miss Knight?
No. Thank you.
I understand, Doctor, that Mr. Belsey brought Stowe to you to help him out of a bad mental state.
Yes, he was morbid about his business affairs. I might say he was on the verge of a neurotic collapse. I helped him considerably.
How, may I ask?
Oh, by various technical means. I'm afraid Mr. Stowe's mind was not quite balanced.
That's not what you told me this afternoon, Doctor. You said he was all right, that there was nothing to worry about.
How was I to know he would do such an insane thing?
Doctor, in treating Mr. Stowe, did you use hypnotism?
Yes, occasionally. I know what you are thinking, Mr. Shayne, but you are wrong. It is impossible to hypnotize a man to commit murder. You can't hypnotize anyone into violating his code of ethics.
I see. Doctor, I brought along a copy of one of your books, Exercises in Psychiatry. I'd like to read you something you wrote on page 93.
93. Oh, I think I know what it is.
Quite possibly. This is it. Modern psychologists maintain that a person hypnotized cannot be made to perform acts which violate his ordinary standards of conduct and morality. However, I suggest that if the patient is first convinced by hypnotism that he has no standard of morality, he can be made to follow out any order, even if it be murder.
You can't hold that against me, what I wrote 8 years ago. I've tested my theory, and I found I was wrong.
How did you test your theory, Doctor?
And can you explain why Mr. Stowe did not have this dream of murder till after you began to treat him?
Mr. Shayne, I refuse to be dragged into this mess. If you try to smear my reputation in this town, I promise you'll regret it very sorely.
Very well, Dr. Neiman. Then I think we'll be going. You haven't been what I call helpful.
I am not required to be.
No, but if Mr. Stowe is proved guilty of murder, you may find yourself named accessory to the crime. Think that over, Doctor.
Why so quiet, Mike?
Thinking. When I look back on it, I think Newman knew what happened from the moment we walked into the door.
But, Mike, even if Mr. Stowe was hypnotized to commit a murder, how are we going to prove it? Mike? Mike, what's wrong?
We're being followed.
Where?
No, don't turn around. Look in the rear vision mirror. I saw that same Suzanne behind us when we started over Twin Peaks.
Mike, you don't think...
We'll find out, honey. I'm going to swing into this alley.
It passed right by.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just getting jumpy. To play safe, we'll go over to another street.
Oh. I couldn't see who was in the car. Did you?
No, it's so dark Phil.
I see it. It turned around. It's right behind us.
Duck, honey. Duck!
In just a moment, we'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures. Friends, with the hottest part of summer yet to come, it's a good idea to make sure that the cooling system of your automobile is working properly. You see, aside from the fact that it makes driving uncomfortable, a motor, when too hot, wastes gasoline. And whether you realize it or not, cars driven around town with frequent starts and stops usually get hotter than those driven on the open road. Now, an easy way to make sure your radiator is on the job and cooling your engine is to have your Union Oil Minuteman treat it with Union Radiator Flush. Union Radiator Flush is harmless to metal, but its special solvent action cuts scale, rust, and grease right out of choked radiator cores and water lines. Then, with a radiator that is flushed clean, you can be sure of rapid water circulation and a cool motor. So for cooler driving, economical mileage, ask for Union Oil Radiator Service, wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. One of the bullets fired into Mike Shayne's car came near its mark. Mike was hit in the shoulder. Phyllis has bandaged the wound, and the two are now back at the scene of the murder, the office of George Belsey.
How you feeling now, Mike?
Oh, a little rocky, but okay, Inspector. It was just a flesh wound.
We'll have a doctor dress it properly.
You better, Phil. Oh, Mike, the sergeant has just brought in Neiman. We got everybody back here now. Stowe, Mann, and Marie.
Have you got anything out of Marie?
Yeah, admit she and Belsey broke their engagement. But there's a funny twist to it. We didn't notice when she was here earlier she was wearing another engagement ring.
You mean the one we found in the desk didn't belong to Marie?
Looks that way, Phil. She froze up when I asked her about the one she was wearing.
Have you checked up on where everybody was at the time I got shot?
Yeah, they all got alibis. It's up to us to find out which one is lying.
That's what bothers me, Inspector. Somebody tried to kill me because he or she thinks I know the answer to this case, and doggone it, I don't.
All right, I'll bring them all in now, and we can sweat them. All right, Sergeant.
Say, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Open that door again, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be... Inspector.
What?
There must be something wrong with our ears. We've opened and closed that door 40 times tonight.
Well, what about it, Mike?
What about it? Well, listen to it. There. Don't you see? The killer couldn't possibly open this door to fire his gun without Belsey hearing him. Let me show you. I'll step outside the office and close the door and then open it again.
What's the matter, Mike?
I can't see the desk. Look, the door has to be completely open before I can see the desk. That means the killer practically had to come into the room.
I catch. Belsey must have seen him, but he didn't jump up or try to escape.
He just sat there, paralyzed with fright.
Wait a minute. We've skipped a big point here. Belsey was hit by a .45 bullet. That would knock an elephant sideways. Yet he stayed there in his chair.
Yeah, you're right. The nervous reflex alone would make him jump out of his seat.
Unless he was unconscious. Inspector, we've assumed all along that the whiskey and drinking glass on the desk were unused. I'll bet my gold bridge work that the killer cleaned and dried that glass. Belsey took a drink that was drugged.
That's possible, but there's still the main question.
Of who did it. All right. Mr. Stowe dreamed of the killing. Marie, I believe you indicated that you knew of his dream.
Well, yes. Mr. Stowe talked about it so much.
And Dr. Neiman knew it, of course. And you, Mr. Mann?
Well, Belsey joked about it with me once or twice.
So everybody knew of Stowe's dream and could take advantage of it.
But here's the point. I practically accused Dr. Neiman of hypnotizing Stowe to commit the murder.
I still deny it.
And I believe you, sir. I've been thinking it over the past few minutes. Dr. Neiman has never been in this office. We checked on it. He couldn't possibly hypnotize Mr. Stowe and give him all those detailed directions about the cocktail lounge and the freight elevator.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The same reason would rule out Mr. Stowe. If he killed Belsey, he would do it exactly as he dreamed it, which is not the way the murder was committed.
No, Mike has demonstrated that.
Huh?
By the opening and closing of the door, and by the probability that Belsey was drugged.
Marie, you are the prize suspect except for two things. You didn't know Belsey was working tonight because the last appointment jotted down on his desk pad was for 5 p.m., and you were not in your apartment when Miss Knight and I decided to call on Dr. Neiman.
So you couldn't have followed Mike there or try to kill him afterwards. But that also goes for Frank Mann.
Not quite, Inspector. He did hear us say we were going to Marie's apartment. He followed us first to her place and then to Neiman's.
No, you're wrong. Frank wouldn't kill Belsey. He's not a murderer.
Oh, so now it's Frank. Oh. You've dropped the formality. Miss Farrell, that engagement ring you're wearing, Frank Mann gave it to you, didn't he?
Yes. We're going to be married.
I suppose you'll make a crime out of that, too.
It's a very expensive ring, several $1,000s. If you're broke, Mr. Mann, and Belsey was grub-staking you, you couldn't possibly afford that ring unless you knew you were taking over the gold mines of your dead partner.
You can't prove a thing. You can't convict me.
You've convicted yourself, sir. You were the only one who knew Belsey was working tonight because you had an appointment with him. You killed him, then called the police. Well, the police are still here, ready and waiting. How about it, Inspector?
Mike? How do you want your eggs?
Oh, let's have them sunny side up this time, huh? You know, with this bum arm of mine, Angel, you'll have to feed your poor old boss.
And how you'll love it.
Uh-oh, I bet that's the inspector.
Hey, wait. I want to hear this, too.
Hello? Yeah, you guessed right, Inspector. She's fixing me some eggs. What bacon? Huh? Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. It's in my pocket. I guess I was just absent-minded. Sure. I'll bring it in tomorrow. Okay. Good night, Inspector.
What will you bring in tomorrow?
Oh, that engagement ring we found in Belsey's desk. I stuck it in my pocket here and walked off with it. Forgot all about it.
Yeah, I know how that is.
Huh?
When it comes to engagement rings, your mind is a complete blank.
Ah, Angel, you walked off with something of mine, too, tonight. This book on psychiatry here.
Oh, that.
Hey, wait a minute. You've dog-eared a page already. Chapter on hypnotism and its power over the emotions.
You give me that book.
You're wasting your time, honey. It doesn't work. I've already tried it.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Donley Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet.
Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... Aha! You see the cloudy white precipitate?
I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. The slow, creeping, and malicious death.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Well, I see you're just adding your signature to a new memoir.
Yes, Mr. Harris. This particular adventure took my friend Holmes and me out of London for a few days to the historic English Shrine of Learning, Cambridge University.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
I call it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet, Mr. Harris. As soon as you have regaled our audience on the merits of Clippercraft clothes, I shall be very happy to recount it to you.
Spring, as they say, is just around the corner. That means you're going to want to celebrate with a new spring suit. It's like a tonic for that worn-out winter feeling. And you can get it without spending a fortune in a Clippercraft suit. Because the new Clippercraft suits for spring are styled to make you look your best. Broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the athletic look. And the price for all this super tailoring and workmanship is as welcome as spring itself. You pay only $45 for a pure worsted Clippercraft suit. And if you shop around and compare values, you'll find your Clippercraft suit has all the workmanship, the new pattern effects, and the quality materials of suits costing many dollars more. And while you're choosing your Clippercraft suit, take a look at Clippercraft top coats in all wool, gabardine, or covert. Only $40 to $47.50. Yes, Clippercraft clothes make you feel like a million, look like a million, and still leave you money to spare. And now, Dr. Watson, what about The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet?
As I said, Mr. Harris, it began at Cambridge, seat of one of Britain's greatest universities. A quiet place of mellow buildings and green lawns. And specifically, it began in the area of Keyes College, the medical college of the university. Holmes and I became involved because of my old friendship with Ashley Webb, professor of anatomy at that college. But actually, the story began at the home of Dr. Charles Stanhope of the medical faculty, who at the moment was engaged in a violent quarrel with his wife.
I tell you, Alicia, you've got to stop seeing so much of Professor Webb. The whole university is beginning to talk about it, and the faculty, too.
Oh, they are they? Well, let me tell you something, my dear Charles. There is nothing between Ashley and myself.
Oh, so it's Ashley now, is it? Alicia, for the last time, I forbid you to see Professor Webb.
Oh, you do you? Well, I shall see him all I please. He's a fine man, and I'll not let you dictate to me. I'll leave you first.
You don't mean that, my dear.
Oh, yes, I do. That frightens you, doesn't it, Charles? You're very clever, dear boy. You married money. But if I leave you, who'll pay your gambling debts in London?
Alicia!
They'll sack you from the faculty when they find out about your debts, won't they, Charles? You'll be ruined, disgraced. And if I leave you, I'll change my will, naturally. You won't get a shilling. Well, Charles, now are you going to be nice to me?
Oh, Very well, Alicia.
Thank you, darling. And since I'm going to have a few things to say around here from now on, there's one wish I want you to attend to immediately.
Yes?
I want you to discharge that new valet of yours, Briggs.
Discharge Briggs? But why?
I simply cannot stand the sight of the fellow. He acts so furtive, and he looks pale and ill. Get rid of him at once, Charles.
bath is ready, Dr. Stanhope.
Oh, Briggs, never mind the bath. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir?
My wife thinks you look pale, ill. You're feeling well enough?
Why, I think so, sir.
Do you ever have pains in your chest?
Well, sometimes, sir.
From observing your eyes and the pallor of your skin, it could be symptoms of...
Of what, Dr. Stanhope?
Oh, it's probably nothing, Briggs, nothing at all. Still, we can't be too careful, can we? Suppose we step in my laboratory while I give you a complete physical examination. All right, Briggs. You may put on your shirt now.
Dr. Stanhope, what is it, sir?
I'm sorry, Briggs. Terribly sorry. But you've got only a few months to live.
A few months?
A year at the most.
Dr. Stanhope, you're sure?
Positive. My examination has been conclusive. It's your heart, Briggs. There's a severe weakness in the heart wall. An aneurysm, we call it.
A few months to live.
I'm sorry.
A few months walking a tightrope. Never know what moment will be the last. Waiting to die in your sleep, maybe. Wondering whether you'll drop dead in the street. Oh, Dr. Stanhope, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Well, for one thing, Briggs, I promise you there won't be any pain. I'll give you a special medicine for that. As for the few months of life you have, I would suggest that you live.
Live? How?
To the full, Briggs. Have the things you could never afford before. Wine, women, and song. Wear the best clothes, go to the theaters, the music halls. Live a lifetime in a few months.
Who's there? Who's in my room? No. No!
So they're holding you here at the police station? The charge of murdering Alicia Stanhope. Eh, Webb?
Yes, John. And believe me, I'm grateful that you should remember our old professional friendship and brought Mr. Holmes here to Cambridge.
Professor Webb, I must say that on the evidence it would appear that you are guilty and that we're wasting our time.
Holmes!
However, let us review the facts. Alicia Stanhope was found murdered in your home last night, while her husband, Dr. Stanhope, was presumably traveling on the continent.
Yes. Yes, that is true, Mr. Holmes. I had gone out for a long walk, and when I came home, she was there. The police believe... Well, they believe I stabbed her in an amorous quarrel. But they lie, I tell you, they lie.
I must confine myself to a healthy skepticism, my dear Professor. At least until I'm able to interrogate Dr. Stanhope, who I understand is hastening back to England from the continent. Come, Watson.
Yes, Holmes? Where?
To the home of Professor Webb here. The official police have not yet removed the body, and I should like to form my own conclusions. Observe, Watson. Alicia Stanhope was stabbed 3 times in the region of the heart. Doesn't that convey anything to you?
I cannot say it does.
Oh, come, man, you're being obtuse. It's like a signpost on an open road.
Holmes, you mean you know who the murderer is?
Not exactly, Watson, but I know who he is not.
Eh? But...
Observe again, my dear fellow. Although Alicia Stanhope was presumably stabbed on this couch, there's no sign of blood on the covering.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. The most peculiar phenomenon, Watson. Now, suppose we explore the garden adjacent to this room. Look, Watson. There are footprints here in the soil of the garden. Note how they go down into that steep gully and disappear in the underbrush.
Yes, Holmes. There seem to be 2 sets of footprints. One going toward the window, one moving away.
Quite. And they prove, Watson, that the killer carried the dead woman into Professor Webb's house and left her there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, my dear fellow. The tracks leading to the window are of a deeper imprint. Hence, the killer was carrying a heavy burden. On the return journey, as you see, the footprints are lighter. Therefore, he had been relieved of his burden.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Yes.
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
This gully proceeds in the rear of several houses along the street here. And I shouldn't be surprised if one of them belongs to Dr. Charles Stanhope.
Holmes, I hope you realize we're breaking and entering Dr. Stanhope's premises.
I cannot be concerned with legal quibbling now, Watson. It's obvious now that Alicia Stanhope must have been murdered here, carried out to the garden, down along the gully, and from there into Professor Webb's house.
Rather a restless corpse, I must say. Oh, there seems to be a small servant room here.
Yes. It's been vacated very recently.
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, the spoon on this shelf. It's covered with a light film of what seems to be some medical preparation. And it proves beyond all doubt that someone was here last night.
How'd you know that?
Because the film on the spoon is still fresh and damp. It hasn't had a chance to evaporate.
Holmes, someone's just come in.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
We might address the same question to you, sir.
Oh, you might, eh? But it just happens I am Dr. Charles Stanhope. And this is my house.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is certainly an exciting adventure. And what happened after that?
I shall be delighted to reveal the rest of the story to you, Mr. Harris, as soon as you've told our audience some pertinent facts regarding Clippercraft clothes.
You know, men, good style doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. You can be the best-dressed man in any crowd and stay within your budget when you buy Clippercraft clothes. A new spring Clippercraft worsted suit at $45 or a Clippercraft top coat from $40 to $47.50 has the styling and the quality that you usually expect only in clothes that cost many dollars more. Now, that's because more than 1,200 friendly independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's amazing values possible. In Clippercraft clothes, you get all the quality workmanship traditional of New England. New England, the home of the famous Clipper ships, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. And Clippercraft clothes are sold by established businessmen whose business it is to give you honest value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the unfortunate valet.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. Dr. Stanhope had come into his house with his baggage, and he was stained with the dust of travel. But when we introduced ourselves, he immediately abandoned his idea of turning us over to the local police and became more tractable. He explained that he'd only just that moment returned from his trip to the continent, that he had not yet seen the body of his wife. But he was quite sure as to her murder.
It was Professor Webb, Mr. Holmes. Ashley Webb. He killed her. It couldn't have been anyone else. He was mad about her, wanted her to leave me, and he killed her when she refused.
Then, Dr. Stanhope, how does it happen that your wife, Alicia, was found at Professor Webb's house?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that he had some power over her. Blackmail, possibly. Perhaps Alicia had to go to his house. Perhaps she had no choice. I don't know.
I'm afraid, Dr. Stanhope, this affair will provide a holiday for the gossip mongers.
Dr. Stanhope, a question.
Yes?
Were there any servants on the premises while you were abroad?
Well, no. I did have a valet named Briggs, but he left my service a week ago.
May we ask why?
Well, he was in ill health, Dr. Watson. Very bad heart condition. A severe aneurysm, in fact. Poor fellow had only a few months to live.
I see. And where might we find this fellow Briggs?
I believe you can find him at the Carlton Hotel in London.
Well, Holmes, I confess I'm puzzled.
Indeed? Why, Watson?
Well, we telegraphed the customs at Dover, found that Dr. Stanhope did not pass through until this morning.
Yes?
Therefore, he couldn't have murdered his wife last night back in Cambridge. Well, I hate to say it, Holmes.
But you think Professor Webb might be guilty after all?
Well, yes.
Rubbish.
Eh?
A single glance at the corpse was sufficient to exonerate Professor Webb.
Yes, but how?
Remember, the killer plunged the blade into the victim's body 3 times in the area of the heart. But, Watson, consider that Webb is a professor of anatomy. If he were the assassin, he'd obviously know how to find the heart with one swift blow.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. But how can a valet live in splendor at a first-class hotel like the Carlton? And secondly, how could a man with a severe heart aneurysm carry a heavy body along a strenuous path, up and down a steep gully?
Yes, Elmer. More champagne, dearie.
Thank you, Jackie.
Nothing like the old bubbly, is there?
Right.
Ah, the old bubbly makes a man forget. That's what it does. Well, drink up, Selma. Drink up.
Oh, Briggsy, you're a real sporting gentleman.
Think so?
I should say, a real top. The suite at the Carlton and dinner and squab at the cafe and all the champagne there is.
And plenty more bubbly where that come from. All the champagne you can drink, dearie. You and me are going to do a lot of living, we are. You'll have pretty frocks, and we'll go to the races and the music halls and live like royalty. Come on, drink up more of the bubbly.
Briggsy, someone's coming over to our table.
Oh, who?
Well, I don't know, a couple of men.
I beg your pardon. Your name is Briggs?
That's right. And who may you be?
This is Dr. Watson, and my name is Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes? What do you want?
Briggs, we understand that you were valet to Dr. Charles Stanhope. As you no doubt know, his wife has been murdered. We should like to ask you a few questions.
Would you? Would you indeed? Well, I don't know nothing, see? I give up my post with the Stanhopes a week ago. And as for a nibs, good riddance, I says.
Now, look here, Briggs.
Watson.
Yes, sir?
Suppose we question this fellow another time. He seems to be in no condition to make sober answers at the moment.
Well, Holmes, we didn't seem to find out much from this Briggs fellow.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
What do you mean?
Our friend Briggs, my dear fellow, happens to be an ex-convict.
Eh? How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, Watson. The pallor of his face was characteristic of long confinement. And his hands proved the point even more.
His hands?
Yes, the kind of scarred hands any convict might acquire in the jute workshop of a prison. And speaking of prisons, Watson...
Yes?
Our next step is to find which institution harbored Briggs as its guest. And after that, it would be most interesting to examine the fellow's medical record. Watson, look here. An interesting medical report. Very.
What do you mean?
According to the physician's report here at Newgate Prison, there's nothing wrong with Briggs's heart. Note, the report is marked excellent, and this is as recent as 6 months ago when Briggs was released.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, it does. You have the spoon we found in the servants' quarters at the Stanhope house? The spoon with a film of medicine on it?
Yes, I wrapped it in a piece of paper, put it in my pocket. But what now, Holmes?
Back to Baker Street. Back to Baker Street to conduct a chemical experiment. Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... You see this cloudy white precipitate?
Yes, I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. A slow, creeping, and malicious death. Quick, my dear fellow, get your hat. We must get to the Carlton Hotel at once.
The Carlton?
Precisely, to have another talk with a valet called Briggs. Well, Briggs, there's the evidence as I've related it to you. You murdered Alicia Stanhope at the instigation of her husband, Charles.
You still deny it, Briggs?
Deny it? No. Why should I? You got me dead to rights. And what do I care? I'm going to die anyway soon. I got a bad heart, I have. And I'll cheat the hangman's noose before it's time.
Briggs, I'm afraid you've been played for a fool.
Yes, your heart's in excellent condition. as strong as an ox.
That's a lie.
Not according to an examination given you by the Newgate prison physician not 6 months ago.
But, Dr. Stanhope, it's his diagnosis.
He duped you and deceived you, Briggs. He lied to you about your heart, bribed you with money, and used you as a tool. You thought that with a severe heart condition you had nothing to lose. But you were wrong.
Stanhope. So, he lied to me. He lied.
You carried Alicia Stanhope's body from your house to Professor Webb's up and down a steep gully. A fatal effort for a man with your alleged condition. That led me to question the diagnosis from the start.
And I could have lived, a free man, without murder on my hands. And Stanhope, he even gave me medicine for my heart.
Exactly, but that medicine happened to be a slow and insidious poison, Briggs. Stanhope wanted to get rid of you after you'd done your work. And you would have died soon, just as he promised.
I see.
Holmes, look out! He's got a
Don't
revolver.
move, either of you. Don't try anything. You're not going to take me in. Not yet. Not until I keep an appointment with a certain gentleman. He just come to London from Cambridge. And I know he'll be glad to see me.
Oh, Briggs, what on earth...
Hello, Stanhope.
What the devil? You're carrying a revolver.
You've got a bad heart, Briggs. Remember what you told me, Doctor? With a straight face, too, remember? I'm sorry, Briggs. It's bad news. You've got but a few months to live.
Now, Briggs...
You
listen.
lied to me. You cheated me. Made me kill for your dirty money. The £1,000 you gave me. And then you tried to poison me with your medicine. Didn't you, Doctor?
Now, wait a minute.
Hey, get away from that desk. Don't reach for that gun. But I still got time to send you to... I'll make sure of it. Remember, Doctor, you told me I didn't have long to live. You're right. You're right. But this time, it's better this way than dangling on the end of a rope.
Briggs! Briggs!
I saw him coming here, Watson. But those shots were...
Holmes. Good Lord. They're both dead.
Yes, Watson. We're too late. But note how justice has been done. They both have a bullet through the heart.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an unusual adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Oh, I almost forgot one thing.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
A subsequent investigation of Dr. Stanhope's background revealed that he was not entitled to practice medicine at all. He had cleverly kept this secret for many years.
I see. But now, what about next week's case, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the elusive agent. It concerns an interrupted honeymoon, the odor of a rare tobacco, and a strange new British invention which made a dramatic appearance during World War I.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. The Red Cross is always ready, always there. You too can act and help through the Red Cross 1949 Fund. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra Big Town Extra! He's all about the Lonely Hearts Club expose. Extra Big Town Extra!
Welcome to our Big Town Lonely Hearts Club, my dear. Come in and say goodbye to loneliness.
Why not stay here at our club, Mrs. Adams? I promise you won't be lonely anymore.
Please let me leave this place. Let me go. Please let me out of this horrible place. Please, please, please.
Yes, listen to this up-to-the-minute story of one of the oldest rackets in the world, the victimizing of lonely hearts. Another dramatic expose brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap. Another headline story of Steve Wilson, fighting editor of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now to Big Town and tonight's story of the Lonely Heart. A great city can be a very lonely place. Thousands, young and old, disconsolate and lost, seek friendship, companionship, or romance, and find happiness. But the helping hand can also lead the lonely heart to tragedy, despair, and death. Such is the background of Steve Wilson's story that began as a young girl rang the bell of a large brownstone house in the once fashionable section of Big Town.
Good afternoon, young lady. Welcome to our friendly little club. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. I'm looking for someone who...
I understand. We are all looking for someone, friends, companionship. You've come to the right place, my dear. Come in, come in.
I hope so, for you see,
Don't try to explain, my dear. I understand. Please come in the parlor, and I'll tell you how our little club works. I'm sure you want to join, meet all of our members.
Oh, but I don't want to join your club. I'm looking for someone who did several months ago. My aunt.
Oh, your aunt?
Yes. She came to Big Town last fall from upstate.
What is your aunt's name?
Agatha Adams.
Agatha Adams?
Yes. Oh, Aunt Agatha stayed at a hotel for a couple of months, but got lonesome and wrote she was thinking of joining some club.
Did she say which club?
Well, I think she mentioned your club. I didn't save her letter, but I'm sure.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, my dear. No one by that name has ever been a member of our little club.
Oh, but I'm sure. I remember the name and the address.
You are mistaken. I am in charge. I know every member, past and present. No one by the name of Agatha Adams ever joined or lived in this house.
Oh, but, well, perhaps she used some other name. She was so shy. She was my father's sister, never married, and cared for me until I went away to school. And then she felt lost and useless and came to Big Town.
Yes, yes. An old story, my dear. But I'm sure she did not come to us.
Well, how can you be so sure?
We investigate our members very carefully. Their background, reputation, financial responsibility.
Oh, and Agatha had money, quite a lot. And that's another reason I'm worried. Why I came to Big Town to find her.
Why are you worried? Has she written you letters?
Oh, no, I haven't heard from her since she moved out of her hotel.
Have you inquired at the hotel?
Yes.
She must have left an address.
No, she didn't. I inquired. Some man came for her things and paid her hotel bill and left no forwarding address.
My dear young woman, you're wasting my time.
But I must find my aunt.
Why? She sounds like a mature woman of sense and independence. She wanted to see you or hear from you. She would write.
Yes, but she always wrote me regularly until 2 months ago.
People change. She's probably found new friends, new interests.
But she hasn't even written her lawyer. Why, we've heard nothing. Don't even know if she's alive, except for the checks.
Checks? What checks?
Why, the checks she's endorsed almost every week for larger and larger amounts.
Checks? For how much?
Almost $10,000.
$10,000?
Almost half of all she has. Oh, I'm sure something's wrong. Something's happened.
Young woman, I don't like your insinuations. This is a respectable club. And I tell you, your aunt is not here. She was never a member, and I must ask you to leave this house.
Oh, but couldn't I stay here a few days while I look for her?
No, this is not a hotel. We have no room. If you want my advice, I suggest you go back home and wait until your Aunt Agatha sees fit to get in touch with you. Good afternoon.
Oh, please, couldn't you give me a list of other clubs?
No, good afternoon. Goodbye.
My dear dumb Dora, that was a stupid way to handle that inquisitive young woman.
Shut up, Mal, you double-crossing swine.
Easy on the names, my dear. I have a few for you. But when thieves fall out, the profits fly out the window.
They've been flying into your pocket, you dirty dog.
Consider the compliment returned. What's sticking in your craw?
Checks.
Checks?
Yes. You've been able to get that dopey Agatha Adams to sign $10,000 worth, and all I've seen is a measly $1,000.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
I was saving it for a surprise, a sort of anniversary present on the completion of our first year of service to the cause of lonely hearts in Big Town.
Save that corny line for the lonesome suckers. I want my share now. We're going to have to get out of here, quick.
Nonsense. Why should we beat it?
Look through the glass curtain of the door.
Huh?
That girl's gone across the street. She's sitting on a bench in the square, watching this house.
That's because your stupid behavior made her suspicious.
How would you have handled it, mastermind?
Not by practically throwing her out. She is watching the house. The upper windows.
You better get upstairs and see that Agatha Adams doesn't get out of bed and crawl to the window.
Not a chance. She's weak as a kitten. You better go up and give her another treatment so she won't disturb any club members who drop in this evening.
All right. But what are we going to do about that girl?
I'm going out the back way to the alley. Watch that girl. See where she goes. What she does.
She's liable to go to the cops, the Missing Persons Bureau. They're liable to come here with a search warrant.
That'll take time. If she goes to the police station, I'll call you. Get Agatha ready to leave.
She's so weak she can't walk.
We'll take her in a cart in the station wagon.
Where?
Out to the cottage up the river.
Then what? Suppose she dies on us.
Quit jittering. So what if she dies? That won't be the first one. Now get upstairs and get her ready.
You wait a minute now. You give me my share of the $10,000 you got out of her already.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you trust me, Dora?
Like a rattlesnake.
I told you to take it easy on names. Now, go take care of Aunt Agatha while I go see what we've got to do about her nosy little niece.
Lady who phoned you. Come in, Miss Adams. Oh, thank you for seeing me, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, sit down, Miss Adams. I'm only too glad to have a chance to help a friend of my old boss. He was city editor of this paper when I was a cub reporter.
Yes, he told me.
How is Bill Green?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Wilson.
Is he still publishing the best weekly newspaper in the country, except during the trout and hunting season?
Yes, Miss Kilburn, and he asked me to tell you, Mr. Wilson, to be sure and come up for the trout fishing.
Well, I'm going to try to make it, Miss Adams, but now about your Aunt Agatha.
Oh, I'm frightened, Mr. Wilson. Really frightened. As I told you over the phone, I'm sure that woman knows something about my aunt.
Lorelei, what did you get out of our morgue file on that Heart Club on South Square?
The morgue? Oh, Mr. Wilson, you don't think my aunt is dead?
Oh, no, Miss Adams. Our newspaper morgue is a file of clippings and information on all kinds of persons and subjects.
Oh, I see.
What do we have on that club, Lorelei?
Well, nothing, Steve, except it's run by a Mr. and Mrs. Dean. It's either on the up and up, as most of them are, or it's managed to keep out of trouble and the papers.
Yes, you see, Miss Adams, there are many such clubs in big cities, founded for the purpose of fostering companionship and friendships, even romance, between lonely persons who have no other way of meeting.
Oh, I know, and I don't want to make trouble for anyone who is trying to do something good and kind. That's why I haven't gone to the police, but that place, that woman frightens me. She seemed to want to get rid of me and told me to go home.
Miss Adams, what about those checks you mentioned? Does the bank in your hometown suspect forgery?
No, Mr. Wilson. They say my aunt's signature is genuine, But her monthly statements sent to the hotel here in Big Town have been returned because, well, they have no forwarding address.
And you've heard nothing from her?
No, not for 2 months. Not since she wrote me she was moving to that club on South Square.
Are you sure the address was South Square?
Yes. That much I remember for certain, but what can I do, Mr. Wilson?
Just a minute, Miss Adams. Lorelei,
Yes, Steve.
how would you like to join this Lonely Hearts Club?
Oh, golly, yes, Steve. That'd be one way of getting in and finding out what's going on.
You'll have to dress the part. You don't look like a girl who would ever be very lonely.
Thanks, but a reporter's job doesn't give a gal time. And a little soap on the paint job and a severe hairdo will turn me into a plain Jane with a heart just aching for companionship.
Oh, but Mrs. Kilburn, I can't let you do this.
Well, why not?
Well, because, there's something else I haven't told you.
Oh? What's that, Miss Adams?
Oh, after I left the square and phoned you, I think I was followed.
Followed by that woman?
No, by a man, a tall, good-looking man.
Well, you're an attractive young woman, Miss Adams.
But he didn't try to pick me up, Mr. Wilson. He didn't come near me. He just followed me. He watched me.
Did he follow you here to the press office?
Yes, but he didn't come in the building.
That does it, Lorelei. I think you better stay here, Lorelei. And Miss Adams, I'll go along with Miss Kilburn.
Oh, but Steve, it'd be a dead giveaway if we went there together.
Yes, but I don't like the looks of this. And I don't think you'd better go to that house alone.
Well, then let me take Harry the hack. He can hang around the square and keep an eye on the house while I get the lowdown on the setup.
All right. I'll pick up Harry and get down there.
Will you be here in case I get anything?
No. Give me a good description of your shadow, Miss Adams.
Well, he's tall and dark, and wearing a tan hat and tweed suit and a sporty-looking polo coat.
Well, that'll be enough. You'd make a good reporter, Miss Adams. I'll wait here in my office, Miss Adams. Come on, Lorelei. If that man is still waiting, I think he'll also lead me to the house on South Square. Let's go.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy Health Soap every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and tonight's headline racket expose of the Lonely Hearts. While Steve Wilson follows another lead on an elderly woman who has vanished in Big Town, Lorelei is on her way to a social club in the cab of Harry the Hack.
South Square coming up, Miss Kilburn. Hey, you want me to drop you in front of this here now so-called heartache club?
Yes, Harry, but don't wait. Cruise around and keep an eye on the house.
Check. I'll roll around through the back alley and scout the layout in case of contingencies.
All right, Harry, and keep an eye open for Steve tailing that character in the tan polo coat we spotted in front of the press office.
Right, he looks like a sharp operator. Here you are. What's cooking?
I think they've got Miss Adams' aunt in a vicious swindle.
In which case, watch your step and holler if you need any help of a knock-and nature.
Thanks, Harry. I'll be careful. You better get going.
Okay, I'll be around.
Front room curtains moved. My arrival has been duly noted, and I shouldn't have to wait. Now, here's where I go into my act. Good evening.
Good evening. What can I do for you?
Why, I heard about your friendship group, and I thought I'd like to see your club.
Oh? Who told you about our club? We don't advertise.
Well, I was dining alone in a restaurant the other night, and I heard a couple talking. met here, and they seemed so happy together, and I thought...
I'm sorry, young woman. We don't take anyone unless they are recommended by someone we know.
Oh, but I could give you references. I have a very good job.
I'm sorry. We take in very few young people, and you'd find it quite expensive.
Oh, but I'd be willing to pay. I have money, a small inheritance.
Oh, I see. That makes quite a difference. Come in.
Thanks. Why should it make a difference?
We have to be careful of our reputation. Young girls looking for wealthy men to marry can cause us a lot of trouble.
Oh, I understand. And I'm just looking for companionship. Intellectual companionship. Perhaps someone who likes good music.
Yes, you look the type. We have several gentlemen who just like good music. But first, your references.
Oh, yes. I work for a publishing house. I write.
You write what?
Oh, sort of true stories about people.
Oh, confessions?
Yes. Sometimes you might call them just that, if I can get the true fact.
Just a moment, young lady. Hello? Yes?
All right. It's me, Mal. It's packed. That girl went to the newspapers. I'm being followed.
What? Are you sure? How soon?
I'll wait.
I can manage. In 10 minutes. Park the station wagon in the alley, and I'll have everything ready to go. I'm sorry, miss. I don't think we care to have any writers as members of our club.
Oh, but I wouldn't write about...
I'm sorry. Try some other club. I'm very busy. Goodbye.
Just a minute. You wouldn't be busy getting rid of one of your present members, would you?
What do you mean by that? What kind of an act have you been putting on?
What kind of act are you putting on in this plush trap for the lovelorn?
Just who are you, and why are you here?
I'm Lorelei Kilburn, and I do work for Steve Wilson, a newspaper editor.
Newspaper?
Yes, and I am a writer. A crime reporter.
Crime reporter?
Yes, and by your actions, it looks like I've come to the right place.
What are you talking about? What crime are you talking about?
Didn't your partner in the polo coat just phone you that Mary Adams went to the Illustrated Press? Didn't he just tell you that you had to get Agatha Adams out of this house?
Why, you nosy little twist.
Where is Agatha Adams?
There's nobody by that name here.
Well, there won't be in another few minutes if you and your partner can manage to get her out of here. Now, get out of the way. I'm going up the stairs.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let go, Mrs. Dean.
Like nothing.
See? You're big, but I happen to know a little about judo, and in that kind of contest, the bigger you come, the harder you'll fall. Now, get out of the way.
No, you don't, Kilborn. You don't. Nosy little newspaper fool button in here. Now we've got to get out of here. Get out of here quick.
Hey, boss. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Harry. Where's Lorelei?
In that house around on the square. You telling the station wagon that just pulled in the alley a minute ago?
Yes, Harry. The driver is the man in the polo coat who followed Miss Adams to the press office.
That's what I figured. What's he up to?
I don't know. I trailed him from the press office to the garage where he picked up that station wagon. I think he spotted me because he made a phone call and tried to shake me in traffic before he cut back here.
Well, you sure got him cornered in that alley, boss.
Oh, how so, Harry?
That's a blind alley running behind the houses on the square. He's got to come back out this way with that suburbia jalop.
That's a lucky break, Harry. Where's your hack?
Parked right over there across the street.
Perfect. Drive in that alley and block this exit. Don't let that station wagon out of there until I can get into that house and see what's going on.
Fear not, boss. And if that polo-coated polecat comes out and gives me argument, I will restrain him with my trusty knock-and-knock.
No, Harry. We have no proof he's involved in anything criminal and no right to stop him if we had. Just block the alley. Keep him from rolling that station wagon until we can find out if Agatha Adams is in that house.
What are you doing? Where's Agatha Adams? Why haven't you... Hey! Who's that girl on the floor?
A newspaper reporter, you dumb smart aleck.
What's she doing here? Why have you taped her up?
She's here looking for Agatha Adams.
What brought her here?
Adams' niece went to the newspaper office and spotted you following her, you stupid dope.
Well, all right, leave her there on the floor. Let's get Agatha Adams and get out of here, quick.
Never mind that dopey old dame. Get your things. We got to get out of town fast. Miss Kilborn Dane said somebody was trailing you.
Yeah, I know. That's why I phoned you to get ready. I shook the guy in traffic, but he may come here. Come on, let's get going.
Where's that money you got from that Adams dame?
I got it. You'll get yours.
I'll say I will, and I want it now.
The door. Maybe that guy that trailed me.
It'll be this Kilborn dame's boss. An editor called Steve Wilson.
Wilson, the racket buster. So that's who's been tailing me. He works with the cops. You'll call him if he doesn't get in.
He'll call him anyway if he gets in and finds this Lippy Kilbourne dame and she tells what she knows. Let's beat it out the back.
No. We gotta have time to get out of town.
How are we going to get it?
Let him in. Stall him till I can get this girl out of the way. And get set to take him.
Wait a minute. With what? You ain't using no gun and getting me mixed up in no murder.
Shut up! Go stall him, then bring him in here. These fire tongs will cut him down to size and shut him up till we can get out of the state.
You better hope. Get that Kilbourne dame in the back room and get set. Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. I'm coming. Yes? What is it?
Good afternoon. Are you Mrs. Jean?
Yes, here. The idea you're pushing your way into this club.
Let's call it bad manners. Where is Miss Kilburn?
I don't know any Miss Kilbourne, and this is a private residence.
It's a club and licensed as a public boarding house, and I want to see one of your residents.
Who do you want to see?
I intend to find Miss Kilburn, one of my reporters who came in here a few minutes ago.
Oh, a girl reporter. Why didn't you say so?
Where is she?
Right in the sitting room, just down the hall, interviewing my husband.
Good. I want to ask him a few questions myself.
Go right ahead, Mr. Wilson. I'm sure he'll be glad to see you. Walk right in. He has an answer for all your questions. Step right this way.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy Health Soap every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson as he enters the parlor of a so-called Lonely Hearts Club in search of Lorelei Kilburn in tonight's racket expose headlined The Lonely Heart.
After you. Go right ahead, Mr. Wilson. Your reporter, Miss Kilburn, is in the parlor interviewing my husband about our little club.
Thank you, but I think you'd better come along with me, Mrs. Dean.
Why should I? I'm busy. I have to get things ready for our club meeting tonight.
That can wait. After you, Mrs. Dean.
Very well. But you've no right to come crashing in here and ordering us around. Malcolm.
Yes, my dear Dora?
This is Mr. Wilson of the Illustrated Press. He wants to ask you a few questions about our club.
Why, certainly. Come in, Mr. Wilson.
Thanks very much. But first, where is my reporter, Miss Kilburn?
Miss Kilburn?
Yes, I told him she was here, Malcolm, interviewing you about our club.
Oh, yes, of course. Her name slipped my mind.
Where is Miss Kilburn?
Why, she's gone upstairs to interview some of our resident members. Won't you sit down and wait?
No, thank you. You mind telling me what you're doing with those fire tongs, Mr. Dean?
Fire tongs? Oh, I was about to build a fire in a fireplace. It's getting rather chilly in here.
Yes, very chilly. What have you done to Miss Kilburn? Where is she?
I told you, she's upstairs.
Upstairs with Agatha Adams?
I don't know what you're talking about. Grab him, Dora. Hold him.
No. Why, you murderous rat. That was meant for me. And there's a good chance you killed your wife with those fire tongs.
I'll kill you for nosing into my business.
Your racket. The filthy racket of preying on lonely men and women. Now, where's Miss Kilburn? Where is Agatha Adams?
Right here in this house, but you're not going to get out of here. Phone the cops or send me to prison.
Prison is too good for you, Dean. And if your wife dies, you'll be lucky if you don't go to the chair.
If I go, it'll be for smashing your head. With those fire tongs. Oh, you slug, I'll break you.
Not telegraphing your punches like that. Now, where's Miss Kilburn?
Where you're going to be when I get through with you.
All right. Let's see.
Wilson. Boss, what gives? What cooks?
Come in. Come in here, Harry.
Holy moly, boss, what a wreck joint. And boy, are you beat up.
I'm all right, Harry.
Hey, who's the dame on the floor and gory gent laying in the corner like a corpus delicti?
The management of this rat trap, Harry.
And where's Miss Kilbane?
Open that other door, Harry. She may be in the back room.
Okay, take it easy, boss. You took quite a beating taking that guy. Hey, she's here, boss, on the floor, taped up like a mummy.
Is she all right, Harry?
Well, her eyes are open and snapping like snapping turtles, so I guess she's okay. Wait till I get this tape off her mouth.
Harry, is Steve all right? Where is he?
Right here, my lovely. Are you hurt?
Well, my dignity is hurt and my professional rep ruined, and I'll never live this down. Get the tape off my hands and feet, will you, Harry?
Sure thing. Hold still.
Oh, well, be careful of my nylons. Have you found Agatha Adams, Steve?
No, Lorelei, but she's here in this house. She must be upstairs.
Oh, the poor woman. I wonder what they've done to her.
Well, phone Callahan of Homicide as soon as Harry gets you on tape, Lorelei. I'll go upstairs and get the lady of the Lonely Heart. Well, friends, we found Agatha Adams and most of her money. They treated her pretty rough, but she recovered and was happily reunited with her niece. As for the Lonely Heart racketeers, Dora Dean didn't die, but she and her husband were paid with long sentences to prison, thus ending a vicious racket that made a mockery of thousands of real friendship and Lonely Hearts clubs. Clubs which honestly and sincerely operated to fill the aching void of loneliness so many find in big cities or in any other place.
How about next week, Steve?
Well, let's hear from our narrator, Dwight Wiest, on that news item, Lorelei.
Okay, Dwight, go to press.
Right, Lorelei. But first, remember, doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Stops BO as no other leading soap can.
Say, Dwight.
Yes, Lorelei?
Dwight, I want to tell the women about that purifying ingredient of Lifebuoy's. That's what makes Lifebuoy milder, so safe and gentle.
Yes, friends, and it's the reason Lifebuoy keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you when other soaps fail. It's one more reason why today Lifebuoy is used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Get Lifebuoy Health Soap right away. Next week, another big town story concerns a real threat to the freedom of the press, and it's headlined The Iron Fist. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Collin as Lorelei Kilburn. Special sound for tonight's show was created by NBC soundmen John Powers and Chester Hill, and The Lonely Heart was written and produced by Jerry McGill.
Lever Brothers Company has amazing news. New 1950 Rinso with Solium. It's here a year ahead of time. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. The sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets white clothes whiter than new, washable colors brighter than new, and keeps them whiter, brighter than any other soap. Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Wiest, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. If it's so fantastic you can do nothing about it yourself, then you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the writing and rewriting of this letter has proved one thing to me, that I can't find the words to convey my desperation. Somehow, in a way I can't explain, my life has been touched by evil. Pure, undiluted evil. There is something here too strange for me to comprehend. Something unworldly,
Unworldly, almost. It is not only for my sake that I ask for your assistance, but for the continued sanity of my fiancé. Accept the enclosed check as a retainer, Mr. Valentine, and please call on me at once. And it's signed, Gilbert Dressler. Oh, this doesn't make sense, George.
Well, it makes enough sense to show that Gilbert Dressler is pretty panicky.
I know, George, but there's something too strange to comprehend. Unworldly. Sounds like he's having trouble with banshees.
Well, whatever his source of trouble, it's our source of income, Brooksy.
But how do people let themselves get into this kind of situation?
This kind of situation pays the rent. So let's go find out what's on Gilbert Dressler's unhappy mind.
In my 10 years on the desert, Mr. Valentine, I've witnessed events that would freeze the very marrow in your bones.
Yes, I'm not doubting your word, Mr. Dressler,
Terrifying events. Things that are only spoken about in whispers, behind locked doors.
Yes, but let's be a little more specific.
Magic. Voodoo, if you will. An evil beyond evil. They're right here in your own city.
But why are you hiring us?
Yes, Mr. Dressler. You mentioned something about a fiancée in your letter. What about her?
Yes, Gabrielle. I love her.
Oh, we're sure of that, Mr. Dressler, but you also wrote something about fearing for her continued sanity. What makes you think her sanity won't continue?
Margot.
Margot? What's that supposed to mean to me?
Oh, forgive me. I was referring to Madame Margot. She claims she's a medium. I claim she's a purveyor of black magic.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. You're trying to tell us Gabrielle, your fiancée, is somehow being influenced by this Madame Margot.
Yes.
How?
Why, she's taking all her money away from her.
Oh, how long has this been going on?
Since Gabrielle's mother, Mrs. Turner, died.
Oh, what happened?
Mary Turner was cleaning her hunting rifle, and it went off. Very unfortunate. The sporting world lost a great devotee because of Mrs. Turner's accident.
All right, what do you want us to do?
Expose Madame Margot. That's what I want you to do.
Expose her?
Certainly. I've arranged for you to visit Madame Margot this very afternoon. Here, this is her card. And tonight, you shall attend a séance at the Turner Mansion.
A séance? Oh, George, there's nothing I like better than an evening cavorting with the spirit world.
Okay, Brooksy, we'll give it a whirl. I never saw a ghost yet who didn't scream when it was pinched.
There's Madame Margot's place, George, 214.
Yep, I'll pull up in front.
Well, one thing I'll say for her, George. She's not squeamish about operating in a tough neighborhood.
Uh-huh. Well, looks all very proper, Brooksy. Even to the neat little sign on the window. Madame Margot, clairvoyant and mentalist. Seances by appointment. Okay, let's go.
Well, ring the bell, George.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Oh, great. Listen to that local color, will you?
In a joint like this, I'll settle for nothing less than a swami.
Yeah.
You have been expected. Please enter, Sahib.
Sahib?
This way, if you please. Madame Margot offers herself to meditation. However, she will receive you shortly.
Straighten your turban, George. Do you mind if we sit down, Mr.
Hasim. Upon this level, that is the name by which I am known. Please be seated.
Yes, thanks.
And now Hasim will leave you. Seek to attune yourself to the vibration of the sphere.
Oh, sure, we'll do just that, Hasim.
Well, there's your swami, George. Wonder what bottle he floated out of.
I'll bet when that towel around his head is unwrapped, it reads Oasis Motel.
Hey, this Madame Margot must do all right. Look at the jade vases, carved teeth. Look at this rug.
Oh, Brooksy, for a candy bar in North Africa during the war, I could have filled a barracks bag with this junk.
Junk? Why, some of these things are priceless,
Bargain
George.
basement gadgets, Brooksy, part of a pitch.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but
Look, Claire, I haven't heard of a setup like this yet that wasn't phony. A shrewd operator in a bathrobe and a crystal ball can make a fortune feeding customers the things they want to hear.
Yes, but this Madame Margot is supposed to be uncanny. There. Anyway, that's what Mr. Dressler seems to think.
Well, I don't know what her act is, Brooksy, but I'm making book that Margot's got a huge investment in trapdoors and mirrors. And one of these days, she's going to trip over her own ectoplasm.
George.
Huh? Oh.
I know, of course, that Mr. Gilbert Dressler sent you to me. He gave no reason for the arrangement except that you were his friend.
Oh, well, Mr. Dressler just likes to be mysterious. I understand that 10 years on the desert can do that to a person.
He is obsessed with the idea that I bring harm to Gabrielle Turner. He is a stupid man.
Yeah. Well, what about this crystal ball here? What can it tell you about me?
Very well. Seek yourself in the past and the future. Margot will seek with you. Believe Margot, and the dimness in the crystal will be swept away and will become as a sudden burst of light, revealing all. See? Even now the shadow's clear. The image asserts itself. There has been violence and terror in your life.
Well, I can't say you're wrong about that.
As if many men had come together to do you harm, in a vastness too great for the eye to scan.
A vastness?
In a desert, perhaps. Many men and many machines. Yes, it is a desert. And you are wearing a uniform.
George, that's amazing.
Yeah. Can you tell me where this desert is? In what country?
Oh, it is plain. Should it startle you that I know? To Margot, the crystal has no secrets. It is the Sahara.
Oh. North Africa, huh?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. What made you ask that?
Oh, come off it, kiddo. How gullible do you expect one man to be?
What are you talking about, Mr. Valentine?
Madame Margot, if you get paid for this sort of thing, I'm going out and rent a sarong and a Turkish towel. That's all I need for an easy life. That and a detective phone with a hidden mic.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. I've got a couple of other things that I would...
Get out of here. Hassim!
Oh, why don't you let that poor guy alone, Margot? Making him stand behind those drapes all this time?
Perhaps one day you will laugh yourself to death on your poor humor, Mr. Valentine.
George, he's got a gun.
Don't worry, Brooksy. Madame Margot can't afford to get rough. This kind of melodrama sometimes leads to scandal. That wouldn't be good business for her.
He wearies me with his glibness, Hassim.
You should have kept looking in your crystal ball, Margot. Then you could have warned your number one boy. Always keep that gun close to his side.
Fool.
Let's get out of here, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
You will regret this.
Oh, look, honey, don't go dramatic on me. Save those pear-shaped tones for Gabrielle Turner.
I don't understand, George. How did she know you were in North Africa?
Because she had us tuned in with her little detector phone before she came into the room.
Oh.
Brooksy, when I was telling you about it, I lied to you purposely. I saw North Africa once from an airplane 10,000 feet up at nighttime.
Well, now that we know that Margot reads past, presents, and futures by direct wire, what are we going to do?
Have dinner, Brooksy.
Oh, fine.
And we've got a date with a few assorted ghosts.
Oh, fine.
But how about the rest of these people here, Mr. Dressler? Are they friends of the family, too?
A cult of vultures, Mr. Valentine. Parasites of the late Mary Turner, whose interest in spiritualism is heightened by the free champagne served before every seance. Oh, Gabrielle. Gabrielle, my dear. This is Mr. Valentine. And Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I suppose you're welcome here, both of you. Even though you've come to sneer at us.
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Gabrielle. We're just here to take a look.
There have been scoffers before. Please understand that you've been invited only because Gilbert insisted upon it.
Gabrielle? Oh, there you are. Have you explained to Gilbert's guests how stupid they are?
Hey, where'd you get all your information, lady?
I am Gabrielle's aunt, young lady, Vida Patterson.
Oh.
I happen to concern myself with the caliber of people with whom Gabrielle is forced to associate.
What makes you think Miss Brooks is a bad influence, Miss Patterson?
Oh, Gabrielle is emotionally high-strung. People like you, people from the outside, upset her.
Ah, from the outside.
My dear, the rest of the party is going into the sanctuary. Madame Margot is waiting.
Oh, George, not again.
Yep. Let's give the old gal another rumble.
Oh. Hey, George. The hair on the back of my neck is going to look funny with my permanent. This thing is scary.
Yeah, with all the trimmings. This sanctuary is a great backdrop for Dracula. Candlelight and polka music for a vampire.
Have the courtesy to be quiet. Nothing must disturb Madame Margot while she reaches her control.
Control? What's that?
A voice, Miss Brooks. Margot's link with the spirit world. You'll see, it's very weird. The voice with which Margot speaks will not be her voice at all.
Oh, Gilbert, why did you bring these people here? Hush, child, hush.
There are alien presences here. Contact has been difficult, but there is a message to one who has traveled from a far place to be here.
George.
Listen. Listen.
So many years. So much time. Gilbert. Listen to me, Gilbert.
It's Janice. This is impossible.
Please listen to me, Gilbert.
Janice, what are you doing here? I thought you ran off to Cairo with Cecil.
Rid yourself of those who would bring harm to Margot. They are evil. Remember, Gilbert, I've always known what's best for you, my dear.
You haven't changed a bit, have you, Janice? Always showing up at the wrong time and knowing what's best. Janice, go away.
Get rid of them. Get rid of those who do us harm.
You never told me about her, Gilbert. You never mentioned a girl named Janice.
She was always interfering. Always. I hardly expected her to pop up again, my dear.
There is another message here from one who has newly passed over. She is suffering greatly.
Oh, no.
She has been murdered, shot. She suffers from the anguish of knowing her murder.
Oh, no. I couldn't help it. I couldn't.
Gabriel, what is it, child?
Her murderer has not been avenged. There is blood on the hands of one who has shed it. Listen. She is trying...
Stop it! Make her leave me alone. I killed her. Of course I killed her. Leave me alone, all of you.
Oh, George. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Yeah, this time, Brooksy, the spirits have the right word for it. Murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about problems, major and minor. You know, a ring that refuses to come off a finger may seem like a major problem, but usually a bit of soap and water does the trick. Stuck rings in an automobile engine would be something else again, and could be very costly, in fact. But today, compounded RPM motor oil keeps the danger of stuck piston rings at just about zero. Even more important, the added compounds in RPM put a stop to the biggest bugaboo of engine wear, internal rust. They also prevent crankcase foaming and stop the formation of gum and lacquer in your car's engine. And a cleaner engine system means extra life for your car. Add up all these advantages of RPM motor oil, and it's easy to see why motorists choose RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil in the West. Try this premium quality motor oil tomorrow. Get RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, there's an old saying that murder will out, but when it comes pointing its finger from the spirit world, then George finds himself tangled in one of the strangest cases he's ever come across. And at the precinct house, the day after the seance, Lieutenant Riley puts it this way.
Valentine, ever since I heard that girl confess to murder while she was talking to a ghost, I've just been breathless waiting for you to drop around.
Yeah, it's a weirdie, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Well, maybe your boys just didn't feel like being clever the day Mrs. Turner was murdered. Is that why you called it a hunting accident?
Now, look, Miss Brooks, I'm not perfect like your boyfriend Valentine.
And I'd be the first one to admit that. Yeah. But as a matter of fact, I personally contribute to the support of you guys, a little thing called taxes. I'm just perfect enough to want a little action for my money.
Valentine, 3 months ago, we were called in by Vida Patterson to investigate the death of her sister, Mattie Turner. We called it an accident because that's the way the setup looked. Because there wasn't any reason to call it murder.
Well, whatever happened to that suspicious nature of yours, Lieutenant?
Yeah. A prominent society woman is found dead, shot. A woman who surrounds herself with a house full of sponging friends. Don't you remember what your correspondence course says about a situation like that, Lieutenant?
Look. When a person is found dead with her finger on the trigger, we consider the reports of ballistics, medical examiner, and a dozen other experts. Then we fumbling police arrive at certain conclusions. In the death of Mrs. Turner, that conclusion was accidental death.
Hear, hear.
Bravo, Lieutenant. But how could so many people fumble about the same thing?
Yeah.
Does that confession mean that Gabrielle is going to stand trial for murder, Lieutenant?
Well, I doubt it. In that household of crazy people, she's the squirreliest of the lot. Unless her Aunt Mrs. Patterson isn't just a little bit ahead of her.
Then Gabrielle will be committed to an institution.
Yep. She's home now under the care of a physician and under police guard. She can't even remember confessing, much less how or why she killed anybody.
Uh-huh. You wouldn't mind if Claire and I dropped in on the Turner family, would you, Lieutenant?
Well, sure. Go ahead. You'll be in good company. But take my advice and hide when the wagon comes. Those young interns sometimes have trouble figuring who fits the straitjacket.
Lieutenant, I secretly love all men who say nice things like that.
Oh, it's you two. I'm beginning to hope that I'd only hired you in a dream.
Look, Gilbert, let's both get real grown up and face facts. You really did hire me, and we're both stuck.
I'm not in the habit of paying people who bungle their jobs. It must be quite obvious that I don't need your alleged services any longer.
But we haven't finished our job, Mr. Dressler.
So if you will return my fee, which you have not earned...
Oh, yeah. Well, let's chat, Gilbert. Mind if we come inside?
I certainly do.
Thanks a lot. Close the door, Brooksy. Now, look, Gilbert, you hired me to do a job. I'm not backing out of it. Why should you?
You admit you failed, don't you?
You don't have much room to talk, Mr. Dressler. Who was that Janice you were talking to last night?
Janice is dead. She died nearly 10 years ago.
10 years? Then how did she
I dislike to say it, but even I am now convinced that Margot is not a fraud. How could she have known about Janice?
Oh, it's very simple. You blurted out Janice's name as soon as Margot began to broaden her age.
Yeah, it's a good thing Margot didn't drop her H's, Mr. Dressler. You might have come up with the name of some little barmaid in Soho.
You're not very amusing, young lady.
Now, what about Gabrielle? Where is she?
They've taken her away, Mr. Valentine. Poor girl. I was deeply attached to her.
Uh-huh. I'll bet her aunt is overcome, too.
Vida Patterson is a remarkable woman. She buries her sorrow in her books.
Books. Ledgers would be a better word. Where is she?
In the library. She explicitly informed me that she wishes to grieve.
Well, now, that's very touching. Come on, Claire.
What is it, Gilbert? I told you I wanted no interruptions unless it's absolutely necessary.
It's absolutely necessary.
Oh, it's the intruders again.
Yes, I hate to take you away from your tears, Miss Patterson, but there are a few questions I want to ask you.
And by what right? You're not the police?
Oh, this won't take long. Just a moment of your lonely time, and you can go right back to eating your heart out.
What is it you want?
I want to know a little bit more about the murder of Maddie Turner. It was murder, wasn't it?
Oh, imagine the ingratitude of the child. Killing my poor sister after all the wonderful things we've done for her.
Oh, yes. She was so overcome by those wonderful things, she can't even remember killing your sister.
Oh, Gabrielle has lapses of memory. An unfortunate trait which she inherited from her father's side of the family.
Oh, well, this wealth you were talking about, what happens to that?
Oh, how can you mention money at a time like this?
Well, let's mention it anyhow. Who gets it?
Well, of course, Gabrielle inherited the mother's estate, and now that she will be declared insane, why, I suppose well, I don't know. I've never given it a thought.
No, I'll just bet you haven't. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Patterson. I just know it'll kill you every time you spend a penny of all those thousands of dollars.
Get out of here!
Miss Patterson doesn't like us, George.
Yeah, we've got crazy ideas, Brooksy. All right, come on. Let's go see whether one of them will pay off.
What makes people like that, George?
If you're talking about the zanies who wander in and out of the Turner mansion, the answer is money. From here, that's the only way the rag makes sense.
Well, I don't want to crowd you with funnies, George, but there's Hasim again.
Huh?
Yeah, he's planted up ahead there. The corner of the house this time.
How do you like that?
See him in the shadow?
Yeah. Let's find out what he's got on his mind.
Still looks sinister, even in a pinstripe suit.
Yeah. Well, Hasim, Doing a little snooping on your own?
You go to great lengths to involve yourself in difficulty, my rash friend.
Brace yourself, Hasim. You're no friend of mine.
Furthermore, you are in our way.
Georgie's still got that gun.
Watch it, Brooksy. I pick up the gun quick.
Yeah, George. Here you are.
Yeah, you shouldn't carry such things around after dark, Hasim. And so it doesn't accidentally go off and hurt somebody, I'll just take out the clip. And the extra bullet in the chamber.
You will be sorry you did this.
There you are. Take your plaything. I'll keep the bullets. Now, why did Madame Margot send you here?
I know nothing.
You're so right. Okay, take off, Nature Boy. Beat it. I'm tired of playing patty cake with people out of storybooks. You know what? It adds up, Claire. It really does.
It does?
Huh? Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Tell Lieutenant Riley to get that whole crew together, all those pixies who were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?
Including Gabrielle Turner. Tell the lieutenant to bring them all back to the sanctuary.
But why?
If there really was a murder, Brooksy, I won't be able to live with myself until I find out the reason for it. Right now, I've got a date with a crystal ball. And maybe I'll get a preview. Margot, in the jargon of the street, your chances aren't worth a darn.
Stop speaking in riddles, Mr. Valentine. What's on your mind?
You are, Margot. Madam, accessory after the fact, Margot. The fact being murder.
If I were acquainted with your brand of humor, perhaps I would be amused.
I doubt it. Look, you're worried, honey. That's why you tagged that small-time Svengali on me. You can be sent to jail for years and years, and that's really something to worry about.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I hate to sully those shell-like ears of yours with nasty words, Margot, but just take my advice and be my buddy for the next few hours.
Why do you speak to me like this, as if I'm
As if you're a phony, and you are. You can throw your voice pretty well, but last night you threw it a little too far.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to finish that seance you started. It never did get done.
But for what reason?
So you can turn state's evidence. Now, a clever girl like you can appreciate a good twist.
I think I understand.
Yes, I think you do. So let's not keep the cult waiting, Margot. Besides, Lieutenant Riley is a very impatient man.
Valentine, if you can figure out how this girl murdered Mattie Turner by asking Mattie Turner how she did it, I'm going to turn in my badge, buy a turban and a crystal ball, and apprehend criminals while I sit in my easy chair.
Just stick around, Lieutenant. This Margot will give you a lesson you'll never forget.
You know, that's the wonderful thing about being a police lieutenant. Every amateur I meet wants to give me lessons.
But Margot's no amateur. All these people think she's the greatest thing that ever happened to them. They believe whatever Margot says.
Valentine, haven't you been the cause of enough suffering for poor Miss Patterson? I feel it is my obligation to defend her against your ill manners.
Yes, and I demand to know by what authority you have entered my house. Why have you brought Gabrielle here? I'll have the law.
You already have it. Lieutenant, this is Miss Patterson. She lives here.
You got troubles, Miss Patterson?
Oh, why, no, it's just that it's Gabrielle.
Gabrielle's okay. She's in the sanctuary with the doctor. I wouldn't worry about her.
Maybe we'd better go in. Margot's had plenty of time to get wound up.
Okay.
Hello, Gabrielle. How do you feel?
I don't understand. This all happened before. Long ago. A very long time ago.
Yes, now you're all right. Just take it easy.
I really didn't mean to. I didn't hate my mother, you know.
Just sit tight, Gabrielle. And whatever happens, don't say anything. You understand? Don't say anything.
Of course. Of course, I understand. I killed her, but I didn't mean to. Tonight, for the last time, we seek to journey together into a strange land. A strange land where familiar faces and forgotten dreams dwell without perishing. Already the vapors which cloud our way are cleared. There is someone here who is trying to get through. She wishes to speak.
Is this why you dragged me here, Valentine? I know a ventriloquist when I hear one.
You know a lot more than the rest of these people. Just get this pitch,
Lieutenant. Loves has been grievously wronged. There is so much that stands in her way of happiness here. She wishes to speak to us. She says an injustice has been done. The way is clear. Peace.
Stop her. Peace. Can't you see this is a fraud? You don't know what you're doing. Send her back.
Listen.
You're breaking up the party, Miss Patterson. Why don't you relax?
Have they harmed you, Gabrielle?
Maddie.
And you, Vida. All that blood.
Oh.
Your sister's blood. Mine. Murderous.
Oh, stop it! Stop it, please, please!
Murderous. You watched me die. Oh. Death becomes you, my sister.
Oh, send her back! Oh, let's stop it! I did it! I killed her!
I'll take over from here, Valentine.
Well, how about that, Brooksy? A killer trapped by a ghost. Only there wasn't any ghost.
George, if I've got to say it, and I've got to say it,
Huh?
you're a genius.
Oh, that's okay, Brooksy. You can say it. But all I had to know was that Margot was a phony, and Vida Patterson thought Margot was always on the level. Except once, that is.
Astound me, genius. What do you mean, except once?
Vida paid Margot to produce Maddie Turner and frighten Gabrielle into confessing.
Why should Gabrielle confess to a murder she didn't do?
Brooksy, there's a lot of evil people in this world. Vida Patterson is one of them. She knew her niece had a memory blank the night of the murder. So all this time, she's been making Gabrielle believe that she killed her own mother.
So all you did was make Margot produce Maddie Turner again.
Yep. Only this time, Maddie smoked. When Vida heard an imitation of her sister's voice, she thought it was the real thing. It was too much for her.
Oh, well, there's just one thing I still don't understand, George. What happened when you went back to see Margot?
Oh, she read my palm. Yeah, she said I had a wonderful heart line.
Oh?
Uh-huh. Margot looked at my hand and said I was a lover.
Oh. Well, I got a pretty good heart line myself.
Yeah?
Look at it, George.
Yeah.
You know what I think, George?
No, tell me what you think.
Well, I think we ought to get our heart lines crossed and see what happens.
And now, a word of importance to motorists. Maybe you've run into the kind of motorist who always says, grease is grease, and it doesn't matter where you take your car for lubrication service. Well, don't you believe him. At independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, they use many specialized grades of RPM greases and oils to give your car a thorough lubrication. And each one is tailor-made to do a wear-saving job at some vital wear point on your car. The regular 1,000-mile grease job at these stations is done by trained experts. They follow a lube chart approved by the manufacturer of your car, and they take pride in doing a spick-and-span clean job for you. Next time your car is due for lubrication service, rely on the standard station or the independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, Brooksy, tell me something.
Yes, George?
How would you like to play Cigarette Girl at the Kit Kat Club tomorrow night?
You mean in one of those fluffy short skirts and long black stockings?
Yeah, the works.
Yeah, but what are you talking about, George?
We're going to stage a little drama, Brooksy, with a cast of two. A Carnation and Art Gary. And I have a hunch the Carnation will be the star of the show.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by Morton Fine and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Don Morrison as Gilbert, Irene Tedrow as Margot, Sarah Selby as Vida, Gene Bates as Gabrielle, and Lalchan Mehra as Hasim. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue. In Rogue Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, there's something about me that is to trouble what molasses is to flies. I never go around looking for trouble. Trouble goes around looking for me. Now, take that afternoon a few months ago when I walked into the press room of the Hall of Justice and found, among others, Clark Ames, the young City Hall reporter for the Chronicle, expounding on his favorite subject, a deep hatred for a man named Fred Curtis, nicknamed the Alibi Master. Ames and the other newspaper men had watched Curtis win acquittals for a dozen different clients, and always by the same route: unbreakable alibis. This made the clients very happy and the district attorney very miserable. The Chronicle, a crusading newspaper, had, at the instigation of Clark Ames, been running an anti-Curtis campaign, bordering pretty close on libel. And Curtis, who was sharper than a razor's edge and harder to catch up with on the horizon, hated Ames with a wonderful passion. Curtis had won the last round, and Ames was telling me about it.
So Curtis goes to Williams, my managing editor, and threatens a libel suit. Well, I had gone a little overboard, I guess, and Williams had to let me go. Temporary layoff until the heat died down. But now I'm back on the job, Brogue, and I'm solid. And you wait until that phony Curtis sees me sitting here. Wait till he finds out I'm back on the job. Huh?
Look, Ames, I've been around this town for a while, and if I'm picking out a guy to buck, it won't be Fred Curtis. Huh? How come you decided to make a career of locking horns with the smartest mouthpiece in the business? How do you expect to win?
Oh, don't worry about it, Rogue. I got that phony right where I want him. You wait a couple of days, that's all. Mr. Alibi Master Curtis is going to be nailed to the Chronicle's masthead.
Hello, Ames. Did I hear you taking my name in vain?
Could be.
How uninteresting. What are you doing sitting around in the press room? It's reserved for the working press. Hello, Rogue.
How's your trial going, Curtis?
Oh, my client will have dinner at home tonight. Jury just retired.
Your client is guilty as the devil, Curtis. What's his alibi this time?
Now, you know he couldn't have committed the crime. I've just proved to the jury that he was in San Francisco at the time the murder was committed. How are you getting along on your unemployment insurance, Ames? It was a pleasure getting you fired.
Too bad it didn't last. Well, I'm back on the job, which means I'm right back on your trail. That's bad news for you, Curtis.
Do me a favor, will you, Ames? When you call in the report of the not guilty verdict the jury's about to bring in for my client, tell your stupid managing editor I'm filing a libel action against him the first thing in the morning.
Look, Curtis, let's go in the courtroom, will you? I'm going to be there when the jury comes in.
Okay, Rogue. Oh, here, Ames, here's $10. Go get a haircut, will you, kid? And have your suit pressed. And don't forget to spell my name correctly when you phone that story in.
Here's your 10 right in your face, Curtis. I'll see that your name is spelled right. In the biggest type in the shop, right at the top of the page, when you're tried for falsifying evidence. And that's going to happen to you awfully soon, wise guy.
Here. Take it easy, Ames.
Oh, let him talk.
Let me give you something to kick around in that warped mind of yours, Curtis. You remember a guy named Don Thompson? Your alibi witness for Ed Harris a year ago. I'm sure you remember Thompson.
What about him?
Would it put a crimp in that famous poise of yours if you knew that Thompson had given the Chronicle a signed and witnessed statement admitting that he had perjured himself in that alibi statement for Harris?
That is preposterous.
Is it? Well, you'd be in quite a spot if the Chronicle happened to have a statement like that, wouldn't you, Curtis? A statement that swears that you paid Don Thompson $1,000 for the perjured testimony that kept Ed Harris out of the gas chamber? That'd sure stop your clock, wouldn't it?
Have you been drinking, Ames? You sound even a little more illogical than usual.
Oh, that's right. You like logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, figure this one out. I've been trying for some time to get convicting evidence on you. You got me fired for trying. The Chronicle was scared of a libel suit. But all of a sudden, my managing editor, Williams, doesn't seem to be very afraid of your suing the paper. Now, what could be the reason for him giving me my job back? It could be that statement from Thompson did it, couldn't it? All right, now sweat it out, Curtis. You'll be seeing your picture in the Chronicle with bars in front of you and a number on your chest in about 48 hours. Not even one of your phony alibis can keep you out of this rap, big shot.
I suppose I should be annoyed by such juvenile threats, but I just don't seem to be able to take you seriously, Ames. And the next time I give you my attention, you'll never work on a newspaper again. Coming with me, Rogue?
No, not now, no. I think I'll stay here and use the telephone. You could see and feel the hate that hung in the air in that press room like a cloud of poison gas after Fred Curtis left. Clark Ames went all to pieces as soon as we were alone, paced the floor, said he'd talk too much. He was as worried as a man with a 3-horse Parley and 2 winners. Pretty soon, though, he left, and I used the telephone to call a couple of girls I know. They weren't home. I was about to give up and go to dinner by myself when I turned around and saw Betty Callahan standing there behind me, looking like $1 million, which is a nice figure, which is what she has, if you know what I mean. Betty had a funny little quizzical smile on her face.
Hello, Richard. What's the matter? Aren't you having any luck?
Honey, I was just going to call you.
You mean that if Alice isn't home and Liza doesn't answer, I'm next in line?
Oh, now, you know better than that. You're always first on my list.
Remember, Richard, I was standing here when you were phoning.
Sure. I was just trying to get a substitute, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want? The names of some girls and a few phone numbers?
Now, don't look at me like that, Betty. The only reason I was calling those other girls was because I couldn't find you.
Well, I'll forgive you if you'll take me to dinner and then to the theater to see Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, my goodness, you have such expensive taste.
Oh, really, my dear man. I have something infinitely better. I have 2 passes for the show.
Well, good. I've got 2 passes for a drive-in. Come on, I want to see if I can walk through that door without eating the jam off of it. I'm hungry.
So am I. That's the only reason you have a date with me tonight, Richard.
Well, then come on. All through that hamburger, I kept dividing my thoughts between how such a little girl could eat so much food and that scene in the press room at the Hall of Justice. I knew Fred Curtis for what he really was, cold-blooded and completely ruthless. I remembered that look in his eyes as he left the press room. A little puzzlement, a little fear, and a great deal of malice. Even if nobody else believed the story Ames told, I was sure that Curtis more than half believed it. And that meant trouble for somebody. Betty and I finished our dinner at last, and in spite of everything she could eat, I still had money enough to pay for it and a cab to the theater. We were just back in our seats after the second act intermission when I heard my name being paged.
If Richard Rogue is in the audience, will he please report to the lobby? Mr. Richard Rogue, please report to the lobby.
Isn't that a sort of obvious piece of publicity, Richard?
How the devil did anybody know I was here?
You better go see what's so important. But you hurry back.
I'll be right back, baby. I had a bad hunch as I walked up that aisle. Those little chills that always race up and down my spine when I'm walking into trouble were acting up. I didn't know what to expect as I walked out into the lobby. Then I saw Clark Ames standing there. His face was as white as a dove's wing, and his eyes had the strained look that is the aftermath of seeing violent death.
Rogue.
Yeah, what's the matter, Ames? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen something worse, Rogue. You got to come down to the Chronicle with me.
Now, get a hold of yourself. You're shaking like a dice cup. What's the matter?
Williams, my managing editor, was just killed.
Huh?
Murdered in his office.
Well, that's the beginning of our story. We'll continue in just a moment, but first, here's Jim Doyle.
Romance and soft feminine glamour are back in style. Women are taking off the bandanas they donned in war plants and are again letting their hair reflect moonbeams and stardust. That's why Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is in more demand now than ever. Because Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the radiant beauty of your hair. Its fragrant, creamy lather cleanses so thoroughly and rinses out so completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, so no special after-rinse is needed. And best of all, you can wash your hair as often as you like with Fitch's saponified shampoo, and it will never become dry or harsh-feeling. That's because this shampoo is made from pure, natural oils that keep your hair ever soft and lustrous. Ask for Fitch's saponified shampoo the next time you're at your beauty shop, or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I was working. The publisher of the Chronicle was paying me $1,000 for putting the long, cold finger on the murder of Williams, the managing editor. I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was, so it looked like a soft buck. When Ames and I arrived at the Chronicle, homicide was already there. My friendly enemy, Lieutenant Urban, was in charge, as usual. He walked over from where he was examining the remains of the late Mr. Williams.
Hey, Sam, help me with this.
What are you doing here, Rogue? Now, Urban, you know whenever anything comes along you boys can't handle, they always send for me. Who's paying you? The publisher of this paper. Now, shall we go on with the third degree, or shall we get to work on the murder?
What do you know about it?
More than you do. When was he killed?
The medical examiner says he got it about 2 hours ago.
Stabbed to death with his own copy shears, huh?
Yeah, the last edition had already gone in. No one else was in the city room when it happened.
Found a motive?
Well, look at the office. Every file's been emptied. The murderer was looking for something, Rogie.
Yeah, I wonder if he found it.
You wouldn't know what it was, would you?
Yeah, I might. I might at that. I heard the Chronicle had a signed confession from Don Thompson. We're going to run it tomorrow.
Now, what was Thompson's confession? Come on, Rogue. You might as well give me all of it.
Well, it seemed Thompson was confessing that he had been paid quite a sum of money for a job of perjury by Fred Curtis, commonly known as the alibi master. In words of one syllable, so you can understand it, Urban, Thompson sold the Chronicle information which would have put Curtis away for about 10 years.
Curtis, eh? Well, looks like this is going to be a simple case.
Could be, yes. Hey, Ames, you know where Williams kept that Thompson confession?
It was in the top drawer of this file. It's gone.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that settles that, Urban.
That's too easy. Curtis knows every trick in the book.
Hello, Urban. May I come in?
Yeah. We were just talking about you, Curtis. You're very welcome.
I figured I would be.
Why did you kill him, Curtis? You knew you'd be the number one on the suspect parade.
Oh, that's not very smart, Rogue. If I had killed him, I would have been much more clever about it. I wasn't within 100 miles of here when he was killed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I know I'm wasting my time asking this, Curtis, but you can prove that alibi, can't you?
Of course. I was on my ranch in Antelope Valley when I heard over the radio that Williams had been killed. I suppose my friend Rogue has told you of the fantastic story a drunken reporter named Ames was shouting in the press room at the Hall of Justice today.
Yeah, I told him. He knows all about it. Oh, incidentally, Thompson's little composition is missing. The man who killed Williams lifted it.
Very convenient for you, wasn't it, Curtis?
Convenient? Oh, there never was such a confession. There couldn't have been. Because there wasn't the slightest background of truth for the wild tale Ames told today.
Okay, Curtis. We'll let you know what we think of the story after we've checked your alibi. You were on your ranch in Antelope Valley when you heard the report of Williams' death.
Yes.
That's about 100 miles from here, right?
Approximately. As soon as I heard the report of the death, I knew I would be a suspect. So I started to town. I stopped in a bar in Palmdale for a drink on the way in and then came directly to the Chronicle office without stopping. My car's at the curb now in front of the building.
Ryan, check those alibis.
Oh, they'll check, Lieutenant.
I'm sure they will. The alibi master would never slip up on his own alibi.
That's right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rogue.
And I'm sorry to be disappointed, Curtis. You sure you don't know anything about this murder? You didn't hire someone to do it for you, did you?
Of course not. I had nothing against the man. Why should I want to kill him?
You can go, Curtis. We'll try to break that alibi or find the boy you hired. Until we do, take it easy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Oh, you can reach me at my office if I can be of any further use to you.
Oh, Curtis, are you going back toward the Biltmore Theater?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back there. I left my car there. And, oh, brother, Betty. Ooh, she'll massacre me.
I'll give you a lift. Come on, Rogue.
This Curtis guy was strictly the deluxe type. His car was a long, sleek black job a few sizes smaller than the Queen Mary, but with approximately the same amount of power. We got in. Curtis turned on the ignition, and the gas gauge swept clear across to full. Curtis had said he drove directly from the bar in Palmdale to the Chronicle office without stopping. About 70 miles. Mr. Curtis's carefully planned alibi was not so carefully planned. I was enjoying a short ride with a murderer. He saw my eyes on the gasoline gauge, followed them with his own, and then put his hand in his coat pocket. I knew there was a gun in it. As we drove away from the curb, I picked up a copy of the Chronicle, which had been lying in the seat beside me. I thought perhaps if I could hide my thoughts a little better, if I pretended a great nonchalance for no part of which I felt. Curtis was not sure that I'd attached the proper importance to the story the gas gauge told. He was being nonchalant, too. I Had a little dough riding on prevaricator. 7th today. When I came out.
Ought to be in that paper. Final results.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it in Palmdale.
Then? Huh. This is the Bulldog edition.
Oh.
The Bulldog edition is sold only on the streets in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid I made a mistake, huh, Rogue?
Yes, I'm afraid you made 2 of them, Curtis. This paper and that full gas tank. You didn't drive 70 miles in this gas eater without stopping and arrive here with a full tank, did you?
You're very observant. Looks like you're cracking my alibi, huh?
You killed Williams, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. I had to get that confession of Thompson's that would have ruined me. I owe that impetuous reporter a great debt for tipping me off to the Chronicle's plans for crucifying me.
You, have any plans for me?
Yes. Yes, I think I have it worked out. I'm going to drive you out to the suburbs to a spot I know that's probably deserted by this time. Now, if you were found there, shot...
Aren't you overlooking something? If I'm found there shot, Urban is going to pick you up fast. You're going to do better than that, Curtis.
Well, if there were signs of a struggle and your wristwatch had been set an hour ahead and smashed to set the time of death, and I was at Lincoln Heights Jail talking to a client at the time the police would figure the murder took place, that might do it, don't you think, Rode?
No. It's no good, Curtis. You're slipping. In the first place, there's always the possibility that a shot would be heard.
The district I have in mind is deserted by now, or will be before I consummate my plan.
And Urban is no fool. He'll be awfully suspicious. Might give you the paraffin test on your gun hand. You know, I don't think you're going to handle the situation that way, Curtis. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be kind of hard to handle, even for you.
You know, Rogue, it's amazing how fascinating crime, I mean the actual act of committing a crime, can be. Have you ever killed anybody?
No. Now, look, Curtis, I suppose you know that you're going to get caught.
I know nothing of the kind. Successful crime is nothing more than planning, careful planning. Oh, I'll grant you, Rogue, that I'm going to be suspected of your murder. But I'll never be convicted for it. I won't take any chances.
You're wrong, Curtis. You talk like a sick man. You can't beat the law. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it. Let's go down to police headquarters and talk this thing over with Urban. What do you have to win by adding another murder to your score?
Mr. Rogue, I love life too much, and I love success too much to let anything stand in the way of my life as I live it. You just can't understand that, can you? You think that a man of my background and position must be horrified at the thought of taking the life of another human being. Well, you're wrong, Rogue. I have my own code, my own ethics. You know and I know hundreds of reputable businessmen in this town who spend their days and nights, their lives, grasping for money, for power over the lives of more and more people. Well, when one of them wrecks another man's life for his business, it amounts to a victory, which is celebrated by the wrecker at his club that evening. If the victim commits suicide, and he often does, they're sorry. That's all. It's just business.
What are you trying to prove, Curtis?
I'm explaining why I killed Williams. Why I have to make sure that you and the knowledge you have of my affairs are disposed of. It's a matter of business, Rogue.
No, you're crazier than a coot. You know that, Curtis. You're not talking like a rational person. You're going to pay for this crime.
Don't move. Put your hands back in your lap. I think you know that I won't hesitate to kill you here on the road if it becomes necessary. Set your watch up an hour. 1 hour, Mr. Rogue.
Okay. You got a new plan?
Yeah. We're on the outskirts of town. I'm going to stop the car when I come to an advantageous place. Then I'm going to knock you unconscious with a tire iron, smash your watch, throw you onto the road and run over you. To all appearances, your murder will be the result of a hit-and-run accident. I will have an alibi which will make it impossible for me to have been in the vicinity at the time of the accident. That, I think, is a perfect plan.
It's full of holes. In the first place, Urban will check the tread on your tires, and in the second, he'll never fall for that smashed watch trick. You'll never get away with it, Curtis. You've been buying up juries and alibis and evidence for so long that you forgot that they're honest people. People who can't be bought. Urban's one of them. He'll stay with you until he gets you for killing me, Curtis. Now, you'll have to come up with a much cleverer scheme than what you've thought of so far.
Maybe you're right, Rogue.
What are you doing?
What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rogue, won't need any alibi.
Look out, you fool. Curtis! Curtis, give me that wheel.
Sit back there, Rogue.
Get your foot off that accelerator. You're going to hit. Turn that wheel. Give me that wheel, Curtis.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogue. Let go of that wheel. Let go or I'll shoot.
continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
Time is a valuable thing these days, and no man wants to spend any more of it than possible on shaving. So you busy men who want to cut down on your shaving time, use Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. This swell cream gives you a close, comfortable shave in a hurry. It's an expert blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These ingredients enable your razor to fairly sail along without nicking or scraping. The creamy, non-greasy texture of Fitch's No Brush saves you time, too, for it won't clog your razor or the drain. And with all your speed in shaving, you'll find that Fitch's No Brush leaves your face feeling smooth and cool.
You men who prefer a lather cream will find Fitch's Brush Cream also gives quick, comfortable shaves. It makes lots of rich lather that stays moist all during the shave, then rinses off easily.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in generous 25 and 50-cent sizes. For shaving speed and shaving ease, switch to Fitch. Now back to Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
When I saw what that madman Curtis was going to do, I knew I had nothing to lose. He had that big, powerful car wide open and heading straight for a stone wall. I tried to grab the wheel and turn it. He fired at me just as we crashed into the wall. I only remembered turning the wheel enough to deflect the shock a little. And then I was on cloud number 8. Hugo was there, waiting for me.
Hello, Chief. You had a close call there.
Hey, Hugo, where have you been?
Well, I had a little trouble with the OPA about Cloud 8, and I had to go and see them.
Oh.
Then I had a tough time getting a reservation back. But I'm glad to see you, Rogie, with your usual bump on the head.
Oh, am I dead?
Only the good die young, Rogie. Hey, you got company. An old friend of yours is up here. Look, over on Cloud 9. See him?
Oh, Curtis. He isn't dead either, huh?
Oh, no. But I sure thought I was out of a job when I saw you slamming into that wall, Rogie. You ought to take better care of yourself. Than me.
Yeah. Look, I gotta get out of here, Hugo. How badly am I hurt?
Oh, you're okay. That car was built to take it. You won't be playing any gin rummy for a while, and you can't collect on your insurance.
Give me a little boost over the side. Will you, Hugo? I gotta get downstairs before Curtis does.
Sure, Chief. Here you go. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Hello, Irvin. Fancy meeting you here. Receiving hospital?
Yeah. What have you been up to? What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?
No. Is Curtis here?
Yeah. Now, I'll ask the questions. What happened?
How badly is Curtis hurt?
Leg broken, that's all. He's still unconscious.
Look, Irvin, he killed Williams. He tried to kill me.
He admitted it, eh?
Yeah, after I caught a couple of flaws in his alibi.
You got enough dope on him to make it stick?
I don't know. It would be my word against his. But I got an idea. An idea that might cinch the deal.
Every once in a while, you do have a good one.
Get the chief surgeon over here, will you? I'm going to need his help.
Okay. Here. Lie down there. I don't want anything to happen to you, Rogie. I was worried about you. You're such a pest, I'd miss you like the devil. I'll get the doc.
When I outlined my scheme to the chief surgeon, he looked for a minute like he might call him the head of the psychiatric ward. But with Urban's help, I finally got him to agree to play it my way. He bandaged Curtis from head to foot. put constricting straps across his chest, and cinched him down like a saddle on an outlaw horse. Then they put him in an oxygen tent and brought him out of shock. Urban pulled out all of the stops as he stood by the side of the hospital bed and talked to the murderer. Like a father.
Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is it?
Lieutenant Urban. Did the doctor give you the bad news yet?
Yeah. Crushed chest. Nothing they can do, I guess.
No. You haven't got long to live. Anything you want to tell me? Might as well go with a clear conscience. Did you kill Williams?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. I had to do it. I killed him. I killed him.
Well, that was the end of the case. Brilliant piece of work on my part, I thought. Going through that little tableau of making Curtis believe he was on his deathbed and had nothing to lose by confessing the murder. And, I love that Urban. He's so proud of the fact that he confined his remarks to the truth when he was talking with Curtis. All he said was, "You haven't long to live." Remember? That was true enough. Curtis was executed a few months later. Which proves that the theory about perfect crimes is as foolish as a sure way to beat roulette. And, Betty, well, I left her in a theater when I started out on this case. It cost me about, just about what I made, $1,000 to get her over her peeve. So I broke about even on the deal. Oh, well, you know the old saying, a fool and his money are some party. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about the last time a rogue saw prison. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening. And now, once again, here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lois. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to give me a rain check, Angel. Some people are throwing a brawl and they insist I attend. Mm-hmm. If I'm not there to be the life of the party, they're going to be the death of me.
Once again, Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the murdering Mrs. It's early evening in New York, and in a shabby kitchen at the Belmore, a blonde named Laura McKenna prepares dinner for her man. But this is one meal neither of the McKennas are destined to eat.
that you, Mac?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second, honey.
Hiya, doll.
Take off your coat. Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes.
Paul Newcomb drop off a package for me?
Yeah, it's on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Mac.
Ain't it a beauty?
Hey, where'd that gun come from?
Borrowed it from Paul. I'm going back in business.
No.
Yeah. Paul saw a good thing on 84th Street, a jewelry shop run by a fellow named Vance.
And he talked you into heisting it?
He could have gotten 100 guys.
I won't let you do it.
Don't talk like a
I
jerk.
mean it, Mac. If anything happened to you...
Nothing's going to happen. A kid could handle this job.
That's what you said in San Francisco before they sent you up.
Well, it was an accident. Couldn't happen again.
Well, we're not going to find out.
Well, what do you suggest? There's $8 left in the kitty.
We'll get by.
I don't want us to just get by. How do you think I feel when I see dames who don't have half your looks parading around with furs and diamonds?
Do you hear me complaining? I'm satisfied.
Well, I'm not.
You're not going to do it, Mac. Let Paul get himself another boy.
Look, that's enough. The discussion's over.
No, it's not. If you step out that door, so help me, I'll call the cops.
What did you say? I'm sorry, baby.
No, you were right, Mac. I didn't mean what I said. You know, if anything happened to you,
I know. Don't worry, I'll be back in an hour.
Let me go with you. It'll be easier with the two of us.
No.
You're afraid.
No, I'm not afraid, but you'd only be in the way. Give us a kiss for luck, baby. I'm off to work.
I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we're closed for the night.
Oh, come on, mister. Give me a break, will you? It's my girl's birthday.
But I've put all my stock away.
Well, how long would it take you to open your safe? I saw an engagement ring in your window this afternoon that was just perfect.
An engagement ring?
Yeah, it was marked $850. You'll be crazy about it.
Well, in that case...
Thanks a lot, Mr. Vance.
If you'll just wait a minute.
Sure. Do you happen to remember how much it weighed?
1.5 carats.
1.5, Suppose I wanted something bigger, say about 4.
Oh, I'm sure we can accommodate you. Here we are. Now, if you just look over this tray.
Yeah, but why don't I do it at home?
What?
All right, Vance, keep your hands in the showcase. This is a heist.
But really...
Just keep them where they are.
You're making a grave mistake, young man. Now, if you listen to me, you...
What's that?
I don't know.
You don't know. Aren't you the cute when you stepped on the alarm?
No.
You couldn't leave well enough alone.
All right, you fellas, let's hurry it up and get out of here. Myers, be sure you get a shot of the showcase.
Greetings, men.
Oh, no. Wouldn't you know it?
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Pulaski. Where's Corbett?
He's lucky. He's got a day off. What are you doing here, Waring?
I represent the insurance company.
Well, fellas, we can all go home now. The Falcon is on the case.
Oh, you better stick around, man. You might learn something. What have you got, Steve?
Darn little.
What about Vance?
He died an hour ago.
Tough. Did he talk before he went?
Not much. Here's a description of his killer.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, 5'9". Small mole on right cheek, V-shaped scar on left wrist. V-shaped scar, that's funny.
What's so funny about it?
Sounds like a boy I used to know in San Francisco. Well, couldn't be him. Last I heard, Mac was serving 5 to 10 at San Quentin.
Mac who?
Mac McKenna.
What made you think it's him?
That scar, he got it in the knifing. But it couldn't be the same one.
Couldn't it? Suppose I told you that Mr. McKenna is now guesting in our fair city.
He's what?
I got it from a stoolie last week. He's living with his wife at the Belmore.
Oh, no, it sounds too easy.
Well, I'm going to pick him up just for luck. Come along and see how it's done.
That you, Paul?
Yeah.
All right, wait a minute. Hello, Mac.
Hey, what...
me? No, I can't say I do. The name is Waring. We met on the coast some years back. So? So, now that we've got me identified, I'd like you to meet Sergeant Steve Pulaski here. Well, looks like you were right, Steve.
Looks like.
What are you babbling about? Steve got a rumble you were in town, and I thought it was impossible. Last I heard, you were still in San Francisco.
I didn't like the climate.
Well, I don't think you'll like New York's any better, particularly around 84th Street.
Come again?
A jewelry shop up there was heisted last night, and the proprietor was killed.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh. And how do you account for the fact that Steve found your fingerprints on the showcase?
You're crazy.
Why? You wore gloves?
Oh, you're nuts. Wait a minute. I'll prove it to you.
Watch him, Sergeant.
Hold it, boy.
Just wanted to get my coat.
Don't strain yourself. Get it, Mike.
You bet. Well, what have we got here?
What is it, a 38?
Yeah. And it's been fired recently. All right, Sergeant, since Mac is so fond of jewelry, let him try your bracelets for size.
Hey, McKenna.
What do you want?
You got company.
Mac.
Hiya, Laura.
You're going to have 10 minutes.
Let me look at you. How are you, honey?
That change much?
I'm going to get you out.
You got a file in your bag?
I'll work it somehow. I'll get the best lawyer.
No. Save your money, baby.
But if I hired...
Look, Laura, I never kidded you for a minute. I'm a going Gosling.
No.
We got to face the facts, baby. They got me dead to rights. They got my gun.
Someone ratted.
Nope.
It was Paul.
Nothing of the kind. It was a fluke. You remember Mike Waring?
The private detective they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems that he represents the insurance company. He got lucky. He saw the description Vance gave, and he thought of me.
It couldn't happen that way.
No, but it did.
I don't believe it. I got a feeling Paul...
Look, forget it. Paul had nothing to do with it. It was Mike Waring.
Well, I'll pay him back for this. I'll get him for you, Mac, if it's the last thing I do.
Now, don't talk like a
I tell you, I'll get him.
How?
Don't ask me, but I'll manage it some way. That you can depend on.
You're wasting your time, mister.
Huh?
Mr. Waring ain't in.
Well, that's a nice how do you do. I was supposed to meet him here.
Are you Sergeant Pulaski?
That's right.
Well, he told me to give you this note.
Yeah. Dear Steve, sorry I had to rush off, but the insurance company wanted to see me on the Vance heist. Eddie, the elevator boy, will let you in. There's a bottle in my desk. Help yourself. You Eddie?
Yeah, that's right.
Got a pass key, or do I use mine?
Are you sure it'll be all right with Mr. Waring?
Here, look for yourself.
Eddie, I'll let you in. I guess it's okay. There you are.
Thanks a lot, Eddie. You've been a great...
Sergeant! Sergeant!
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 3 hours have passed since Sergeant Steve Pulaski was killed while entering Mike Waring's apartment. And now at the scene of the crime.
All right, Doc. You can move the body anytime you want.
Mind if I take a peek first, Sergeant?
Oh, no. He ain't going to tell you anything, Mike.
Well, whoever did it wasn't taking any chances. They were probably standing right by the closet.
Yeah.
The minute the door opened, they fired.
Now, that's what your elevator boy said.
Did Eddie get a peek at the killer?
Oh, I haven't talked to him yet.
Well, what are we waiting for? Eddie!
You want me, Mr. Waring?
Come over here.
I don't feel so good.
And I don't blame you.
Oh, you should have seen it, Mr. Waring. It was awful. Every time I think of it...
Well, don't.
You better give him a drink.
Yeah. Here you are, Eddie.
I don't want it.
Yeah, come on. This is good for what ails you. Now, tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I just opened the door for him and he walked in. Then there was the shot.
Well, go on.
That's all I remember.
Didn't you see anyone in here?
No, I just ran down the hall and got Dr. Wilbur. All I could think of was getting help. Oh, please, Mr. Waring, can I go now?
Yeah, all right.
I'll be downstairs if you want me.
Well, he was a great help.
He did the best he could. Corbett, I can't tell you how sorry I am about this. If I had been here...
You would have gotten it instead.
Yeah, I guess so.
Who do you know that loves you this much?
Offhand, I can't think of a soul.
Come on, Mike, use your head. You must have annoyed someone recently.
Well, I do that once a week.
Well, one of them took it real personally.
The only one who comes to my mind is Mac McKenna.
McKenna?
I was representing the insurance company in that Vance jewelry stick-up, and when Steve described the killer, I thought of McKenna as a suspect.
But do you think Mac?
How? By mental telepathy? You got him tucked away, safe and sound?
Oh, yeah. You got any of that stuff there? Yeah, here it is. All right, thank you. Boy, some collection. Look at this, a billfold with $8. A badge, service revolver, and a pair of bracelets.
Ain't much.
Wish some of those newspaper boys who keep yapping about crooked cops could see this. What'd Steve want to see you about?
Darned if I know, Corbett. He called me from headquarters this morning and set up the date.
Any idea what it was?
Nope. He didn't want to discuss it on the phone. I got a hunch it was personal.
Reminds me.
What?
Somebody's got to break the news to Mrs. Pulaski.
What? You mean Steve was married?
Yeah. Just a month ago.
Oh, fine. Well, who's going to tell her?
You.
Oh, now listen, Corbett.
Come on, Mike. It's the least you can do. After all, that bullet was intended for you.
Okay, Sergeant. But I'd rather have stopped that slug than do this. I got a feeling this will be just as bad.
Just a second.
Mrs. Pulaski?
Yes?
My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, of course. Steve often speaks of you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Steve isn't home right now, but I expect him any minute. Oh, I suppose I should apologize for the looks of this place.
Oh, no.
I guess I'm not much of a housewife, but I'll learn.
Yeah, sure you will.
Now, look at me yucking away like crazy. Here, let me take your coat.
No, please, don't bother. I can't stay long.
Well, aren't you going to wait for Steve?
Well,
He'll be awful disappointed if he missed you.
look, Mrs. Pulaski, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
Now, you've got to understand. Steve was a cop, and in his business...
What do you mean Steve was a cop?
Here, you better sit down.
What happened to him?
Look, Mrs. Pulaski...
He's been hurt.
Well...
Is that it?
Yes.
Well, where is he? I got to go see him.
Well, you can't.
What do you mean I can't? I'm his wife.
Well, I know that, but you see...
What are you trying to tell me?
He's dead.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it.
I'm sorry.
He can't be.
It was my fault indirectly. You see, the killer was trying to get me.
Oh, Steve. Steve,
No, Mrs. Pulaski, you've got to be brave. Steve would want you to be.
Brave? I never wanted him to be a cop if he'd listened to me.
Well, he couldn't have been anything else. He was cut out for the job. He liked it.
Oh, please, let me alone.
Well, can I get you anything?
No.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, I promise you I'll get the responsible party.
Will that bring Steve back?
Well, I just want you to know...
I know that my husband's dead. That's enough for me. Now go away and leave me alone.
More coffee, Mike?
No, I've had enough.
How'd it go?
Bad. Say, do you know if Mrs. Pulaski has any relatives?
Not as far as I know.
Well, I wonder what she's going to do. She doesn't look like a girl who's used to working.
Well, with Steve's insurance and the money from the police pension fund, she'll do all right.
I hope so. So help me, Corbett. If it's the last thing I do, I'll get him.
If I don't get him first.
Say, wait a minute.
Huh?
Why do we keep saying him?
Huh?
We keep referring to the killer as a him. Couldn't it be a woman?
Well, you ought to know. The her or him was after you. Look, can you think of any dame you loused up recently?
What about McKenna's wife?
Huh?
As I recall, she was very devoted to Mac.
So?
So she might feel I was responsible for putting him away. This could be her way of balancing the books.
You're nuts.
Well, there's one way to find out. I'm going up to see her. I'll let you know how I make out.
Yes,
Mrs. McKenna?
that's right.
I'd like a word with you.
I'm busy.
You can't be that busy.
Now, look, mister, I don't know who you are.
Why not ask me?
Frankly, I don't care.
My name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Yeah.
Why, you dirty...
Now, take it easy.
Well,
behave yourself.
Let me go.
Will you behave?
Let's go.
I imagine you're pretty surprised to see me.
Am I?
Yes. You killed the wrong boy. It was a police sergeant named Steve Pulaski.
You're crazy.
But doesn't the fact that I'm alive convince you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, you're crazy about Mac. When you felt I was instrumental in nailing him, you wanted to get even.
And I will.
Oh, no, you won't, Laura. In this league, you get one chance. You muffed yours. Now get your coat. We're going places.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Laura?
Nothing.
Oh, then you admit you killed Sergeant Pulaski.
I admit nothing of the kind.
You tried to gun me, and when Steve walked in, you didn't ask for credentials. You just blazed away.
I'm not doing any more talking.
No, well, you'll change your mind. How would you like to see your husband?
Huh?
I asked if you'd like to see Mac.
Could I?
If you cooperate.
All right, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
You were going to kill Waring.
That's right. Now, can I see Mac?
So you got into his apartment.
Huh?
You got into his apartment.
Yeah, I did.
How? My door was locked.
I used the fire escape.
That put you in my bedroom?
Yeah. Now, can I see Mac?
No.
Well, you promised me.
I promised you you'd see him if you'd cooperate, but you're not. How did you get into my
I
apartment?
told you, through the fire escape.
That leads to the kitchen.
You got me mixed up. I meant the kitchen.
What about the window there?
It was open.
No, it wasn't. I distinctly remember shutting it before I left.
I want to see Mac.
Well, what do you say, Mike?
Okay.
Lois, take Mrs. McKenna down to see her husband, then lock her up.
Thanks a lot, Sergeant. You won't regret this.
Well, can you beat that? She means it.
Yeah, she's really mad for the guy.
Yeah, she must be to pull that silly stunt.
Listen, Corbett, I want you to do me a favor. Release her.
You nuts?
Now, you don't have to worry. She won't skip. McKenna will hold her like a magnet.
What's the idea?
Because I got a hunch I want to test, and without Mrs. McKenna on the loose, I can't.
Oh, you and your hunches.
Well, I don't think she's telling the truth.
She admitted trying to get you.
I know that, but there's something about this that bothers me.
Well, you won't be satisfied till she does kill you.
All right, then you can say I told you so. Now, what do you say, Corbett?
Well, okay. But if it doesn't pay off, I'll have your heart. With a little A1 sauce, it ought to be real tasty.
Yes?
Mrs. Pulaski?
Yes?
This is Mike Waring. How do you feel?
How do you think I feel?
Well, I'm sorry. I only called to tell you that we've finally got a line on Steve's murderer.
So?
So wouldn't you like to know who it was?
Will that bring Steve back?
Well, I suppose you're right. Still, I thought you'd be interested. You see, this party was trying to kill me, and I figure she'll try again.
What do you mean?
Well, I believe this woman is motivated by revenge. Now, if I'm right, Steve's death doesn't satisfy her. Only mine will. That's how we plan to nab her. What do you think?
It doesn't matter what I think. All I know is that Steve is gone. Now, leave me alone.
Now, show me exactly what happened when Sergeant Pulaski came here this afternoon.
Well, the first I saw him, he was banging on your door. He looked kind of upset because you weren't in.
That's when you gave him my note?
Yeah. Then he told me you said it was all right for him to wait inside.
Mm-hmm. And where were you standing at the time?
Right about here.
All right, go on.
So I pulled out my pass key and opened the door.
Show me how.
You mean you want me to go through the whole thing again?
Mm-hmm. I guess Steve was here.
Uh-huh.
All right, now open the door like you did.
That's how it was. Then just as he stepped into the room... Oh, Mr. Waring! Mr. Waring!
back to the adventures of the Falcon. "20 minutes have passed since Mike and Eddie attempted to reenact the murder of Sergeant Steve Pulaski. Unfortunately, the effect was almost as dramatic.
All right, Mike. Now take a swig of this.
What happened?
You tell me. You were here.
Well, I guess
Hey, that shoulder's going to be stiff for a week.
Never mind. Let me
No. You just stay there till the doc comes.
I'm all right. Well, who was it?
You asked me.
Well, didn't Eddie?
Eddie did exactly what he did the first time. He ran off to get help.
Then he didn't see who fired the shot?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess it's true about people repeating their mistakes.
So I get myself plugged for nothing.
Well, it's your own fault. I told you Mrs. McKenna was her baby.
Yeah, looks like you were right.
Well, I'm going to put out a call for her.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. I just thought of something.
What's the matter? You want to give her another chance?
No, I tell you, I've got it all figured out. I know we can nail the killer for sure.
How?
Look, I'm going to need a little help. Where's my coat?
Now, don't be silly. You're in no condition to travel.
I'll survive, which is a lot more than I can say for Steve's killer. Now get my coat.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Pulaski. Remember me?
Mr. Waring, what happened?
My shoulder? Oh, it's nothing.
Yeah, this happens practically once a week.
Oh, this is Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, yes, I know.
I can't tell you how sorry I am about Steve, Mrs. Pulaski. May we...
Of course.
Thanks.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Waring.
What for?
Well, I wasn't very courteous when you called.
Oh, well, that's understandable. You were under a strain.
Have you made any progress?
Yes, plenty. Why do you think I'm wearing my arm in a sling?
I don't understand you.
Well, the killer took a shot at me. But I was luckier than Steve.
Oh, then you know who it was.
I think so.
We even got a confession.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Sergeant. Because I told you there was something about it that bothered me. Well, now I know what it was.
Yeah? What?
There's a phony. Laura McKenna only made it so she could see her husband.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, Mrs. Pulaski, originally we thought this was a plot to kill me that misfired. So we went around looking for people who disliked me. That's how we came up with Mrs. McKenna.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, let's consider the actual result in the case. Now, who was the victim?
My husband.
Mm-hmm. Well, suppose it wasn't an accident at all. Suppose someone was really after Steve. You see the possibilities?
No.
Well, then we come up with a different group of suspects. You remember the personal effects they found on his body?
Yes, there was a wallet with $8, a badge, and a gun.
Mm-hmm. Well, doesn't it strike you that there was something missing?
No.
Well, what happened to his skeleton keys?
What are you talking about?
They weren't on his body. Shall I tell you why? Because the killer used them to get into my apartment. The killer knew that Steve was headed there to see me. Now, who would have had the best opportunity to know of that appointment and to lift the keys?
Who?
You.
What?
Yes, you were real clever, Angel, but you made one mistake. And in this game, that's enough to put you away. All right, Corbett, prove it to her.
Get over it. When I think it was Mrs. Pulaski.
Well, that's who it was, Sergeant.
But why, Mike?
Well, she had big financial ideas.
Oh, you mean she knocked Steve off for his insurance?
Mm-hmm. It was as simple as that. What complicated the deal was that we thought I was supposed to be the victim. That's why she made that second attempt. That was calculated to make us all the more certain that Steve was killed accidentally.
Oh, you know, it's a funny world.
Mm-hmm.
Here we had two wives. One married to a crook and the other to a cop. And the crook's wife would have given her life for her husband.
And the cop's wife took his.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, it very seldom happens that way. But it all goes to prove one thing.
What?
Marriage may be a great institution, but in some cases it can be murder. Good night, Sergeant.
time now for Edmund O'Brien as Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, thank goodness I found you.
Why, what's up?
You've got to leave for New York, Dollar, immediately. A policyholder. He's afraid for his life.
Here we go again. Who's he afraid of?
Well, he wouldn't say over the telephone. All I know is, to us, he's worth $100,000 alive.
Well, that makes it simple. He must be afraid of somebody to whom he's worth $100,000 dead.
Edmund O'Brien in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, American Continental Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures fulfilling your assignment as a bodyguard. The body being that of your late policyholder, Robert W. Perry. Expense account. Item 1, fare on night train, Hartford to New York, $3.65. Expense account item 2, $1.80 taxi to Lower Manhattan following morning to officers Perry and Van Bruten, importers, arriving as promised at exactly 9 a.m.
Good morning. May I help you?
Yes, you certainly can. My name is Johnny Dollar. I have an appointment with Mr. Perry for 9 o'clock.
Oh, yes. From the insurance company. Well, you're right on time.
Yes, they told me I'd better be, and I'm glad that I am.
Mr. Perry just came in. He's alone and waiting for you. I'll buzz him that you're here.
Thanks. What was left of your policyholder, Mr. Perry, was just sliding out of a swivel chair as I hit the room. The top of his desk had erupted, and splinters of mahogany pointed their sharp fingers upward through lazy circles of smoke swirling toward the ceiling. The buzzer from his secretary's desk had been rigged to a booby trap.
Oh, no. Mr. Perry.
Stay away from him. Come on, there's nothing you can do. He's dead.
Oh. What happened? What happened? Whatever happened?
Let's go. Let's get back out of here. Here you are. Sit down. I'll get you a drink of water. Come on, drink this.
There's a doctor on the third floor. Shall I call him?
Never mind the doctor. Go call the police. Nobody gets in here till they arrive. Now, the rest of you, go on, run along, beat it, will you? And have the building superintendent turn off that alarm. Okay, miss. Now, take it easy.
It was all so sudden. What happened?
Well, that's not hard to figure out. Somebody wanted to give your boss, Mr. Perry, a shortcut through life. So whoever it was figured out that a secretary would never buzz a boss unless he was at his desk. They rigged up a bomb somewhere in his desk that would go off when you buzzed him.
Oh, then I killed him.
Now, wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute. Don't go hysterical on me. There's excitement enough, and there'll be more when the police get here, so you keep cool.
But I did it. You saw me do it.
Look, honey, the way you put it, I killed him by coming in here and giving you my name so you would buzz him. And I was here to protect him. So drop it, will you?
I'm sorry.
Now tell me, what about yesterday? Was Perry here?
Yes, all day.
What time was it when you last used the buzzer?
Why, right up to the last minute, about 5:30.
Who left the office first?
Oh, Mr. Perry, he always leaves first. I lock up.
From the looks of things, you should have used more locks last night. Somebody got in here to do some wiring. Oh, I forgot that fire alarm. Look, before the police arrived, do you know why I was sent here?
Oh, yes. Mr. Perry felt that his life was in danger. He thought that, well, with a $100,000 policy, the insurance company would do everything they could to help keep him alive.
Oh, we didn't have much of a chance, did we? What was he afraid of?
I don't know.
Okay. Tell me, what were his other appointments for today?
Well, he only had two. His partner, Mr. Van Bruten, at 11, and later he
No,
had
one at a time, please. Van Bruten. Anything special about their meeting?
Oh, yes, Mr. Van Bruten arrived just yesterday from Holland.
Oh, you mean there was a branch of this firm in Holland?
Oh, yes. Mr. Perry was buying out Van Bruten's interest. They had their final meeting at Van Bruten's hotel last night.
I see.
Van Bruten was coming by this morning to pick up his money.
Cash?
No, a cashier's check. The bank is to deliver it here at 10:30.
Well, Perry's other appointment, who is that?
Christine, his wife.
Now she tells me. Christine, the beneficiary.
Yes, she wouldn't have been the beneficiary in about another 2 weeks. They were getting a divorce.
Thanks for the motive. You don't like her.
Well, I didn't mean it that way.
Well, how about Perry? Did you like him? Okay, here's an easy one. What's your name?
Susan Gates. Now, isn't that about enough?
Okay, Susan, you better save your voice. During the next few hours, you're going to have to do a lot of talking.
I've been everywhere else. Is the fire in here?
Well, you'll have to stick around. When the cops get here, somebody will get burned. The firemen should have stuck around because the cops arrived in a blaze of glory. It was a very high-class investigation, 2 lieutenants. Finally, after about an hour, the police photographer ran out of flash bulbs, the office of the deceased ran out of fingerprints, and the lieutenants ran out of questions. So the on-the-scene phase of the investigation was closed. At about 5 minutes of 11, I left the police packing up their notebooks, their clues, and the body, and went into the outer office. Susan looked like she could use a big, broad shoulder to weep on. But unfortunately, I was wearing my light gray suit. About then, a dark blue suit and a deep green voice entered the room from the corridor.
There. There's a fellow out here says he belongs here. His name is Van Bruten.
What do you think? His name is on the door you just opened.
Oh. Well, now, my name happens to be Murphy, and it's on bids all over the country. But that don't mean I'm stuffed with feathers, does it?
Well, never crossed tongues with an Irishman. All right, send him in, officer.
All right, you can go in.
There's a policeman out there. There's trouble here? I am Brian Van Bruten. Where is Mr. Perry?
What?
He is waiting for me, no?
No.
But my appointment...
He's not keeping any. He's dead.
Dead? This is not possible. Last night I saw him. He was well. What happened?
He was hit by a buzz bomb.
A buzz bomb?
Oh, please.
You mean there was foul play?
Yes, it was very foul.
Oh, please. I may sit down. My first visit in all these years since before the war. It was to be so happy. But now tragedy like this. He was a good man, a good partner.
I understand that as of last night, you were no longer partners.
Yeah. I am glad you mentioned that. I realize, of course, that it is indelicate to speak of such things as money at a time like this, but that is why I am here, to receive my payment.
Just because Perry got his, there's no reason for you not getting yours, huh?
Oh, but you misunderstand me. I am deeply grieved, but, well, since the transaction was consummated, what is there to do? A delay would be a needless waste of money. I have already paid for passage back to Antwerp tomorrow.
Your check is here, Mr. Van Bruten.
Oh.
Here you are.
Thank you. In all of my years of business, this is indeed the saddest moment.
Yeah. Well, if I didn't have some work to do, I'd sit down with you, and we'd all have a good cry. Expense account item 3, 90 cents. Phone call to the home office.
Mr. Gordon's office.
Look, honey, this is Johnny Dollar. I want to speak to Mr. Gordon. While I'm telling him what I've got to tell him, maybe you'd better sit there in his lap with some smelling salts.
I'm not that type of a secretary. Besides, he doesn't have a ladder.
Hello, Dollar. How are you making out?
Out? About $100,000.
What's that?
Yeah. You know, you should have sent me earlier. Somebody turned Mr. Perry into a firecracker just after I got here. He's dead.
Oh, that's bad news. Big policy.
Yeah, what I want to know is, shall I stay on the case?
Well, certainly, Dollar, by all means. Is there a chance of proving suicide? There's a non-payment clause.
Yeah, to make this one a suicide, there'd have to be a Santa Claus. Nobody could hate himself enough to do it this way.
What are the fraud possibilities?
Fair, there's an estranged wife. She's the beneficiary, but she wouldn't have been in a couple of weeks. Divorce coming up. I'll start with her.
All right, Dollar. Good luck. But watch those expenses.
Why, Gordon, I'm surprised. I think an insurance man would be the first to want to see a fellow live a little. Christine Perry's apartment was on Sutton Place overlooking the East River. I took the elevator up to the 24th floor, and there I discovered that our garden-fresh widow was living high in more ways than one. Everything about the place was French. The maid who led me into the living room through a long foyer, the decor, and the perfume which reminded you that breathing can be fun. I looked up from enjoying my nose to see Mrs. Perry looking down hers.
Mr. Dollar?
Mrs. Perry.
I believe we can dispense with the social amenities. You're an insurance investigator, interested in the death of my husband. So naturally, you're here because you've jumped to the conclusion that I killed him.
You're the one that's jumping to conclusions, lady. And careful you don't break your leg.
What do you want? The policy's in order. Premiums are fully paid.
You know, I'm not quite sure what I want. I know that you've got a great motive. So far, the only motive I've found.
You haven't had much time to look, have you?
Check. This is my first stop. Maybe you can help me. Do you know anyone who would be happier with your husband out of the way?
I know very little about my husband's friends. For that matter, his activities for the past 6 months. That's when I left him.
Well, that's not much help for either of us. You know, without someone else to suspect, I may just have to concentrate on you.
Mr. Dollar, I picked the men I want to concentrate on me.
I hope you're as long on alibis as you are short on temper. Where were you last night?
With a friend, Al Donovan. For a while, the same place my husband was. But I have witnesses to prove who was with him. Anybody at the Clover Club can tell you.
Save me a trip. I can't afford the prices they get over there.
Certainly. A pleasure. My husband was with his beautiful little secretary, Susan Gates.
Well, I wouldn't be more surprised if your late husband walked through that door and said...
All right, mister, that's enough.
Al!
Yeah.
How much did you hear?
I'm a big guy, baby, 6'4". I've got big ears to match.
Al, please.
Would this be Mr. Donovan, your companion of last evening?
I'm getting you out of here, Christine.
Al, you don't know what you're saying.
You lie to me. How can I help you if you lie to me? You call me stupid. The way you're playing this, you'll alibi yourself right into a cell. Now, I'm getting you out of here.
What are you doing to me, Al? You're crazy.
Come on.
She's right. You are stupid, Donovan. She was doing just fine till you dropped in.
Mister, you've been asking a lot of questions. Now I'm going to give you one answer. All right, Christine. So much for the wise guy. Now about you and your alibi. You wasn't with me at the Clover Club last night. And if it's so easy to prove that your husband was there with his secretary, who were you there with? Remember, baby, you told me you were going to be with your husband.
When Al measured me for that swing, I measured my chances with him. To me, he looked like one of those corporate assets of Murder Incorporated. So I rolled with the punch and kept my eyes closed and ears open. What I heard was Christine's alibi flying out the window, Mr. Donovan giving her a few loving cuffs, and finally, the pair of them flying out the door. Just then, the noon whistle blew somewhere in New York, and I decided to allow myself the luxury of 1 full minute for lunch.
return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first... And now we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien.
I spent the minute I took out for lunch eating a handful of Mrs. Perry's bonbons on the run. I hit the street just in time to see Donovan pushing Christine Perry into a cream-colored convertible. When they got rolling, I piled into an even yellower vehicle with a meter on it and started off crosstown playing tag through traffic. At 57th and Broadway, things got complicated. My cab was 3 cars behind them when a red light flashed them to a stop. Then the door of their car flew open, Christine dashed out across the street and melted into the river of humanity flowing down into the subway. Since Al Donovan didn't follow her, I followed him. When he finally pulled to a stop, he took 2 chances. He parked in a no-parking zone and walked straight into the building beside it, a police station.
This is Mr. Dollar, Lieutenant. He's been waiting for you.
Well? My name is Johnny Dollar, Lieutenant. Here are my credentials.
Insurance, huh?
Yeah, the Perry murder in particular.
You've come to the right place, Dollar. A man named Donovan just walked in here and made a full confession.
He what?
That's right. My clerk's just typing it up. In the meantime, the gentleman is down in the tank having a bite of lunch on the city.
He confessed. Well, does his story add up?
As far as I know, I haven't heard too much about the case myself. It's not in my precinct.
Yeah, but what did he use for a motive?
Jealousy. Says he's in love, wanted to marry Perry's wife.
Did he say how he managed it?
Yeah, he stole a key to the office from the wife's apartment, entered the building last night, and wired the bomb to the buzzer system.
Well, I guess guys do a lot of strange things in the name of love.
It looks like Donovan did.
Yeah, he either killed a man or he's trying to cover up for someone who did. Say, Lieutenant, don't execute him for a couple of days, will you? I spent the rest of the afternoon downtown in the offices of Perry and Van Bruten, importers. The partners' correspondents told me 2 things. They had been extremely friendly, and Van Bruten was extremely bald. Perry had been sending him toupees from a famous Hollywood makeup firm. At 4:30, I got to the employment files, which rocked me with 2 minor explosions of their own. First, I learned that Al Donovan had been employed over a period of years as Perry's bodyguard, and that he had been canned the day before the murder. That confession of his, which had been a little hard to swallow, was suddenly more digestible. On top of this came blast number 2. The employment application of Perry's secretary, Miss Susan Gates, informed me that during the war, she had worked in a munitions plant, her specialty, wiring bomb fuses. When Miss Susan Gates reached home at 8:30, she found a visitor. Me.
How did you get in here?
Professional secret.
Oh, it scared me. What do you want? Why did you come here this way?
I wanted to bring you the good news. I heard on the radio that Al Donovan confessed to Perry's murder.
Al? I can't believe it.
Why not? Who do you like for the spot?
Why, Christine. Al is covering up for her.
Well, I'd like to agree with you. If it turns out that Christine wound up her husband's life with a bang, the company that hired me saves $100,000. But I don't know. She claims she has all kinds of alibis. One of them is you.
Me?
Yeah. Did you see her at the Clover Club last night?
Well, yes,
Yeah, I know who you were with. Your boss.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No. I'm not preaching a sermon. I want to know who she was with.
I don't know. A man I'd never seen before. Mr. Perry knew him, but he wouldn't tell me who he was.
Why not?
I don't know. He said I might get the wrong idea.
About what?
I don't know. We didn't sit there and talk about it all night, so why should we sit here and talk about it all night?
All right. Good heavens, when a census taker shows up and asks a lot of questions, people answer them. When an investigator tries to do his job, they make the proverbial clam look like a blabbermouth.
Look, Look, Mr. Dollar, believe me. This has been a greater shock to me than to anyone else.
Yes, excepting, of course, your late employer, Mr. Perry. How long did you work for him?
4 years.
Where'd you work before then?
Well, I worked...
Let me help you. Bombs, huh? Wiring fuses. Remember?
All right. I remember.
Good. Maybe you'll remember a little more. Let's go back to last night. The guy with Christine Perry, who was he?
I tell you, I don't know.
Was it Van Bruten?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
I'll get that.
No, I'll go.
Just make sure you don't keep going. Susan! When Susan snapped the spring lock to open the door, the gun outside opened up. The first slug caught her in the left shoulder, spinning her out of the way of the rest of them. It was getting monotonous. Every time a buzzer went off, things started booming. Susan was sprawled out on the floor in front of the door, and to open it, I had to move her. By the time I did, the hallway outside was empty. Okay, now take it easy. Come on. Don't start hurting for a couple of minutes. We'll have a doctor here by then. He'll give you something. Please, try to keep calm. Here, boy. I'll throw my coat over here. Now, try not to move.
You're going to ruin this rug.
Never mind the rug. What we want to worry about is who tried to ruin you.
What'll they do to me?
What'll who do to you?
They'll arrest me.
They don't arrest people for getting shot. You have any idea who it was?
That man in the office this morning. The one who picked up the check.
Van Bruten?
No, he wasn't Van Bruten.
He was a phony?
Yeah.
And you still gave him that check?
Yes.
Well, I won't ask you why. You gave him that check and then tried to blackmail him. Is that right?
They'll arrest me.
I wouldn't be surprised. Who is this guy? Where can I find him? Come on, don't pass out on me now. His name, quick, come on.
Ben Sands.
Where's he live?
Marsden Hotel.
Under his own name?
No, I don't...
I don't blame you. I could use a few moments of unconsciousness myself. The Marsden Hotel didn't have a Dutch name on the register. So I got a hold of the housekeeper and found out how many rooms her staff hadn't been able to make up all day because of no disturb signs on their doors. And then I went a-calling at those particular rooms. On the 9th floor, I wakened one old maid. On the 7th, I startled a bunch of poker players who thought they were being raided. And on the 4th, I struck the door of 427 and the jackpot.
Who is there? Don't you see the sign? I do not wish to be disturbed.
Sorry, I must have the wrong room. I started up the hall after the fire axe. When I got to it, I changed my mind. Out of the few things I learned about this guy, Van Sant, was that he loved to shoot people through doors. So I decided against trying to chop his down. Then I remembered the way those people came pouring out of those offices earlier in the day when they heard that fire alarm. So I picked up the little red hammer next to the big red fire axe, broke the little glass window, pulled the little brass hook, and set off a big brassy noise. And then I rushed back to 427. Fire! Fire! Hey, fire! Fire!
There's the fire.
Right here in my eyes, sweetheart.
Why you come here, you wish you don't?
Never mind the dresser. You're through shooting guns. What do you think, Van Sant? You want to try some more?
You cannot make me stay here. It's a fire. We will all die.
You'll look good barbecued, but I'll make a deal with you. You talk, and if I like what I hear, I'll show you how to get out of here alive.
How I know this?
You don't think I'm going to stay here and fry, do you? And if you don't start flapping that tongue in a hurry, I'll probably just tie you to a chair and run. So first, where is the real Van Bruten?
You will find him in the bedroom.
Yeah? He'd better be alive. He's out cold. What's the matter with him?
He will be all right. He's under sedatives.
Where did this identity switch start? Come on, hurry up, talk. I smell smoke.
I knew Van Bruten from Antwerp. I know about the sale of his interests. I know the girl in the office here had never seen Van Bruten. Look, we go now.
Don't get up. Come on, keep talking. I can feel it getting warm in here.
Oh, the firefighters. We will be safe.
Don't be too sure. They always start at the top floor and work their way down. Come on, I can hear those flames crackling.
You know the rest. Last night, when the transaction was all finished with Perry, I gave to Van Bruten some sedative in his cocoa.
So you set up that bomb so Perry'd get it before you showed up to pick up the check, huh?
Yeah, I told you that. How the girl knows I am an imposter, I don't know.
Well, let me tell you. She's been sending old Van Bruten toupees for the last 4 years. Gray ones, my red-headed friend.
I can stand up now. We go out from here, no? We go out from here, no?
Yes, out cold. Expense account, item 4, $1.40. Night letter informing you that American Continental would have to meet payment of claim to Mrs. Christine Perry, innocent widow of the insured. The only thing she was guilty of was trying to stay on the right side of a hot-tempered boyfriend. She lied about who she was with at the Clover Club, not to fix herself an alibi, but to keep Al Donovan from learning that she'd been out with another man. That man being the real Mr. Van Bruten, who had only taken her out to try to talk her into reconciling with his friend, her husband. Expense account item 5, $100. Fine for turning in a false alarm, which, since you're paying it with me, is just fine. Expense account total, $463. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, with music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Featured in our cast were Walter Burke, Gene Bates, Joe Duvall, Ted DeCorsia, Joyce McCluskey, and Raymond Burr. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Beginning next week, we are moving to a new time and day, and we hope you'll join us on Tuesday evenings when Edmund O'Brien returns in another transcribed adventure of
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
You, Mrs. Bloom, Molly Goldberg's famous invitation to fun in the Bronx now echoes across the country each Saturday night on CBS. It's the same fine brand of comedy mixed with a tear now and then that's made Molly and her whole family, Jake, Sammy, Rosalie, and the others, favorites for many years. CBS invites you to hear the Goldbergs on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday and every Saturday. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Disaster is no respecter of persons, and it can strike any time. But your Red Cross never sleeps. It has to be ready constantly in case of an emergency. This is your protection. Keep it strong. Now is the time to support Red Cross for your sake. Remember, for every dollar you gave before, this year add a quarter more. If you gave Red Cross $10 last year, this year give it $12.50. Give gladly. Join Red Cross. This is CBS, where yours truly, Johnny Dollar, meets adventure next Tuesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, Murder on a Wager.
There's the dead body, Holmes, washed up on the beach.
Yes, Watson.
Obviously drowned, I should say.
Yes, quite. Yet the death is not as simple as it would seem, Watson. I should say our two visitors from Monte Carlo, our two brilliant criminals, have concocted a special brew for me. I should say. Quick, behind that tree.
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down, Watson!
I'm sure you've overheard people say, who is that handsome man? Well, now, of course, everybody can't be handsome, but every man can look his very best, and it does not cost you a lot of money. The secret is this. Get a perfectly styled Clippercraft suit and topcoat, and you're the best-dressed man in any group. A Clippercraft all-worsted suit in smart spring patterns at only $45 makes your shoulders look broader, your waist trimmer, gives you that tapered-down athletic appearance, makes you feel important. And then topped off with a beautiful all-wool covert cloth or gabardine Clippercraft topcoat at $42.50. Well, people will say, who is that handsome man? Clippercraft clothes look like they should cost much more, and they would too, except that more than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's low prices possible. Compare Clippercraft yourself with clothes costing many dollars more. Dr. Watson, you've titled this evening's adventure, Murder on a Wager. But who would commit such a murder?
It does seem an extraordinary motivation, doesn't it, Mr. Hertz? Well, it was a summer evening in the late 1890s. We were at our flat at 221B Baker Street. We had a call.
You represent the bank at Monte Carlo, Monsieur Guillere?
I do, Monsieur Holmes. Most remarkable spot, Monte Carlo. I'm terribly curious to know what prompts this visit, Mr. Guillere.
I am extending an invitation to you, Dr. Watson, and to Monsieur Holmes to visit Monte Carlo. At our expense, of course, and for whatever fee you wish to name.
Surely not to admire the scenic beauties.
No, Monsieur Holmes. We anticipate trouble.
What sort of trouble do you expect?
Are you acquainted with the names of Roger Douglas and Georges Anetrios?
Oh, Roger Douglas, renowned gambler, isn't he?
Yes, Watson. As for George Anetrios, he's an incredible character. A Greek. Douglas's counterpart in the Near East. Given to wagers of gigantic sums, though not always upon cards or dice or chemin de fer, rather on curious events and feats of daring.
We maintain a secret service for the bank, Monsieur Holmes, and they told us that for the very first time these two treacherous gentlemen, Douglas and Anetrios, will meet. And at Monte Carlo.
Each, of course, with his entourage of double dealers and professional killers.
Exactly.
I should enjoy the spectacle.
Both gentlemen are experts at every conceivable form of gambling. We wonder, therefore, when the two meet, what game they will play. Might they make a wager of some sort that would endanger the interest of the bank? Might they join forces against us? We fear that the meeting of these two may lead to a disaster. We implore you to join us, Monsieur Holmes.
It's hardly necessary to implore me, sir. Since this is a meeting of supremely sharp minds, it'll be hard to keep me away. Let us prepare our luggage for a trip to Monte Carlo, Watson.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Anetrios?
I am delighted to meet you. The moment I heard you were coming here to Monte Carlo, I was most anxious to see you.
Thank you. You know Miss Deborah Stevens, I believe?
I know George very well. We're old friends.
We miss you, Deborah. Deborah lived in Athens and Constantinople for some time. She and I were very close. I first met her when she was dancing professionally.
We'll all miss her soon. She's to be married. I thought you wouldn't mind my bringing Deborah to this meeting. We required a witness for whatever wager we shall make, or whatever game you choose to play.
Oh, I am so pleased you did bring her, Mr. Douglas. Shall we close the door and begin? Most considerate of the management to provide this private room for our game.
As you may see, Mr. Anetrios, the management has provided us with equipment to play whatever we choose.
Your naivete is charming, Mr. Douglas.
Why do you say that?
It would be extremely dull for either of us to indulge in a contest of an ordinary sort. We would merely exhaust ourselves, only to end with a negligible gain of a few £1,000 by one or the other.
Then what on earth did you expect to play, George?
I do not know, Deborah. Perhaps together, Mr. Douglas and I may conceive of a game or wager of truly fabulous stakes, of infinite excitement.
I have a suggestion that might intrigue you.
Yes?
Did you know that at this moment Mr. Sherlock Holmes is on his way here to Monte Carlo?
Certainly.
Mr. Holmes has a magnificent reputation as a criminologist.
Well, Roger, what of it?
Mr. Holmes's mission is undoubtedly to prevent either of us from committing a crime. Mr. Anatrios, I will wager whatever sum you wish on the fact that you cannot commit a crime, of whatever nature you specify, and elude Mr. Holmes. In short, that you cannot commit a crime while he is in this city and go scot-free.
Wonderful suggestion. I accept.
Witness, Deborah?
Yes, Roger.
To make the wager even more alluring, I shall allow you to name the sum and the crime.
£50,000?
100,000.
Agreed.
And the crime?
No pedestrian crime will do. It must be a major crime. Arson on a gigantic scale, embezzlement for an enormous sum, or better yet, murder.
Whatever you like. I control a great and efficient organization. I have years of experience in these matters. My performance should be inspired. Sufficiently to baffle Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Anatrios. Murder.
Roger, you're going too far. I thought you two would play a very exciting game of cards or wage a battle together against the bank. But murder...
For your £100,000, do you have a potential victim?
Yes, I believe I do. Have you heard of Leslie Dixon?
Dixon. Yes, a magician. I've seen him at cabarets.
He is no longer a magician. I discovered he had a more valuable talent for manufacturing.
Oh, manufacturing?
Yes, he had designs for wheels, bird cages, marked packs of cards, where the results would always be in my favor. I placed him in business.
But why do you want Leslie killed, Roger?
He wants considerably more money. Oh. He's threatened to go to the newspapers. Of course, I can't afford that. Nor could you, Anatrios. It would keep the public away from our houses.
This Leslie Dixon is a very tempting victim.
He's here, now, in Monte Carlo.
Oh, Leslie Dixon will be dead by midnight of 1 week from tonight, when Sherlock Holmes fails to identify the murderer and returns to London, defeated. I shall meet you on the evening of his departure, in this same room, where you will pay £100,000 to me. Cash, of course. Agreed?
Agreed.
Ready for your evening swim, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, Reynolds. Have my dressing gown and towels ready, as usual.
Yes, sir. They're back in the cottage, sir. I'll fetch them.
It's lovely tonight here on the beach, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dixon. I shall return within the customary half hour, sir.
Fine, Reynolds. Now for a dip.
How is it, sir?
Water's wonderful. I'll see you later. I'm swimming out toward the raft.
Very well, sir. I'll be in the cottage.
My legs. Cramp. My legs. Reynolds! Oh, my head. Dizzy. Dizzy. My legs. I can't swim. Reynolds! Help! 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 Oh.
There is the body of Monsieur Dixon, Monsieur Holmes. Washed ashore here on the beach just as the police found it.
Bewildering, eh, Holmes? They say Dixon was in perfect physical condition. Superb swimmer. The sea was very calm. No signs of violence. What do you make of it?
You've interviewed the butler, Monsieur Guillaume?
The police did so, yes. He failed to hear anything. If Dixon called for help as he drowned, the butler was out of earshot.
He might simply have developed a sudden cramp. Eh, Holmes?
Rather doubtful, Watson. A thoroughly experienced swimmer would not enter the water immediately after having eaten anything that might cause a cramp.
Especially Monsieur Dixon. He was most careful about food. A gourmet.
I see. No, Watson, I'd say this is directly concerned with a visit to Monte Carlo of Messrs. Douglas and Anatrios. It would appear that the two geniuses of crime have concocted a special brew for me. I'd say... Quick, behind those trees.
What is it?
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down!
It's amazing what people can do working together. For instance, more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power and thus make possible Clippercraft, America's greatest clothing values. These friendly hometown businessmen know that to get and keep your friendship, they have to give you more for your money. And when you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, shall we return to the murder committed on a wager?
Yes, Mr. Harris, and to Monte Carlo, where on the beach in the moonlight we stood beside the dead body of Leslie Dixon. As Holmes bent over to examine the body, shots rang out from behind a tree. We fell flat upon our faces in the sand. When the firing ceased, I ran toward the trees from where the bullets had come. And as I returned...
See anyone, Watson?
Oh, Holmes. They've escaped. Just vanished into the darkness.
It is Demetrius and Douglas. They are after you, Monsieur Holmes. They are afraid you will solve the murder.
Yes, their fears are well grounded. I suggest the body be removed. I shall be interested in the results of an autopsy.
Autopsy?
Yes.
But it is obvious that Dixon died of drowning.
Nevertheless, I urge an autopsy. I have good reason.
I shall so instruct the police. They are most cooperative with requests made by the bank.
Good. And as for me, I shall discuss this case with someone well qualified in these matters. Mr. Demetrius.
But he has just attempted to kill you. Now you would walk into his hands.
Physical defeat has never frightened me, sir. It's the danger of mental defeat that lures me to whatever Demetrius has planned. Coming, Watson?
Oh, dazzling crowd, eh, Holmes? Princes, millionaires, cabinet officials, diplomats. See the Indian Rajah in the ruby-trimmed headdress there?
Irrelevant, Watson. We've business with Mr. Demetrius.
The croupier said table 3. Ah, yes. Wouldn't that be he?
Mr. Demetrius.
Good evening. Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I'm complimented that my face is internationally familiar.
I've been expecting you. Shall we step into that private room?
I wouldn't, if I were you, Holmes.
You are upset by something, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I certainly am, sir. If I were you, Holmes,
I accept your invitation, Mr. Demetrius.
Oh, before we step into the room, would you like to hold my gun, Dr. Watson?
Well,
Here. Perhaps it would put you at ease, huh?
By Jove. I will take it.
Excellent. After you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
I shall save a great deal of time for you, Mr. Holmes. I did not kill Leslie Dixon.
Didn't you?
I was in the gambling rooms at the time of his death. For 2 hours previous to that, I enjoyed dinner at the Hotel Maurice. I can produce a dozen witnesses to that effect.
Yes, I'd no doubt you'd have a flawless explanation.
Previous to dinner, I attended a lawn party. Again, as many unimpeachable witnesses as you like.
I see. I'm curious, Mr. Demetrius, about the game you played or the wager you made with Roger Douglas last night. Could it in any way have been connected with the death of Leslie Dixon?
Very directly. I wagered, Mr. Douglas, that I could murder Leslie Dixon in such a way that you, Holmes, would never succeed in proving I had committed the homicide. The sum, £100,000.
Astonishing. Of all the effrontery throwing the gauntlet in your face, Holmes. Now, really, this...
It's very amusing.
Well, there's the motive, Holmes. There's your man.
I see no reason for concealing the wager. Besides, it would be unjust of me to collect. I did not kill Dixon. I intended to, yes, but I was late. I hadn't even started my plans when I had the news of his death.
Hadn't you?
Perhaps it's a move by Roger Douglas. He wanted Dixon to die. He suggested the wager.
He might eliminate me that way as a competitor. His own men execute the crime in their own manner, being sure it's done properly. The guilt would seem to be mine. Oh, Mr. Douglas. You know Mr. Holmes, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do? We were discussing the late Mr. Dixon.
Really? I was at the theater when he died.
Can you prove that, sir?
Of course, Dr. Watson. I can prove my whereabouts throughout the entire evening.
I told Mr. Holmes about our wager.
You did?
Why shouldn't I?
Aren't you writing an invitation to the gallows for yourself?
Not at all. Mr. Holmes must produce concrete evidence before I lose. Evidently, he's finding it impossible.
Oh, quite the contrary. We're leaving, Watson.
May I offer my carriage, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, no. I don't believe it's much of a walk to the morgue.
The morgue, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, I must visit the morgue. The dead, you see, are often more articulate than the living.
Well, there's the body on that slab, Holmes. The police surgeon said you could examine whatever you wished.
Yes. I see they've already performed the autopsy.
Dixon drowned, Holmes. What the dickens are you probing about for? His lungs there show clearly that he was drowned.
Yes. And why did he drown? Aha, as I thought.
What'd you see?
I see that I must pay a visit to the late Mr. Dixon's cottage.
Well, Holmes, if you insist upon being secretive...
You, Watson, return to the casino. Keep an eye on Anetrios and his associates. I shall meet you at the casino very shortly with a thorough explanation of the murder and the identity of the killer. Thank you, driver. That was indeed fast enough.
Holmes, I've been waiting for you here on the steps of the casino for 2 hours. Did you go to Dixon's cottage, speak to the butler? What have you found?
Where are Anetrios and Douglas and their crew?
Well, they're having cigars and brandy on the terrace. This way. It's the terrace on the cliff, overlooking the sea.
Hurry, Watson. We must find them. I have the evidence.
You have?
Yes.
Where is it?
Here, in my hand.
In your hand? What is it?
This small bottle of salad oil.
There they are, Holmes, with that girl. The table by the railing there.
Oh, yes, I see them. I regret disturbing you, gentlemen.
Mr. Holmes, you've met Mr. Douglas. This is Deborah Stevens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Stevens?
I presume, Mr. Holmes, you've some sort of evidence you believe will prove I killed Leslie Dixon?
No, Mr. Anetrios. Your remarkable instincts are wrong, for once.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Holmes, you are prepared to accuse me, believing I carried out the crime, having engineered it so that Anetrios would suffer for it.
No, Mr. Douglas.
But Holmes, one of them...
Neither of them, my dear Watson.
Then the butler?
Nor the butler. Mr. Leslie Dixon was killed by you, Miss Stevens, with this innocent-looking small bottle of salad oil.
Where did you find that?
You know what you are talking about, Holmes.
It was obvious someone had contrived for Dixon to drown. But how? There was no external evidence of violence. No, the sole possibility was that he'd been given something internally. In all likelihood, something that would cause him to lose control of his arms and legs, that would cause unconsciousness. So that when he set off on his nightly swim alone, he'd drown.
Stay where you are, Miss Stevens. I've had my service revolver along this trip. I knew I'd have use for it. Go on, Holmes.
So I insisted upon an autopsy. It revealed to me that Dixon's stomach lining was affected by an extreme irritant. It confirmed my suspicion. Dixon was subtly poisoned.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better, Miss Stevens. It's your death warrant. I raced to Dixon's cottage. I spoke with the butler. I inquired about what Mr. Dixon had had for dinner prior to his swim. His dinner included a salad prepared with a small bottle of oil. This bottle, which had been presented that afternoon as a gift to Mr. Dixon by Miss Deborah Stevens. This oil contains an overdose of camphor.
Camphor, Holmes? What sort of diabolical doses?
Camphor, as you know, Watson, is soluble in oil, but not in water. The salad oil was a magnificent idea. The minute amounts of camphor could easily be blended with other flavors and odors, so its presence might not be detected.
Yeah, but of all the
Shut up! Shut up, all of you!
Camphor, Miss Stevens, is obtainable easily at a chemist's, isn't it? There's no suspicion of poison when you purchase camphor, is there? And just a bit too much of it will cause leg cramps and dizziness. Will it not, Miss Stevens?
Stop it!
And an autopsy might well be a routine drowning report without evidence of poisoning. Am I correct, Miss Stevens?
Yes. Yes, you're quite right.
At one time or another, she's been associated with all kinds of men. Lord knows what sort of mess she was in with Dixon.
I was to be married next week. Dixon knew about where I've been and what I've been. He was very much in love with me, ever since we met when I was dancing in cabarets and he did his magic act. I loathed him. Every time I had a chance to marry, he would speak to my fiancée and break it up. He was going to do it again.
So you couldn't wait, could you, Miss Stevens? You couldn't wait for Mr. Anetrios to eliminate Dixon. Besides, it was an ideal circumstance. If there were any suspicion of murder, it would point to Anetrios.
Yes, but Holmes, the shots on the beach.
Hired by you, Miss Stevens, to create the impression that an organized gang was responsible.
I won't go to prison. Dixon won't have another victory over me. I won't allow his death to send me to even more misery. No, I won't go.
Here, let go of my revolver.
I will get her away from you. She's tripped. She's falling back over the rail.
Well, fishermen down below said Miss Stevens' body struck the rocks, floated out to sea her.
Yes, a more satisfactory finish for her, Watson, I dare say. Avoiding the long, painful trial and inevitable execution. Now, Mr. Anetrios, Mr. Douglas, if you'll excuse me.
Returning to London, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and to Baker Street. But before I go, gentlemen, I propose a toast.
A toast, sir?
Yes. To George Anetrios and Roger Douglas, two surprisingly pleasant scoundrels. To our next meeting. To your next fantastic wager.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very gripping adventure.
Indeed it was, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure have you for us next week, Doctor?
I have called it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. It concerns a medical diagnosis, a restless corpse, and a domestic quarrel.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. A happy birthday to the Girl Scouts. March 12th is your 37th anniversary. You and Girl Scouting are important, and we salute all of you all over America. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra, extra, gang goes slain in racket chill of death on Big Town. Extra, Big Town, extra.
All right, now what, Croc? You shot Cora May and listen to that. Her father is out there in the dark with that hound, armed with a rifle.
Shut up, Wilson. If he gets me, he'll get you and Kilburn.
Steve,
The lights have been cut off.
Yes, Lorelei, Cottonmouth has cut the light wires. He could strike better in the dark.
Yes, listen to this big-town, five-star racket expose headline, The Chill of Death, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap. Another hard-hitting story of fighting editor Steve Wilson, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
Freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant to all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now to Big Town and tonight's strange story of retribution that caught up with the killer in a luxurious hideout in the sunny Southland, but began in a suite of rooms in the old Grand Hotel, notorious hangout of big town gamblers and racketeers.
Look, Rocky, don't give me orders. Croc left me in charge of the numbers racket.
Yeah, but he told me to see you didn't try taking it over.
And he told me to see you didn't line up the bookie take for yourself like you're doing.
You're a liar.
Who's a liar, double-crossing slug?
You're a liar. Shut up and sit down. We'll settle this later. That's what you know, Joe, at the setups. Let the punk in, Cora May.
Sure, and you both better watch your steps. All right, I'm coming. Don't be in such a doggone hurry.
I'm sorry, lady, but I'm all alone on a desk tonight. Clerk, bellhop, switchboard, the works.
Set the setups and beat it, punk.
Okay. That'll be $2.
Put it on the Croc's bill.
Okay. When's Croc Miller coming back from down south?
When it gets warm. You can't stand the cold.
Yeah, so I hear. Ain't that why he's called Croc? Short for crocodile?
Yeah, Doc says he's thin-blooded. Chills easy. Now beat it.
Croc ain't got blood. If anybody ever opens up, they'll spill ice water.
Clam up, Nick. Go on, beat it, Joe. We got business.
Yeah, I'll bet you have.
Scram, punk.
Sure. Ring the desk if you want any more free service.
Why didn't you tip the punk?
Mine's you. You think the boss around here?
I'll show you who's the boss.
Why don't you boys relax? Croc's the boss. Even while he's sunning himself down there on the South Coast. So just take it easy and relax.
Shut up, Cora May. You mind your own business, Rocky. Stick the nick in the bookies and lay off my numbers racket.
Quit telling me things, Nick.
Quit phoning Croc. I'm muscling in. Crossing him up.
I ain't tipped Croc on nothing, you rat.
You're a liar. Somebody
did. Yeah, I'll say somebody did.
So you just had to go and do it, didn't you, Rocky?
Yeah, so what?
Croc ain't gonna like it, Rocky.
He will when he hears Nick was crossing him up.
Better get to Croc and tell him first.
Yeah, go get the car, Cora May. We're heading south tonight.
Tonight? What about Nick there? Maybe he ain't dead yet.
We're taking him along in the car, dead or alive.
Hi, Steve. Anything on the hook for your wondrous girl reporter?
Hello, Lorelei. Come in.
Hi.
Are you a fugitive from one of Fletcher's city desk assignments?
I just finished one, thanks. The Convention of Travel Agents and their talk of tours to sunny lands have given me the urge to get away to warmer climes.
Oh, sorry. We're all out of assignments to Florida, California, and points south.
Well, couldn't you manage... Uh-oh, your private line. Probably a tip from one of your tipsters. It'll take us to the North Pole.
Oh, the waterfront, which would be just as cold tonight. Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Hiya, Mr. Wilson. What do you know, Joe, at the Old Grand?
What do you know, Joe?
Maybe plenty, Mr. Wilson. I think two of Croc Miller's head hoods shot it out.
Where, Joe?
Up in Croc's suite in this AC-Doocy joint about an hour ago.
An hour ago. Have you notified the police?
Well, I didn't have no proof until after they left.
Who left?
Nick Collins, Rocky Kent, and a femme southern fry called Cora May.
Who was shot, Joe?
Rocky and Cora got Nick in a car. Said he was sick, and they headed south.
They headed south? Are you sure Collins was shot?
Well, I heard a shot after I took him some setups. They were having something out, and after they left, I pass-keyed myself in a Croc suite, and there was plenty of plasma on the rug.
Well, that should be evidence enough, but are you sure they're heading south in a car?
Yeah. On account of I heard Rocky tell the gal they could make it to Croc's beach house by tomorrow night, by driving without stopping.
Thanks for the tip, Joe.
You gonna follow it up, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Joe. We've been trying to link Croc Miller to several big-town rackets, and this may be the time to do it. Thanks very much, Joe, till you're better paid.
But, Steve, Croc Miller is sunning himself in that fantastic hideaway of his almost 1,000 miles from here.
Yes, Lorelei, but you wanted to take a trip, didn't you?
South to the sun?
Yes, phone the airport and have them fuel the press plane for a takeoff early tomorrow morning.
Why not tonight?
I want to check a few big-town angles on a shooting between two of Croc's gunmen. And we can still be there when they arrive at Croc's hideout tomorrow night.
Thus, Steve Wilson and Lorelei prepare to fly south to be in on a deadly gang showdown. And for the exciting developments, we'll rejoin them in a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Keeps you fresh and attractive. Protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and tonight's racket expose, which has Steve Wilson and Lorelei winging southward in a fast plane belonging to the Illustrated Press.
Say, Steve, there's the coastline.
Well, we made it before sundown.
Now, if we can only spot Croc Miller's private landing field before dark.
Yes. We should be able to get to him before his big town stooges arrive by car.
This air map shows the field just back from the ocean beach and surrounded by a swamp.
Right. It should be just ahead. Keep your eyes open, Lorelei. It's only a small field.
Oh, I see something. Looks like a concrete strip parallel to the ocean and a big white house.
That's it. I'll drop down. Fasten your safety belt in case I've forgotten how to land this crate.
I hope not. The wind's right to go straight in.
That's Miller's place, all right. It was featured in a magazine in all its phony splendor.
Yes, their way of showing that crime and rackets don't pay.
Yes, neglecting to point out that the place is a flimsy stucco shell set in an isolated swamp for protection against Miller's enemies.
Oh, but that beautiful sunny white beach, Steve.
Yes, but Croc can't enjoy it without the shadow of an armed bodyguard near him.
Well, I hope we get a chance for just one swim in that warm blue water before we have to fly back.
You may in the morning, but I doubt if we'll get out of here tonight, whether Croc's goon guns arrive by car or not. Oh, hold your lovely hat, my lovely. I'm going to set her down.
Oh, that's perfect, Steve. Couldn't have done better myself.
Getting out of this small field may be something else.
Uh-oh. Steve, you better stop here. We have a reception committee of one waving us down with a rifle.
Yes, so I see. Better stay on the plane.
Oh, listen to that surf roll in on the beach.
Well, that will have to wait, Lorelei. This character rolling toward us with that rifle doesn't act like a greeter from the local Chamber of Commerce.
Moves like a snake.
Good evening.
Hey, you get out of here, mister. This here's a private airplane field. You take off again.
Sorry. I've landed here to see Croc Miller.
He don't see nobody what drops in like buzzers without an invite.
I think he'll see me.
Who are you, mister?
Steve Wilson, editor of the Big Town Illustrated Press.
Oh, newspaper fella from up north, huh?
Yes.
Who's that there woman with you?
Well, the young lady is Lorelei Kilburn, one of my reporters. Now, where's Croc Miller?
He ain't seeing nobody now.
Why not?
He's favoring himself over there on the sand in the sun while it's still warm.
Nice work if you can get it. Let's go give him something to think about, Steve.
You hold on, ma'am.
What?
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Don't throw guns around like that.
Hey. You give me that rifle back, mister. Don't you get it away from me like that.
And I'll give you another lesson if you try it again.
You give me that gun back, mister.
Sure, without the bolts here.
You give me that bolt to this gun. This revolver says give it to me.
All right, here you are.
Hey, doggone you, mister. Let me go.
Pick up that revolver, Lorelei.
With pleasure. You better search him, Steve. He's a walking arsenal.
Yeah. I guess that's all. Now, where's Crockmiller?
Right here behind you, Wilson. Now, you better let go of Cottonmouth. Like his namesake's, he don't like to be manhandled.
Well, then send him back to the swamps with the rest of the moccasins.
I'll get you, mister. I'll get you if you don't get out of here before sundown.
Yes, you're kind like to strike in the dark. Put him back in the pit, Croc. I want to talk to you.
What about? What brought you down here from Big Town in such a hurry?
Well, get rid of this so-called bodyguard, and I'll explain.
Make him give me my guns back, Croc.
I'll get him for you. Go up to the house and tell Mandy to set out some drinks.
I'd rather set out some poison. You just wait, Wilson. You just wait.
You've made a bad enemy, Wilson. Better say what you come to say and take off in that plane while you can.
Sorry, Croc. You're due to have some other guests. And I want to be here when they arrive.
I ain't expecting nobody.
They're coming by car from Big Town, and I think they want it to be a surprise.
Who's coming by car?
2 of your boys and a girl called Cora May.
Cora May?
Yes.
Come up to the house.
What's the matter with you, Croc? What made you shiver like that?
The sun's gone. It's getting chilly.
That's right. I hear you can't stand the slightest cold.
Yeah. Come on. Come up to the house. I gotta get inside.
Yes, Croc. You'd better, because I think there's a chill wind of death coming down from the north.
Dismal place this is now that the sun's gone down. Even the house is cold, damp, clammy.
Yes, it certainly is, Lorelei. It's because of the swamps all around the land side.
I wonder why Croc picked such a place if he can't stand the cold.
To be safe from his rivals and enemies. The price any gangster pays for his brief hour in the sun. And I'm not being poetic.
Where's he now?
His heating plant has broken down. He's outside tinkering with it. That's why this house is so cold and damp.
Cottonmouth! Go shut that hound up or I'll shoot it. You hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Croc. That hound don't like strangers. He's saying maybe somebody gonna die tonight.
Cut that kind of talk. Go phone town and get somebody out here to fix my heating plant.
They won't come tonight.
Well, phone them anyway and keep that hound quiet.
Looks like you'd have been better off in your suite in the old Grand Hotel in Big Town, Croc.
Yeah. What brought you flying down here in such a hurry, Wilson? You haven't got nothing on me.
No. You've been pretty clever in covering up your racket connections, Croc. But when your front men fall out over the division of your rackets, a lot of things can happen.
What's that, Wilson?
I told you Rocky, Nick, and a girl called Cora May are on their way down here in a car.
So what? My pals drop in every once in a while.
Not unannounced.
They'll be announced before they get within a mile of here.
How do you arrange that?
Cottonmouth's boy lives over by the main road. And nobody comes through the swamp road without his phoning in first.
You really trust your friends and guests, don't you, Croc?
But can you trust Cottonmouth and his son?
I don't have to trust anybody as long as I've got this right.
Oh. So even here, in your so-called tropical paradise, your happy vacation hideaway, you have to carry a gun.
What do you do, Croc? Even sunbathe on the beach with that shoulder holster strapped on you?
Yeah. Now I want to know what brought you 2 news hounds flying way down here.
News hounds are also supposed to have a 6th sense, Croc. Perhaps it's the same thing that's making that hound out there howl at the moon.
What's that, wise guy?
The smell of death.
Cottonmouth, answer that phone.
I heard it. I'm getting it out in the hall.
That may be your guest, Croc. They've had time to get here from Big Town if they drove without stopping.
Shut up, Wilson. If it's Nick and Rocky, tell Judd to let them come on out.
What about the girl called Cora May?
How do you know so much about who's coming?
We
have birdies who tell us when the underworld apes of the big town jungle start fighting among themselves.
What happened up there? Oh, come on, you two, give.
I think you'll get the whole story firsthand in a few minutes, Croc.
And we thought we'd like to be around to see how you handle it.
Get out of here. Go get in that crate and fly out of here, Wilson.
Sorry. That field is too small to take off in the dark. We'll have to wait till morning.
Oh, yeah? All right, Cottonmouth, what goes?
It's them. Cora May's with them.
Okay, so she's with him. What about it?
One of them's dead in the back of the car.
Dead? Which one?
One called Nick.
How'd it happen?
I don't know. I told you not to get my little old Cora May mixed up in no trouble.
Shut up and get out of here. Cora May can take care of herself.
Not if these here newspaper hound dogs get away from here. Write up about this in their paper.
I'll take care of that. Now you go out and meet that car. Make sure Rocky don't come in here carrying a gun.
I'll make plenty sure of that. And as for you, Mr. Wilson...
Yes, Cottonmouth?
Don't you and your reporter gal get no notion of flying out of here. 'Cause I done fixed your plane so's you can't. You understand?
Well, looks like we're going to be in on this whether we like it or not, Steve.
What is Cora May to your bodyguard, Croc?
She's his daughter.
Oh. And you took her up to Big Town and got her mixed up in the racket.
And now, murder.
Shut up. She's no swamp angel. She's a smart, tough dame, and she can take care of herself.
Yes, but can you? Cottonmouth doesn't look much like a father, but he's acting like one. And he's liable to forget he's supposed to be your faithful bodyguard.
Shut up, Kilburn. Now listen, Wilson. You're after a story. I'll make a deal.
What is the deal, Croc?
If Rocky shot Nick, you can have him. Take him back to Big Town with you and get yourself a scoop.
Oh, the old double-cross, Croc. The sellout to save your own rotten hide. No, thanks. There's no room in the press plane for that killer.
Okay. Cottonmouth ain't forgot you took his guns away from him this afternoon. Maybe I can get him to take you hunting in the swamps today.
Hunting what?
Maybe what that hound dog is sniffing in the wind.
Hey, Croc, what's the idea of having a Cottonmouth character taking my heat away from me?
Shut the door, Rocky. Drafts give me a chill, you know that.
Okay, but I want to know what... who's the guy and dame?
Never mind. Where's Cora May?
Out there with that swamp rat. But listen, Croc.
What happened to Nick?
That's what I drove down here to tell you.
All right, tell me.
Nick was crossing you up, getting set to take over.
And you wasn't?
No, I was playing it straight down the line for you all the way.
You're a liar. I know different.
Who told you?
I told him, Rocky.
You told him, you lying two-timing twist. You were playing along with Nick, getting set to cross up me and Croc.
What about that, Cora May?
Croc, honey, you know I wouldn't try anything like that on you. After all you done for me. Took me out of this here swamp to the big city. Give me a good job just watching them city crooks you got working for me.
Don't believe her, Croc. Don't trust her. She's as slippery as her old man and twice as mean.
Listen to him, Croc. He's mad because I wouldn't play with him to cross you up. Hey, who's that snappy gal, Croc? What's she doing here?
Not enjoying the surf and sunshine, Cora May. And you better start talking yourself out of this mess before you get in any deeper.
That's right, Lorelei. I'm afraid that when these three stop talking, there's liable to be shooting.
Who's the big wise guy, Croc?
A newspaper guy from Big Town. Wilson.
Wilson, a racket buster. What's he doing here?
We heard about your little shooting spree at the old Grand Hotel. Heard you were driving south and flew in ahead of you.
Croc, are you nuts letting a nosy in on this?
Forget about Wilson and the Kilburn dame. I got a notion they ain't gonna matter.
Not to you, Rocky.
Why not?
Because Croc has offered you as the fall guy to take back to Big Town for the murder of Nick.
Oh, yeah? Come here, Cora May.
Croc, make him let go. Let him have it.
Break away from him. Get out of the way.
can't get loose.
Come on, honey child. We're going places.
Break away, Cora. Break away.
I can't. Can't. Pappy.
Come on, Croc. You can have her.
Laurel, I see what you can do for that girl.
Yeah, but you stay put, Wilson. Don't open that door again.
Now what, Croc? You shot Cora. Her father shot Rocky, and he's out there with a high-powered rifle.
Shut up, Wilson. If he gets me, he'll get you and Kilburn. He'll get all of us.
That bolted door won't keep him out. This is his jungle, Croc.
Oh, dear. The lights have been cut off.
Yes. Cottonmouth has pulled the light switch or cut the wire. This is his element, Croc. He can strike better in the dark.
Wilson, I'll make a real deal. I got a rifle. I'll give it to you.
No, thanks, Croc. You made a deal that you can't shoot your way out of when you got in the rackets a long, long time ago.
Thus, Steve and Lorelei are caught in the middle of a savage showdown, and for the ironic payoff, we'll rejoin them in a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Keeps you fresh and attractive. Protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to tonight's headline story of Steve Wilson and Lorelei, who have flown 1,000 miles south to cover a gang showdown in tonight's big town story of the Chill of Death.
Wilson, don't pull out of here. Don't leave me alone in this forsaken dump with that crazy swampy waiting for me out there in the dark.
Sorry, Croc, you picked this place for a hideout. You hired Cottonmouth for a bodyguard. And you shot his daughter trying to kill Rocky.
Rocky pulled her in front of him when I shot at him.
That won't matter to Cottonmouth. He hates you like poison for getting Cora May mixed up in the murder of your other gun-goon, Nick.
Steve.
Yes, Lorelei. How's Cora May?
I can't be sure in the dark, but I think she's dead.
That done it, Croc. Now Cottonmouth will hunt you down like the stupid, murderous animal you are.
He hates you too, Wilson. You took his guns away, made a fool of him. You can't do that to a swampy. He'll kill you and Kilburn too.
Not if I can help it. Where's your telephone?
There's an extension phone on a table behind you. By the window.
Thanks.
Well, what are you going to do?
Phone for the local law and... It's all right, Lorelei. He missed me. Hello, operator.
Put down that phone, Wilson. You ain't calling the local cops out here to take me in.
Don't be a fool, Croc. If the police don't come, your pet bodyguard will kill you.
It doesn't matter, Lorelei. This phone is dead.
Dead?
Yes. Cottonmouth must have cut the line when he cut the light wires.
Wilson, I tell you, there's a loaded rifle over the fireplace. Take it. Help me get that crazy fool before he gets us.
No, thanks. Your pal Cottonmouth seems to be able to see in the dark. We're staying right here in this room until daylight.
He'll get us. He'll get all of us.
Quote and unquote.
Keep down, Lorelei. Keep away from the window.
It's getting cold in here. That broken window, I can't stand the night air.
Keep away from that window or you'll never be warm again, Croc. Never bask in the sun of this fool's paradise again.
Hey, the back door to the hall. I didn't bolt it.
It's too late. Get on, Lorelei.
It's too dark. I can't see him, Steve.
Be quiet.
I've come for you, Mr. Croc. seen you shoot my daughter, Cora May. Where are you at? You missed me, you city hound dog. Oh. You're behind that there chair, are you?
Yes, shoot, dope.
Shoot my young'un, will you? Now, where's my young'un? Where's my Cora May? Cora May, you come home, you hear? You come home.
Awful.
Steady, Lorelei. Wait till I light a candle. There's a couple on the fireplace mantel.
All right, but I don't think there's a thing we can do for any of them, Steve.
No. I'm afraid they've played out the old racket game of dog eat dog to the final bitter end. Friends, you know from reading your daily newspapers that what you've just heard has happened many times and will happen again and again so long as racket mobs are allowed to flourish. You can help prevent it by cooperating with your law enforcement agencies, local committees, and by refusing to pay tribute to rackets in any form.
What about next week's big town assignment, Dwight?
Next week, we're going to dramatize another headline story captioned The Deadly Gimmick. But right now, friends, remember, doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Stops BO as no other leading soap can.
Say, Dwight.
Yes, Steve?
Dwight, I'd like to emphasize that purifying ingredient of Lifebuoy's. The doctor's report shows what remarkable properties it has. It's the reason Lifebuoy does all these wonderful things.
Yes, and it makes Lifebuoy milder, too. The purifying ingredient. That's one more reason why Lifebuoy is used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Get Lifebuoy right away. Friends, if you'd like to see what the cast of Big Town and their real counterparts look like, see the exciting story in the April 12th issue of Look magazine, now on the newsstands. The current issue of Look is complete with pictures of Big Town's leading characters and their real-life doubles. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Collin as Lorelei Kilburn, and is written and produced by Jerry McGill.
Lever Brothers Company has amazing news. New 1950 Rinso with Solium. It's here a year ahead of time. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. The sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets white clothes whiter than new, washable colors brighter than new, and keeps them whiter, brighter than any other soap. Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Weiss, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Speak a little, Miss Jordan. To Box 13, care of the Star Times. I'll need your help. I dare not go to the police for reasons I'll explain when you see me. Please come to my office in the security building.
Please come to my office in the security building, signed Douglas McIntosh. Not much of a letter, but then, as the proverb says, great oaks from little acorns grow. And before this was over, The acorn grew into a large, large oak.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Three to Die.
Douglas McIntosh. That's a Scotch name, isn't it?
Ah, you can smell the heather, Susie.
Wonder what he wants.
Well, if this man is the same McIntosh I looked up, he's building that new tunnel under the river.
Gee, maybe he wants you to be a hedgehog.
No, Susie, they're called sandhogs.
Oh, what will they think of next?
Well, I think I'll see what Mr. McIntosh has on his mind. I'll be at the security building, Susie. Security building? Huh. It was the only security I was to know until the whole thing was over. Anyway, I went to McIntosh's office. I was shown right into an oversized man who looked as big as the Washington Monument in tweeds. He didn't waste much time.
So you're the man, eh?
Yes, I'm the man.
All right. You call me Mac. What's your name?
Holiday. Dan Holiday.
All right. Now, Dan, I am in trouble.
Trouble gets around.
Fast. But look here, I'll tell you quick. I'm a contractor. I bid on this new tunnel. Got the bid and posted my bond to finish the tunnel on time.
So far, everything's clear. What now?
Dan, I'm not going to finish in time.
Well, why not?
Now we get to the point, and a sharp point.
You say you're running into trouble?
Aye. Sabotage.
Well, why don't you call the police?
I can't, man. There'd be publicity. Unfavorable. I can't risk it.
Oh, then what's my problem?
Find out who's doing this to me.
You suspect someone of doing it?
Look, man, accidents like we've been having don't just happen. They're made. Broken air hoses, emery in the compressors, hundreds of delays, little things that add up to hours.
Oh, I see.
Another thing. So far, the men working for me think these things are accidents. But the moment they suspect somebody's doing the dirty work in that tunnel, they'd walk out. Sandhagen's dangerous enough itself.
In short, somebody's trying to ruin you.
Exactly. It would ruin me. The contract would go to someone else. They'd not get another contract for years.
But what can I do? I'm not a detective. You see,
I beg your pardon, Mr. McIntosh, but...
Can't you see I'm busy? What do you want?
Telegram. I thought you ought to see it right away.
All right, read it.
Well,
Oh, it's all right. You can talk in front of him. Dan, this is Fred Harris, construction engineer. Harris, Dan Holiday.
I need to know you.
Now, what about that wire?
The last shipment of concrete we ordered was derailed about 200 miles from here.
What? Well, don't just stand there. Get every truck out on the road. Get that concrete here. You ought to have enough sense to think of that without coming to me first. Go ahead, get it down.
Yes, sir.
You see what I mean, Dan? Another delay.
Who's this Harris?
He thinks he's going to be my son-in-law. Also, he thinks an engineering degree makes him a great man, that it takes the place of 15 years of experience.
That's an argument I'd rather watch from the sideline. Well, go on with your story.
Well, we have to finish in 3 weeks or I'll forfeit my contract.
McIntosh told me everything he knew. It wasn't much. Only that whoever was doing the dirty work, causing accidents, delays, had to be working in the tunnel. So we went to the tunnel. But first, before I was taken down into the workings, I was given khaki coveralls and a fiber helmet. And a little metal tag to hang around my neck. Mac explained the tag.
Every sandhog gets one of those. It's got his own number on it.
Well, what's it for?
Ever heard of caisson disease?
Oh, the bends?
Aye. Well, on one side of the tag, it explains the man is a caisson worker working under pressure.
Oh, so if the disease hits him on the surface, he can be given proper treatment.
That's it. There are 6 places in the city where that can be treated. The man is put into a chamber, pressure increased, then gradually decreased.
Like a diver. If he comes up too fast, the nitrogen in his blood is forced into his tissues. Causes pain.
And sometimes worse. You seem to know a lot about it, Dad.
I'm a writer. A writer has to know little about everything.
Then I hope you'll be able to tell me more about what's going on down there. All right, ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Together, Mac and I rode one of the hoists down into the workings. My ears began to pop from the pressure. I swallowed hard to keep them open. Then we came to the bottom of the shaft, about 150 feet below the surface of the ground. Mac looked around for a minute, and then...
Angus! Angus! Here, come here.
A short, powerfully built man walked over to us. He was grinning as he said to Mac,
Ah? What brings the boss into the tunnel?
Angus, meet a friend of mine, Dan Halliday. Dan Angus Campbell, my foreman. Best man in the world in his line.
Aye, the best beside yourself. How do you do, Dan?
How are you, Angus?
First rate. Except we had another little rumpus today, Mac.
What?
Another break in the air hose at the shield. The hose whipped around.
Anybody hurt?
Aye, Phil Evans. Hose got him right in the middle. He's done for this job. Won't work for a month. Broken ribs.
Another one.
Aye. You visiting us here, Dan?
Well, you might call it that.
Dan's a writer. Doing a story on sand hogging. Wants atmosphere.
You'll get it here. You want to see the works?
Show him around, Angus. And be careful of him.
Don't you worry, Mac.
Good. I'll go back to the office now. Come back there when you finish, Dan.
Oh, sure.
It's got him worried, Dan. And little wonder. Every penny he stands to lose. Every penny.
That bad, huh?
Worse. And if I ever catch the one that's doing it, I'll whip him around with me bare hands.
You and Mac seem to be good friends, huh?
I started together 30 years ago in Scotland.
Uh-huh. Well, time's fleeting. Want to show me around?
Sure. Let's get going.
I followed Angus into a big airlock. It was a reinforced concrete compartment with double steel doors. As one door closed behind us, the pressure was built up to equal that in the tunnel. It built gradually. But I knew what would happen if it went down fast. Caisson disease. A terrible, racking pain. Brother, I had a lot of respect for the men who worked down there day after day, taking risks, big chances every time they descended into the workings. Then he opened another steel door, and Angus and I were in the tunnel itself. As soon as my ears became used to the noise, Angus guided me through a small, flat car. We got on and rolled down narrow-gauge tracks to the center of the tunnel.
If you can hear me, this car runs down by gravity. But the handbrake on it to slow it or stop. There's a motor for running back up. Saves time on a job like this.
How long is this tunnel?
This says about a half mile long now.
This side?
Aye. It started on the other bank of the river the same time we did.
Oh. Did you have any trouble over there?
No, only on this side. But we're keeping up with them. I'll keep driving till this thing's finished, accidents or no accidents.
How much time have you got?
3 weeks.
Think you'll make it?
We've got to, or Mac stands to lose every minute. Look, there's the end of the track.
I looked ahead. A tremendous scaffold rose into the air. Men covered it like ants, working with pneumatic drills, shovels, wheelbarrows. Dump trucks ran back and forth, filled with the mud and shale dug out of the wall of earth that lay ahead. I looked up, and I felt a little funny when I realized that right over my head was the river, and lots of clean, fresh air, while down here was nothing but the deafening noise of the hammers, and the thought that death worked right next to every one of these men. Angus noticed me gazing up at the scaffold.
First time you ever saw anything like this, eh?
Yes. What holds all that mud back?
That shield and compressed air.
Air? Just air holding back the river?
Aye. You see, compressed air here in the tunnel is built up to a pressure equal to the pressure that's shoving down from above.
Oh, in other words, if the pressure outside this tunnel is, 45 pounds per square inch, that's the pressure in here.
Right.
This may not be a good question, but what happens if the pressure in here gets less?
We'd be crushed to jelly.
Nice thought.
That's no all. There's always the danger of a blowout.
What's that?
Sometimes we hit a weak spot in the riverbed. The bed won't take all the pressure we've got in here.
And you get a blowout, like a tire blowing out.
Aye. The men, machinery, equipment all blown to the surface of the river and into the air.
Has that ever happened?
Aye. And once, only once, mind you, a man lived to tell about it.
Angus, I take off my hat to you boys down here. 1 million people drive through tunnels every day. Yet maybe not one in 100 stops to think how the tunnel was built. And what it cost. Not only in money, but in injury, in death.
Well, when a man takes to sandhogging, he takes to the danger too, wouldn't he?
Only what?
We've only got the half crew working today.
Oh? Why?
2 men have been killed. Nobody wants to be the third.
Superstition?
Maybe. But lots of the men are staying home until the third. Well, what I said.
Angus showed me the whole thing. Oh, there were a million ways in which someone could sabotage the works. Break an air hose, tamper with compressed air gauges, lots of ways. Then later, Angus took me to a complicated affair. It was like an elevator case. In fact, it was an elevator, as Angus explained.
This is the latest thing. Combination elevator and decompression chamber. Hop in, we'll go back up. We go up slow, Dan. As we go up, the pressure in here is decreased until it's equal to that of the surface.
Oh, then there's no danger of caisson disease.
Not if we go up slow enough. And the pressure's reduced. I set the gauges to do it for us.
Oh, I see.
Well, did you see enough to write your story?
No, I don't think I have. Not yet.
So, you didn't see anything, Dan?
Of course not, Mac. How could I?
I was hoping you might get an idea.
Yeah, but I didn't.
You going back again?
What could I find?
Try it, man.
Oh, but I don't think I could find any.
You advertised adventure. You couldn't get it in a better place.
Yes, I know, but how could I explain myself down there?
You're a writer. Use your imagination, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, suppose I went back there as a worker.
As a sandhog, you mean?
Mm-hmm, that's it.
But you don't know anything about it.
I can handle a hammer, a shovel,
You'd get dirty and tired. Every muscle in your body'd hollow out loud at you.
Well, I can always say I'm doing it for my art. Be a sandhog, see how it feels, then write about it.
By Harry, man, you've got it. All right, then. Starting tomorrow, you're a sandhog.
Oh, that was the way to do it. But when I got home that evening, I thought about it. That huge scaffold. Men scrambling over it, the pressure within the tunnel holding back the tons and tons of mud and soap ready to come in and crush everyone. What if that pressure failed? What if they hit a weak spot in the riverbed and there was a blowout? The more I thought about it, the more inclined I was to... Yes?
Hello, Graham.
Oh. Shove it on the door, will you?
What?
Oh. And what a telegram. It read, save for the fact that I don't want more bloodshed, you'd have gotten yours today. Stay away from the tunnel, or you'll be the third to die.
And now back to 3 to Die, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I showed Mac the telegram the next day, and what he said filled the air with dark blue color for 10 minutes. Then
we could check to see who sent this.
No dice, Mac, I did.
And?
It was sent from a pay phone booth.
I guess you'll be changing your mind about the job now, eh?
What makes you say that?
Well, he's after you, whoever it is.
Yes, I know.
You can back out if you want to.
And what would you think if I did?
Does that make a difference?
No, but there are a lot of men in that tunnel who stand to lose their lives. Mac, you've got to get the police.
I can't, man, I can't. The publicity would ruin me.
All right. Fix it up for me to work down there, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so I became a sandhog. For 3 days, I used muscles that thought they'd gone on a permanent vacation. Well, I woke them up. And they woke me up in the middle of the night, aching. Then one day in the tunnel, I was talking with one of the sandhogs.
You know, Dan, you've done pretty well, considering you're new at this.
Oh, I ache, Joe. I ache all over.
Hey, you'll get used to it.
I don't think so. But, Joe, tell me something.
Sure, what?
What about these accidents down here?
Oh, Dan.
What about them?
Well,
Maybe they're just proud of the job. Well, what do you think?
Some of them weren't just like accidents, that's all. I mean, well, like a hose break. 2 guys been killed.
Now what?
Look out! Hey, you all right?
Yeah, okay. You?
I could have shoved you, Dan. That car would have clipped you in half.
Yeah. Look. Look into the decompression chamber.
Huh? What? Harris? Yeah, Harris.
Oh.
See what I mean? That car didn't look like no accident.
Thanks, Joe. This is one time I can honestly say I was glad I was shoved.
That's okay. You know something? You were almost as safe to die.
Before leaving the tunnel, I ran down to the spot where that car hit the stop bump at the end of the track. It was wrecked. But in the wreckage, I found something. One of the tags, like the one I had. This one had the number 57 on it. I slipped it in my pocket. Maybe one of the sand dogs had dropped it. Then, just as I was about to step into the decompression chamber, Angus Campbell came up to me and...
Your shift's going off, Don?
Yeah, I'm finished for the day. Almost in more ways than one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come on, let's get in. I want to get back up.
All right. Tired?
I'm worried.
I can guess why.
Huh?
Look, I know you're no writing a story on Sandhagen. I know why you're down here.
Oh, you do?
Aye. Max doesn't. I want him to call the police, but he won't.
How did you find out about me?
You've been nosing around, then?
That obvious, huh?
Aye, but be careful, lad. Be careful.
Yeah, I will be.
Joe told me about the car that almost got you.
Somebody sent it down the tracks.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye?
You've been with Mac a long time. 30 years.
30 years. Good ones, bad ones.
And yet you stay with a job.
I could have a top job on the surface.
I see. Angus, got any idea who's doing all this?
No.
Harris?
Huh? Why him?
Mac doesn't like him.
Ah, don't sense that. What point in Harris's ruining his own father-in-law?
Father-in-law to be, Angus.
Still no point?
Then how about the protection insurance to cover the completion bond?
And? You mean Mac might be doing this himself to get the insurance?
Yeah, this could be.
No, lad. The insurance wouldn't half cover the lot. No, that's no it.
And why?
I wish I knew. Competitors, do you think?
Who are they?
Brill and Company. But no, they wouldn't. They'd be too easy to find out. Men got a habit of talking. And talk gets around. No, Dan, that's no them.
And then who and why? And why did someone try to kill me today?
You got the answers to those things, Dan, and you'll have the whole thing. Well, we're up at the top.
I'll walk to the shack with you.
No, I'm going back June.
But I thought you were through for the day.
I've still got lots to do. See you tomorrow.
What Angus said made sense. Couldn't be Mac's competitors, because I checked. They'd been in business a long time, had plenty of money behind them. Had gotten a bid for another job upstate. And Harris? It didn't make sense either. If he was going to be Mac's son-in-law, it just didn't wash that he'd be sabotaging Mac. So I changed clothes, thought a lot, and then went home. Went out to get some dinner when it hit me. First a twinge, and sudden cramps that made me bend over as if someone had folded me inward with a baseball bat. The building started to spin, twist, and it got all nice and dark.
There you are. You're all right now.
I know this isn't very original, but where am I?
Take a deep breath. That's it. Feel better?
Lots. What happened? Couldn't have been anything I ate.
You had the bends.
The bends?
Mm-hmm. The tag around your neck tipped us off you were suffering from caisson disease. So we put you in the chamber. Come on, get up. We may need this chamber for someone else any minute.
You make it sound as bad as the housing situation.
Yes, it is, but you're all right now. Next time, don't come up so fast.
But I didn't come up fast.
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Thanks a million, Doctor. Well, it had me. Good. I knew I came up slowly. Angus had been with me. Oh, but that couldn't be. Not Angus. The next day I went back to the job. I had just put on my coveralls when an idea hit me. I searched in my pocket.
Lose something, Dan?
Huh? Oh, no, Joe.
It's easy to drop something out of these coveralls.
What's the number of your tag, Joe?
Tag? Oh, the one we all wear in case we get the bends on top?
Yeah.
502. Why?
Got it on?
Sure. Always wear it. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Why? What are you getting at?
I don't know. Listen, I'm going back for something I forgot. I'll be a little late on the job. Tell the section boss for me, will you?
Sure. Where you going? You're all hepped up.
Yeah. I guess I am, Joe. I'll be back. I went to see Mac. Told him he'd have to go into the tunnel that day and supervise operations. He thought I was crazy.
Me? What for?
To force your opponents into the open where we can get a shot at them for a change.
I don't get this.
Look, they're going after you, but by accidents. Things like that.
So?
But if you're in the workings, they might be tempted to wreck the entire tunnel with one stroke.
You mean by going after me?
That's it.
You want me to lead with my chin like that? I'll call the whole thing off first. Lose the contracts. Money isn't everything. Exactly.
You're right. But men have been killed down there. You've got to think of their lives, too.
I do.
Then get down with me. End this once and for all. Force them into the open.
You're going, too?
Yeah, because I've got an idea. But I can't prove a thing until we see the last play. I was leading with Mac's chin, and I knew it. But mine was plenty sore, too, and that made me feel a bit better about it. Mac knew he had no choice, and so he decided to go with me into the tunnel. I went to my job, and it was a ticklish feeling knowing that any minute something might happen. Something that would make Joe, Mac, Angus, any one of us the third to die. Or worse. Then...
Hey, Dan. What was something funny?
Funny what?
I could have sworn the mud down here wasn't this deep before.
What do you mean, Joe?
Look. Stand still. Look around. The mud's coming up. It's getting high.
Yeah, it is. Joe, the pressure in here must be going down.
Yes. Dan, if it gets too low, that wall will come in on us. The whole river will be in our laps.
Come on, let's get to the gauges.
Dan, what's the matter?
Pressure's going down in here.
Come on.
There's nothing wrong with the gauges. They read the right pressure.
But they can't. The mud's getting higher.
Look, the men are coming in. They've seen the mud coming up.
These gauges.
Hey, there ain't no air being pumped in. The gauges are stuck. Jammed. Somebody jammed them so anybody reading them will think the pressure was okay.
Get to the emergency compressors.
Pressure's dropping fast. Get to the compressors. Get them on.
I got them.
Watch the gauges.
We're getting pressure now.
What's the matter? What happened? Angus, somebody jammed the pressure gauges. To make it look like we had enough in here.
Tom? Well, save for those emergency compressors, we'd have been done for.
What did you say, Angus?
I said the emergency compressors.
You said save for the emergency. Save for. Funny way of putting it, Angus. Either in words or on a telegram.
What's the matter with you?
Where's your tag?
Huh? Right here?
Yes, with a new chain. So is your tag I picked up in that cart yesterday. The cart that almost killed me.
You're crazy.
And you weren't anywhere around a minute ago.
I was coming in here.
Dan, what you trying to say?
There's your saboteur.
Man, you're crazy. Stop raving crazy.
Yeah? And you went back down yesterday to decompress yourself after I left the chamber. You didn't turn on a decompression valve for me on the way up.
You're crazy, man.
Not crazy, Angus, because you were the only one who could have played that trick on me. Get me out of the way by failing to turn on the decompression valve. You and I were the only ones in that chamber.
Hey, he's running back to the shield.
Get him. Get him before he gets the compressors. You'll wreck him.
Cut him down.
Good.
Dan, I never can thank you enough. But to think that after 30 years Angus would ever do a thing like this.
Mac, don't waste time even thinking about it. Let's go finish this tunnel instead.
Gee, what was the matter with him, Mr. Holliday?
Jealousy, Susie? You see, he'd worked with Mac as a foreman. Then he saw Mac rise from a foreman to the owner of a big company. For 30 years, every day he'd go into the tunnel just an employee, while Mac stayed on top, the big boss.
And it kind of made him, well, jealous, huh?
To put it mildly, yes.
Golly. Well, that makes up my mind for me, Mr. Holliday.
Congratulations, Susie.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I quit.
Huh?
In about 29 years.
Oh. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. Free to Die is an original story by Mr. Sandville, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Park Avenue Pilferers, the burglar king and queen who looted New York City's most luxurious apartments, but who finally got stuck on a dab of wax.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Commissioner, New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Welcome back to Gangbusters, Chief Sullivan.
Thank you, Don Gardner. But before we get started, I think everyone should know that the alertness of another Gangbusters listener has resulted in the capture of a badly wanted criminal.
Yes, Chief Sullivan. Yesterday, a young woman, Mrs. June Cullender of Des Moines, Iowa, recognized Kaz Robert Henderson, a fugitive from Seattle, Washington, through a description of tattoos broadcast on a Gangbusters clue. The fugitive is now in a Des Moines jail, awaiting return to Seattle. We hope to have Mrs. Cullender on the Gangbusters program next week to tell everyone of her experience. Now, about tonight's case, Chief Sullivan. Just before we went on the air, you told me that the gunman type of criminal is actually less troublesome to police than the smooth operator.
Yes, Don Gardner. But brains or brawn, criminals usually have one common characteristic, and that is greed. To show you what I mean, suppose we begin in New York City a few years ago. It was after 4 o'clock in the morning, and the lobby of one of the city's most fashionable Park Avenue hotels was deserted, except for the housemen who were busy cleaning the floors and furniture. The handsome but slightly tipsy young man in top hat and white tie who walked across the lobby toward the desk didn't distract the workers. They had seen too many of the type.
One side, peasants, one side. Make way for the king. Make way for the king. Clear the king's highway. The key to the royal bedchamber, if you please.
Good morning, Mr. Carr.
My key, if you please.
Yes, sir. 432 keys.
The royal bedchamber.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carr. There's no key in the box.
No key? Well, that's perfectly ridiculous, man. There must be a key.
Perhaps, sir, your wife took them both upstairs with her by mistake.
Ah, you have hit the solution. I shall reward you handsomely. But it wasn't by mistake. Queen merely wants to see at what time the king arrives home from his rendezvous with the dancing girls.
Well, that appears to be the answer, Mr. Carr.
And I shall pound upon the door with the fury of a Henry seeking entrance to the boudoir of Aunt Boleyn. Good night, my loyal vassal.
Oh, Mr. Carr.
You speak?
Perhaps I could send a bellman up with a pass key.
Ah, a noble plan. I'll reward you twofold.
Front boy.
We shall foil the plot of the wicked queen. See? One of my grenadiers in uniform approaches.
Oh, yes, sir?
Boy, take the pass key up and let Mr. Carr into 432.
Oh, yes, sir. After you, sir.
Oh, I am not above my officers. We shall walk arm in arm.
Yes, sir.
Oh!
You have to watch it, sir. Watch it.
Rough terrain.
Kind of a rough night, too, huh?
Rough. Absolutely wild.
Now, watch your step getting on the elevator there.
Yes, I shall reward you handsomely also.
4.
Handsome chariot. Rise, rise, rise to the heights.
Yeah, only to the 4th floor, sir.
Oh, well spoken, lad.
I know. You shall reward me twofold.
Tenfold.
Okay, King, let's go. In yon direction, King.
You know, it's a wonder how I can feel so good and so bad all at the same time.
Well, it's no wonder to me, King.
We approach.
Okay.
Try to keep gently, lest we awaken the queen.
She's got the double lock on, Kingy. You're out of luck. It's okay.
Bully, lad, bully.
Okay, watch your step, King. I'll get the light.
A noble gesture, my...
Uh-oh. The queen is in the parlor.
Well, Andrew, are you dressed to go out tonight or last night?
We're just out for a walk around the block, my dear. Oh, excuse me.
Andrew!
Well, how do you like that?
Do something.
Well, he's only passed out, lady.
Do something quick.
Well, he's got to sleep it off.
Oh, Andrew, speak to me.
He'll be all right.
Run and get some ice quick.
Yeah, but lady,
Run and get some ice.
Yeah, all right. He'll be okay. Don't worry.
Andrew, speak to me. Speak to me.
Hi, baby.
Like a child.
Did you leave the key in the door?
Yeah.
Grab it fast.
Neat trick, Andy.
How about the wax?
Got it.
Okay, now let's get busy. We've got about a minute to make an impression of that key before he gets back. 50 grand is what to be good for. At least 50 grand.
It was a real neat trick, Andy.
Talent, baby, talent. That's all it takes.
Hello?
Lieutenant Hanson?
Yeah?
Oh, this is Will.
Will?
A bellhop at the park edge.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry if I woke you, but you said call any time, so I'm calling.
That's all right, Will. What's up?
I think I got some information for you, Lieutenant.
Oh?
Yeah. I think a guy registered here got a wax impression of the pass key. The key looked like it had some wax left on it. Shall I light a match to it?
No. We'll take care of that. You know who it was, Will?
Yeah, a guy named Andrew Carr in 432. He's supposed to be from Chicago. He looked like a phony to me. The minute I saw him, he looked phony.
All right, Will. Just take it easy. Just tell me what happened.
Well, he walks into the lobby a little after 4. Loaded, see? Or making like he was loaded. He walks up to the desk and asks for his key. But there's no key in the box, see? So the clerk gets the pass key and has me take him up.
Andy, you finished shaving?
Yeah, baby.
Breakfast here. I poured the coffee.
Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, what a life. Room service, class galore.
Oh, it ought to be good at $20 a day.
Well, every enterprise has got to have its investment, baby. This one will pay off. Want the cherry off my grapefruit?
Thank you.
Yeah, I hate to leave this comfort. Oh, takes this grapefruit.
Then we're checking out today?
Well, we got what we came after, didn't we? This trip, I mean. That little piece of wax is worth 50 grand at least. Pass the shirt, will you?
Yeah.
After breakfast, I want you to take that wax down to Harry and let him make up the key.
Okay.
Then we'll try it on our door here before we check out. You know, it's too bad, baby.
What's too bad?
It's too bad we just can't back a truck up to the hotel. As long as we're going to clean the place out, we might as well do a good job.
Oh, honest, Andy. Aren't you ever satisfied?
Satisfied? We're on a gravy train, baby. Nobody ever had a sweeter racket.
Well, I think we just ought to enjoy things a little bit.
What's the matter? Aren't you enjoying yourself now? Breakfast in your room? What else do you want?
They only have to get us once. That's all. Just once.
Don't worry about it, baby. It gives you wrinkles. How could it be safer? Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Carr of Chicago check out today. The hotel forgets about us. In a couple of weeks, if a few of the suites here are burglarized, nobody gets a connection. Well, eggs a la reine. Now, isn't that a nice way to start the day?
Lieutenant Hanson. Oh, hello, Chief. Well, I'd say it looks pretty good. We put a surveillance on the... Oh, come in, Ryan. Ryan just walked in, Chief. If anything looks hot, I'll call you back. So long.
Hi, boss.
That was the chief calling from downtown.
He's anxious, huh?
Well, after about 50 apartment house and hotel room burglaries, wouldn't you be anxious, too?
I am anxious. But I won't be for long.
You think they're right, huh?
Right as a 2-story flat in Elmhurst.
Good, let's have it.
They're registered under the names of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Carr, Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
They call Chicago. There's no such address as the one they give on Michigan Boulevard.
Uh-huh.
He stayed in the room this morning. She went out. I put Adler to following her.
And?
The lady went over to Lexington Avenue, down into the subway station, took the local to Grand Central, and changed for an express. She got off at Canal Street and went upstairs. She turned the corner into Lafayette, went into a hardware store. A hardware store owned by one Harry Nelson.
Anything on Nelson?
The safe and loft squad knows him. He did 2 to 5 in Sing Sing for unlawful entry. Picked up 4 times on suspicion of receiving since. Each case dismissed in felony court for want of evidence.
You think friend Harry is making their pass keys from the wax molds?
I'd venture a guess.
Did she wait for the key?
Apparently not. She wasn't in there more than 5 minutes. As soon as Adler called me, I sent Sherman down to maintain a surveillance of the hardware store.
What about the girl?
She hopped in a cab and went to Saks Fifth Avenue. Adler stayed right behind her. She took the elevator to the beauty parlor where she now reposes.
And Adler?
He reposes there, too. He just phoned me. The girl's a regular customer of the Saks beauty parlor. She's known to them as Mrs. Mona Davis of 1642 Buchanan Avenue, the Bronx, from which address she has a charge account, pays her bills regularly.
All right, send somebody to take over from Adler.
Okay.
I want him to check around that Bronx address.
Okay, boss. Well, looks like we got a line on the right people, huh?
Maybe.
Maybe. What are they doing? Checked into the hotel with a phony name and a phony Chicago address. What does she visit a shady hardware guy for? It all adds up?
Yeah. Keep them under surveillance, Ryan. We can't walk in on these people and arrest them for burglary with just this to go on. We've got to nail them with some of the goods on them, otherwise we've got no case.
Okay, boss. Say, that's a pretty smart kid, this bellhop, huh?
Oh, yes. That reminds me of something I want to do.
What?
I want to see the manager of that hotel again. I want to see if we can get a few of our people under the staff there for a couple of days. They might not try to use that pass key for a few weeks, but I want somebody on the inside just in case. Come on, let's go.
Right with you, boss.
So, Don, the detectives came across a bit of information that was soon to develop into a case against the suspects. But many days of patient waiting were in store for the police before a lost trail and a train whistle would bring the end of the case into view.
You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that several teams of detectives were put to work gathering all sorts of information on Andy and Mona.
That's right, Don. And by the time the suspects checked out of their hotel late that afternoon, Lieutenant Hanson already knew more about the couple than they knew about each other. In an effort to catch them in the act of committing burglary, skillfully operating detectives were close behind when Andy and Mona left their permanent apartment in the Bronx early the next morning and rode downtown in a taxicab. Still other detectives watched the cab pull up in front of Harry's hardware store and saw Mona get out alone and walk into the store.
Hello, Harry.
Mona, sweetheart.
Is it ready, Harry?
Sure, baby, it's ready.
All right, let's have it.
That's no reason to be in a hurry, sweetheart. Let's talk it over.
But I told you, Andy's waiting.
Andy's been on the gravy train too long. You go out and tell him this key'll cost him $5.
$5?
In plain language, sweetheart, $500.
That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? What good would you two be without me to make them keys? You wouldn't be no good at all. Now go out and tell Andy.
Harry, please.
You can't soft-soap me, sweetheart. I know where the body's buried. Without $5, no key, no mold,
No hat full of jewelry.
Harry, you better not.
Okay, hold it. Customer.
Good morning. Have you got any...
Just a minute, mister. The ladies first.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, lady. That's the only size we got.
Well, I'll see if it's okay with my husband. He's right outside.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll be right back.
Okay, mister?
They'd like to see a lock.
There's all kinds of locks.
For my tool shed.
Oh. Maybe I got something. Maybe. Take your pick. The price is the mark.
2.5 for this one?
That's what it's marked, ain't it?
Awful lot for locks.
There's other locks there, better, cheaper. Look 'em over.
Yeah, thanks.
I brought my husband with me.
I still ain't got the size you want.
Well, let's see what you do have.
How much is this lock, mister?
The price is marked on it.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
And you look the locks over, mister. I got to show these people some merchandise.
Yeah, go right on. I got plenty of time.
This way, please, lady.
Maybe I can use the size you showed my wife, if the price is right.
In here.
Thank you.
All right, Harry. What's this, about $500?
You want the key? That's what it'll cost you.
Give me back my mold.
I meant to tell you, Andy, the mold got ruined in making the key. First time it ever happened to me.
You little swindler, I ought to...
Andy.
Business is business, Andy.
Now, listen to me. If you think you're getting away with this larceny act, think again.
Andy, you got a sweet little racket. Who knows how much you clean up? But it wouldn't be worth a nickel without me or somebody like me to make the keys. So I figure I'm entitled to some consideration. Not a lot, just 5 bills worth.
Let's get out of here, Andy. Forget it.
Forget nothing. No cheap hustler's going to take me over the coals.
If you want the key, Andy, consider yourself took.
All right, Harry. You got your 5 bills. But it's the last business we ever do.
Lieutenant Hanson.
Ryan, boss.
Yes, Ryan. Let's have it.
They flagged a cab in front of their pop and rode down to the hardware store. I went inside to buy a lock. Looks like they had a little bit of trouble with Harry.
What kind of trouble?
I think he tried to hold him up for the key.
Uh-huh.
And it looks like he got away with it. He was in a pretty good mood. He came back to wait on me. Hey, you know, boss, he got some bargains down there in locks. I picked up a neat one for $1.98.
Ryan, where'd they go from there?
Yeah, this was a sort of a... Oh, yeah, well, they had a cab waiting. Adler and Mackey are behind them. I told Mackey to keep on top of the couple and Adler to bring in the cab driver when they drop him.
Okay. You get yourself in here, Ryan. I want to talk to you.
Go up 5th, driver.
Yeah.
Let us off in the corner of 57th.
I got you.
Look, Andy, as long as we're leaving town, we ought to get rid of the stuff.
Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Andy, listen to me, will you? We're leaving town. Why don't we wait until we go to Florida or someplace before we try to sell any more of that stuff? It's too dangerous here in New York.
You think we're going to travel on air?
We've got cash. Plenty of cash. You know we have.
I got to make up that 500. Now, remember, when we get in the jewelers, the ring is an heirloom. Your grandmother left it to you.
Okay. Well, at least we're leaving. That's something.
Sure, we're leaving. After I do a little more business.
Andy, you're not thinking of going back to the hotel before we leave. The key will be just as good when we get back.
In 3 months, the hotel could burn down.
But, Andy, it's only yesterday we checked out. They'll remember us.
Well, I'm only thinking about it, baby. That's all. Just thinking about it.
Okay, boss. I sent Wallach over to the jewelry store to pick up the ring.
Good boy. Well, the best I can make out, it came out of the Central Park South job. Mrs. Weston.
Mrs. Weston will be delighted. Not to mention her insurance company.
Mm-hmm. As soon as the ring gets here, call Mrs. Weston to come down and see if it's hers, huh?
Sure. Well, at least that gives us a receiving and concealing charge against them.
I don't want them for any 1 to 2, Ryan. We'll stay with it until we can nail them for first-degree burglary at least.
Well, if you got nothing else, boss, take what you got.
Besides, we might have trouble making a receiving charge stick. They can claim they bought the ring from a friend, they found it on the street, anything.
This Andy character knows the ropes.
He should, with his record.
When we get them, let's get them good. Then we...
Busy, Lieutenant?
Now, come on in, Adler.
I got the hacky outside. Hi, Ron.
Adler?
Did you get anything out of him?
He couldn't hear their conversation while they were driving. The hack's a 1942 job.
Yeah, they're about as quiet as Ebert's Field on payday.
Well, when they stopped down there at the hardware store, she goes in by herself.
Yeah, I saw her.
Well, she comes out right away. Driver hears her tell Andy he wants $500 for the key.
Oh, so it was that.
Andy about blows his top. He tells the hacky to wait.
Wait a minute. Lieutenant Hanson. Oh, hello, Mackie. Where? That's so. To where, do you know? All right, stick with them. I'll send Adler over to meet you. Don't let them get away. We're coming down the wire.
What is it, boss?
They're buying railroad tickets.
To where?
He doesn't know yet. They're waiting in line to be called. Adler.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get down to the Consolidated Ticket Office, 47th Street. Mackie says there's a big line. They'll be there another 10 minutes at least.
Right.
You and Mackie stay with them. Okay, get going.
What about the cab driver?
Ask him to wait. I'll talk to him in a minute.
Right, sharp. I'll call, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Well, boss?
Well, yourself.
If they get on the train, there goes your beautiful case right out the window.
Well, maybe the tickets are for 2 weeks from now. Who knows? Andy's got a lot of money invested in that key.
I know guys that keep pass keys in their pockets for months before they try them. Now, if they're going to Florida or someplace and you want me to stick close to them, I'll just get my fishing tackle out of the attic, throw a few things in the
They're
suitcase.
not going anyplace.
No, huh?
No. If they do a job, we got them. Otherwise, we'll pull them off the train and try to stick them with the receiving and concealing charge.
Thought you didn't want them for 1 to 2, boss.
Well, it's a lot better than nothing. Come on. Let's talk to that cab driver.
Sergeant Ryan.
Hello, Ryan Adler. Where's the lieutenant?
He's out. What's up?
That train tickets are for tonight.
Uh-oh.
11:31 on the coast, special to Miami. Bedroom A, car 381 from Penn Station.
Where are they now?
They're having a hot chocolate in the tea room.
With a marshmallow?
No, with whipped cream.
Nice people.
Awful nice people.
Okay, you and Mackie stay with them. Looks like we'll have to grab them when they get on that train.
Lieutenant?
Yes?
Adler. Mackie and I are at Penn Station.
Already?
They must not want to miss that train. They checked their bags, then went into the restaurant.
Well, all right. Stay on top of them, Adler. Ryan and I will be down to help with the pinch just before the train pulls out.
Gotcha, Lieutenant. Wait a minute. There's Mackie outside the booth. Hold on just a minute. What?
Adler.
Lieutenant, we lost them.
You what?
Mackie says they ducked out of the restaurant. Went into the subway station going uptown. The doors closed before he could make it.
All right, get this. Have Mackie stick there. Tell him to get out the bags they checked and go through them. You hop in a cab and meet me at the entrance to the Park Edge Hotel in 10 minutes. You got that?
Yep, I'll see you.
Ryan. Sergeant Ryan.
What's up, boss?
Come on, let's go.
Sure, where?
I think Andy and Mona are on their way to make the hotel.
You're kidding.
They've got an hour and a half before the train leaves, and Andy's just the kind of guy who doesn't let grass grow under his feet.
Here's what we're after, baby.
Gee, it's gorgeous.
I'll say. Bracelet alone is worth 10 grand. Okay, let's go. Hope these people are having a nice time at the theater. They're sure not going to be happy when they get home. Hold it.
Okay.
Open the door, take a look in the hall. Then head for the stairs. We'll go up a flight and take room 423.
Andy, please. We'll miss our train.
Open the door, baby.
Looks okay. Please, Andy, enough's enough. We've only got a few minutes.
Okay. We'll take the elevator and get on out. I'll ring.
Andy, we're back here too soon. Much too soon for me.
What's the matter with you? In 2 minutes, we'll be out of the front door and on our way to Florida. This was one of the best yet.
The elevator.
Down, free.
Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right.
We don't have much time, dear.
Well, don't worry, darling. We'll make the train.
Excuse me, trains run on standard time, you know, not daylight savings.
Yes, we know. Thank you very much.
Main lobby.
Go on, honey.
I hope we're not spotted by any of the help that knows us.
Don't worry about it. Just head for the street. We're a cinch.
Evening, Mr. Carr.
Oh, Andy.
Quiet. Hello there.
Remember me? The bellhop that fixed you up that night. Boy, were you a mess. A royal mess. You been feeling okay lately?
Oh, yes, fine, young man.
I thought you'd be back in Chicago by now.
Well, we flew up to Boston and back. We just stopped by to see some friends between planes.
Oh, well, have a good trip. You too, lady.
Thank you. We will.
Come on, dear. Good night.
Good night. And watch your step, Your Majesty.
Yes, good night.
Thanks a lot, Will.
Well, Lieutenant. Hey, they're going out the door. They'll get away.
I don't think so. Reception committee is waiting.
Oh, good. I was worried for a second.
Confidentially, it's better evidence if we arrest them after they leave the building with the stolen goods. Well, I want to be in on this.
Yeah, me too. Can I?
Why not? It's your case. Come on.
Yes, sir. I'm right with you.
That, Don, was how these slick jewel thieves were finally arrested with the goods. It was the result of diligent and patient police work following a tip from an observant citizen. Nearly $250,000 of loot was recovered from the persons of these thieves and from the bags they had checked at Penn Station. It was all returned to the rightful owners, and the criminals were given maximum terms to serve in New York State institutions.
Well, thank you, Chief Sullivan, for this extraordinary case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the detectives who participated in the investigation and arrest. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Arnold Moss and Les Damon in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you're up against something over your head and need help that's strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Mr. Valentine, let's see if you're as good as your ad says. I am up against something that's over my head. A river. The river my company's trying to push a tunnel under. But we're getting nowhere fast. And I hate to think what the reason would be. If you figure you can help...
If you figure you can be of help, I assure you we won't haggle about price. It's signed, William Kane, President.
Kane and Bowers Tunnel Construction, huh?
Now, I wonder where I could find a diving suit with the new look.
Now, seriously, Brooksy, you must mean the West End Tunnel, the one they're having all the trouble with breakthroughs and cave-ins.
I could drop in at the Globe department store.
Okay, Angel, okay. But this seems like a job for an engineer, not for me.
Well, there's still no harm in talking to the nice man who insists he's not going to haggle about price.
As long as you insist on being mercenary, let's get going.
Valentine, you don't know how much it means to a former sand hog like me to wind up building his own tunnel.
I think I can imagine, Mr. Kane.
He's like a kid with a chemistry set, suddenly finding out he's discovered the atomic bomb.
I realize this tunnel project's a pretty big thing, and you've had more than your share of hard luck.
Yeah, way more than my share.
What did you mean in your letter that you hate to think what the reason for these accidents might be?
Well?
I suppose I gotta tell you.
Oh, now look, Kane, if it comes that hard, maybe you want this letter back so we can forget the whole thing.
No, it's just that it's tough putting it into words.
Yeah?
Yeah. Me and my partner, Jim Bowers, we drove tunnel all over the world. Started as muckers, shoveling mud and slime. Got to be miners together, using dynamite and drills when you didn't even know what was going to happen next under the river. You'd think you'd get to know a guy after going through all that with him.
Well, let's be blunt and put it this way, Kane. You suspect your partner, Bowers, is holding up the works here, is that it?
Yeah, but I gotta be sure.
What makes you suspect him at all?
I found out that the company we outbid to get this job made Jim a big offer to come with them.
But if he's a partner here, what's the percentage for him in a deal like that?
Well, Jim's always resented that I'm better suited to run the front office up here while he has to work with the men.
Oh, I get it.
So if he could bunch up this job, we lost it to the Cameron Construction Company, they'd take him in there as a big shot.
Well, you certainly must have talked this over with Mr. Bowers.
Yeah, I did, miss, and they said that he turned the camera and offer down flat. But how can I be sure? Now all these accidents.
With Bowers always on the spot to make them happen, if that's what he wanted.
Frankly, Valentine, I don't even know how you can help me. Sandhogs are a clannish crowd. You can't go wandering around down that tunnel snooping around.
Well, Mr. Kane, suppose you let me give it some thought.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
How'd you like to buy a for instance?
Okay, Brooksy, I'll buy.
Well, for instance, if you were a reporter and I were a photographer, we could be doing a story for a national magazine. That would get us down into the tunnel to snoop.
Say, that might be an idea at that. Then you could look around. I'll tell Sanders to expect
Oh,
you.
now, wait a minute. Hey, look, Brooksy, that's a good for instance, all right. But this business of we...
Of course I meant we. Why do you think I came up with the idea?
Okay, you arrange it, Kane. I think we're going to take a crack at it.
Just how far down does this elevator go, Mr. Sanders?
About 30 feet, miss.
Oh, well, that's not too bad, is it, George?
Oh, no. That part of it's all right. I'm thinking of what happens later.
What are you so smug about? What do you know that I don't know?
Hey, you want to tell the lady what happens next, mister?
Well, miss, it's getting into the tunnel that you've got to worry about.
Oh?
There'll be about 40 pounds of pressure per square inch on you down there. That's why if we get to the bottom, you still got to sit a half hour in the manlock.
Manlock? What's that?
It's kind of a sealed-up room, miss. We keep shooting pressure into that while you just sit. That's so it ain't so bad for you when you get into the tunnel. Get it?
I got it.
To put it more concisely, my sweet, unless they're very, very careful, the pressure of the river would come down on you and flatten you out like a jellyfish.
Oh, lovely thought.
Well, here we are. Hey, Charlie, come here. We got visitors. A reporter and a young lady to take pictures.
Oh, visitors, huh?
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Kane knows about it.
In that case, I'd better sit in the lock with them.
Yeah, you better warn the boys. Put their shirts on, Charlie. Ladies' Day.
Right here, folks.
Okay.
All right, step in.
Thank you.
Hey, looks like a bank vault.
Yeah, almost. Important thing is to seal it airtight. You'll see what I mean when I close this door.
George, what's that?
Huh?
That's the air from the tunnel coming in through this valve, lady. When the pressure in here is the same as it is out there, that big door opens by itself. Then you're ready to go under the river.
Won't you sit down, Miss Brooks?
Yeah, it usually takes about a half hour.
Oh.
Just about a minute more now.
You all right, Brooksy?
I'm just swell. But my ears...
It's even worse coming out. You're in too much of a hurry. That's when you can get the chokes and the bends.
Nothing like having things to look forward to.
You'll have to put these little metal tags around your neck.
Huh?
What are these, Charlie?
All sandhogs wear them. It's in case you're found staggering around. Tells the cops not to throw you in with the drunks, but to rush you back here to this decompression chamber. If they don't waste much time, you'll probably live.
Oh, goody.
Hey, you sound like an old sandhog yourself, Charlie. You can't stay away from tunnels, huh?
Old, Mr. Valentine? I'm just like Jack Benny. I'm still 38. I was the same age when I helped build the Holland Tunnel back east. Just got out here a few months ago. Well, that's that. There goes the door. It's okay for you to go into the tunnel now.
All right. Come on, Brooksy.
It's like the inside of a furnace in here.
But there's all this nice water to slush through.
Golly.
That ought to help keep cool things off.
George.
Hey, you can still put your bank in there with Charlie.
Oh, no. I was just thinking of my nylons. Let's go.
Okay, everybody, clear. We're blasting.
Blasting, George.
Go ahead, Hagen. All right, let
we can go up to the other... Hey, where'd you two come from?
You Bowers?
Yeah, what are you doing down here? With a girl to bring me more trouble.
Trouble?
Look, Mr. Kane said it was all right for me to do a story about the tunnel. The young lady is here to take the pictures.
Story? That all Kane's got to think of up there? I'd like to go up and tell him a few things.
Howard!
Hey, what's going on?
Howard!
Yes?
Got a breakthrough at the tunnel head.
What?
Yes. Bad this time. The scaffolding came down with a lot of guys on it.
Scaffolding come down on every job.
Young Davis is down there, caught under all that rock and sand. We got to get him out.
I'll get the ambulance, Harrigan. But you get back there. Patch up that break. Go on.
Davis wouldn't be there now, Bowers, if you sent that gang up tunnel far enough when the blast come off.
Look, Sandhog, don't tell me how to build a tunnel.
I'll tell you anything I want.
Okay, if you want to play pick yourself up and do what I said. Okay, reporter, there's a story. How we lost another day.
Yeah, what about the man you just lost?
This is one accident they won't blame on me. A woman in the tunnel's the worst jinx there is. Kane knows that. Well, I got to phone upstairs for an ambulance.
Well, I see the two partners are working late tonight. That's good.
Valentine.
Did you get a good story out of that accident today?
Now, look, let's stop kidding each other. You know I'm not a reporter, Bowers.
I wasn't born yesterday. I know Kane had you checking on me.
Why shouldn't I? You know we can't go on much longer this way, and you're in charge. A little bribe from the Cameron Company, and you...
Another crack like that, and I'll fix you.
Okay, break it up, boys. Break it up. Let me do some talking. What I have to say will be short and to the point. Yeah. I did some checking today. Bowers isn't the only one who might profit by these accidents. You could too, Kane.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Let's hear some more.
I had a talk with the city engineer. He said he doesn't know how you can do this job on the bid you put in.
I admit I was figuring close to the line, but we would have made it if things went right.
So the boy in the stiff shirt comes up with another bad deal, huh?
And, Kane, you had the foresight to take out insurance to protect you in case you went broke building this tunnel.
Well, that's a natural precaution.
Oh, yeah. But it was a personal insurance policy, taken out in your name, not for the firm.
What's that? Jim, I know how you've been spending money, so I paid the premiums, but I was only thinking of the company.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, Kane. The insurance company would pay off if none of these accidents could be traced to you, and you'd be saved from a ruinous bid.
Yeah, but that's how it might look.
Gentlemen, look, if there's one thing I don't like, it's to be kidded along. Now, do you still want me to find out what's behind those accidents?
I have nothing to fear, Valentine. That's why I hired you.
I know I'm clean. Go right ahead, Valentine.
Okay. If you're sure that's what you want.
Of course.
You heard what I said.
Yeah, but just remember, if I dredge up something from the bottom of that river that you don't like, you're the guys who ordered it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about parlor pastimes. Remember this game a few years ago? Somebody would say, knock, knock, and you'd say, who's there? Many a good gag and many a laugh came out of this game. But at the same time, there was another kind of knock, knock that was no laughing matter. For it was in your car's engine. And engine knocking often caused overstress of parts, severe temperatures, waste of power and gasoline. Today, motor fuel engineers have this problem under control. At Standard of California, they blended several different gasolines into one great motor fuel, Chevron Supreme gasoline. Laboratory tests and road tests prove that premium quality Chevron Supreme burns smoothly, has high anti-knock value. In your new car or an older one, try Chevron Supreme yourself. Besides anti-knock value, you'll find it has all the qualities your car needs for good going. You can get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and $1 million tunnel burrowing deep under a riverbed. A series of unexplained accidents that stopped the job cold. Why? That's the answer George has to supply. But so far, all he's learned is the rather startling fact that both partners in the contracting firm of Kane and Bowers have their own good reasons for wanting to see the tunnel left unfinished. Right now, George and Claire have just entered Hogan's hog pen hangout of the Sandhogs, where Big Bill Kane is talking to his workers.
And I know we've been falling behind down in the tunnel, but you know Jim Bowers and me were sandhogs ourselves. We can lick this job, and I've even hired Valentine here to make sure about them accidents. Now, here's an offer. You make up for lost time, and I paid time and a half to every man from then on.
I could swallow that better, Brooksy, if I didn't know about that insurance policy Kane took out.
Yeah.
Now, look, boys. That offer my partner just made you suits me, too. Just wanted you to know.
I could swallow that easier if I didn't know about the offer Bowers got from that other construction company.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I still have my doubts.
Oh, it's our cheerful old friend from the Manlock.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Kane. I like making extra money. But when a job like this gets off on the wrong foot, it never straightens out.
All right, Charlie, you're just getting the jitters.
All right, go on and laugh. But I wouldn't be surprised that if we pushed that tunnel another 50 yards, we'd run into a ledge of gravel and hardpan. Boulders will never get past. Just more trouble.
Now, what we want to know from you boys is, are you with us or not? Oh, fine. That's all we want to hear. The drinks are on Kane and Bowers. Go and get it.
Come on, Brooksy.
Where are we going, George?
Just riding a hunch. We've got to be someplace before 5 o'clock.
I wish you'd hurry, Mr. Valentine. You know the Bureau of Harbors and Waterways closes at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, sure. Be through in a minute. Yeah, I think I found the map I wanted.
Topographical survey, riverbed, section B, Oleander through Perry Street.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's just where the tunnel is being built, George.
Huh? Very interesting. Yeah, and this would be around Pier 19.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure, Brooksy. But we're going to ride that hunch a little harder. Hey, you the watchman on this pier, Pop?
Yep, been here for the last 15 years.
Huh? Hey, would you tell me something?
Yeah?
Those white bubbles coming up there in the river.
Yeah, that's why they're working on a new tunnel, son. That's as far as they got in all these months.
Yes, we've read they're having a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and they keep working day and night, too. Can always tell by the position of that trawler out there just where they're working.
You don't say.
Yep, she's there every night, too. Sort of keeps right ahead of the tunnel. I can tell that by the bubbles that come up out of the water.
I wonder what the trawler has to do with the tunnel.
Yeah, I don't know. Man goes over the side in a diving suit every night. Suppose that's got something to do with the tunneling job, though. Probably he's kind of a traffic cop down there. Clears out the fish so that they can go ahead.
Traffic cop, huh? Hey, Pop, you've been a great help. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now where, George?
Angel, what do you say I hire a motorboat and we take a nice romantic ride on the river?
Okay, George, I agree with you. A trawler on top of the river has nothing to do with the building of a tunnel under the riverbed.
Then, Brooksy, why is it here every night, always just ahead of the shield of the tunnel? That's more than a coincidence.
There it is, up ahead.
Uh-huh.
What are we going to say to whoever's aboard? May we drop up for a cup of old-fashioned clam chowder?
If you don't mind, young lady, I'll do the talking.
As always.
Hey, up there. Hey, can we come aboard?
Anybody home?
No, and get away from here.
Well, the truth is we ran out of gas.
Didn't
and we
you
thought...
hear me? I said get on your way.
Well, surely you can spare enough gasoline
I
just...
see you didn't understand what I said.
George!
Hey, what are you trying to do?
Next time I won't miss. Now get away from here and spare.
George, what's going on around here?
Look, Brooksy, I caught the name on that trawler. It's the Martha M. Tomorrow morning, first thing, check on the registry. See who owns her. Then pick me up at the tunnel.
You were down in the tunnel early this morning, Mr. Valentine.
I had to look around, Charlie. How long have I been sitting here in the manlock?
Oh, just about 15 minutes.
Seems like I just got in here. And Charlie, I don't feel so good.
You'll be okay. You're an old hand at this now. You've been up and down here a couple of times.
But it seems like I got hammers in my head, beating away. And you look like 6 guys lined up 6 miles away.
You'll be okay when you get some fresh air.
Hey, look, officer. I know where I want to go. Help me, will you?
Yeah, you need a lot of help, mister. I've been watching you weaving down the block.
I'm very sick. I feel rotten.
I wonder why.
I think I got the bends.
Yes, and you've been bending over the bar too much.
Hey, take me back, officer. The tunnel.
There's only one place I'm taking you, to jail, so you can sleep it off. Come along with you now.
Look, Mr. Kane. Mr. Bowers, I know Mr. Valentine was here at the tunnel this morning.
Okay, but what you so excited about, Miss Brooks?
He was supposed to meet me at the shaft, and he never would have gone without leaving some kind of message.
I wouldn't worry about Valentine.
I found out what he wanted to know, and he was waiting for that information.
Information about the tunnel?
What kind of information?
I'll let Mr. Valentine tell you. Do you mind if I use your phone?
No, go right ahead.
Hello? Police headquarters? Let me talk to Lieutenant Riley. Okay, I'll wait.
Look, we hired your boss so we could keep this thing confidential.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's forget about ethics, boys. The man who's among the missing is someone I happen to care a lot about. Hello? Oh, Lieutenant Riley, this is Brooksy. Oh, I need your help. I can't find George. Oh, look, Lieutenant, will you check the jails and the hospitals and see what you can come up with? Oh, believe me, Lieutenant, I know what I'm talking about.
We traced him down for you, lady, but you're not taking him out of here.
Okay.
Brooksy, my
Oh,
head.
take it easy, darling.
Best thing is to let him sleep it off.
Can't you see this man is sick? He's got the chokes, the bends. We've got to get him back to that decompression chamber at the tunnel.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, well, I'll show you. Wait a minute. Look, this tag here around his neck.
I can't breathe.
Oh, so they took it off him. Well, here, they gave me one, too. Here, read it.
Huh? This man is a sand hog. Decompression chamber. Rush.
Yeah.
Okay, lady, you win. And I hope we make it.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Hey, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock, George. That's why you're feeling so much better.
Oh. Hey, but what happened?
Well, you were down in the tunnel this morning, and you must have come up too quickly. That's why they picked you up in the street wandering around.
Oh, yeah. I remember coming up. Then everything suddenly going blank.
I got all the dope on that trawler, the Martha M.
Yeah?
Well, it has nothing at all to do with the tunnel. It's registered in the name of C.W. Egan and his wife, Martha M. Egan.
Oh, yeah, and the Egans were out fishing. C.W. in a diving suit and Martha M. with a rifle instead of a rod and reel.
George, there's something else.
No, there couldn't be.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
Oh, what kind of accident?
I don't know.
Let me get over to that phone on the wall, Brooksy. I want to talk to Kane.
Okay, George.
Hello.
Yeah? Hello?
Bill Kane?
Yeah.
This is Valentine, Kane.
Yeah, Valentine. We're having a lot of trouble. You okay?
Oh, sure, just dandy.
Heard you had a narrow escape.
Oh, what kind of accident was it now?
The whole tunnel nearly got flooded.
Yeah?
Yeah, just a good thing the new ship wasn't in yet. Poor Charlie, the lock tender, got killed.
Charlie?
Nobody will ever know why he was down at the tunnel face with a drill, but when we found him, he was over his head in a muck pile.
I see.
Don't know what the answer is, but it's the end of old Charlie Egan.
Egan.
George, what is it?
Sure, you know Charlie?
Egan. So that's the answer.
What's that, Valentine?
Look, Kane, get Bowers and wait for me in your office. First, I want to see a lady about a boat. Then I got something to say to you.
Valentine, you don't know what you're saying.
Just the same, gentlemen, it was Charlie Egan who was responsible for all the trouble here at the tunnel.
That doesn't make sense. He was just a lock tender.
We gave him the job more out of pity than anything else.
Okay, then listen to this. Do you remember what Charlie said at the hog pen?
Not particularly.
He said if the tunnel went another 50 yards, it would run into a ledge of gravel, hardpan, and boulders.
Well?
Well, the map of the Bureau of Harbors and Waterways didn't show it. But Charlie knew exactly what he was talking about.
How would he know that?
That's funny.
I asked myself those same questions. How would an ordinary sandhog just in from Chicago know the exact topography of the riverbed?
Yeah.
He suspected I was getting wise and saw to it that I got a good case of the bends this morning. Just to make sure I was a dead duck, he took that tag from around my neck.
Yeah, but why? Was he crazy?
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Now, I didn't want to believe the reason myself when I found out. I talked to Mrs. Egan. She's the lady on the boat. Now, she's in the outer office right now. Suppose we have her in and see if it's any easier for you to believe her story.
Anything you say, Valentine.
Okay. Will you come in, please, Mrs. Egan?
All right.
Now, I want you to repeat just what you told me.
Well, what shall I tell them? The two people wasted their lives looking for a will-o'-the-wisp, a treasure you were always going to find the next day.
Treasure?
Yes. Sensible people don't believe in buried treasure and sunken ships bulging with gold, but Charlie did.
Now, wait a minute.
He was the eccentric C.W. Egan, who spent a fortune and 20 years of his life looking for ships that had sunk with treasure aboard.
And fantastic as it may seem, gentlemen, he found one. Didn't he, Mrs. Egan?
Just a couple of months ago. He went down into the river every night. He kept prowling around the hull of that boat. He knew that there was gold there somewhere. He kept saying he'd find it any day now, his treasure.
And then Kane and Bowers started to drive a tunnel.
Yeah. Charlie knew it was going to meet head-on with the Granada, the old Spanish galleon he knew was there. It became a race against time.
That's why he got a job here. Did all he could to keep the tunnel from getting any farther.
Yeah. And at night, every night, he'd go down to look some more. And I'd help him.
And today was his last desperate attempt to flood us out.
Yes. He wasn't going to see anybody get to his treasure as long as he lived. And he kept his word.
Well, Brooksy, here's the check from Kane and Bowers. That's all washed up. So what do you say we go out stepping tonight?
Well, darling.
Hey, did you see the paper this morning?
No, why?
Well, they raised the Granada out of the river last night.
They did?
And there was a treasure chest, just as Charlie knew all along.
Oh, so old Charlie was right after all.
Yep, a chest packed to the brim with old Spanish coins.
George, how romantic.
Oh, yeah, but old Charlie wouldn't have been too happy about it.
No, why?
No. The whole batch was worth about $100.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. Maybe you've got your vacation trip all mapped out, but how about the family car? Before you start out, better make sure it gets a thorough vacation check at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station. They'll inspect your tires, battery, spark plugs, and oil filter. They can tell whether there's any risk of your fan belt getting out of kilter. And they'll make sure that each vital lubrication spot is okay. Besides helping you get off to a good start on your vacation, there's another thing about independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Wherever you motor in the West, you're never far from their quality products and superior services. And don't forget, whether you're on a vacation or just motoring around town, these are the service stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Have them get that whole crew together, all those pixies that were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?